Chapter 351. Chung-Chi knew it in his heart. Only by passing through the hole in front of him could he really get out of prison 322. He took a deep breath. Chung-Chi stepped into the dark cave. After an indescribable shuttle, he came to a bright laboratory. This laboratory was very large, at least tens of thousands of square meters, with a high ceiling and some strange white crystals. As far as the eye could see, there were beds, some huge, and some in line with the size of human cognition. Hundreds of alien creatures were lying on these beds. No matter where their brains were located, their skulls had been opened, and all were connected to some kind of ancient and rusty brain-computer interface. At the same time, above their brains, there was a transparent tube that curved into a circle. Some liquid like mercury rotated and slid in the tube, like a tiny high-speed roller coaster, and was quickly injected into their brains. Chung-Chi walked slowly in the laboratory and saw a holographic screen. After recognizing Chung-Chi's physical characteristics, the lines of words on it were quickly translated into Chinese characters. Death Row Laboratory. The execution ground for evildoers left by the ancient civilization of the universe. All the most heinous criminals will be arrested by the executioner and sent here to execute the final death penalty. They will be injected with a drop of full gene annihilation drug, which will flow in the winding pipe and eventually enter the criminal's brains, causing them to die indiscriminately. The flow time of full gene annihilation drug in the pipe is 1 second. In this process, all criminals will spend a long 10 billion years in the virtual prison formed by the brain-computer interface. Death alone is not enough to punish them. They still need to go through endless suffering. Chung-Chi opened his eyes. On the bed not far away, he saw the photosynthetic tree man, with withered leaves, the illusion emblem, with a dry and shrunken body, and the strong chicken-headed people in the distance. The moment Chung-Chi entered the room, the drop of silver liquid on their heads had already entered their brains along the transparent pipe. Now dozens of seconds have passed, and they are all dead. Chung-Chi's expression became heavy, and his eyes searched far away. He saw a figure with blue data all over his body. The moment Chung-Chi's eyes fell on it, the silver liquid also entered its head, and the data on its body extinguished, turning into a blue skeleton. K.E. Blue Star Electronic Life. A bandit with no bottom line in the universe, who once slaughtered 3 mechanical civilizations led by Data Artificial Intelligence. As a void data stream, it will appear in a state of text prompt in the world of other creatures. After seeing the instructions on the nameplate, Chung-Chi's pupil shrank. It is the text prompt that I saw in prison. It also reformed and tried hard to help me. Chung-Chi suddenly realized and trembled. All the criminals in the stone prison have actually been sentenced to death penalty. The 10 billion years they have spent in prison are actually the last second of their lives in the real world. No matter how they repent and reform, no one cares. Their final fate is death, inevitable death. At this time, the bodies of the criminals were carried by mechanical arms to the furnace at the end of the room and refined into ash. Chung-Chi also saw an old alien corpse. It was wearing white clothes, and each white hair was like lightning. Its eyeballs were dead gray. The moment it was thrown into the furnace, the positive and negative copper plates on its body flashed the last light, but inevitably turned into ashes. That was the Energy Master. Chung-Chi also saw an electronic nameplate on its toes. Its name was Chiguanglu. Chung-Chi searched along the brain-computer interface lines in the room, and found that all the lines converged on a chip in the center of the room. The chip was only the size of a palm and looked very backward, not even much higher than human technology, and it was rusty and covered with a layer of dust. The huge virtual prison was actually the result of the calculation of such a chip. No wonder it was so easy to break through. This must be a very ancient technological creation. On the surface of this chip, its model A322 was clearly sprayed. Chung-Chi understood everything. His mind was in a huge contradiction in an instant. Can the death row prisoners who have reformed themselves avoid being executed? They have committed heinous crimes, but now they have no malice, are full of repentance, thirst for forgiveness, and want to make up for their previous mistakes. If they are set free, they may have greater value. Are they worthy of forgiveness? If I am also a criminal, am I worthy of forgiveness? Chung-Chi's eyes trembled. There was no guard in the laboratory in front of him. It was all backward machines, executing everything step by step, sending the criminals to the execution platform, opening the brain-computer interface, injecting toxins, collecting the bodies, and burning them. All in one go. Who would care whether these criminals have reformed? It was also at this time. Although Chung-Chi didn't know what galaxy or location this laboratory was located in. But there were glass windows here, and he could clearly see that the sky in the distance was blooming with a blazing golden color. A figure emitting strong light, stepping on an energy warship with the symbol of infinity, was coming quickly. In that warship, 3 strange figures were tied up. That was the executioner, and it sent a new death row prisoner. Chang-Chi knew that he was also one of its targets, and it was powerful and invincible. Stabilizing his strong emotions and trembling breath, Chang-Chi retreated back to the entrance of the mosaic cave. Fortunately, after Chang-Chi entered, the entrance completed automatic repair. Chang-Chi turned back and looked into the deep space again. The huge blue rectangle was still floating quietly in the universe. Not far away, the shriveled corpse of Energy Master was also floating silently. Its main body was dead, so its virtual body also lost its life. It was impossible for it to walk out and complete its confession. The sin belongs to me, but the future belongs to you. Its words echoed in Chang-Chi's mind. The cage was set against the darkness. The corpse of Energy Master opened its mouth slightly, as if telling of the sins as heavy as a mountain. It was whispering into the depths of the void, like a lonely soul longing for redemption, but no one gave it a second chance. Chang-Chi felt inexplicably heavy and incredible at the same time. Alma's wormhole can not only penetrate space, but also penetrate 2 worlds of completely different natures. One is reality, the other is virtual. I can also complete the transformation inadvertently. He looked at the back of his hand again, and the addition and subtraction left by the Energy Master still existed. His mind was turning, and his thoughts were boiling. This was an incredible experience, witnessing a strange existence, and experiencing an inexplicable emotion. Chang-Chi suddenly felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. At this moment, he suddenly looked up. Alma! Chang-Chi passed through the hole that was about to disappear, and entered the huge blue cube again. Suddenly, he saw hundreds of millions of millipedes in every corner, rushing towards him fiercely. Sigu, you are so cruel. You actually left Alma alone here for billions of years. You are finally back. Woo woo woo. Chapter 352. In the cracks of the rocks, on both sides of the path, in the darkness, all kinds of millipedes came out in a rush. The one crawling at the front was the golden millipede. This guy had always been smaller than other millipedes, but now it seemed to have undergone some kind of evolution. The shell on its body turned into a brighter gold, and the joints had sharp shapes similar to armor. The golden millipede had thousands of legs, but now the 4th leg tripped the 5th leg, the 583rd leg tripped the 584th leg, 998 tripped the 999th leg. Stumbling and rolling, as if it had seen its long-lost father, and pounced on Chang-Chi. At this moment, Chang-Chi was also washed by the overwhelming millipedes, and felt that his face was rubbed by countless millipedes, and then these millipedes were squeezed away by the millipedes behind, and a new round of rubbing began. The millipedes were too excited, and released the irritating smell in their bodies. Chang-Chi suffocated and died. That was impossible. At this time, Chang-Chi felt a little guilty. The speed of time in the virtual prison was too different from that in the outside world. He was not careful, and caused such a consequence. Alma thought he had been here for billions of years, but in fact it might be more than that. The years were long, and his perception of time might have become blurred. However, during this long period of time, Alma did breed an endless tribe. Sigu, Alma has been waiting here, and has not gone anywhere. Fortunately, you did not abandon me and finally came back. Chang-Chi was also somewhat moved. Alma's understanding of loyal ministers is far stronger than that of humans. Under the erosion of endless years, all human vows will vanish, but Alma has not. Alma, I'm sorry. Chang-Chi looked at Alma, who had condensed into a human figure in front of him, and the millipedes behind him that were constantly rolling like giant waves. There was a drawback before. Alma could indeed drill out of the wormhole, but the diameter of the wormhole was too small, and it could only accommodate Chang-Chi alone, not a spirit-style starship, and could not carry too much equipment. If any valuable items were found at the other end of the wormhole, they could not be brought back smoothly if they were larger in size. And now, in front of Chang-Chi was a large army of millipedes. It was a piece of cake for him to tear out a wormhole of sufficient size. Chang-Chi's next goal must be to replenish energy for STC. Hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to the future. Now that he can use a wormhole with a sufficient diameter to drive a spirit-style starship out, this is a very important premise and an absolute good news. In fact, if there is no spirit-style starship, how can he navigate and live in the vast universe? Chang-Chi does not even have the conditions to obtain white energy. Alma, how many people do you have now? About 70 million. So few? Although it is enough, I mean, compared with billions of years of reproduction, it is a bit small. Sigu, it is because of the long time. Many of my people have died of old age, and my body has been hollowed out and can't move. I understand. Chang-Chi walked in the so-called 322 prison and saw the cell of Phantom Emblem. This creature who deeply repented once helped Chang-Chi to the best of his ability. Now its main body is dead, and its virtual body has completely dried up and shrunk, like a dried fish. Chang-Chi mourned for 3 seconds, which was a token of gratitude and had nothing to do with anything else. At this time, Chang-Chi noticed that there was a half-meter-long transparent bone in the body of Phantom Emblem. Now it is weathered and dried, becoming crystal clear and sticking out of the body. There is a translucent cartilage in the body of the squid family, called sea cucumber. In the human definition, this is a medicinal material. I didn't expect that Phantom Emblem, which has a word zhang in its name, actually has this structure in its body. Chang-Chi stepped forward and picked up the transparent bone. It is very light, with almost 100% transparency and fine texture. If you look towards the dim light, you can see strange patterns slowly emerging on the surface of the bone, as well as densely packed small triangles and small squares. Phantom Emblem was once a powerful criminal who slaughtered 60 million people. The things condensed on it should also have a certain value. Chang-Chi thought for a moment and took the bone with him. The universe is vast and mysterious, and he can't understand the meaning of all the objects, but the child has a keen intuition as a scavenger. Just like the diamond given by the girl of the immortal tribe, he took it first. Chang-Chi came to the photosynthetic tree man cell again. The little tree man who had worked hard to produce fruit for himself has now become a dead tree. Chang-Chi mourned for 3 seconds, and then found a handful of green seeds next to the dead tree. If nothing unexpected happens, these seeds can grow into a brand new photosynthetic tree man, and they will also produce fruit. At least Amma's food will be settled. There are remains of various alien creatures in this prison. Chang-Chi put the familiar seeds in his pocket. I should come to explore again when I have time in the future. However, one thing needs to be verified to ensure the significance of future exploration. This is a virtual world after all. In essence, whether it is the transparent skeleton of Illusion Emblem or the seeds of photosynthetic treeman, they are all a piece of code in the A322 chip. Can we use Amma's wormhole to bring these things back to reality? Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the millipedes following him like a tide. Amma, let's go back. 70 million cow millipedes, it's really cool. They twisted and crawled in front of them, and it looked like a crowded trampling, but after just a few seconds, the millipedes scattered, and a colorful wormhole with a diameter of nearly 5 meters appeared in front of Chang-Chi, which was dozens of times faster than before. I hope there will be no more splits. Chang-Chi took a deep breath and stepped into the wormhole. The next moment, it was as if the world was turned upside down. Chang-Chi appeared in a hazy and dim space. He squinted his eyes, turned his head to the right, and saw his garbage collection starship floating quietly not far away. Every time he saw his starship, Chang-Chi had a feeling that the lost child had finally returned. Look, isn't that the iconic old locust tree at the entrance of the village? Look, under the old locust tree, there are 2 idiots from the village squatting. It's here, no doubt about it. And those 2 idiots were Lu Lian and Mukin, who had been observing quietly from a distance. Ignore them. Chang-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Good news, he returned safely. Chang-Chi took out the transparent skeleton of Illusion Emblem from his pocket and took out a handful of emerald green seeds. Good news too, the things in the 322 prison can really be brought out smoothly. Chang-Chi looked at the back of his hand again, and the 2 symbols of plus and minus left by Energy Master were also there. Good news 3, the genes of Energy Sensitive Clan were also brought back. Chang-Chi looked back at the wormhole behind him, and 70 million millipedes also crawled out of it like a tide. Good news 4, the cow millipedes have grown stronger. Chang-Chi looked at the STC on his wrist again and read softly, White Energy. STC flashed a light, indicating approval. Very good. Chang-Chi took a deep breath, feeling that the road ahead was bright and clear. Good news 5, whether it was by accident or fate, the 322 prison group confirmed the available energy of STC. Hundreds of kilometers away. Lu Lian and Mukin, wearing heavy protective clothing, stared at Chang-Chi's every move, their eyes slightly narrowed, and their expressions were weird. He kept communicating through the internal communication. That guy is too abnormal. The colorful energy ball behind him should be some kind of micro-transmission channel. which is obviously superior to human Stargate technology. The black bugs that emerged are obviously alien creatures, and they seem to be following its command. How did this guy do it? We are all human beings, and you and I are not bad, but why can that guy do so many things that we can't understand at all? His junk-collecting starship stayed at the edge of the Milky Way for so long. Guess what he's going to do? This guy wants to get out of the Milky Way. Lu Lian, do you have any ideas? I want to compete with him. Let's be practical. To be honest, in addition to competing with everyone, I also want to see the world outside the Milky Way. Coincidentally, I think so too. To be honest, we can't get out with our own strength. We have to start with Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi stared at the light band at the edge of the Milky Way. Thinking of his life experience and the powerful executioner, he realized that he had an amazing secret hidden in him. Strength. Only by improving strength can we face all the unknowns. Charge the STC as soon as possible to complete the fusion of fragments and open the synthesis limit. If it is surprising enough, the upper limit of the technology level is likely to break through the limit of level 4. The next path is clear. Go to the Triangle Galaxy, find white energy, upgrade STC, find raw materials, synthesize stronger equipment, and constantly arm yourself. Sooner or later, one day, I will face the executioner. At that time, I must not be suppressed, but take the initiative to solve the mystery of my life experience and the mystery of the serious criminal. Thinking of this, Chang-Chi felt that he should thank the Energy Master. If it had not been for its heartfelt repentance and unreserved provision of information, Chang-Chi would not have been able to find high-quality energy so quickly. Thinking of the words of the Energy Master, the sins belong to me, but the future belongs to you. Chang-Chi always felt a little excited. And the address left by the Master is completely unknown to anyone, so the process of obtaining white energy should not be too difficult. Chapter 353. About 10 minutes ago. Second floor of 322 prison. After parting with Chang-Chi, Energy Master walked in the endless void. According to the speed at which the toxins in the laboratory flowed into the brain, it still had more than 1 billion years of life left. It never realized that it had not successfully escaped from prison, but just kept lamenting that it had been imprisoned for too long. The real universe was so huge, why couldn't it see other planets? 100 million years later, its emotions were somewhat out of control, because it still hadn't seen any celestial bodies. 200 million years later, it was in a state of collapse, but it forced itself to cheer up, began to ponder its own abilities, and tried hard to use the energy in its body to pierce through space and achieve interstellar voyage. Another 100 million years passed, and it still didn't succeed. 500 million years later, its expression was depressed, and its condition was extremely poor. It felt that it was showing signs of going crazy. In this world, the most terrible thing than endless despair is that after the endless gathering network, you are given hope, but when you strive to move forward, you find that this hope is false, and there is still endless despair ahead of you. 600 million years later, the Energy Master felt that he had gone crazy. He roared and yelled uncontrollably into the void. 700 million years later, it calmed down, but 800 million years later, it went crazy again. Finally, 900 million years later, the Energy Master's interstellar hopping navigation produced results. Although it could not successfully navigate, when it released huge energy to pierce the void, a mirror appeared in front of it. It was like a mysterious window. Although it could not enter, it could communicate with distant cosmic civilizations. In fact, it was the old and backward A322 chip that had a fault, causing a signal transmission bug, which randomly connected with some communication signals in the real universe, causing an accidental interconnection. The Energy Master stared at the mirror in front of him with his pure white eyes wide open. In the mirror, a group of creatures composed of red energy beams stood on the handrail. The Energy Master pursed his cracked lips. Who are you? We are the North Ross civilization, and I am the captain of the North Ross Alpha-class fleet. The red energy creature raised his head. Who are you? Why are you in our communication channel? Me? The somewhat confused Energy Master suddenly said with trembling eyes. They call me Energy Master, but I am actually a devil who kills without blinking an eye. Do you know that I have plundered the energy of countless civilizations and successfully created the unimaginable white energy, which can enable all civilizations to achieve a leapfrog energy innovation and soar to a new technological level? I regret my past, and I want to repent. Remember this location, Triangulum Galaxy, celestial coordinates, right ascension 1 hour 33 minutes and 50.90 seconds, declination plus 30 degrees 39 feet 36.6 inches. After communicating with the mysterious red energy creature, the mirror window went out. The energy master walked in the universe in a daze, his body shaking constantly. Suddenly, another magical mirror appeared in front of him. The energy master took a few steps forward, quickly held the edge of the mirror, and said anxiously, "They call me Energy Master, but in fact I am a devil who kills without blinking. I need to repent. I created a unique, white energy. Remember this location, Triangle Galaxy. Go quickly." In the mirror, a row of square-headed iron robots looked at each other, not knowing what had happened to their communicators. But they whispered to each other for a moment, and confirmed the identity of the person in front of them, who was the energy thief wanted by multiple civilizations. The yellow bulb eyes of the iron robot slowly changed, and lit up with scarlet light. The next moment, a mirror appeared next to the energy master. The energy master stepped forward in a hurry, his expression solemn and tragic. "I want to hand white energy to a star of hope, a leader with foresight, wisdom, courage, and good character. I think you fully meet this condition. Remember this location, that is the Triangle Galaxy." In the mirror, there is a group of alien creatures similar to pugs. They lick their balls while looking at the strange white-haired old man in the communicator. Then, the energy master found another mirror. Its white hair was like a chicken coop, and its snow-white eyeballs were full of red bloodshot. This time, in the mirror was a pile of worms, tossing back and forth in the feces left by some giant creature. The energy master clenched his fists, tears welling up in his eyes. "Friends, the sin belongs to me, and the future belongs to you. Please remember this location, white energy, is in the Triangulum Galaxy. The celestial coordinates are." The energy master has gone completely crazy. Endless imprisonment and endless repression have caused it to collapse mentally, lose all judgment criteria, and start talking nonsense. The failure time of the 322 prison chip is only nanoseconds in the real world. It flashes and automatically repairs. But for the virtual world, it lasted for 17 days. During this process, the mentally abnormal energy master talked to hundreds of mirrors and told the secret of white energy hundreds of times. Some alien creatures regarded him as a madman, while some alien creatures recognized this bloody energy thief. Some creatures thought that they just heard some crazy words. Some creatures, however, felt that they had unexpectedly learned a shocking secret, which was a favor from the god of the universe. In the vast and dark universe, the energy master was floating in a large character. His mind was even more confused, and he laughed foolishly. He was exhausted these days. Suddenly, the last mirror appeared in the distance. The energy master cheered up, came to the mirror, and suddenly squinted. In the mirror, there stood a strange figure with golden light all over his body, standing on an infinite energy battleship. Inexplicably, the energy master felt a chill down his spine, as if his soul was trembling. But he thought for a long time, and still didn't recognize the creature in front of him. "You know what? Everyone calls me Energy Master, but I'm actually a devil who kills without blinking an eye." "Hee." The energy master said, "I see that you are full of wisdom, consideration, and courage, so the sin belongs to me, and the future belongs to you. Please remember this position, white energy is..." No, I remember it." The energy master's expression suddenly became horrified. "I have entrusted this mission to a boy from Earth. I can't entrust it to anyone else." The energy master beat his chest and stamped his feet. "I will never tell you that white energy is in the Triangulum Galaxy. The celestial coordinates are right ascension 1 hour 33 minutes and 50.90 seconds, declination plus 30 degrees 39 feet 36.6 inches. You don't want to know." At this time, the golden figure's eyes narrowed slightly into a slit, and a cold and ruthless light flashed back and forth in its eyes. Chapter 354. This time, we two must work together. Nothing can affect our alliance. Our front must be highly unified. Then, take care of Chang-Chi. Mu Chen and Lu Lian, floating in space, stared at Chang-Chi, who had just returned from the wormhole with strange eyes, and even subconsciously gnashed their teeth. Mu Chen's space suit was an exquisite double-breasted black suit, and he still had an exquisite side-parted hairstyle, full of nobility. Lu Lian was still sitting in a wheelchair. His space suit was like a huge leather shoe, protecting the wooden wheelchair, and he was still wearing the extremely simple gray linen clothes. Their space suits flashed signal lights, indicating that they had something to say, and then the two slowly approached. Chang-Chi watched from a distance. It was obvious that the two guys paid too much attention to him. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. "Chang-Chi." Mu Chen opened the shared communication channel. "You say, A young man who worked hard and finally achieved a heaven-defying goal with his hard work and talent. Is his dream worthy of respect? Yes. Lu Lian's voice came. There is also a disabled but determined young man who is carrying the great mission of reviving an ancient technology. Is his dream worthy of respect? Chang Chi paused. His eyes flashed. What on earth are you going to do? If I guess correctly? Mu Chen glanced at the Lingshire starship. You are preparing to break out of the Milky Way. So this young master decided to give you a chance and allow you to take me with you to see the scenery outside the Milky Way. Ahem. Lu Lian coughed. Oh! Mu Chen added, I also allow you to take Lu Lian with you. Chang Chi was speechless. You two guys, so this is your purpose. Then I might as well say it directly. Chang Chi turned and pointed to the light band at the edge of the Milky Way. The outside of that thing is the unknown, and the unknown is the most terrifying thing. Since the birth of mankind, we have been living in the Milky Way, and have hardly dealt with aliens or any other civilization. Our understanding of the universe, whether at the information level or even at the imagination level, may only be 0.001% of the universe. There are risks hidden in this wonderful journey. Death is brewing in new things. The purpose of my trip this time is to retrieve a very scarce energy source. It can be imagined that the more scarce the item, the more treasure hunters it will attract. Even if there are no treasure hunters, the natural environment where the energy is located may be extremely dangerous. Chang Chi looked at the two of them. If you die because of this, I will blame myself. A wonderful journey. New things. Scarce energy. Treasure hunting. Danger? Lu Lian and Yukin widened their eyes. Do you know how attractive these words are to us? Mu Chen said, we are at an age where we don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. We must be a little rebellious in our bones. Lu Lian said, no matter what dangers I encounter on this trip, I am willing to lose my life and will never blame you. I will also leave a message for my brothers. If I die, all my inheritance will be donated. The title of Lu Ban's strongest successor will be passed to the first in line. Yukin also added firmly, my property, including the invention patents under my name, will also be donated to welfare organizations. Chang Chi was stunned. Please don't make a vow casually, you will be easily stabbed. It doesn't matter. Lu Lian and Yukin said in unison, if you find precious energy, the two of us will never be jealous. You have 100% ownership. Chang Chi felt a little amused. You two, you really have a tacit understanding today. The duo said again, because we are working together today and forming a united front. And we won't join empty-handed. As he spoke, Yukin looked up, stretched out two fingers and swiped forward, like a gangster who would never look back. A black-painted, handsome space fortress, with its surface lighting beam suddenly turned on, slowly sailed out of the dark universe. It moved to the back of Yukin, and the 20 huge doors facing Chang Chi slowly opened. A whole row of sharp-shaped and imposing space mechas were sleeping inside. It was Yukin's most proud creation, the M14 Black Phantom. Moreover, these M14 Black Ghost mechas were re-equipped with different functional kits, including heavy assault armor, mining armor, and light reconnaissance armor. Mu Chen said proudly, I will take them with me. When you explore the universe, you will inevitably need mechanical soldiers or load-bearing machinery, and they must be the most perfect choice, no doubt. Chang Chi's eyes also widened slightly. 20-30 meter high space mechas flashed in the dark universe, like mechanical demons about to wake up. This kind of creation has always been in Chang Chi's heart, and he likes it very much. Seeing them, Chang Chi thought of the other two M14 Black Phantoms in the cargo hold of the Lingshire starship. One was a broken machine picked up in the shipwreck ruins, and the other was a brand new machine that Yukin dropped in the Lingshire starship in the LBW competition. Because of his busy schedule before, Chang Chi had never had a suitable opportunity to synthesize them. And now, Yukin sent another 20. Let me declare that this is half of my fortune. Mu Chen said seriously, it's only used in interstellar exploration. I will take it away after the mission. You are dreaming. Chang Chi suddenly said, oh no, Master Mu is arrogant. But it was at this moment. Lu Lian stretched out a finger and knocked on the wooden armrest of the wheelchair. On the other side, a starship painted with wood grain also slowly sailed out of the darkness. This starship was docked in the space in front of Chang Chi. 12 huge doors slowly opened. In the 12 huge grids, there were also 12 huge shadows sleeping. But Lu Lian played a mystery. The 12 shadows released a faint mist under their feet, which could only be vaguely seen. They should also be 12 mechas, but the material was not metal, but wood. Lu Lian smiled faintly. Lu Bands with skills, 12 wooden puppets, were originally created to restrain the Mahis mechanical zodiac beasts, but this time, I am willing to spend a lot of money to bring them with me. This is the secret skill of our ancestors. It has never been seen in 200 years. Chang-Chi looked at the scene in front of him and smiled. I'm afraid my starship can't accommodate so many equipment. Mu-Chen nodded. This is easy to do. Let's analyze it rationally. Lu Lian's wooden machinery has extremely low stress value and extremely short endurance, which is about the same as a toy. You just need to abandon it and take me away. Lu Lian glared. What about the agreed united front? You play it like this, right? Then I won't be polite. Chang-Chi, do you know how important my 12 evils are? Indeed, the hardness of wood is low, but after you leave the Milky Way, the enemy must be some kind of powerful civilization, and it is very likely to encounter magnetic field interference, or attack methods such as data bombs. To put it bluntly, all precision electronic creations will completely fail under certain circumstances. But my 12 evils is completely different. The built-in energy source is metal reeds, and all kinetic joints are made of wood. Under strong interference, only my 12 evils can move freely. This is a divine weapon that can turn the tide. And Mukin's mecha? Lu Lian sneered. It's like a pile of shit in front of my 12 evils. Fuck? Hurt each other, right? Mu-Chen also glared and said, suppose there is no strong interference attack. Your rotten wood will sprain your ankle when walking on the aisle, right? It's worse than a pile of shit. Okay, I declare that the battle line between Mukin and me is completely broken. Lu Lian narrowed his eyes. Mu-Chen, I want to fight you. Mu-Chen didn't want to hear anything Lu Lian said, so he closed the communication channel. He looked at Lu Lian's mouth shape and suddenly got angry. You dare to scold me? You dare to say I'm very lame? I fight you to death. You too? Chang-Chi stepped forward. I just made a joke. My starship can accommodate it. Mu-Chen turned around. What? Why did you scold me? Saying that I was barking like a dog, saying that I seemed to have my period. Chang-Chi paused. How could I say that? Ah? Mu-Chen's eyes widened. You also said my hairstyle looks like gossip? Brother, please don't guess if you don't understand, okay? Chang-Chi was speechless. Are you the mechanical genius? What? One of me and Lu Lian must say goodbye today. No problem. Today, either he dies or I live. Mu-Chen roared and pounced on Lu Lian, and the two wrestled in space. Chapter 355. All cargo loaded. The shipboard system sounded a prompt. Chang-Chi stood on the bridge of the Lingshire starship, looking helpless. Behind him were Lu Lian, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and Mu-Chen, who was standing quietly. If they hadn't been stopped, these two guys would have become the first people in human history to fight in space, and one of them was the first descendant of Luban, and the other was a famous young mechanical genius. The two had just tried desperately to pull out each other's oxygen tubes. At this moment, Lu Lian and Mukin looked at each other with a sly smile, and when Chang-Chi wasn't paying attention, they clapped their hands quietly. The plan was successful. The duo used 36 strategies, fighting each other until Chang-Chi couldn't stand it anymore, and had to allow them to board the ship. They didn't know that this starship was connected to Chang-Chi's consciousness, and all the little movements were seen by Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi just smiled quietly. He had always fought alone, and this time he had some friends to accompany him, which should be more fun. Of course, since I brought them out, I must bring them back intact. These two guys are very good people. Chang-Chi stared into the distance. Brothers, to be honest, I really don't know what we will face on this voyage, but I have an inexplicable intuition that it won't be too smooth. Mu-Chen smiled and said, life is like an electrocardiogram. If it is smooth, Lu Lian added, it's no different from a dead person. Chang-Chi's eyes shone. That's right. Mu-Chen turned around and looked around. This was his second time entering the cabin of a Spirit-style starship, but he was still attracted by the strange facilities and materials around him that he had never seen before. I have never understood the navigation logic of your starship. This time I can finally see it clearly. For example, what method can you use to pass through the chaotic area at the edge of the Milky Way? Mu-Chen looked around and turned his head inadvertently. He found that a black man made of disgusting bugs appeared beside him at some point. The bug man opened his mouth, revealing more bugs in his mouth. I used that method. Fuck, what the hell? Mu-Chen jumped up from the spot, then squatted on Lu Lian's thighs, and grabbed Lu Lian's hair. Lu Lian's mouth twitched. Is this okay for a disabled person? Chang-Chi's voice came. It's called Amma, an alien insect race that can bite out a real wormhole. Mu-Chen's eyes widened. I have imagined this possibility, but I didn't expect it to be true. I've been amazed before I even set off. Chang-Chi looked at Amma with a serious expression. Amma, if I give you a detailed cosmic coordinate, can you bite out the exact location? It's not impossible. Amma pursed his lips. Don't worry, Sigu, I will definitely dig a piece for you this time. Stop it. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. What do you mean by it's not impossible? Amma didn't dare to look directly at Chang-Chi. Sigu, after you gave me the exact coordinates, my accuracy rate can be doubled compared to before. Plus, I completed 2 evolutions in Prison 322, the accuracy rate has increased by a full double. Chang-Chi keenly discovered a problem. What was your success rate before? 5%. Chang-Chi took a deep breath. There was no other way at present. Not only could he not penetrate the blockade at the edge of the Milky Way, but he could not sail to the distant Triangulum Galaxy in a short time. He could only rely on Amma. Don't worry, Sigu, even if it splits, it won't go far. It's the same galaxy. The essence of life is composed of countless coincidences and accidents. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. What is optimism? It means that I believe that after many twists and turns, I will eventually get what I want. Amma, listen carefully, the destination is the Triangulum Galaxy, and the celestial coordinates are right ascension 1 hour 33 minutes, and 50.90 seconds, declination plus 30 degrees 39 36.6. Got it! The hatch on one side of the Spirit starship opened, and 70 million cows and horse lands danced in the air, forming a spectacular black bridge. They gathered in front of the Spirit starship, spread out in an instant, and each performed their duties. Their tiny mouthparts were like space files. The dark void of the nearly 3-kilometer diameter space in front of them seemed to be gnawed away, revealing a translucent film, and behind this film, dazzling colorful light flashed. As the millipedes continued to bite, the film continued to have gaps, gradually connecting into one piece, and the light was projected out, shining brightly. The light shone through the main observation window of the starship, illuminating the faces of Lu Lian and Mukin brilliantly. The two were stunned, their eyes widened to the extreme. Even in the technological age, they had never seen such a magnificent sight. They only felt that their ordinary lives were about to usher in a new story. The engine of the Spirit starship started, and the ship hull vibrated slightly. Mu Chen looked back in surprise. He remembered that Chang-Chi's Spirit starship had a strange, invisibility, ability, which could even shield all detection signals. This was also the principle that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Buzz, the huge ship hull of the Spirit starship only moved forward half a meter, but it seemed to have entered an unknown dimension. Mukin's eyes widened a little, and he felt that everything in his vision was covered with a light green filter. His space fortress was still parked not far away, and the detection detectors were fully turned on, always locking on Chang-Chi's Spirit-style starship, and maintaining a connection with the technological contact lenses in Mukin's eyes. He just received the last set of signals. From the outside world's point of view, the Spirit-style starship disappeared out of thin air. It did not cause any energy fluctuations, and even no fluctuations could be detected. It was as if he had truly entered another dimension. Mu Chen knew that the detector on his space fortress was already the most advanced equipment of mankind, but in front of Chang-Chi's starship, it was like a toy in the hands of a kindergarten child. Mu Chen's eyes trembled, and he thought to himself, too awesome. It was also at this moment. Mu Chen suddenly saw that beside him, at some point, a huge blue skull more than 3 meters tall, with blue light all over its body, and 2 balls of ghost fire jumping in its eye sockets, appeared. What the hell is this? Whoosh! Mu Chen was startled and jumped on the spot, jumping onto Lu Lian's legs, grabbing Lu Lian's hair, and stomping on his legs until they made a crackling sound. Lu Lian's facial features twitched. Get down. The diameter of the wormhole is enough. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the next moment was the moment when the Ling-style starship shuttled through the wormhole for the first time. Ling, full speed. The particle thruster released white flames. At this moment, the Ling-style starship also took off the disguise of the garbage recycling starship and drove into the wormhole with its own gorgeous and mysterious appearance. The inside of the wormhole is like a rotating kaleidoscope. The hull of the Spirit starship vibrated irregularly, as if it was experiencing turbulence. Time was blurred here. After sailing for an unknown period of time, a large mouth full of fangs suddenly appeared in front of it. It seemed to be some kind of cosmic giant beast. Its mouth closed with a bang, and it bit off the wormhole in front of it from the outside, just like biting off a branch. Sudden change. After a violent tremor, the Spirit starship leaped out of the broken wormhole. This dark space has no celestial bodies around. And right in front of the Spirit starship, a huge monster is floating in the void. It has an exposed spine and sharp bone spurs, and each bone spur is like a tall building on the earth. Its head is like a hungry wolf, and its narrow mouth is full of huge triangular teeth. At this moment, the spirit starship is right in front of the monster's head. The monster's breath is spraying, disturbing the countless rubble around it, as well as various starship wreckage. Lu Lian and Mukin took a deep breath. This accident came too fast, and the impact was too strong. The monster's huge head was right in front of the observation window, blocking all vision, as huge as a mountain. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, walked forward a few steps, and stared at the huge monster. Fortunately, the monster's green eyes were not focused, and the Lingshire starship was behind the fourth wall, so the monster could not detect it. Chapter 356. The giant monster slowly turned its head, as if it was patrolling. The movement of its spurred neck seemed to cause a kind of space roar, emitting a heavy bass like a horn. The volume of the Ling-style starship was nearly 2 kilometers, and it was like a floating date pit in front of it, very small. Lu Lian and Mukin were already a little confused. They had imagined a wonderful scene, but they didn't expect the impact of the scene before them was a bit too much. Even if they were the best among humans, they had never seen such an existence. Chang-Chi calmly analyzed the situation. The fourth wall gave him a full sense of security, confirming that the monster had not discovered the existence of the spirit starship. The 70 million millipedes had also entered the cargo hold of the starship, without any loss or damage. Chang-Chi turned his eyes, and looked at the various starship wreckages in the surrounding space. Those starships were violently torn apart by the huge monster, floating and scattered in disorder. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, and found that the wreckage of those starships was very new, and the power systems of some parts were still working. Some indicator lights were burning the last bit of energy and flickering weakly. Chang-Chi ordered the starship to move, sailing horizontally for thousands of kilometers. He discovered an amazing scene. Not far away, another huge bone spur monster appeared. It squatted in the void, emitting green eyes, patrolling Shenyu. There were also some new starship wreckage near this monster. Chang-Chi looked up. Looking at the back of the monster, an endless colorful light band was floating quietly, silent and vast, like the isolation at the edge of the Milky Way. Chang-Chi suddenly realized. This is the edge of a galaxy, and there is also isolation, but the isolation here is different from the Milky Way. There are powerful monsters here. The ribbon is the border, and a monster guards every certain distance. They tore apart all the invading foreign starships. No, not all. Chang-Chi squinted his eyes again, and he found that the monster in front of him had several deep scars on his body, and the flesh was torn apart, revealing the black alloy-like bones inside. The black blood formed a ball in the absence of gravity, floating in the deep space. There is a powerful civilization that injured the monster and crossed the quarantine. Alma. Chang-Chi frowned. Can you roughly determine where this place is? Alma was surprisingly excited. Sigu, I really did my job this time and successfully dug the right place. Chang-Chi was stunned. Is this the coordinate point I gave you? Yes, Sigu. Alma was still very excited. Celestial coordinates right ascension 1 hour 33 minutes and 50.90 seconds. Declination plus 30 degrees 3936.6 in the northern constellation Triangulum. Triangulum Galaxy, diameter 6 light years. We are now in the Triangulum Galaxy. Chang-Chi paused. That coordinate point is a galaxy? 6 light years? Alma said. The wormhole is only broken at the last section. In fact, we have reached the designated area. I was really successful this time. Chang-Chi was awed. He had no experience in space travel. He imagined that the place left by the Energy Master was a precise coordinate point, perhaps a city, perhaps a cave, or even a small black dot the size of a watermelon seed. He never thought that this was actually a galaxy. Energy Master, a cosmic creature, actually has this kind of marking habit? Isn't this ridiculous? How to find white energy in a galaxy with a diameter of 6 light years? The situation seems to be worse than imagined. Chang-Chi stared at the huge monster in front of him, and the various starship wreckage. This is the Triangle Galaxy. Why have so many other civilized starships entered here recently? The weak ones were directly destroyed by the guardian monsters, and the strong ones have already entered. At this moment, Lu Lian turned the wheelchair forward, pursed his lips, and said, Chang-Chi, you really got it right. Precious treasures will attract countless treasure hunters. Those starship wreckages are obviously some treasure hunters who have failed. No way. Chang-Chi frowned. He thought about this possibility. But the Energy Master was imprisoned in Prison 322, never seeing the light of day, and never revealed the location of white energy to anyone. If it weren't for the coincidence that he got his instructions before his death, with the luck of Son of Destiny, white energy would probably have been sealed away forever. Could it be that the information of white energy was really leaked? Then the complexity of this matter would increase countless times. Not knowing the exact location, and there are countless powerful contenders, this is not the Milky Way, and the opponent is not a human who can be easily controlled. God knows what kind of existence it will be. The Link-style starship sailed along the edge of the Triangle Galaxy again for a distance. Chang-Chi discovered an even more shocking scene. The monster guard in this area in front of him was already dead. He was split in two from the waist, with the upper and lower bodies floating in different directions. The incision was straight and smooth, and at the moment of being cut, the wound was directly sealed by high temperature, and there was not even a drop of blood. The cut surface was as smooth as marble, and the red lines in it were coagulated blood. Chang-Chi thought of a power. The executioner that appeared in his dream. In the dream, it cut the isolation at the edge of the Milky Way, nodded slightly, and its infinite-shaped energy starship released a golden beam, which passed by at high speed and split Chang-Chi's everything in two. Is that guy here too? Or some similar means of attack? Chang-Chi's pupil shrank into a black dot, and he felt that the situation was even more serious. Lu Lian and Mukin were on one side, their faces were slightly pale, and they clenched their fists. Suddenly, the two men's lips trembled, and they said in unison, "It's so exciting. I can't wait." Alma was also very excited, and kept muttering, "I finally dug it right once." Chang-Chi tilted his head, narrowed his eyes, and flashed a gleam of light. "Now we're here." The spirit starship turned around, leaving the edge of the Triangle Galaxy and heading inward. Chapter 357. When you first arrive, the first thing you need to do is to sort out your thoughts. Chang-Chi stood in the center of the bridge, his mind spinning. The Solaris Cube is huge, with a large fleet of ships. If it is released, it will inevitably cause a big fanfare effect, and will most likely become the target of public criticism. The Energy Master said that white energy can even match the energy level of a level 11 civilization. So in theory, it is attractive to civilizations below level 11. Solaris is currently only at the level of level 4 technological civilization, and this is an unknown galaxy, and it is impossible to determine the civilization level of those treasure hunters. If their level is enough to crush them, then exposing oneself is definitely not a wise move. And the search range of 6 light years in diameter is large and small. After leaving the Milky Way, Chang-Chi realized many of his shortcomings. After the STC is charged, he must synthesize a sufficiently powerful detection system. For the vast universe, the role of the detection system is simply the top priority. Without a strong detection capability, facing the boundless deep space is like being blind. In addition, Chang-Chi also hopes to collect information on the level of civilization on the scale of the entire universe. What is the standard of a level 4 civilization? How to identify it? What are its technical advantages? And what possible attack/defense methods it may have? What is level 5? And what are levels 6, 7, 8, and 9? Even if it is impossible to collect all the information, at least a general cognitive system should be formed to be able to seek benefits and avoid harm, and know when to fight and when to retreat. Chang-Chi has synthesized some creations of advanced civilizations, but those are only specific items in certain specific fields. The information is too fragmented to construct a complete picture of the corresponding civilization. Thinking back to the present, there is a biological guardian on the edge of the Triangle Galaxy, so there should be local species here. I don't know if they are friendly, and whether it is possible to get some information from them. In the deep space not far away, a dazzling star appeared. And closer, a planet appeared. Chang-Chi carefully observed the environment. The star's visual size is about the same as the Earth, with an atmosphere, and the whole planet is full of green color. The distance between the planet and the sun is very moderate, and the temperature and climate should be good. So, are there all plants there? Chang-Chi stared at the green planet, and continued sailing without making any rash moves. Not long after, he saw another green planet on the other side of the sun. Continuing to sail, Chang-Chi saw a third green planet behind the sun. They all have moderate orbits, have atmospheres, and are very habitable by human standards. There are so many habitable planets around just one star, and they seem to be covered with a large number of plants. Here, it's like an interstellar garden. Chang-Chi decided to enter the green planet in front of him to find out. The Spirit-style starship smoothly penetrated the atmosphere. The scene of the planet under his feet immediately appeared in front of him. Lu Lian and Mukin, including Chang-Chi, were all amazed. This place is really full of green, like a huge green Eden. Trees are the masters of this green world. They are taller than you can imagine. Many ancient trees seem to have a history of tens of thousands of years. The diameter is nearly 100 meters, comparable to high-rise buildings, and the treetops are huge and dense. In the middle of the gap between the big trees, there are shorter trees, and some vines entwined with each other. On the slightly open ground, there are lakes like green jade. Even more amazing is that Changqi also found a super ancient tree with a diameter of at least 5 kilometers. Its dense crown is like a green mountain floating in the air. And in the center of this tree, there is actually a huge tree hole with a width of nearly 3 kilometers. This seems to be a perfect location. The Spirit-style starship slowly approached, drove into the tree hole, and slowly landed on the ground. The hole was covered with vines, making it difficult to be discovered. The hatch opened. Changqi and the duo walked out slowly. As soon as he stepped on the ground, the equipment on Mukin seemed to have completed the environmental detection and took off the oxygen mask directly. The temperature here is suitable, the air is humid, and the oxygen content is extremely high. Mukin took a deep breath, his eyes widened, it's so comfortable. Lu Lian in the wheelchair also followed suit, took off the oxygen mask, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes slightly, it's really comfortable. I suggest you don't be too careless. Changqi narrowed his eyes, and did not remove the biological mask. He looked around, and then looked at the duo? But Lu Lian was lying in a wheelchair, her limbs swinging back and forth like noodles. Her eyes were full of spirals, and Mu Chen was even more ruthless. He had already fallen to the ground, his limbs were also like noodles, and his eyes were full of spirals. Oh my god. Ah. Mu Chen mumbled, the environment here is too good, I'm intoxicated by oxygen. My limbs are weak, I'm dizzy. Changqi was speechless, and then put on oxygen masks for them. Normally, it is used to supply oxygen, but here it has to be used in reverse to dilute the oxygen. The three of them walked out of the tree hole cautiously. Although Lu Lian was in a wheelchair, the wooden mechanism inside the wheelchair turned the ordinary wheelchair into a jungle exploration wheelchair in a minute. The wooden wheels flipped out a lot of climbing hooks and lateral support arms, making it easy to walk on complex terrain. Do you like it? Lu Lian looked at Mu Chen, who was a little straightforward. I give you one when you become disabled. Mu Chen grinned, thank you. The landform here is more natural than the original jungle. The land is almost invisible. The ground is covered with intertwined tree roots, and the tree roots are covered with green moss, and brightly colored mushrooms grow on the moss. The sun shines through the gaps between the leaves, making some of the light both mottled and bright. Rustle, chirp, the sounds of unknown insects and birds can be heard all around. The three of them saw a few Sika deer drinking water by the emerald lake in the distance. The Sika deer noticed the movements of the three people and turned back. They looked like deer, but the horns on their heads were bright crystals, very gorgeous. But the deer did not move. They just glanced at Changqi and the other two and continued to drink water. What is this? Mu Chen suddenly found a big-eyed macaque squatting on a branch beside him. It was furry, with two eyes occupying half of its face, very cute. Mu Chen's arm retracted into his sleeve, and when he stretched it out again, he had a pair of thin mechanical gloves on his hand. He stretched out a finger and wanted to touch the big-eyed macaque. The big-eyed macaque's head cracked like a carnivorous plant, forming a bloody mouth, swallowing half of Mu Chen's body. Changqi's pupil shrank, and he was about to take action. But he found that after the big-eyed macaque swallowed Mukin, it put it in its mouth and sucked it, and found that it didn't taste right, so it spit it out with a sound of poo. Mukin sat on the ground with saliva all over his face, his eyes were blank. And the little macaque continued to squat on the treetop, with a pair of big eyes full of innocence, silly and cute. This is a pure natural environment. Changqi tilted his head, and the animals here are not on guard against us, which means they have not been harmed by foreign creatures. Baji. A black leaf-shaped insect, soft and boneless, much like a leech, fell from a leaf in the sky and landed on Lu Lian's neck. Lu Lian quickly stretched out her only right hand, took the insect off, and watched the unknown insect wriggling in her palm. Not daring to stay, Lu Lian quickly swung her arm and threw the insect to the ground, and then checked the skin on her hand, and there was nothing unusual. Boom! The ground suddenly had a slight thunder. Flutter! In the distant jungle, countless large colorful birds with 4 wings suddenly took off and flew into the sky at a high speed. Beside the emerald lake, the Sika deer with crystal antlers drinking water suddenly looked up at the distance, then jumped into the jungle with the neighing hooves. Even the big-eyed monkey that lifted up Mu Chen quickly climbed to a high place, jumped among the trees, and disappeared in the distance. Only the leech that was thrown away by Lu Lian did not leave. While everyone was attracted by the vibration in the distance, it persevered and crawled to Lu Lian's neck again, lying on his exposed skin, and its body began to surge, undergoing strange changes. Boom! Muchen was a little terrified. What is that? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. It looks like a beast hide. Suddenly, the tall trees in the distance were shaken, and it was obvious that a large number of beasts were charging. Finally, everyone saw the true face of the beast hide. The beasts were extremely strange. Each of them was a huge yellow tiger with a body size of 5 meters, but their abnormality was that they had 2 black and sharp horns on their heads, which were thick and hard, and the tips were shining with a sharp luster. Their running posture was not like the king of the mountain with his head held high, but with his head lowered and his horns facing forward, like a bull that had been stimulated. They stomped on the ground, making rumbling sounds. When they encountered huge trees, they jumped and moved. When they encountered smaller trees, they directly broke them with their horns, just like biological bulldozers. In the jungle, yellow-furred tigers were extremely conspicuous, densely packed, and there were thousands of them. They were rushing towards the location where Chang-Chi and the other 2 were. Come for us? Mu Chen's face changed. Hide first. Chang-Chi retreated and was about to return to the Lingshire starship when he suddenly heard a familiar low roar from his body. Slurp! In an instant, countless black tentacles emerged from Chang-Chi's body, like mutated vines, growing in the wind and gathering and entwining on Chang-Chi's head. All the tentacles gathered into a huge sphere with a diameter of 300 meters. A crack suddenly appeared in the center, and scarlet light bloomed in it. Countless tentacles on the surface of the sphere squirmed, like eyelids, suddenly opened, and a huge eyeball emitting scarlet light appeared in the air with a strong sense of oppression. And below this eyeball, countless black tentacles gathered and connected to Chang-Chi's back. Muchen fell to the ground, extremely horrified. What is this thing? Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. This is my Type 1 biochemical armor. This is the Wasteland Biological Civilization, Sacred Totem Sequence 2 Lyros Subgod. Buzz, the huge red eye in the air released a red ripple, like a real gale, sweeping across the vast jungle in front of him. Just this one appearance. The earth stopped shaking, and all the strange tigers suddenly stopped. They finally raised their heads, and looked at the sacred creature in the air. Their bodies suddenly began to tremble, feeling the suppression of the biological level, and then all the tigers bent their front paws, and crawled on the ground collectively. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly thought of a detail. The home of Type 1 biochemical armor is also the Triangle Galaxy. They are the native creatures here, but they were captured by interstellar hunters and sold to the outside world. His armor is of the sub-god level. In other words, it is also the sub-god here. Chapter 358. Buzz, the huge eyeball in the air released a red wave again. It seemed to sense disobedience, and its ferocity exploded, wanting to punish the tigers that had lost their fighting power. Forget it. Chang-Chi spoke slowly. We broke into their homeland. Let them live. The huge eyeball narrowed, and then retracted its unparalleled ferocity. But accidents happened one after another. Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped the jungle within a radius of 100 kilometers. Chang-Chi looked up and saw a giant monster covered with bone spurs outside the atmosphere, staring at him with green eyes. It was the monsters guarding the edge of the Triangle Galaxy. Shoo! The Type 1 biochemical armor was not afraid at all and roared towards the sky. It was initially inferred that the interstellar guardian beast, although huge, was lower in level than the Type 1 biochemical armor. But the next second, Chang-Chi felt the body of the Type 1 biochemical armor tremble slightly. The huge eyeball turned slightly, and looked at the jungle on the right side of Chang-Chi. There was an existence there that the sub-god creatures treated with caution. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and saw the bushes there being moved by someone, and there was a sound of footsteps on dead leaves. Suddenly, a girl wearing a white silk skirt, short white hair, pointed ears like an elf, and a pair of eyes like bright gems, barefoot, stepped out of the bushes, stood there, and stared at Chang-Chi quietly. Slurp! The skin of the Type 1 biochemical armor trembled, conveying to Chang-Chi a feeling of fear and respect. At this moment, the giant space guardian beast above his head did not move, but just watched quietly. And the girl in the white dress slowly opened her mouth, and a clear and crisp sound like spring water flowed out of her mouth. Chang-Chi squinted his eyes, and could not understand it all. When conditions permit in the future, he must synthesize a universal translator for alien languages. The girl in the white dress suddenly stretched out her white arms, and a four-legged creature that looked like a sloth, but had no hair crawled out of the bushes, climbed up the girl's arms and onto her shoulders, and then the skin on the top of the sloth's head suddenly opened to both sides, revealing a transparent skull, which had no brain, but white balls of light that kept flying. After that, Chang-Chi could understand what the girl said. The girl said, "You have come to a galaxy full of rich flora and fauna, and I am the guardian here, and my goal is to make this place peaceful and tranquil forever. Death and cannibalism are allowed here, but the food chain of nature must be satisfied. Everything you see, including the interstellar guardian beasts, are my companions, and I do not welcome any outsiders." The interstellar guardian beast above his head roared like a low horn. Squeak! The little white mouse Squeak, who had been sleeping in the starship, ran out at some point, followed Chang-Chi's feet, climbed onto his shoulders, stood up, his whiskers trembled, and his pink little nose twitched, as if sniffing the white-haired girl in front of him. The white-haired girl glanced at the sub-god level Type 1 biochemical armor, then at the strange tiger in the distance, and then at Gigi on Chang-Chi's shoulder. Her expression suddenly softened. "You are very kind, and did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Moreover, you seem to have been recognized by many creatures." Chang-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when this girl appeared, there was not much sense of oppression, because she always carried a soft feeling full of the breath of nature. "Lu Lien. Did you see this? This is all so amazing." Mu Chen was still sitting on the ground, staring at the beautiful girl. He subconsciously called Lu Lien, but found no response. He then looked in Lu Lien's direction, but only found an empty wooden wheelchair. "Lu Lien?" Mu Chen was startled, and then hurriedly searched, but found that Lu Lien's body was straight, standing on a tree trunk at least 20 meters above the ground in the distance. Mu Chen was dumbfounded. "Lu Lien, how did you get up there? How did you stand up? Aren't you paralyzed?" At this time, the white-haired girl glanced at Lu Lien and said calmly, "He is parasitized." "Ah?" Mu Chen's face twitched. The leech on the back of Lu Lien's neck had bloomed like a black flower, splitting into countless filaments, covering Lu Lien's body. The white-haired girl said again, "Don't worry, that kind of creature is called parasitic leech, which specializes in parasitizing disabled or old and weak animals, allowing those animals to regain movement and even greatly enhance their strength, so as to obtain food, facilitate absorption and symbiosis. Parasitic leeches require very little energy, and they don't control the will of their hosts." The white-haired girl's sapphire eyes flashed. "Your partner is still himself." "Ha ha! I actually stood up, and I feel extremely powerful." On the treetop, Lu Lien was very proud and laughed heartily. Then he jumped up and completed a 720-degree backflip at a height of 20 meters and landed steadily on the ground. Mu Chen's face twitched. Fuck. Chang-Chi was also shocked. Who would believe it if he told others that Lu Lien was paralyzed and had to rely on a wheelchair to move around the previous second? But now, he might be selected for the national gymnastics team. He calmed down. Chang-Chi looked at the white-haired girl. "My name is Chang-Chi, Chi for beggar, from Earth." The girl looked at Chang-Chi. A hint of tenderness appeared on her face. "My name is Bai." Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Bai? Chapter 359. Everything here is so pure. The azure sky is like a sapphire that has been repeatedly washed by clear water, without a trace of impurities, reflecting a clear luster, and the sky also reflects the lush greenery on the ground, full of vitality. Clear blue and green full of vitality are perfectly blended in this world. It seems to make people forget the difficulties and hardships temporarily, and not only indulge in this beautiful world. The two huge ears of spinning ear rabbit rotate like helicopter propellers. Chang-Chi, Lu Lien, and Yukin imitated the movements of the girl named Bai, each holding one of the spinning ear rabbit's feet. The rabbit's ears spun faster and faster, taking them off the ground and flying into the blue sky. The clear and warm wind blew in their faces, blowing their clothes and hair, and their eyes widened. A huge 7-spotted ladybug, as big as a flying saucer, flew over everyone's heads. As the ladybug flapped its wings, many granular fluorescent powders fell into the sky, forming a long rainbow without an arc. On the ground, there are black spiders nearly 1 meter in size. They use their spider silk as bowstrings to launch themselves into the sky, and then continue to devour the fluorescent powder left by the ladybugs. With each bite, the bodies of these spiders seem to be refreshed and turn into colorful colors. 3 visitors from Earth looked at everything around them with curiosity. There are too many fantasies and dreams here. All the wonders come from the animals and plants here. The nature in human cognition is like a good child who follows reason, while the nature here seems to completely release its nature, like a magician with a big brain. Chang-Chi's blue scavenger's cloak full of holes also fluttered in the wind. Chang-Chi. Lu Lian pointed to the distance. Did you see the fish in the lake? Its body is actually in the shape of a fishing net, and it actually uses its body to catch other fish and shrimp. The boy wearing a blue cloak nodded. Chang-Chi saw it. Bai, flying in front, said, "What you call a fishing net is not a fish." At this moment, the fishing net in the lake suddenly shrank, rolled up various small fish and shrimps, and slowly gathered into the mouth of a big toad squatting by the lake. The red fishing net was its tongue. Before the giant toad could enjoy the delicious food in its mouth, it was swallowed by a huge morning glory. One of its hind legs was exposed outside the flower, still struggling to bounce, but to no avail. Several people landed on a relatively flat hillside. After letting go, Spinning-Eared Rabbit flew away with a buzz. Bai accidentally tore her white silk skirt while walking, but her expression was very calm. She stretched out her white palm towards a dense bush, and a large silkworm crawled out from the leaves, climbed up her arm to her body, and then came to the torn part of the skirt. The silkworm began to spin silk, repairing the torn white skirt bit by bit. But Bai interrupted its work, picked a small yellow flower, and touched the silkworm's fleshy body. The silkworm turned back and ate the small yellow flower bit by bit, then turned around and continued to repair the torn skirt. Not only did it repair the skirt, but it also embroidered an identical small yellow flower on it. After completing the work, the silkworm's body quickly became dry and stiff. Lu Lian said with some regret, "The spring silkworm will not stop spitting silk until it dies, and its life is over." Bai shook his head. "Here, creatures that contribute to nature will be rewarded." Bai's palm released a faint white light, stroking the body of the silkworm, and the hard shell cracked. A brilliant and beautiful butterfly flapped its wings and flew into the sky, disappearing from the sight of several people. It gained a new life. Chang-Chi watched all this quietly. While witnessing Bai's magical ability, he recalled the words of the Energy Master in his mind. Bai Energy is on a planet full of hope. It can be said that the essence of all technology is the different ways of using energy. If energy is fully used, technology will inevitably be powerful. On the contrary, no matter how powerful the energy is, if it cannot be fully used, then you are still weak. If a certain energy is powerful to an unimaginable degree, then it can completely open the thinking shackles. Perhaps this energy does not need to be used and controlled by others at all, and it can form a system by itself. Perhaps it can form a kind of artificial intelligence, or form a kind of life. Chang-Chi had imagined the appearance of white energy. It might be a piece of crystal, a huge metal battery, or a huge ball of light. But he never thought it would be a person. At this moment, nearly 10,000 black millipedes twisted and flew in the air, landed on the hillside, and gathered around Chang-Chi to form Amma. Amma said, "Sigu, I have to follow you all the time. If you need to dig a hole, I must make sure I can start working at any time." Chang-Chi nodded to Amma, "Good brother." When Chang-Chi looked back, he saw Bai standing not far away, tilting her head, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling. She suddenly showed a smile as pure as the breeze. "I never thought you would become friends with so many creatures." Chang-Chi was also stunned. "Yes, I don't know since when so many special creature partners have gathered around me unconsciously, from Gigi at the beginning, then Type 1 biochemical armor, and then Amma. It was also because of this that I won the favor of this guardian of nature. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to go through a shocking battle." Bai smiled. "This is not accidental, but because of your kindness and love. You will not bully the weak because of your strength." Chang-Chi also smiled. "I have to admit that when I met them, they all showed abilities that surprised me. We have come to this day, and have supported each other all the way. You are still very honest." Bai had a natural smile on her flawless face. She could read the memories of all strange creatures. In Gigi's memory, she saw Chang-Chi bringing Gigi out of the dark basement, and she also saw Chang-Chi synthesizing the Valente gene potion, thinking about the hungry Gigi, and toasting with Gigi. She saw Chang-Chi making a promise to the Type 1 biochemical armor, and he would definitely bring it back to his home planet in the future to support it in deterring the villains and saving his family. She also saw the huge Type 1 biochemical armor, extending an octopus-like tentacle, and high-fiving Chang-Chi. I saw Amma trapped in a dark prison again, waiting bitterly, and Chang-Chi did not disappoint him and returned to the prison, with countless millipedes rubbing Chang-Chi's cheeks. Chang-Chi blamed himself at the time. "Amma, I'm sorry." In a certain event, Chang-Chi seemed to need millipedes as bait, but Chang-Chi was reluctant to sacrifice any millipedes in the end and chose to use some technological equipment to simulate. In Amma's mind, a voice kept echoing, "He is the best Sigu, I'm crying." Chapter 360. Hi, little sister. Muchin stroked his side-parted hair and said handsomely, You just kept praising Changqi. So do you think I have any advantages? Bai glanced at him. As an alien invader, it's good that I didn't kill you too. Muchin pursed his lips and walked to the side tactfully, mumbling something in his mouth. I treat you to some fruit. Bai smiled again, came to a big tree, stretched out his fingers, and slid from top to bottom on the gray bark. The big tree seemed to have a sense of it, and the bark suddenly split to both sides, and then the white trunk inside also began to split to both sides, layer by layer, and finally revealed a curled-up sleeping wooden man in the middle of the big tree. And in the arms of this little man, there was a red, crystal-clear fruit. Bai nodded the head of the wooden little man, and the little man opened his chest as if stretching, and Bai took the red fruit. Lu Lian and Mukin stared at the red fruit, their eyes shining slightly. This is an alien fruit. No one in the entire human civilization has ever seen it, and the fruit looks crystal clear and juicy. It must be very delicious. Bai suddenly said, If you eat it, you will die immediately. Lu Lian and Mukin were stunned. Bai held the red fruit and came to the lawn in the distance, but he didn't expect that it was a swamp full of duckweed. If he stepped into it carelessly, he would probably fall into it and slowly sink to the bottom, and his body would be hard to find. Bai hung the red fruit in the air, as if fishing. Gurgle, bubbles emerged from the swamp. Boom, a huge catfish-like creature burst out of the swamp. The red fruit in Bai's hand was very tempting to it, and this big fish was covered with strange hairs, which looked like curved and slender glass tubes with purple liquid inside. The giant catfish leaped in the air and swallowed the red fruit. Bai was quick to break off a spiral glass tube from her body. The giant catfish swallowed the red fruit and sank into the swamp again, disappearing. Bai slowly returned and broke the glass tube into 4 sections, keeping one section for herself and handing the others to Changqi and the other 2. Lu Lian and Mukin looked at the curved glass tube in their hands, with purple liquid rippling back and forth. Eat this? Bai answered them with action. She put one end of the glass tube into her mouth, sucked it with her thin lips, and tasted the purple liquid inside. Changqi, however, was relaxed, smiled, and imitated Bai's movements, also put the glass tube into his mouth, tilted his head back, and began to taste the purple liquid. Seeing this, Lu Lian and Mukin could not continue to be pretentious. Following the example, they put one end of the tube into their mouths, tilted their heads back, and the purple liquid flowed into their mouths. The next moment, Changqi's eyes widened slightly. The eyes of the duo also widened slightly. It was obviously not the first time Bai tasted this kind of liquid, and his sapphire-like eyes also glowed. After the liquid flowed into the mouth, it instantly burst into a layered sweetness and fruity aroma, as if all the delicious fruits in the world were blended together, and with a strong vitality, it was like a person walking dry in the desert, drinking a constant stream of clear spring water. But this was not the most wonderful thing. Because everyone's posture was to look up, holding the curved glass tube to the sky, there was a slight mountain breeze flowing in from the other end of the tube, which actually formed a beautiful music, passing along the tube to everyone's teeth, and then along the teeth, into the skull, and then into the brain. It was a kind of ethereal light music. It was like spring water flowing in the mountains, like the wind blowing wheat waves, like a white whale leaping on the sea, and also like a beautiful Arctic white fox standing in the middle of the snow, gazing at the aurora in the sky. Wow! Countless fireflies that can emit clear light during the day suddenly flew out from the surrounding grass. They spun and danced around the 4 people. Some creatures in the soil were also startled, releasing white spores, like jellyfish, breaking out of the ground and dancing in the air. Everything makes the scene here more beautiful and harmonious. It's like a dream home. Squeak! The little white mouse on Changqi's shoulder stared with its black eyes, and its 2 pink paws bowed in the air. Changqi smiled and handed the glass tube to Shiji's mouth. Shiji held the glass tube with his paws and began to taste the drink in it. Gradually, Shiji's eyes widened. At this moment, Changqi looked at Bai, who was like a natural elf on the side. Frowning slightly, she really couldn't bear to destroy everything here. Where are you from? Changqi suddenly asked Bai casually. Bai tilted her head. I don't know where I came from. I just found this place by chance, was attracted and moved by it, and wanted to protect it, to keep the nature and tranquility here forever. Bai was still drinking her drink, and a drop of purple liquid overflowed from the corner of her mouth while she was talking. She stopped it with her hand, and put the liquid back into her mouth, not wanting to waste a drop. Changqi asked again, You seem to know the creatures here very well. You seem to know very little about the entire universe. Bai looked at Chang-Chi sideways. All creatures have corresponding ability divisions. This indicator is called fitness level, which is the degree of adaptability. As creatures evolve and their populations grow, the higher their degree of adaptability to the universe, the stronger they become. And this degree of adaptability includes adaptability to the natural environment, the height of the food chain, and the degree of utilization of the laws of the universe. Fitness level is presented in percentages. Your little white mouse has silicon-based resonance ability and can command many lower creatures. Fitness level is 9%. Your biological armor has a strong body and combat power, as well as mental attack capabilities. Fitness level is 15%. Your millipedes have preliminary spatial abilities. Although their individual combat power is weak, they have the highest adaptability. Fitness level is about 18%. Bai is still drinking his drink. This is the universal standard of the entire universe. It can quantify all the creatures you see, and can also be used to determine the strength. Chang-Chi's eyes widened slightly. This is an important piece of knowledge. He never thought that the strange creatures in the universe also have a unified set of judgment standards. Facing the vast universe and countless creatures, Chang-Chi's information reserves are like a dry sponge, knowing almost nothing. He urgently needs more such information, which is the most important tool in cosmic exploration. As mentioned before, this information is a reference standard for seeking benefits and avoiding harm. It is said that knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, only by obtaining enough information can he decide the war situation, combat strategy, when to attack, when to avoid, and what is valuable and what is worthless. In addition, there are two other indicators. The three standards almost cover all combat systems in the universe. Bai seemed to be teaching Chang-Chi intentionally. One of them is civilization level. I think you already know that it includes all types of intelligent civilization, mechanical/artificial intelligence civilization, biological civilization, etc. The highest known technological level is level 12 civilization. In theory, the higher the civilization level, the stronger the combat power. Of course, there is no perfect technology, and civilizations of different levels also have different weaknesses. Among them, although the level of some civilizations is not the pinnacle, they are regarded as God-level civilization, because they have mastered some basic rules of the universe, such as gravity. Chapter 361. Chang-Chi's eyes widened again. The information was huge. Although the basis for the classification of civilization levels is not known for the time being. But Chang-Chi knew that no matter how powerful a civilization is, it will have its corresponding weaknesses. Also, it turns out that the legendary, God-level civilization is not a certain level, but because it has mastered a certain, basic rule of the universe. Chang-Chi understood the essence of the pioneer civilization. Their technological level is not the pinnacle, but at the moment they created the pioneer gravitational weapon system, they mastered the secret of gravity and were promoted to God-level civilization. It's like an ordinary human being suddenly has a flash of insight, comprehends the ultimate secret, and becomes a genius. For example, Newton in human history, the moment the red apple fell, the great genius scientist was born at the same time. The third indicator is the individual combat effectiveness of intelligent creatures. This standard is simple and direct, called function value. In my opinion, the weakest function value is infinitely close to 0, and the strongest is as high as 4.5 billion. Bai glanced at Lu Lian. Before he was parasitized by parasitic leech, his function was 9, and now his function is 3,112. The guy named Mukin has a function of 23. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank slightly. This function value is the pure physical combat power without taking into account any auxiliary equipment. There are countless races in the universe, with different physical qualities, different genetic abilities, and even different supernatural powers. Their combat capabilities are definitely varied, and the function value system can summarize and count everything and display it in the most intuitive way, so that the high and low can be judged immediately. Bai, as sapphire-like eyes looked at Chang-Chi again, your function is about 360,000, which is relatively complex and will change. Puff. Lu Lian and Mukin, who seemed to be enjoying their drinks, were actually eavesdropping. It was fine before, but when they heard that Chang-Chi's combat power was 360,000, n times their own, they couldn't hold it back and sprayed. But they couldn't bear to part with the delicious drink, and used their fingers to return the drink to their mouths. What the hell? They have 2 arms, 2 legs, and 1 head, so what is he capable of? Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. This must be because of his SS gene, the power of super speed, and the strengthening effect of infinite accumulation potion. But the strongest function can actually reach 4.5 billion? This is a bit unimaginable. How can it do that? Calming down, Changqi looked at Bai. How do you know so much? Bai's eyes flickered. Maybe it's because of the sea embraces all rivers. Changqi remembered. The energy master collected energy from hundreds of different civilizations, and finally created the only white energy. It must be said that Changqi's harvest was really not small. Fitness level, civilization level, function value. 3 dimensions quantify all forms of power in the universe. Changqi finally understood some knowledge about the power system of the universe, forming a clear context. 3 development routes also emerged in front of him. Function value is to continuously strengthen oneself. Civilization level is applicable to one's own beggar civilization. Fitness level is for the special ability friends around him. Only with balanced development can one become the most powerful self. As long as the ability of STC is used to the best effect, Changqi believes that his future self will not have any shortcomings at this moment. A rumbling tremor suddenly came from the sky. Outside the blue dome-like sky, a giant red warship with a length of 500 kilometers, with a dark red light, was slowly piercing the atmosphere. At the same time, the sharp tip of the warship released red ripples, which was some kind of signal scanning, constantly detecting the green planet under its feet. In the sky, some beautiful flying creatures approached the defense field of the starship, but were instantly burned to ashes. Recently, many outsiders have appeared, and they seem to be searching for something. Bai frowned, but still savored the delicious drink, but the music in the drink was disturbed by the roar of the warship. Changqi frowned, and was also thinking about where he should stand. They should be a level 3.5 technological civilization. Bai looked very calm, and suddenly stretched out his white and smooth feet and tapped the ground. Boom, boom, the earth suddenly thundered, extremely violent, like a tidal wave, countless times stronger than the previous beast tide. Changqi and the other 2 suddenly saw an amazing scene. The green planet under their feet suddenly broke into pieces. Like a shattered earth ball, the huge and jagged continents suddenly spread out and floated around, and the diameter of the entire planet suddenly doubled. Changqi was shocked. Through the abyss in front of him, he saw the true face of this planet. This planet has no core, but a huge black vine with thorns grows in the center. All the continental plates seem to be glued to its tentacles. Now it stretches its body, and the planet is torn into pieces. Celestial thorns, fitness level, 33%. Bai said casually, tapping the ground with his toes. The huge black vine suddenly shrank again. Poor red alien warship that just appeared. It was sandwiched between 2 huge continental plates. The red defense field collapsed instantly, and the warship itself was completely vulnerable. In front of the huge planetary plate, it was like a plastic toy, directly squeezed and exploded. As the continental plates closed, the sound of the explosion became insignificant. Boom, boom. As the vines continued to shrink, the green planet was assembled again and restored to its original appearance. The vines in the center of the earth seemed to be asleep, without any sound. Lu Lian and Niukin were still holding their drinks, but their eyes were twitching wildly. Changqi's eyes flashed. The creature could be so strong, and its fitness level was only 33%. Of course, this also indicated a problem. The difficulty in this journey was not only the treasure hunters, but also the white energy itself, which was an extremely powerful existence with independent consciousness. Changqi's chest rose and fell a little, and he looked at Bai and said, I speculate that there is another extremely powerful invader in the Triangle Galaxy. It is called Executioner. It may be a level 10 technological civilization, or even higher. I don't think you can defend it. Are you afraid? Do you still want to continue to guard here? I'm not afraid. Bai's eyes were very clear, and he suddenly smiled and pointed at the drink in Changqi's hand and said, Drink it, wind chime juice will evaporate over time. The beautiful and peaceful moment is very short. Changqi nodded and continued to raise the juice in his hand. He tasted the wonderful flavor, heard the soothing music, and looked at the world full of vitality and splendor in front of him. He met Bai, who was full of kindness, innocence, and persistence towards him. At the same time, all of this was also shrouded in the terrifying symbol of infinity. Chapter 362. The breeze blew across the grass in front of me. The grass leaves, like green ribbons, swayed slightly. Many square lanterns, as big as mahjong tiles, glowed with a faint yellow light, like calming lanterns, slowly flew into the sky. They were seeds of some plants, which would break apart in the sky and complete a new round of sowing. Bai looked at the scenery in front of her, and a trace of fatigue appeared in her sapphire-like eyes. She pinned her short white hair that was blown by the wind behind her ears with her hands, and her tired look became even stronger. I'm sleepy. She looked at Chang-Chi. Every time I come to this planet, I feel very relaxed. The accumulated fatigue will turn into a demon called sleepy. I need to sleep for a while. Boom, boom. A koala with a body size of nearly 3 meters slowly walked over from a distance. It was covered with gray hair, and its small ears were erect. It was different from the koalas known to humans. It walked upright, showing 2 big teeth. Its head was big, but its eyes were the size of mung beans, blinking constantly, and it looked very cute. The koala came to, Bai growled, and lay on the ground with its belly facing up. Bai climbed onto its belly, wiped her feet with leaves, and then crawled into the pouch on the koala's belly, leaving only her head and half of her shoulders exposed. She suddenly looked at Chang-Chi. I won't wake up easily after I fall asleep. If an invader comes at this time, can you help me resist for a while? Chang-Chi was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Bai closed her sapphire-like eyes at ease, her body in the warm pouch, her head resting on the soft ground of the koala. The giant koala growled softly, stretched out its furry paws, and covered Bai's shoulders. Then the koala's little eyes closed, and it fell asleep with Bai. Chang-Chi stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. The picture was so harmonious and warm. Bai was like a spirit of nature, or a son of nature. Chang-Chi thought of a possibility. Could it be that Bai used his own energy to make this place revive and everything grow? That's why all the animals and plants here showed a kind of affinity to Bai, and even completely obeyed Bai's command. The duo dragged Chang-Chi aside. Muchen said, we have seen the scenery and drank the juice. Now it's time to get down to business. Lu Lian stood straight on the ground. The parasitic leech restored his mobility. Although he used to regard other parts of his body as a burden, the power enhancement brought by the parasitic leech was too comfortable at this time. He was now extremely excited. Lu Lian looked at Chang-Chi and said, you are coming to the Triangle Galaxy to find a kind of energy. We have all seen the landforms here with our own eyes. It is full of vitality, and has a great natural force. The white girl is obviously the master here, so it is obvious where the energy you want is. Muchen added, open your mind a little, why can't energy be in the form of a person? So, the duo narrowed their eyes at the same time, and a sinister and vicious light appeared in their eyes. They looked at the sleeping Bai, raised their palms, and made a gesture of wiping their necks. The two whispered together, kill her while she is asleep, get energy. Chang-Chi frowned and looked at the duo strangely. Do you still have a conscience? They didn't expel us, and even entertained us. There is no harm to people and animals here, and everything grows naturally. The duo's brows relaxed, and their sinister expressions disappeared. Muchen said, we thought you were planning to do this, so we tested you. Lu Lian also nodded, I really can't do it. Chang-Chi was stunned, do you think I am that sinister? Yes. The duo said in unison, your performance in the LBW competition was as sinister as you can be. You are a sinister guy. Chang-Chi was speechless, that's to punish the evildoers. Lu Lian looked at the beautiful scenery around her, this place is like a green paradise. If something happens to Bai, this place will probably wither and everything will cease to exist. Muchen also sighed, in Bai's cognition, she is also a life like us, and she is pure and kind in her bones. Since we too promised to help you get energy, we must keep our promise. Muchen frowned, but the current situation is really a headache. It would be best if there was a compromise, to get some energy from Bai, without affecting anything here. Chang-Chi frowned, but even if it can be done as a human energy that I have never seen before, I don't know how to absorb and use it. The three stood on the grass, looking at the sleeping Bai, and fell silent for a while. Actually, I have something to hide from you. Chang-Chi suddenly turned his head and looked at the duo seriously. Since I came here, I have always felt that there is a sharp blade hanging over my head. The duo turned around. Sharp blade? How sharp can it be? Chang-Chi took a deep breath and said, my identity is not as simple as you think. I seem to have lost some memories, and before I lost those memories, I seemed to be a serious criminal. The duo's gossip fire was burning. This is good. Chang-Chi pursed his lips and said, if I escape from my cage, there will be a guy called Executioner who will be responsible for hunting me down, and from some previous signs, if I meet Executioner again, it will not be as simple as arrest, but but death penalty. The duo's eyes widened slightly. This is a bit too exciting. About the power of this executioner. Chang-Chi looked cautious. I accidentally entered a space prison before, and the criminals there were very powerful. There was a plant that could destroy a galaxy. Now it seems that the plant is many times more powerful than Bai's celestial thorn. Celestial thorn is nothing more than occupying a planet. There are also criminals who can rely on their racial talents to plunder the energy of more than 100 civilizations, including some advanced civilizations, and then retreat unscathed and at large. Each chicken in that prison is very powerful, and it's no problem to crush you too. The duo was stunned. The third example is really unnecessary. So many powerful cosmic criminals beyond our cognition were all arrested by the executioner. Chang-Chi recalled the scene he saw outside the window of Laboratory 322. At that time, the executioner brought back 3 new criminals and seemed very calm. Those criminals. Chang-Chi thought about the wording. They are like a broken sack in the hands of the executioner, picked up and thrown away at will, without any resistance. In the entire universe, it seems that no one can defeat the executioner, who controls the infinite light ship. The duo's faces changed. Then what? When we just entered the Triangle Galaxy, one of the guardian beasts was split into 2. It looked like the work of the executioner. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Let's go back to the starting point of this trip. The energy I'm looking for was actually revealed to me by a prison inmate. Now that there are many treasure hunters, it means that the information has been leaked, and the executioner is very likely to know about this situation. So it will definitely come, because this kind of energy is stolen goods to it. Muchen swallowed his saliva, opened his eyes slightly and said, I understand. After the executioner arrives, he will crush everything. Not only can he successfully bring back the stolen goods, but he may also find an unexpected surprise. That is, he will meet you, the fugitive, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A perfect protagonist of a cool novel. Lu Lian was surprised and said, and the 2 of us, who are not even as good as chickens, will inevitably become cannon fodder in the end, and not only us, but Bai, will not have a good ending either. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. Please hand over your script. Chapter 363. You two, it's still not too late to leave now. Chang-Chi looked at the duo. Leave? Muchen said slowly. Return to the Milky Way, and continue to enjoy my life of spending money lavishly, being surrounded by countless beauties, and being madly pursued by people for making any item, pointing at my nose and shouting genius, compared to the days when we were on an unknown alien planet, being hunted by powerful creatures, and being crushed to pieces. That kind of life is too boring, isn't it? Lu Lian said, if my life remains the same, I'm afraid I will never reach the height of my ancestors. We won't leave. The duo looked at Chang-Chi. It's all about excitement. Chang-Chi smiled. Thinking that the 3 of them are about the same age, they are all a bit rebellious. Then, Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. We have an advantage now. Other treasure hunters probably don't know that the essence of energy is a girl, and the area of the triangular star field is not small. They can't search here in a short time. So now, we just need to keep a low profile and not make too much noise. Chang-Chi hadn't finished his words. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom sounded in the sky. A huge gray metal spike pierced through the blue atmosphere, and the tip burned with huge flames due to friction, falling to the ground. Boom! Just a few seconds later, half of the spike was nailed into the ground, and the violent shock waves spread, forming ripples with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers on the land. The soil rolled up, countless trees were uprooted, and countless strange creatures fled in panic. Chang-Chi and the other 2 looked at Bai. She was still sleeping soundly. She was not awakened by such a loud noise. It seemed that it was some kind of forced physiological sleep. She would not wake up until a certain point. And on the ground in the distance, the noisy dust gradually fell. The gray metal cone was at least nearly 100 meters high, like a huge spire. Buzz, the armor around the metal spire suddenly bloomed like a flower. 4 wide metal plates hit the ground, and then there was a neat and heavy sound of footsteps. Gray metal robots, about 10 meters tall, with square heads and square brains, lined up from the 4 directions of the spire like well-trained soldiers. This was obviously an alien civilization from a certain location. Chang-Chi was quietly observing everything on the hillside in the distance. These robots have fewer weapon systems, but they carry a huge detector on their shoulders. They should be an unmanned reconnaissance army. Lu Lian said, there are many celestial bodies here. It is impossible for alien civilizations to land one by one. They should have dropped this kind of spike on all the planets they passed by, and then relied on the ground army to search. Muchen raised his hand. He didn't know when he put on a mechanical glove. The tip of the glove quickly flipped out a miniature optical telescope. He put the telescope on his right eye, like an ancient European nobleman, and squinted his left eye slightly. The shape of these robots is not smooth enough, and the torso is an angular block. The design is completely unsatisfactory. It still uses a mechanical transmission structure. Muchen squinted his right eye and adjusted the focus of the telescope. He actually saw a little bit of black oil stains leaking out on the shoulder of a robot. Rubbish. Muchen smiled. It seems that the treasure hunters are also uneven. Then, Muchen glanced at Cheng-Chi and Lu Lian. You continue to study the girl, and leave these iron lumps to me. Cheng-Chi tilted his head. Can you do it? Muchen looked up. For this young master, remove the word? Cheng-Chi's eyes flashed. Can you disguise it as natural death? Muchen's eyes moved. No problem. Then, Muchen came to the big tree next to him, and imitated Bai's movements, sliding from top to bottom on the trunk. The big tree really cracked layer by layer, revealing the little wooden man holding the red fruit. Muchen reached out to take the fruit, but the little wooden man held it tightly, and refused to let go. The difference in status between Bai and Muchen was immediately apparent. But Muchen forcibly took it away. How stingy. I'm doing this to protect you. In the distance, the alien ground robots scattered, releasing strong jets of flames. Huge fire snakes sprang out, and patches of green plants were burned to ashes. Muchen took the red fruit and clapped his hands towards the sky. Thursday. A spinning-eared rabbit flew over, and Muchen grabbed its feet and flew into the air. By applying slight force to the spinning-eared rabbit's feet, the direction of flight can be controlled, and Muchen's target is the tree hole where the spirit starship is parked. 3 minutes later. At the dark tree hole, vines drooped down to form a bee curtain, and 2 flowing red beams gradually lit up in the gaps of the bee curtain. The M14 Black Phantom space mecha stood behind the bee curtain with great momentum. On the head of the mecha, there are 2 sharp antennas extending to the rear, and in its flowing red eyes, there is an extremely advanced visual analysis system, which quickly locked onto the alien ground robot in front, calculated the number, predicted the trajectory of action, and planned the best assault route, all in one go. The holographic control system formed a series of blue light circles, covering Muchen's torso, limbs, and even every finger. He moved his neck and wrist slightly, and the M14 Black Phantom followed suit. Muchen smiled confidently. Little trash, Daddy will play with you. The moment the 30-meter-tall M14 Black Phantom stepped out of the tree hole, the environmental simulation system started, and the surface of the mecha flashed frequently, and then displayed the green environment around it, like a gecko that could change color, instantly blending into nature. Silent Frog, force field activated. M14 Black Phantom's feet and palms suddenly showed translucent energy fields. Suddenly, M14 Black Phantom rushed out like lightning. The moment it stepped on the ground or the tree trunk, the Silent Frog force field took effect, blocking 99% of the sound, and the remaining 1% was integrated into the sound of the wind in nature. It quickly passed through the jungle, using the huge trees for leverage, as agile as a dragonfly skimming the water, leaving only a slight shake on the treetops, not even startling the dormant cicadas. Cheng-Chi watched the M14 Black Phantom from a distance and nodded subconsciously. Muchen's technology is very good, the mecha is very good, and it will definitely be better after the synthesis. In the red electronic perspective, a residual image quickly passed by. The square-headed alien robot paused slightly, and subconsciously moved in the direction where the residual image disappeared. The residual image is Muchen's M14 Black Phantom. It is holding the red fruit on its fingertips. The giant catfish that produces beverages will be attracted by this fruit. Whenever the catfish is about to rush out of the ground, bubbles will emerge from the ground. As long as there are bubbles, it means that this piece of ground that looks like a green lawn is actually a swamp that swallows people. Huff, huff. The alien ground robot is still moving towards the abnormal signal point, but as it walks, its perspective is getting lower and lower. When they lower their heads and look at their feet, they find that they can no longer find their feet. The mud has not reached their chests. Looking around, many companions have fallen into the mud, and some are upside down, with their mechanical legs kicking on the ground. Gulyalu, this place is far more terrifying than an ordinary swamp. The greater the horsepower of the robot, the faster it sinks. Beep beep beep, 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 beep. The robot keeps alarming, but even if the signal is transmitted back to the mothership, The mothership's judgment is that it is likely to encounter a harsh natural environment and cause an accident. There are many planets in the Triangle Galaxy, and those robots are obviously not high-end products. The mother civilization does not care about this little loss, and will not return to investigate immediately. This is what Chang-Chi calls natural death. M14 Black Phantom kept seducing and luring. The last robot bubbled and sank into the swamp, leaving only an empty cone on the ground. Chang-Chi felt a little regretful. But not all the equipment encountered needs to be collected, just like these robots, which cannot be kept. M14 Black Phantom stood on the ground in the distance, took off the disguise, slowly raised his arm, and gestured yet towards the position of Chang-Chi and Lu Lian. But it was only handsome for 3 seconds. Mu Chen suddenly found that his operating system flashed with bursts of snowflakes, and the various electronic signals of the mecha became extremely chaotic in an instant, and all the instruments and data jumped violently and irregularly. Finally, the entire operating system reached its limit and activated passive protection, which was forced into silence. All the lighting beams went out, and Mu Chen's face frowned before he fell into darkness. The M14 Black Phantom also collapsed, kneeling on the ground with its feet in an inward-facing position, its head lowered, and the engine shut down. In the sky, a sphere flashing with black light broke through the atmosphere, falling at high speed while releasing black ripples. Boom! The sphere also fell to the ground, and the impact force was like a meteorite, directly creating a huge crater. In the steaming mist, the strange black ripples continued to be released. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. This seems to be another force. Swish! A hatch slowly opened on one side of the black sphere. Densely packed creatures appeared at the hatch. They looked like rhinoceros standing upright, with fat lips loose and revealing yellow teeth inside. These guys were more than 4 meters tall, like a mountain of muscles, but their clothes were tattered, and they actually held backward fuel-powered mechanical chainsaws in their hands, or huge machetes covered with gaps and rust. But these guys seemed to be knocked unconscious by the impact, shaking their heads vigorously, their fat lips trembling back and forth, spitting. They quickly returned to their original colors, looking around with fierce and savage eyes, obviously looking for energy. Chang-Chi thought, these guys are a bit strange. The black sphere looks like the starship they bought. The purpose is to silence all electronic equipment, and they should have extremely strong power, that is, they are good at function. When all technological creations fail, their savage bodies become their greatest asset. Hee hee. Lu Lian's smile was like that of a woman who had been suppressed for 100 years. He gritted his teeth and said, I told you that once they encounter electromagnetic interference weapons, Mu Chen's mechas will be worse than a pile of shit. Pa. Lu Lian clapped his hands and called a spinning-eared rabbit. The young man in linen clothes was full of vigor and said with his back turned, Chang-Chi, you stay and study the girl carefully. Chapter 364. Crack, crack. A little squirrel with 9 furry tails was in its tree hole, holding an acorn and chewing it in circles. Crack, boom, the tree it was in was cut in half. The little squirrel and its granary were instantly exposed to the air. A rhino man with a machete in hand and a hideous face appeared above it, picked up the little squirrel, observed it with his yellowed bull eyes for a moment, and then violently threw the little squirrel into the jungle behind. The fragile pine tree could not withstand such treatment, and its brain burst directly under a tree. The rhino picked up another handful of acorns, put them in front of his nose and smelled them, then twitched his fat lips and crushed the acorns into powder. This race was the same as Chang-Chi had guessed. It was a kind of humanoid life that belonged to the category of intelligent creatures. It had a strong function, value, and advocated barbarism and violence. They bought a powerful, electromagnetic interference device in the interstellar market, which was the black ball they were riding. They themselves were not even very good at using this device, and their thinking was also barbaric and crude. Their strategy was to use the interference device to silence all the advanced machinery on the target planet, but it was limited to low-level civilization planets below level 2. Then, they will run rampant on planets that have lost their technological combat power, relying on their own functions to crush other unarmed civilizations. Although they are dull, they also know the importance of energy. After accidentally receiving the last wish of the Energy Master, they came to the Triangle Galaxy with a fluke mentality. In fact, when they broke through the monster guards on the edge of the Triangle Galaxy, they had lost 99% of their soldiers. After landing on this green planet, they found that they could run rampant here. Hundreds of rhinoceros people were exploring in the jungle, and suddenly found a strange object standing in front of them. It was a huge wooden sculpture, nearly 30 meters in size, like a wooden mallet, with a strange figure painted on the surface with bright oil paint. The figure had a full beard, wore a strange robe, and stepped on auspicious clouds. The rhinoceros people looked cautious and immediately took out a device similar to a small round mirror, which was also a device they bought in the universe market. They placed the device in front of the bull's eye and looked at the wooden mallet through the device. The Rhino Man let out a rhythmic roar like a cow. Unknown material wood, function value 0. On the hillside in the distance, the blue scavenger's cloak full of holes fluttered slightly. Chang-Chi had been watching the Rhino Man's situation. If there were any bad signs, he would take action in time. At this time, Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to the sloth with blue light flashing in its skull, "Lu Lian, I want that small mirror, as many as you can get." At the same time, Lu Lian glanced at the same sloth lying on the wooden joystick in front of him and nodded, "Got it." Under the effect of the black ball, conventional communicators cannot be used. But this little sloth is the brain-talking beast that, used to translate language before. It can recognize the thoughts in the brains of various creatures, directly skip the language step, translate into understandable meaning, and transmit it to the surrounding audience through a magical biological wave. Different, brain-talking beasts can also cross long distances and realize the role of a communicator. Chang-Chi also had a guess. If you look carefully in this galaxy, you may find replacement beasts with all scientific and material functions. The Triangulum Galaxy, a plant and animal galaxy, is about 3 million light-years away from the Earth. It is really amazing. It is completely unimaginable how it has evolved to this point today. It is the work of nature, or the work of the universe. As for the small mirror in the hand of the Rhino Man, it is one of the items that Chang-Chi really wants to obtain. After, sorted out, Chang-Chi learned 3 important data indicators, one of which is the functional value, representing the combat power of individual organisms. No matter when, individual encounters are inevitable. In order to fully grasp the situation and formulate a reasonable strategy, props that can judge functional value are absolutely indispensable. The device in the hands of the Rhino Man may not be perfect, but the quantity Chang-Chi wants, as long as he obtains enough synthetic raw materials, he can perform synthesis upgrades. After judging the other party's functional value, a cloud of white air spurted out of the rhino's nostrils, showing contempt for the wooden mallet in front of him, and opened his mouth wide, spraying a cloud of green mucus like saliva, which fell on the wooden mallet and slowly flowed down. "Your mother. I want to fight you." Lu Lian was angry, and the wooden mallet made a unique friction sound of wooden gears, and then the whole mallet began to deform inch by inch, and the wooden material began to shrink, shift, and reassemble along the immortal pattern painted on the surface. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the wooden mallet turned into a huge wooden puppet that was 40 meters long. It was retro in style, fairy-like, and the carving technology was at its peak. Even the wooden beard of the puppet had countless movable joints hidden, as if it was naturally fluttering in the wind. Wooden immortal, of Lu Ban's with skills, 12 evils of wooden puppets. Like flying wooden kite, it is also a lost secret skill of the master Lu Ban. Hundreds of rhinoceros people were stunned for a moment, and raised the small mirror again, function value 0. Although the Rhino Man has a big head, the brain only accounts for 2%. If it is a walnut kernel, how can they understand that the giant in front of them is neither a life nor a machine, and is not an option? Although Lu Lian was paralyzed in the past, all his actions were assisted by the energy Lu Ban in the wheelchair. Now, energy Lu Ban is interfered with and cannot be started, but now he has the assistance of parasitic leeches, and his 2 arms and 10 fingers can move. His fingers move quickly, turning the densely packed wooden mechanisms in front of him like buttons. Hey, don't say it, don't say it. As a healthy adult, he is not as weak as I thought. Wood immortal, through the dust, and the wooden horsetail on the dust was extremely flexible. He quickly searched the rhino people, and found 10 small mirrors. That was all the rhino people had. Then, Lu Lian pushed the wooden joystick in front of him. Boom, Wood immortal swept his arm and knocked the leading Rhino Man hundreds of meters away, hitting him under a big tree. His brain burst, avenging the squirrel. Even if the Rhino Man's functional value is strong, but the Wood immortal is absolutely overwhelming in size, and it contains various precise mechanical amplification structures, which is completely beyond the reach of natural creatures like the Rhino Man. Bang! You look down on me, don't you? Bang! You want to crush me with your body? Bang! Didn't our ancestors teach you not to bully the weak? Bang! The Wood immortal put his hands together to form a heavy hammer, and kept hitting, turning the Rhino Man into meat paste, and then smashing it into the soil. In the days to come, it will slowly turn into fertilizer. Chapter 365. Good luck. The two alien civilizations that entered this planet are both very weak. Seeing that Lu Lian had settled everything, even with Mu Qian, he did not know how to close the black sphere. Chang Chi's eyes flickered. But you cannot judge the situation of the entire battlefield by your luck at the moment. Chang Chi looked at Bai, who was still sleeping in the koala's pouch. Her relaxed and comfortable expression formed a huge contrast with Chang Chi's mental state at the moment. If time drags on, no one knows what kind of enemy will be attracted. Among these enemies, the most terrifying one is the executioner. How should I do this? Chang Chi looked at Bai's face. Tiny dewdrops were condensed on her long eyelashes. Chang Chi stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Bai's shoulder, but found that the moment his fingers approached, a strange black crack appeared around Bai's body, and it felt like there was amazing energy in it. But at the moment, this energy is convergent, the purpose is to protect Bai. But if someone really touches this crack, then the surging energy in it will really overflow, forming a catastrophic consequence. Can't she be moved? Or is she and the entire galaxy a kind of integrated structure? Chang Chi's eyes trembled, and the several plans brewing in his mind suddenly could not be implemented. At this moment, the swamp where the iron lumps of alien robots sank before suddenly boiled, and a large number of bubbles emerged. Then, a straight and bright red beam suddenly burst out from the depths of the swamp. This beam has a very high concentration and directly penetrates the atmosphere. Although it has no attack power, it instantly shoots into the universe and lasts forever, becoming an extremely dazzling existence. That kind of robot? Chang Chi's eyes twitched. They also have hidden functions. Although they are scrapped, they can release a positioning beam, just like a human signal gun. Mu Qian has also discovered the abnormality, and hurriedly drives the space mecha to move towards the beam. But the next moment, more red beams of light came out from the depths of the swamp, each of which penetrated the atmosphere. From a distance, the local area of the planet seemed to be flashing with countless searchlights, which was not only conspicuous but also dazzling. And the dead rhinoceros people, their bones also underwent some strange changes, suddenly releasing thick black smoke, which was very dense and actually penetrated the atmosphere and released into the universe. Flashing and smoking, Chang Chi's pupils trembled. Not good. At the same time, the tip of the huge cone that carried the iron lump robot suddenly spread out, and released a huge projection towards the sky. It had already scanned the abnormal targets on this planet. At this moment, it projected the images of Chang Chi, Lu Lian, and Mu Qian into space with 1,000,000 times the size. At this moment, the green planet under his feet has become the most obvious existence in the nearby star field. And Chang Chi, Lu Lian, and Mu Qian, with their huge virtual images, have become the brightest ones. For alien civilizations, this is obviously the most intuitive detection method in the galaxy. It is not known whether the mother civilization of the device has received the message. But at this time, outside the planet's atmosphere, a fleet of 100,000 starships quietly arrived. Those starships have strange shapes, like gray water droplets, and are surrounded by a gray force field like smoke. At this time, the giant guardian beast near the planet roared and rushed towards the fleet. Chang Chi was on the ground, and could vaguely see the outline of the fleet. The strange shape gave Chang Chi an intuitive feeling that their technological level would not be too low. It was also at this moment. The gray force fields of 100,000 starships suddenly merged together, and the energy and functions were superimposed and began to expand rapidly. The moment the huge guardian beast touched the gray force field, the black flesh on its body began to decay and collapse rapidly, and then the flesh began to crumble inch by inch like dry plaster. In a moment, the guardian beast was completely dead, leaving only a huge black skeleton, quietly floating in the deep universe. Then, that gray energy began to sweep across the green planet below. The moment the energy touched everything, the plants quickly withered, became dry and decayed, and broke into pieces. The state of the animals was exactly the same as the huge guardian beasts. Their muscles lost moisture, dried and shrank, and then broke into pieces, leaving only a skeleton. It was just a momentary change, but it seemed as if it had been dead for hundreds of years. This originally green and vibrant planet. Starting from the position facing the gray water drop fleet, it seemed as if someone had painted it with a layer of gray and pale paint. This range was rapidly expanding at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per second. Chang Chi's pupils shrank suddenly. A few words appeared in his mind: planetary ecosystem collapse weapon. When all the ecological environment disappears, what they are looking for will naturally be exposed. This time, it is a truly advanced civilization. The giant koala groaned in pain. He stretched out his claws to protect the sleeping Bai on his belly. Slurp! Slurp! The Type 1 biochemical armor roared. Alma, not far away, trembled, and a layer of white powder appeared on the shell of the millipede due to drying. Planetary ecosystem collapse weapon is like the gaze of the god of withering, and is about to reach Chang-Chi's location. It's over now. No more hiding. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. He didn't need to, and didn't want to expose his fleet. After all, the mechanical cube, once it appeared, would be 0.5 light-years in size, and would definitely attract attention. But now, it doesn't seem to be very important. I just hope that the executioner is not nearby, or just leaves, or just goes blind. In short, it depends on fate. The spirit starship, in the fourth wall navigation state, quietly came to Chang-Chi's side, and the hatch slowly opened, revealing the volume effect series microcosm and macrocosm converter, in the shape of a conch. Chang-Chi raised his hand, touched the small Rubik's Cube that had been hanging under his neck, and spoke in a low voice, Solaris. But before Chang-Chi could take the next step, in the distant sky, a blazing golden light came in an instant. The golden light was fan-shaped, perhaps reaching the speed of light, and swept past 100,000 gray water drop warships in an instant. Without any delay or reaction, the 100,000 water drop warships turned into explosive white light, and were completely destroyed. The wreckage changed its physical properties, and turned into golden light spots floating all over the sky. The advanced civilization that Chang-Chi knew was gone in an instant. Golden light. Crushing attack. Chang-Chi froze. That guy is coming. In the more distant starry sky, a dazzling golden disk whose essence could not be seen at all, approached Chang-Chi's planet at a very fast speed in an intermittent space jump. At the same time, its pre-strike was not over. The golden light spots transformed from the gray water droplets suddenly began to fall towards the surface of the planet like heavy rain. Although small, they carried strong kinetic energy and temperature, and the blue atmosphere became riddled with holes. The light spots touched the ground and instantly formed this small diameter perforation, which sank directly into the depths of the ground. Chang-Chi could hear the wailing of celestial thorns. A tiny light spot passed over the shoulder of the giant koala, and the fur and flesh silently burst open, revealing bloody bones. The koala roared in pain, but did not dodge, and there was nowhere to dodge. It used its huge claws to protect the white-haired girl on its chest at the risk of its life. Amma was accidentally hit by a golden light spot, and his body immediately disintegrated. Countless millipedes were dying with white smoke coming out of their bodies. Chang-Chi stepped forward and held the core golden millipede in his palm. The golden light spot was beyond imagination and scratched Bai's cheek. A drop of bright red blood slowly flowed down her cheek. At the same time, the light spot also penetrated the heart of the giant koala. The koala cried out and could no longer continue to guard. Its claws slipped from its chest, and it died. Solaris. Chang-Chi looked at the magnificent golden light in the distance. His pupils had shrunk to the extreme. You said before that even if you encounter stubborn stone, you will not hesitate to bend the blade. The small magic cube flickered. The electronic sound entered Chang-Chi's ears. Master, you only need to give the order, not to mention, bend the blade, broken halberd, is also fine. At this moment, Bai's eyelashes trembled, and her eyes slowly opened, revealing sapphire-like eyes. She looked at the scene of the land around her, looked at the dead koala, and in her originally clear eyes, a hint of inconspicuous sadness and a hint of obvious anger flashed. You're awake. Amidst the countless deadly golden spots, Chang-Chi turned back. I have the means to leave here safely. This planet can no longer be defended. I won't leave. Bai's calm expression showed obvious stubbornness, and he looked up at the increasingly strong golden light outside the atmosphere. Do you remember the executioner I mentioned before? It's coming. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Now is not the time to be willful. Only by surviving can we leave hope for the future. I promise you that one day, I will definitely defeat the executioner and avenge. For the animals and plants here. One day. Bai stretched out his slender fingers and gently wiped the blood off his cheek. He didn't make any move to leave, but just stared at the golden light in the distance. It was also at this time. The brightness of the golden light reached its peak, and its main body came out of the atmosphere. In the dazzling light, Chang-Chi found that it was not the infinite-shape energy starship he imagined, and there was no figure standing in it with a body shining with golden light. In the light, there was a huge round aircraft, like a UFO in human cognition. But it still emits enough light to illuminate half of the galaxy, demonstrating an unimaginable level of technology. Chang-Chi said sternly. Is this some kind of drone of the executioner? It's not. It's just a level 8, light wheel civilization. Bai walked forward, his snow-white bare feet leaving golden footprints on the ground. Chang-Chi's brows suddenly frowned. You know too much. You don't seem to be, by energy. Who are you? Bai stopped. On her snow-white skin, a pure golden light suddenly spread out. These golden lights gathered layer by layer on her body, forming a dazzling golden armor. Then on Bai's head, a sharp golden helmet was formed, and the ears of the helmet had sharp spikes extending backwards. Bai's face was completely covered, leaving only a slit at her eyes. Her sapphire-like eyes became extremely sharp. Then, Bai gently tapped the ground with her feet. On the ground, a golden light spot shaped like an infinite shape suddenly appeared, and the light spot suddenly changed from a flat surface to a three-dimensional one, and finally formed an infinite-shaped golden energy battleship. At this time, Bai was covered by golden light, and her true appearance could no longer be seen. She stood in the energy battleship, slowly turned around, and looked at Chang-Chi. There is one thing. I have never liked the name, Executioner. My full name is Wu Bai. Then, the infinite energy warship took off. The moment it approached the atmosphere, an infinite light golden wave spread out, as if it could sweep across the universe, but it stopped at a glance. The light wheel civilization, starship in the distance dimmed instantly. Then it split into two without a sound. Chang-Chi, you are alive because I discovered your kindness. Chapter 366. Above the sky, the infinitely shaped golden warship shone brightly, powerful and invincible. It no longer belongs to the conventional material science system, but is a completely variable energy body, which can be summoned and dismissed at will, and the light armor on Bai is the same. I don't know what level of civilization it is. In front of it, the 8th level civilization is like a fragile cicada shell, which will break at the touch. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. Everything has been hinted at, but the span is too large, and he failed to connect the two extremely different characters. In the dream, the executioner launched an attack by tapping his toes, and Bai did the same when he summoned celestial thorns. No wonder Bai could easily name so many indicators of cosmic power. She has been in the game for a long time. When Bai was asleep, the cracks around her body should be some kind of passive defense mode. Of course, now that I think about it, Bai's sleep was most likely a test. Who would have thought that the innocent girl who wore a silk skirt and walked barefoot on the grass was the infinitely terrifying executioner? Lu Lian and Mukin came over and gathered on both sides of Chang-Chi. Lu Lian took out the small mirror that he had just taken from the Rhino Man and secretly shone a light on the figure in the air. Function value, 1 million. Beep beep. The small mirror was obviously not a high-end product. It reached the maximum test range and exceeded the limit. The specific value is unknown. I said. Lu Lian's mouth twitched. Is she the one you mentioned, the executioner, who rides on an infinite battleship and has an incredible combat power? Fortunately, I didn't. Mu Chen's face turned pale. Will she kill us with a counterattack? Not really. Chang-Chi looked cautious and explained. If she wanted to do that, she would have done it long ago. There is still room for easing. The infinite battleship slowly turned around, and then continued to descend, finally hovering diagonally above Chang-Chi and the other two. Bai was already the fully armed, majestic golden figure, completely different from the previous son of nature. Chang-Chi. I have arrested countless criminals, and sent them to the execution ground. I know that some of them have begun to repent, especially after they have been imprisoned for billions of years. Many times, I would hesitate and hesitate. But I never changed my decision. After meeting you, I thought of a word. Have you heard of Ship of Theseus? A ship sailing on the sea. Every part of it has been completely replaced. Even the smallest bolt has been replaced. Then, is it still the same? I saw your attitude towards creatures, your attitude towards friends, and your attitude towards a strange girl like me. I can feel that you are the serious criminal, but not the serious criminal. The golden figure looked at Chang-Chi and said slowly, so I decided to give you a chance. I understand. Chang-Chi nodded, thank you. Lu Lian and Mukin both relaxed their brows when they heard this. There was only a moment of silence. Chang-Chi suddenly asked again, but I want to know what crime I committed and why I became like this today. Who am I? The golden figure was silent for a moment, and then said, my premise is that I have distinguished you from the serious criminal, but if you want to combine the past and the present, how should you view you? Remember you are, Chang-Chi, a scavenger with good intentions, who has come out of humbleness. As he spoke, The golden figure took another look at the STC on Chang-Chi's wrist, and you are, atonement. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank suddenly, and a terrible and shocking guess came into his mind. But he knew that this topic could not be continued. Chang-Chi changed the subject. Why are you here? Vacation. The golden figure said, I like nature, animals and plants. I need a vacation after the busy and bloody hunting work. Vacation. Chang-Chi and the other two immediately thought of the girl, Bai, and the lazy and comfortable moments before. Then, Chang-Chi asked the key question, don't you care about the whereabouts of Bai energy? It comes from the universe, and now gives back to the universe. This is natural. The golden figure said calmly, I really don't care. I do care. Chang-Chi suddenly said, help people to the end. Can you tell me where the real white energy is? Everything you see is white energy. The golden figure looked around. His sight seemed to penetrate the atmosphere and look at the entire galaxy. It has been integrated into this galaxy for a long time. The energy has turned into rich vitality, giving birth to all things, nourishing all things, making countless creatures evolve, and turning the desert into an oasis. If you must investigate, the juice you drank before is also white energy. Fuck. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. Before, he was still marveling at what power made so many wonderful creatures emerge here. It turned out to be the white energy that he had been looking for. Now, the desolate galaxy is full of vitality, but his little heart full of hope is desolate. It was also at this time. The land that was previously destroyed by the planetary ecosystem collapse weapon suddenly glowed with rich vitality. Many young saplings broke out of the ground, unfolding green leaves under the sun, various slender vines, crawling on the ground, and the green grass seen by the naked eye was like a slowly unfolding green carpet, covering the dark and bleak land. The dead koala's chest wound glowed with white light, slowly healing into a pink scar. It growled and slowly opened its small green bean-like eyes. Hit by the golden light, the dead millipede's dry shells became shiny and glossy, resurrected, slowly stretched their bodies, and gathered together to slowly form Alma. Chang-Chi loosened his hand, and the golden core millipede also returned to Alma's heart. Sigu, Alma said excitedly, I just died, but it seems that I am not completely dead. Chang-Chi looked at everything. The rich vitality was pleasing to the eye and comfortable to the body and mind. He knew that this was the power of white energy. He took a deep breath of the extremely fresh air. Chang-Chi smiled, okay, let it go. Everything is the best arrangement. I will definitely find new opportunities. I will always be optimistic. White energy is very strong. Even after nourishing the Triangle Galaxy, there is still more than 90% redundancy. These energies have been integrated into the entire galaxy. The golden figure suddenly said, if you can find a way to extract this energy, it will be enough for you to use. Oh! Chang-Chi's eyes lit up, and it was a sudden turn of events, extract. That's the problem you have to solve yourself. And there are still other civilizations in this galaxy. You can fight against them. This level of fighting does not constitute a crime, in our definition. The voice of the golden light came, but remember, you are still out of prison, criminal, and we will always keep an eye on you. Wubai, you really helped me a lot without me realizing it, and gave me a lot of information. Thank you for your understanding, and thank you for your juice, it was a pleasure to spend time with you. Chang-Chi looked at the figure in the air and smiled. We can barely be considered friends, so in the future, don't contact each other if there is nothing else. The golden figure shook his head helplessly. The toes tapped lightly, and the infinite battleship turned into a slender golden light and disappeared suddenly. Chang-Chi's clenched fists slowly loosened, and his palms were full of sweat. Chapter 367. Exciting. The first thing I encountered when I came out was so exciting. I danced a cha-cha next to the tiger. Lu Lian and Yukin were excited. These two guys, one of them studied woodworking skills all day long, and the other studied patent inventions all day long in the Milky Way. Their lives were boring and unchanging. Unexpectedly, the first thing they encountered after leaving the Milky Way made them feel so happy. Chang-Chi was also recalling everything that had just happened. In the universe, the battle between the strong and the weak is shocking. There is no battle process at all. As long as the strength is enough to crush, destruction and victory will happen in an instant. Battleships blasting each other, you shoot and I shoot, actually only exists between civilizations with similar technological levels. If you really offend a cross-level existence, there will be no dialogue process. And, by Wu Bai's reaction, although she let it go, she mentioned us twice in her words. In our definition, it is not a crime. We will always keep an eye on you. Who are us, As an executioner, Wubai is like a constable. Will there be higher officials above her? And what is the attitude of those officials? Chang-Chi felt that the time left for him was limited. As for the combat power in the universe, it must be said that after leaving the human galaxy, Chang-Chi formed a feeling of leaving the novice village. Keep a low profile before becoming stronger. Act in a low profile. Collect in action. Keep a low profile when collecting. Supplies are important. STC is a super lever. A little effort can move a lot. Only when you are strong enough, you will not be troubled by other people's attitudes, and you will crush the fear hidden in the unknown. The premise of all this is that STC must be upgraded. The current synthesis limit of level 4 civilization creations is too high. There is really no confidence in sailing in the vast universe, and the world full of masters. How to extract the excess energy of the Triangle Galaxy? Chang-Chi looked at the plus and minus on the back of his hand. Rely on it? But it is now an unactivated gene. Is the way to break the deadlock in the Triangle Galaxy? Slurp. The Type 1 biochemical armor suddenly roared in a low voice. Because of the consciousness connection, a picture appeared in Chang-Chi's mind. This was the consciousness from the armor. That was the scene of Chang-Chi and the Type 1 biochemical armor body high-fiving. It must be said that the huge Lyros beast, which looked like a big eye, stretched out a tentacle and high-fived the tiny Chang-Chi. The colorful light at the edge of the Milky Way gave their outlines a layer of colorful edges. There was a kind of beauty that transcended race and even dimensional communication, and also revealed a heartwarming spirit of contract. This is the Triangle Galaxy, your home? Your home planet is also here. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. I have no idea about energy for the time being, but I can fulfill my promise to you. Zha Lu. Chang-Chi smiled, then looked at Lu Lian and Yukin. You two, next stop? Okay. The duo's eyes lit up. What's the purpose this time? Chang-Chi smiled again. Draw a beautiful story. The duo was stunned. What story? Chang-Chi's smile became even stronger. The return of the Dragon King. The crooked-mouthed god of war, little Zha Lu. The duo was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and rushed towards Chang-Chi. Kill this brainless author of cool articles. Before setting off, the few people quickly made some preparations. Mu-Chin used the mecha to turn off the huge projection cone, and also collected some wind chime juice. And Lu Lian collected a lot of parasitic leeches, put them in a culture vessel, and carefully cultivated them. As the saying goes, no matter how much you sneered at some things before, once you experience them once, you can never let them go, just like the love between men and women, which is like a raging fire in dry wood. There are many valuable trees on this planet, such as huge birch trees that are as hard as alloy, and pine trees that can release rain of pear blossom needles. For Lu Lian, who is good at woodworking, this is simply a dream tree. He salivates and hugs the big tree, like a teddy bear. But this time is tight, and staying too long will easily be targeted by higher civilizations. Lu Lian swears that he will come again in the future. In fact, he likes this planet very much. He said that one day, when he is old, he will come here alone to retire. At present, this planet has no name. He has unilaterally announced that this planet will be named Lu Lian Star. Chang-Chi and Mu-Chen expressed their approval and scolded him for being shameless. Chang-Chi caught several brain-talking beasts as quickly as possible and promised these little guys that he would send them back safely after the task was completed. After all, the planet of Type 1 biochemical armor is a biological civilization, that is, alien beast planet. Without a translator and a language barrier, how can the Dragon King return? In the dense green plants with birds singing and flowers blooming. A yellow frog with only one leg was startled and jumped on one leg, like a bullet, directly jumping 100 meters away. The garbage collection starship slowly sailed out of the tree hole. The next second, a mysterious geometric pattern flashed in front of it, the air was slightly distorted, and the entire starship disappeared, leaving only trees disturbed by strong air currents. Wait! Just after driving to the edge of the atmosphere, Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and looked at the space in front of him. The 8th level, light wheel civilization, starship chopped by the executioner, was quietly suspended 20 kilometers away. Chang-Chi guessed that the technology level of the executioner was at least level 10. People simply looked down on this level of trophies. Now, the two UFOs are floating in space like garbage. When the word garbage appears, someone's DNA moves. With the cold style and powerful combat power of the executioner, it is impossible to leave any survivors. Chang-Chi said, if I don't pick up a leak, I will be ashamed to face the Jiangdong elders of the garbage planet. Lu Lian and Mu-Chen have never picked up garbage in their lives, but they will not despise Chang-Chi at all. That is a creation of level 8 civilization. How can the attack power shown before be described by the word abnormal? The duo's eyes were wide open. The appearance of the warship was exactly the same as the UFO in human cognition, like two plates buckled together, and the material seemed to be an oxidized silver. It looked powerful and mysterious before because it was shrouded in golden light. At this time, it was completely turned off and completely silent. The diameter is estimated to be at most 120 meters. Not only is it a bargain, I can take it away as a whole. The cargo hold of the Spirit Starship can even hold it. Chung-Chi's eyes were shining, and the Spirit Starship slowly approached the Lightwheel Starship in the fourth wall navigation state, and even flew directly to the center of the two petals of the flying saucer. 3 people with 6 eyes, standing in their own bridge, can gaze at the interior of the light wheel. Because at this time, the Lightwheel Starship is completely a dissected cross-section. What they saw was indeed a technology that they could not understand. The entire Lightwheel Starship, except for the silver layer on the outside, is full of glass-like pipes, about the thickness of a thumb. These pipes form the skeleton of the starship, the walls and the hatches. Everything is pipes, without the engine and weapons system defined by humans. It can be imagined that if this starship had not been destroyed, these pipes should be filled with golden light, which is both energy and weapon, flowing throughout the starship. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. In one of the cabins, a figure was seen. It was a real figure. It had been burned into black ash in an instant and sprayed on the wall, like a thin layer of graffiti. It had a human-like body, but had 6 arms and no clear head, but there were 3 black and gray spots on the head, as if there was A on its neck. Chung-Chi looked carefully. He found that this person was not only burned to ashes, but also had a straight cut in the middle of his body. Chung-Chi realized a truth. The executioner, Wu Bai, tapped her feet casually. Not only was the starship split into 2, but also the crew members. Moreover, she destroyed the golden energy on the ship and burned the bodies of the crew members to ashes. No, she crushed their bones and scattered them into ashes. How cruel. The 3 dots on the heads of these aliens seem to be their final expression. But Chung-Chi has also learned nothing. There are too many unpredictable technological means in the universe. After establishing the enemy, once fighting, Chung-Chi will not leave any tricks behind, no hidden dangers, and cut the grass and root it out. It has been confirmed that there is no sign of life on the starship. Chung-Chi stared at the 2 petals of the flying saucer, and suddenly his eyes lit up. They are divided so evenly. Can they be regarded as 2 broken creations, and then synthesized? Do it as you think of it. The armor flipped out the biological mask. Chung-Chi walked out of the Spirit Starship, turned his back to Lu Lian Muqin, and slowly raised his right wrist. STC emits a blue fan-shaped beam. Similar technological creations detected, Level 8 Civilization Lightwheel Flying Saucer, *2. It is the product of extreme equal division, which can be regarded as 2 similar technological creations, cannot be synthesized, Level 8 Civilization Technology Blueprint is missing, and it needs to be upgraded and fused. Chung-Chi's eyes widened. It is expected that it cannot be synthesized, and it is also very interesting to collect materials. But he got explosive information. Extreme equal division? What level of technology is this? If I master this technology, wouldn't it be self-sufficient and infinitely synthesized? Chapter 368. The reason why humans can see the sky full of stars. It is because the stars shine, and the viewing distance is far enough. In fact, 80% of the area in the universe is empty. The place where the Level 8 Civil Starship floated before is now empty. The Spirit Starship sails in the deep space. In the cargo hold, a beam of top light illuminates the Lightwheel Flying Saucer that is split in half. Chung-Chi stands in front of it, looking up. Other items have been used for testing, cutting the technological creation in half. No matter what tools are used, no matter how accurate the size, quality and other data are, the STC cannot recognize it. There is only one possibility. That is, the technical level is not enough, and the cutting accuracy is not enough. Perhaps, Wu Bai's attack has reached a certain rule category. Perhaps, the objects she cut out have reached a certain level of abstraction. For example, the number of atoms on both sides is the same. Snowball effect. A word popped up in Chung-Chi's mind. Once enough advantages are gathered, it will be like a snowball. The advantages will roll bigger and bigger, and will continue to accumulate, ensuring a continuous lead, and finally getting a terrifying result. Extreme equalization must be a means of advanced technological civilization. If Chung-Chi reaches this level, coupled with STC, the conclusion is snowball effect, a simpler and more brutal snowball effect. A truly strong person is actually very difficult to fall, and its walls will be built higher and higher. Become stronger, and then enjoy top advantage. As for you, Chang-Chi looked at the two-petal flying saucer in front of him. Sooner or later, I will synthesize you into a more advanced creation. You must be a very useful artifact, even if it is only temporary. Chang-Chi turned around. There were 10 small mirrors on the tool table on the right. STC currently has insufficient energy and needs to be used with caution, but some things must be synthesized. The azure light flickered. Similar technological creations detected. B2 basic version functional detector, *10, break up into original matter, start synthesis. B3 basic version functional value detector, *5. The upper limit of functional value detection has increased to 2 million. Note, all detectors of the same type have similar principles, all of which are data detection plus model calculation, and the final value is errors. Chang-Chi shook his head. It was not enough. Break into original matter, begin synthesis. B4 basic version of the Universe Biological Information Identification Library, *2. The upper limit of the function value detection is increased to 3 million, and the accuracy is increased by 50%. It is upgraded from the original detector form to the matching library form, with a large number of animal-type creature illustrations built in, and their corresponding fitness levels are included. Chang-Chi paused. Animal-type creature illustrations? This is enough of a surprise. In other words, in the future, he can identify a large number of animal-type creatures through the device, and he can also know their fitness levels. Beast-like creatures are a mainstream in the universe, and the practicality of the corresponding database is simply too great. The saying know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles is close to the truth. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. I just don't know how much coverage the so-called large number of beast-like creatures in the notes has. Just now, Chang-Chi used STC twice, and the current STC energy is insufficient, according to the 50 to 100 remaining opportunities mentioned before. This kind of thing cannot be blindly optimistic, and it is necessary to be cautious and take the minimum value. In the past, K223563 used STC once to synthesize the most useless creation. Now there are 47 synthesis opportunities left. After thinking for a moment, Chang-Chi slowly raised his right wrist. Don't let me down. Break into original matter, start synthesis. B5 Basic Edition Cosmic Biological Information Identification Library, Internet version, *1. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Why is there a separate Internet version? There is a strange civilization in the universe, called Baishao Civilization. Its technology level has reached level 3.6. This civilization does not like fighting or scientific research, but loves to explore the unknown. Their obsession is to see all the strange sights in the entire universe, understand the characteristics of all civilizations, and appreciate all the wonderful plants and animals. They are a combination of dreamers and travelers. In order to fulfill their wishes, they devote all their technology to long-distance navigation. They also love to share, and have developed the V5 Information Recognition Library Network version. Not only do they share what they see and hear in it, but they also mass-produce this device and spread it to each civilization. This has gradually formed a trend, and more civilizations share what they see and hear in it. This information includes, but is not limited to individual function value data, animal-type biological illustrations, and the characteristics of different levels of technological civilizations, ways of distinguishing, technological expertise, weapons and means, etc. Based on this special form, the V5 version has increased the amount of data by about 700 times compared to the V4 version, and the data is also more accurate. Chang-Chi's eyes widened slightly. The previous information has been expanded. And information about civilizations of different levels. In other words, I can finally identify and understand other levels of civilization. I had individual function value detection before, and then I had the beast-type biological illustrations, and now I have the third leg, which is directly comprehensive. Information is what Chang-Chi wants to know urgently, especially information about other civilizations. The device in front of me is a small blue ring that can be worn on the finger like a ring. After Chang-Chi put it on, he activated the blue virtual page and began to understand its function. As Chang-Chi fixed his gaze, the text in it also turned into Chinese characters of country D. Obviously, the information of human civilization was also included in it. Chang-Chi found that he could not actively retrieve the information in it. If you want to know a certain information, you need to use the device to scan the corresponding creature or civilization traces. In other words, Only after arriving in front of a certain civilization or creature and scanning the physical object, the device can provide surrounding information, which is like a kind of scanning code to trace the source. It makes sense. If the information of other civilizations is simply exposed, then the Baishao civilization will probably be hunted by countless people and will not survive for too long. They are already very brave to have achieved this step. Changqi found another important tip. 98% of the information in the V5 database is below level 4 civilization. Existences of too high a level are not easy to detect and are not easy to mess with. There is also an interesting ratio. 98% of the universe is civilization below level 4, and the truly advanced civilization only accounts for 2%. It also states that the information in the database is definitely not the entire universe, but it already contains most common civilizations and species, which is about the level of encyclopedia. Changqi clicked his tongue. I think this device is very good, enough for the initial stage. But it just lacks a little feeling. The spirit of Baishao civilization that advocates adventure and is willing to explore the unknown is actually very consistent with Changqi, but unfortunately, they are inevitably bound by some rules. There is a saying in the old days, if you dare to reveal a corner of the heavenly palace, you will be punished, which means that no mortal dared to, truly, share the secrets of the top circles on the internet at that time. But then, as Changqi studied in depth, he found that he seemed to have been slapped in the face. He found that the database in his hand supported account registration and posting, and after posting, he could get points. After accumulating a certain amount of points, he could upgrade his account. And after the upgrade, the account can unlock more content, and these contents include but are not limited to some information about civilizations of levels 5 to 10, and even their weaknesses, as well as the secrets of the universe, the secrets of time, and the secret history of advanced civilizations. A passage from the leader of Baishao civilization floated across the screen. There is no limit to our exploration. If our freedom is taken away, I would rather let civilization go to destruction. Translated into human language, it means, I dare to say anything. Changqi paused, his eyes widened. I'm a fan. As for the information database model, it seems to have some barriers, but in fact it is a virtuous cycle. The more content users share, the richer the content on the platform, and the more active users can get more useful information. This is good? Changqi recalled, what was the name of a very powerful platform in the old days? Douyin. It still exists now, and is already the largest information platform in the entire human civilization. Thanks to genetic technology, executives are still in good health and live forever. Chapter 369. Changqi looked through the user information in the database. He found that this device actually has more than 22 billion users. There is also a very intuitive user level ranking. The first one is VIP79, with 130,000 information sharings, and his name is a bunch of alien characters that look like garbled code. Looking down, the top 500 on the list are all in various alien characters. This is normal. If there are Earth characters in this list, it would be a ghost. Then, Changqi discovered that there was also a translation button above these alien names. Although it was impossible to interpret the real name of the other party, it could be translated into meanings that humans could understand. Changqi clicked the translation button for the first place. Those who can make it to this list must be people who are willing to explore and share. Changqi has a certain good impression of him. The name of the number one on the list was slowly translated into Chinese characters. Mr. Sinister. Changqi nodded. Interesting. I wonder if there will be a chance to meet in the future and chat together. Then, Changqi clicked the translation button for the second place. My waste is not a waste. It can turn into a deadly demon. Changqi scratched his head. I don't know if it's a translation problem, or if this number 2 is just so humorous. Changqi continued to translate the name. Fighting with aliens for spicy strips. The youth mercenary group, Xia. The sweeping monk who uses a broom as a guitar. Wang Zilu is the most handsome. Changqi paused. Why is Wang Zilu everywhere? Are there so many people with this name? But because Changqi has no account and no permission, he cannot view their sharing. After rubbing his hands, Changqi clicked the register button. Everyone has a lot of ideas. Changqi narrowed his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had given himself a nickname. He stroked his chin. What should I call myself? He thought for a long time. Changqi entered the text. Account registration is successful. Qi understands. He still has no permission to actively view information because his account level is 0. It was also at this time that Changqi discovered an official solicitation of information. Although the universe is vast, the V library has collected countless information, strange stories, strange life, and multi-level civilizations, which can be said to be popular and flourishing. However, the mainstream creatures in the universe are still silicon-based life. Even with everyone's efforts, there is only one type of silicon-based life in the massive amount of information collected. Baishao civilization is here to collect relevant information about other elemental life from all V friends, and relevant image data is required. Once confirmed and adopted, 20 VIP level upgrades will be awarded. This post has been opened. Chung Chi's pupil shrank, and he found that the data showed that the number of adopted posts under this information was 0. Is silicon-based life so rare? Chung Chi paused, his eyes moved slightly, and he saw an opportunity. He himself has dual gene sequences. The other side of carbon-based is silicon-based. Of course, he wants to upgrade his VIP level and get more information, but he must not expose himself. A subtle crystal collision sound was heard. Chung Chi siliconized his little finger and used the visual capture system on the ring to take a picture of 1/3 of his little finger. The objects in the photo cannot prove the existence of silicon-based life in any way. But Chung Chi could only do so much. After clicking upload, the interface showed that it was under review. But only 30 seconds later, the database made a judgment. Exclude the possibility of image fraud. Exclude all kinds of man-made objects. Cannot match with existing life characteristics. Highly suspected of silicon-based life. Ding ding ding. After a series of prompt sounds that were in line with human habits, the Qi de Mingbai account level was directly upgraded from 0 to VIP 20. Is this possible? Chung Chi was stunned for a moment. Yes, after eliminating all possibilities, the database still cannot be falsified, so I can only give you points. It's interesting to think about it. Just a photo of a little finger has gained 20 levels. Number 1 is only level 79, and it has shared 130,000 pieces of information to achieve the current results. The upper limit of the identifiable civilization technology level is adjusted to below level 6. The right to call the animal type biological illustration book has increased by 200,000 types. Some publicly shared information with a lower confidentiality level can be consulted. VIP 20 privileges appear continuously. You will get VIP 20 when you go online. Chung Chi smiled. Good, very good. Suddenly, he found that the name of the number 2 user on the VIP rankings, My Sister's Waist is Not a Waste, it can turn into a deadly demon, flickered slightly, and text appeared at the same time, showing that there were 90,000 shared messages available for viewing. Chung Chi was stunned, surprised and happy. The second rank user, 90,000 messages? You can view them now. It's a bit strange. Is the corresponding information confidentiality level of the second rank user so low? Just like the Douyin in the past, Chung Chi clicked into her homepage, and then there appeared dense video messages one after another. This user is a strange alien creature. Its lower body is a snake tail covered with green scales, and its upper body is a humanoid creature with arms and a proud chest, but no hair, gray skin, and pupils like upright date pits. It has a magical ability to change its appearance at will and simulate itself into any alien life it has seen with its own eyes. Then, the 90,000 videos. They are all videos of it turning into various alien creatures and beauties, and other videos that are not suitable for children. To sum it up simply, it is the same creature that satisfies the preferences of various people, turning into a peerless beauty in the eyes of various men, and then various videos that are not suitable for children. The signature of the account owner is, I will keep working hard to let everyone find the one that suits them. This is also okay. No wonder the confidentiality level is low, but it is very popular. Baishao civilization is really casual. Chung Chi closed the window and could not appreciate it. At this time, Ling's voice sounded in the shipboard broadcast system. Dear creator, we have followed the guidance of Type 1 biochemical armor and sailed to the designated planet. Chung Chi also nodded. My work here is almost done. Ling continued. It is suspected that an advanced civilization has been discovered ahead, and its technological level cannot be determined. Just right. Chung Chi's eyes lit up, and he looked at the database ring on his hand. Now I am not completely in the dark. Chapter 370. Chung Chi returned to the bridge from the cargo hold. As he walked, a strange thought suddenly occurred to his mind. Wu Bai, who possessed advanced technology, could divide items equally, and his STC could synthesize similar items. Divide equally, synthesize. Two conflicting concepts are also two concepts that can only exist if they depend on each other. So is it possible that this entire world was split up from an extremely high-tech, extremely concentrated creation, one time after another? merge all creations into one, and the origin of this world will appear. That is also the end point of STC. Chang-Chi opened his eyes, and then shook his head. After witnessing too many wonders, it always triggers associations, but they are just associations after all. At this moment, Chang-Chi arrived at the bridge. In the sky about 200 kilometers away, an elliptical, dark red planet floated quietly. The Type 1 biochemical armor relied on the induction of the home in his mind, and provided the navigation coordinates for Chang-Chi in his mind. The end point was in front of him, which was the home planet of the Type 1 biochemical armor. Lu Lian and Mukin also opened their eyes wide, looking at the red celestial body not far away. Elliptical, and very flat, huge area, probably not smaller than the Earth. The core of a planet is large, which will produce gravity, and gravity will pull evenly toward the center of mass of the planet. So during the formation of the planet, matter constantly gathers and collapses toward the center, forcing the distance from each part to the center of mass to be consistent, thus gradually shaping a shape close to a spherical shape, which is also a relatively stable gravitational balance state. Under normal circumstances, celestial bodies are spherical, which is also the rule of the universe. And the planet in front of us is a bit like a tongue cake. There are no large mass celestial bodies too close around, and there is no pulling state. So the shape of this planet is natural, very strange, and unreasonable. Chang-Chi looked into the distance. He found that there was a strange warship floating above the tongue cake planet. It can't be called a standard warship, but a huge celestial fragment with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, shaped like a black stone that has been magnified tens of thousands of times. Outside this stone, there are crisscrossing steel tracks. It's as if someone built a metal cage to imprison the stone. There is a constant flash of dark yellow light in those steel tracks, and there are transport cabins flying on the surface, which can transport materials and people. And under the tracks, there are also countless drills and pipes extending into the huge meteorite. Dyson sphere, a Dyson sphere that can collect celestial energy. However, this Dyson sphere in front of you is relatively simple, and built on a meteorite. Lu Lian and Mukin saw another strange scene. The theories they knew were based on human scientific imagination. The strange creation in front of them was the advanced civilization mentioned by Ling Ling's predecessor, was just a human Harrier starship and 2 human brains, without any relevant knowledge of alien civilization. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, raised his right hand, touched the ring on his index finger, and pointed the ring towards the strange creation in front. The blue virtual screen unfolded, and the relevant text introduction appeared. Hunter, Civilization, Technology Level 2.0. The efficiency of energy acquisition is an important distinguishing criterion for many low-level civilizations. Civilizations below Level 1 also include different grades, such as primitive humans who eat raw meat and drink blood, which is about Level 0.1 primitive civilization, the farming era that relies on sowing and raising livestock, which is about Level 0.2 agricultural civilization, and the later period of using metal tools and greatly improving production capacity, which is about Level 0.3 primary industrial civilization. The evolution history of these civilizations is from low to high production, and the form of war is cold weapons. The disadvantages are obvious, such as being weak, unable to resist natural disasters, backward medical level, low breeding success rate, and even relying on self-healing when encountering diseases. The core of all of them is the utilization rate of the energy of the mother planet. After the civilization level is upgraded, the civilization of Level 1 or so will learn to use the energy of the mother planet more efficiently, such as minerals, oil, natural gas, etc. When entering the 2.0 civilization period, large-scale space machinery can be used to fully utilize the energy of the mother planet. The most obvious technology is the Dyson sphere, which is a large celestial exoskeleton. With the advancement of materials science, high-strength metal structures can be used to realize space drills, efficient mining, efficient refining, solar energy utilization, and other technologies. For a single celestial body, the energy acquisition rate is extremely high. However, Dyson sphere technology also has different levels. The original Dyson sphere, a metal skeleton of varying sizes, as well as more advanced Dyson bubbles, Dyson clouds, planetary engines, etc. The different levels of Dyson spheres determine the civilization's level 2.1 to 2.9. The main attack form of level 2 and 3 civilizations is beam weapons, the power of which is closely related to their energy acquisition and storage capabilities. Similarly, depending on the different energy acquisition efficiencies, they have the ability to navigate within or across star systems. Weaknesses: all technologies require a lot of energy support, biological lifespan is limited, and highly dependent on the basic rules of the universe. Summary. The appearance of the Dyson sphere indicates that the opponent is a level 2 to 3 civilization, and the firepower value depends on the level of its Dyson sphere. The Hunter civilization can build a primary primitive Dyson sphere, and in most cases, it is built based on large celestial body fragments and does not have enough ability to hijack a complete celestial body. They are very weak and very primary existences among the 2.0 civilizations. They even need to capture strange cosmic creatures in order to exchange energy and materials for higher-level civilizations. They are cruel and tyrannical, and have no mercy. Sharer, a summer without watermelon is not a summer. Fuck. Lu Lian and Mukin could also see the virtual screen in Chang-Chi's hand. They also read the content, and then looked at Chang-Chi in shock. Mukin swallowed and said, "Where did you get this information? What is this device in your hand?" Lu Lian also stared at Chang-Chi. "Do you have any more? Give me one. It's really useful." Chang-Chi smiled, "But I'm sorry, there's only one." Mu Chen's eyes were a little straight, and he reached out to touch Chang-Chi's fingers. Chang-Chi's fingers shrank. "What are you doing? Are you going to rob it tomorrow?" "No, you are really amazing." The duo said almost at the same time, "If you have any equipment in the future, remember to think of us and prepare some for us." At this moment, Chang-Chi looked at the Dyson sphere meteorite in front of him. The other party is just a very basic level 2 civilization, which is not good enough in front of Solaris. This feeling of knowing both oneself and the enemy is indeed very safe and a little bit happy. At this moment, the Hunter civilization in front seems to be completing a kind of space fishing operation. The Dyson sphere meteorite can also be understood as their starship, which can not only extract energy anytime and anywhere, but also rely on exoskeleton to navigate in the universe, and now it can even complete hunting work. I saw that the mechanical tentacles extending tens of thousands of meters in length penetrated the atmosphere of the elliptical planet, like grabbing dolls, grabbing many strange creatures in it, and then slowly shrinking and imprisoning them in a cage. Among the captured creatures, the big ones were fine, but some of the relatively weak beast-like creatures were directly crushed into meat paste by the huge mechanical claws, with their flesh and blood shattered and blood spilling into the void. Chang-Chi also clearly saw that there were also many huge eye creatures among them, which were exactly the same as the body of the Type 1 biochemical armor, and should be its kind. Shoo! Chang-Chi heard the roar of the Type 1 biochemical armor, and felt a strong anger. Chang-Chi also thought of the annotation of the Type 1 biochemical armor, which was the native inhabitant of this planet, but was captured by a powerful civilization, and then sold in the universe market, and used as a biological armor. I understand. Chang-Chi nodded, narrowing his eyes. This, Hunter civilization, is the poacher who destroyed your home. Chapter 371. Zelu. Chang-Chi's thoughts moved. The Type 1 biochemical armor kept shouting Zelu, Zelu. Chang-Chi sometimes even called it Zelu. But Chang-Chi never knew what Zelu meant. Chang-Chi reached out and touched the furry, brain-talking beast beside him, asking this magical little guy to translate the meaning of Zelu. The blue light spot in the skull of brain-talking beast flew up and down. Finally, the meaning of Zelu was translated into a language that Chang-Chi could understand, and passed to Chang-Chi's brain. Fuck your mother. No. Chang-Chi was stunned. Is that what it means? This moment, Chang-Chi recalled several times when the Type 1 biochemical armor shouted Zelu. Sometimes it was indeed appropriate, such as when an unknown enemy appeared, when it was about to rush into battle, when it was about to devour food. Of course, sometimes it was not very appropriate. Chang-Chi even sometimes called it Xiao Zelu. Chang-Chi was stunned. It seems that you can only say this word. It's okay, I will try to understand the context of these 3 words from multiple angles in the future. At this moment, the consciousness sharing of Type 1 biochemical armor appeared in Chang-Chi's mind. Hunter civilization, one of the mechanical claws was holding a creature with big pink eyes. Many parts of its body were covered with wounds, and black blood was flowing out. It was struggling in pain. In the memory of Type 1 bioarmor, this fellow was the goddess it had been secretly in love with for a long time. The former little Zelu. No, the former Type 1 bioarmor was inferior and cowardly, the weakest in the tribe. It did not dare to express its love to the goddess, and could only peek at her from afar. And the goddess's family, in order to obtain more food distribution rights, contributed the goddess and married another powerful family. Type 1 bioarmor was powerless, and could only stand on the hillside under the red moonlight, feeling sad and heartbroken. Chang-Chi's expression was stern. Okay, Okay, the prerequisite for the return of the Dragon King has been met. Slurp. A huge eyeball appeared on Chang-Chi's chest, looking at the Hunter starship in the distance, as if it could spit out sparks. The context this time is easy to understand. Chang-Chi moved his shoulders, stared at the Hunter civilization in the distance, and slowly said, "Hack it." Slurp. The door of the spirit starship opened. Chang-Chi flipped out the biological mask on his face, stepped on the ice blue ripples formed by the Pioneer gravity weapon system, and with the bonus of super speed, rushed towards the huge meteorite Dyson sphere like a stream of light. Buzz, swoosh. A bright yellow beam weapon suddenly shot out from one of the metal bones of the Dyson sphere. The opponent was cautious and ruthless, and he didn't think at all and executed the instant kill. Shoo! F***CK? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. You really deserve to die. Roar! As Chang-Chi rushed forward, countless black tentacles extended from his back and gathered in midair into a huge sub-god-level Lyros beast. Smash! No, try to help me keep their Dyson sphere. Chang-Chi conveyed his thoughts, but it seemed a little too late. The Type 1 biochemical armor was filled with rage, and it needed a huge outlet after being suppressed for too long. The body of the sub-god-level Lyros beast was about 500 kilometers, and its huge tentacles swung in the air, like long black whips with afterimages. Snap! Boom! A whip hit the meteorite Dyson sphere, and the huge metal skeleton made a twisted and deformed wail, and various joints exploded. Even the black meteorite fragment had burst into large pieces of debris. Whoosh! Snap! Boom boom boom! The space here is a bit strange. It seems that it is too close to the Ox-Tongue Biscuit star. It is not an absolute vacuum. Everyone, including the duo, can hear the clear sound transmission. The two were dumbfounded by the rampage of the Type 1 biochemical armor. Boom boom boom! Crack crack! Slurp! After about 4 minutes, the meteorite Dyson sphere turned into fragments floating silently in the universe. Not only those metal structures, but also the meteorite itself. There were also some bloody, inhuman-looking corpses of alien creatures floating in space. They were the Hunter civilization. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. Well, everyone gets angry for a woman once. At this moment, the huge body of the Type 1 biochemical armor floated in space, extending a tentacle, and the pink-skinned goddess stood quietly on the tentacle, with big pink eyes, staring straight at this friend who grew up together, disappeared inexplicably, and returned as a god. Finally, the pink goddess murmured softly, and her big eyes pressed against the huge tentacles of the Type 1 biochemical armor, rubbing gently. Hee. Chang-Chi smiled. Behind him, there was a thin black silk connected to the Type 1 biochemical armor. The mask was also made of the armor, and he could also feel the emotions of the armor. It's hard to describe. It's cool, exciting, and romantic. And it was discovered that the armor, as a creature, is polygamous. The pink goddess in front of him is one of the 986 secret crushes of the armor. If time permits, it wants to pretend to be a cup 985 times more. There is no need to repeat it too many times. Your home planet, we do need to go there. Chang-Chi turned his head and looked at the tongue biscuit celestial body, slowly turning the ring on his hand. Conventional B Civilization 255688055, Level 4 Biological Civilization. Sure enough, there is a corresponding file. Type 1 biochemical armor comes from Level 4 Biological Civilization. Chang-Chi knew this a long time ago. But what it doesn't understand is that Hunter is just a half-baked person who has just entered Level 2 Technological Civilization, and can capture Level 4 Biological Civilization creatures at will. Biological Civilization and Technological Civilization are two different systems. Their rating standards mainly depend on the fitness level, that is, the adaptability to the universe. The species on the planet in front of us have evolved into a complex biological structure, that is, individual life often has a complex structure, integrating multiple elements such as biology, electronics, and energy fields. Its body has the ability to self-repair and evolve, and can also be combined with other organisms. It has electronic visual analysis, virtual projection, and other functional modules, and can perform information processing, energy conversion, information interaction, and other functions. It has strong adaptability, and is equipped at Level 4. The sharer is the bubble monster. Chang-Chi nodded. I learned something. My understanding of the universe has become clearer. It turns out that the criterion for judging biological civilization is the fitness level. Type 1 biochemical armor has a composite attribute. No wonder it, as a biological body, can present electronic data in its own eyes, such as strength value and stress value in units of cows. Of course, this is also the reason why they are captured in large numbers. Because they are indeed a kind of armor with strong auxiliary functions. What surprised Chang-Chi was that, under the content shared by the bubble monster, another line of small words popped up. The ultimate secret of the conventional beast civilization 255688055. A paid post, worth 20 V library points. Do you want to view it? The ultimate secret? The ultimate secret inside the Type 1 biochemical armor mother planet? 20 points? Chang-Chi looked at his Chi account. The previous photo of the little finger not only earned him VIP 20, but also earned him 60 points. Must see. Chang-Chi nodded expectantly, and then pressed the View button. Chapter 372. Points paid successfully. Chang-Chi calmed down and looked at the paid content popped up in the ring. Conventional beast-type civilization 255688055. Although they are beast-type creatures, they have extremely devout beliefs. The power of faith has been imprinted on every inch of their skin, every bone, and every drop of their blood like DNA. They can go against everything, but they will never go against their own beliefs. Their beliefs come from the only god-level creature in the entire civilization, translated as Light Centipede. This ancient and huge cosmic creature emits light from its body, illuminating a corner of darkness, and allowing the first beast-like creature to evolve from the conventional beast-like civilization 255688055. After that, generations after generations have been constantly changing, growing, and growing under the protection of Light Centipede. Light Centipede has also become the faith of this civilization. All creatures in the civilization will always worship it, always be impressed by it, and look at it as if looking at something sacred, and will not allow themselves to have the slightest blasphemy or slackness. Seeing this, Chang-Chi tilted his head slightly. TSK. No, Type 1 bioarmor has expressed his faith more than once. Chang-Chi has also witnessed similar scenes many times because of shared consciousness. Their god is a huge creature, like a phone character, between plants and animals. Every time it appears, it is awe-inspiring, and all beasts lie dormant. Type 1 bioarmor also worships it very much. It does provide a certain power of faith, supporting the armor to get out of despair again, and providing the armor with the courage to face the future. So it's called Light Centipede. Chang-Chi nodded to himself and continued to look at the second half of the paid content. Light Centipede had died 2,300 years ago. Chang-Chi was stunned. Huh? After the death of Light Centipede, its slender body was entangled together, its flesh and blood weathered, and its bones were covered by cosmic dust. As time went by, it formed a new home for the creatures of the conventional beast civilization 255688055. Its appearance looks like a weird tongue biscuit planet in the universe. I guess you have seen it, then everything is explained. What is in front of you is not a natural celestial body, but a god skeleton. Chang-Chi's eyes widened, and he turned his head to look at the planet not far away, which is the home planet of Type 1 biochemical armor. So that's it? They live on the bones of God. Wait. Chang-Chi was very confused. If their only god is dead, then what is Jalu worshipping? In the beast civilization 255688055, there is a strange creature called brine bacteria, which is huge in size and between plants and animals. Because of the information gap, this creature was recognized as a god by later generations. In fact, it is just a parasite on the body of Ray Centipede. According to the detailed observation and research of this blogger, there are no god-level creatures in the beast-type civilization 255688055. Whether it is a true god or a sub-god, there is nothing, they have already declined. If there are any errors in this post, please correct them. Shared by Dula Bubble Monster. Chang-Chi slowly raised his head and took a deep breath. The amount of information is indeed a bit large and heavy. Their god died long ago. The current god is actually a clown, not even a clown. A parasite who is bullying others. And his Type 1 biochemical armor, the sub-god level Lyros beast, his little Zelu, it is actually the most powerful existence in the entire mother civilization. No one. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, looking at the nearby ox tongue biscuit planet. I'm looking forward to it. The spirit-style starship slowly landed on the surface. After the hatch opened, Chang-Chi walked out casually, with his Type 1 biochemical armor beside him. It was still the big eye standing on the ground with tentacles, but its size had shrunk to a height of about 1.5 meters. This guy is still very smart, knowing how to play the pig and eat the tiger. And beside it, the pink goddess was leaning against it. Chang-Chi looked around. This is a red planet. The rocks, soil, and rivers are all red, and in the distant sky, there are 3 deep red suns floating. All kinds of strange plants grow here. The huge black flowers trembled slightly, releasing white pollen, and there were countless colorful, twisted mushrooms. A big bird with more than 20 claws flew across the sky, but was swallowed by a dandelion with a diameter of 10 meters. Lu Lian and Nyukin followed closely behind, wearing heavy protective clothing and oxygen masks. Nyukin said, "Changqi, you look very casual. I think you should be careful. We don't know much about the indigenous people here." Changqi smiled. "You think too much." Slurp! Slurp! 7 or 8 giant eye creatures, each 3 meters tall, appeared. They were obviously of the same species as the Type 1 biochemical armor, but they were strong and obviously had a higher status. Changqi narrowed his eyes slightly. The armor also transmitted the shared consciousness at the same time. That was a time in the past. The armor at that time was very short. These 7 or 8 giant black-eyed creatures surrounded it and snatched the food in its hands, which looked like insect eggs. They also stretched out their tentacles and whipped the owner of the perspective. The weak armor could only contribute food and shiver in the corner. 7 or 8 huge eyes kept making some weird sounds. Just like what was happening before him. Slurp! Slurp! Moreover, Changqi also learned that these guys were the young masters of other powerful tribes, namely the eldest young master, the second young master, the third young master, the 7th young master, and the pink goddess was also forced to marry them. The guys in front of him kept slurping and making some kind of cackle, extending their tentacles, and pushing the Type 1 biochemical armor. It was speculated that they were verbally insulting, and the next step should be bullying and beating. Roar! Slurp! The Type 1 bioarmor exploded directly, expanding 10 times in size. In the shocked eyes of all the beasts, it tore the eldest young master, the second young master, all the young masters in half, with pieces of flesh flying everywhere, and black blood spraying the ground like rain. Only the last 7 young masters were left. This Lyros beast, which was about 2 meters in size, had been hiding behind its brothers before. Although it did not bully the Type 1 bioarmor, it did not stop it either. The 7th young master huddled up, his huge eyes staring at the mountain-like armor in horror, urine stains flowing from his lower body, his body trembling, and making a sound, Dong-ge. Dong-ge. Changqi tilted his head. Finally, he heard the second pronunciation of the Lyros beast, similar to Dong-ge. Changqi remembered that he had seen a small gecko on Earth, which was extremely rare, and it also made a similar sound. Dong-ge. Dong-ge. Very interesting. The brain talker, squatting on Changqi's shoulder, translated the meaning of Dong-ge. This sound represents a lot of meanings. Yes, okay, I was wrong, I know, you have the final say, forgive me. It probably means that the other party is very humble, very frightened, very scared, and has been begging for forgiveness. Crack! The Type 1 biochemical armor roared, grabbed the 7th young master like a chicken, and tore it in half, with intestines and stomach scattered all over the ground, and the big eyeball was crushed by the armor. If Dong-ge is useful, what do we need the police? And power for? Chapter 373. In the distance, dust was rising. Hundreds of large Lyros were running over. They were also descendants of that powerful family. Here, the stronger the male, the more mating rights he could get, so there were many young masters in that family. The ones running over with anger were the 8th young master, the 9th young master, the 10th young master, all the way to the 387th young master. In the distance, there were more than 10,000 young wives of the 387th young master, cheering for them. Slurp! Changqi's Type 1 armor, with red bloodshot in its huge eyeballs, will not pamper any young master. Every one of them is trash. Slurp! And these young masters, some killed the armor's father, some skinned its sister alive, and some took away its mother's most beautiful eyeball. They left the armor behind just to let it keep searching for food. And the Type 1 armor likes to kill. Its body size is only maintained at a height of about 10 meters. Black tentacles fly across, grabbing young masters one by one, and then tearing them in half one by one. The young master's big eyeballs fell to the ground, and they burst one by one like balloons, and colorful juices splashed out, very gorgeous, just like fireworks during the new year. Hee. Changqi crossed his arms and laughed. Muchen grinned and said, "Do you feel good watching a monster slaughter another group of monsters?" "What do you know?" Changqi glanced at him. "You don't know the twists and turns, but I do, so I feel good." 5 minutes later. The Type 1 biochemical armor was like a bloody demon. It stood on the land that was even darker red, surrounded by countless bloody corpses. It looked up at the sky, as if it was looking at the heroic spirits of its family, and let out a deafening roar. At this moment, all the creatures around froze. The huge black flower in the distance suddenly shrank into a bud, bowed its head towards the armor, and trembled constantly. The dandelion that swallowed the multi-clawed bird suddenly flew away with its white pappus, and the wet bird also fell to the ground with a plop. But the bird looked at the Type 1 biochemical armor in the distance, but did not dare to flap its wings and fly into the sky. The creatures around stared at the tall figure, and a strange feeling appeared in their hearts, but they did not dare to continue to experience it. Moo! Ding-dang! A strange sound suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. It was like the low mooing of a cow, or the horn of a giant cruise ship, mixed with the crisp sound of wind chimes. It was filled with an ancient and sacred feeling, and also conveyed a power that seemed to cleanse people's hearts. On the ground in the distance, a huge shadow of the word phone was reflected. All creatures shifted their sights from the armor, and looked at the shadow. They began to tremble slightly, trying to control themselves but unable to. Then, no matter what their appearance or size, all the beast-like creatures crawled on the ground and kept bowing to the huge shadow. Under the horizon, a huge creature slowly emerged. It was like a totem, nearly 100 kilometers tall, with a geometrically symmetrical body, like a phone character, with curly black lines all over its body, and countless flower buds all over its body, which opened one by one, with black and purple eyes inside. Accompanied by strange sounds, it gave people a sacred and grand feeling. At the bottom of it, black roots extended out, and these roots climbed on the ground like tentacles, making the phone character totem move slowly. Chang-Chi looked at this giant, and felt very familiar. He knew that this was the parasite called Fengnian fungus, a false god. Under the dormant beasts, Fengnian fungus came to the Type 1 biochemical armor. Its eyes and countless flower buds glanced at the corpse on the ground, and the whole body made a huge mooing sound. The Type 1 biochemical armor suddenly trembled, and the whole body crawled on the ground, with its huge eyeballs close to the ground. Then, it didn't even dare to look up, and uttered Donggu. Why should we surrender to it? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and transmitted his thoughts to the armor through the consciousness link. It is just a false god. It is also an ant in front of you. Then, Chang-Chi received feedback from the armor. It is the messenger of God, it represents God, is equivalent to God, and it is God. Then, Chang-Chi felt the emotions in the armor. Faith in God is the candlelight that never goes out in the darkness. When the sufferings of life come like a tide, as long as you see the sacred faith, a force that can overcome everything will surge in your heart. It will never go against God, and will never go against its own beliefs. That piety has long been integrated into its blood. It always believes that God is always right. If it satisfies God, it will be its greatest honor. If God punishes it, it must be that it has made a mistake. The roar of the Fengnian fungus echoed throughout the entire continent. The Type 1 armor kept bowing Donggu. Donggu. Snap! One of the roots of the Fengnian fungus raised high, and whipped the body of the Type 1 armor, but the armor did not resist at all, and even removed its defense. The skin on the body was immediately torn apart, and black blood gushed out. Snap! Donggu. Snap! Donggu. The sound of whipping was crisp and loud, and it spread over more than 10 kilometers, with waves of echoes. All the beast-like creatures looked at the Type 1 biochemical armor with disdain and disgust. They must be in tune with God. Don't you plan to take action? Lu Lian spoke, and the two turned their heads at the same time and looked at Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes trembling, feeling the emotions of the armor, or more accurately, experiencing and dismantling it. Its thoughts were firmly imprisoned by the shackles of faith. Any viewpoint that contradicted its faith was like a flood and a beast that frightened it. It could only curl up in the wall built by faith, forever looking up at God and forever condemning itself. It once had a flash of resistance, but it quickly classified it as a taboo, because God is always right. Chang-Chi knew that if the God in front of him was exposed, the faith of the armor would completely collapse, and it would sink forever, becoming a walking corpse, and even quickly withering and losing its life. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Give it a little time. If it can't break the shackles of its thoughts, then it will never be able to stand up." Snap! Donggu. War Armor saw a very beautiful colorful eyeball on the body of the god. Its mother had the most beautiful eyes. Other Liro's beasts had red or purple eyes, but only the mother's eyes were colorful. Many years ago, the mother was killed by the father of the previous group of young masters, and her eyeball was taken away. Now this eyeball appeared on the body of the god. Snap! War Armor lowered his head trembling, and said in fear, Dong-gu. At this moment, the god saw the pink goddess, and with a wave of the root stem, cut off all the tentacles of the goddess, because it indirectly promoted the killing among the same tribe. Snap! The skin was torn apart. The armor trembled. Dong-gu. The wall of faith in its heart could not be broken. Behind the god, another huge 8-meter-long Lyros beast slowly walked out. It was the tribe leader who killed the mother of Type 1 armor, and snatched the eyeball, and the father of the bunch of young masters. The god gestured to the chief, and it slowly came to the side of the armor. Its tentacles condensed into spikes, and pierced into the armor's body with a puff. Black blood flowed out. The Type 1 biochemical armor lowered its head, and kept expressing its thoughts to the god, while also suppressing its inner taboo, Dong-gu. The chief of the Lyros beast made a similar sarcastic cry, and its tentacles condensed into spikes again, piercing the armor's body. The god was on its side, and it was fearless. At this time, a figure, with a flashing posture, appeared in front of the tribe leader and directly grasped the tribe leader's spiked tentacles. Enough. Chang-Chi's arm released a high-frequency vibration, and the tentacles of the Lyros beast tribe leader suddenly began to vibrate vaguely. Bang! The tentacles exploded into a bloody mist. The tribe leader wailed and retreated, shrinking at the feet of the Fengyan fungus. At this time, the Fengyan fungus made an angry roar. The Type 1 biochemical armor moved forward and protected Chang-Chi in front of him. The huge eyeballs kept nodding to the god Dong-gu. Dong-gu. At this moment, the god gave an order to the armor. Kill this alien creature. The body of the Type 1 biochemical armor froze, and the thought of taboo became stronger and stronger, but it still suppressed it, and used its tentacles to protect Chang-Chi, fearful and extremely nervous. Dong-gu. Dong-gu. The Fengyan fungus became even more angry. The countless roots under its body suddenly penetrated into the soil, and then those roots, like straws, continuously extracted a kind of green energy from the soil. This energy gathered on its huge body, and the black pattern also emitted a dazzling green light, and a strong energy wave spread out. The next moment, countless flower buds on the Fengyan mushroom bloomed. Strange eyes turned together and looked at Chang-Chi, and then a strong green light appeared in these eyes. Dong-gu, Dong-gu. The Type 1 biochemical armor completely protected Chang-Chi and kept roaring. Dong-gu meant yes, okay, I was wrong, I know, you have the final say, forgive me. At this moment, there should be another meaning, that is, please forgive him. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. He found that the STC on his wrist suddenly flashed for a moment. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly opened, looking at the roots of the Fengyan fungus that penetrated the ground, and the green energy that was constantly being extracted, parasite, extracting. Buzz, the Fengyan fungus did not intend to leave Chang-Chi any chance. Countless eyes burst out with terrifying green energy, which gathered into a more violent beam of light in the air, as if it were real, and smashed down at Chang-Chi. The Type 1 biochemical armor looked up at the sky, seeing that all this was irreversible. Many images emerged in the huge eyes. Countless fellow tribesmen captured by the hunter civilization. Father tortured to death. Mother whose eyes were taken away. Brothers and sisters whose skins were peeled off. Decades of humiliation and slavery. After so long, what is the god doing? Who is it protecting? The taboo in the heart is like a demon growing wantonly, becoming stronger and stronger. Finally, the image in the mind of the Type 1 armor is frozen at the edge of the Milky Way. The moment when its huge body clapped hands with the tiny Chang-Chi was frozen. It was also at this moment. The taboo in its heart devoured everything, and its big eyes gushed out an extremely bloody red light. A scene that frightened all the beasts appeared. On the ground, the shadow of the Lyros beast expanded amazingly, as if covering the 3 suns in the distant sky. Boom! The huge tentacles stepped on the ground, and the sub-god level Lyros beast, with a body height of 500 kilometers, appeared between heaven and earth as if it had descended to the world. The so-called god, the Fengyan fungus, has a body of only 100 kilometers, only 1/5 of it. At this moment, the god in the eyes of all beasts, the body of Fengyan fungus, was shaking like a sieve madly. Perhaps due to the limitation of physiological structure, Type 1 biochemical armor can only make 2 tones. At this moment, it made that familiar sound. Slurp! Roar! Immediately, a beast roar that shook the sky swept the earth. Its eyelids turned into a bloody mouth of hundreds of kilometers, biting towards Fengyan fungus. Crack! The Fengyan fungus turned into a broken phone character, swaying in the air. Slurp! Crack! The armor swallowed up 1/3 of the phone character again. Slurp! The last bite, the Fingyan fungus was completely swallowed by the sub-god level Lyros beast. The so-called gods are gone. In the world, there is only a sub-god level Lyros beast that seems to be able to support the sky. The terrifying biological level suppression swept the world, and everything was silent. Suddenly, a strange change occurred on the body of the Type 1 armor. The black skin trembled for a moment, and tiny eyes appeared on its body, including the most beautiful eyeball of the mother. Then, its body released a heavy and distant sound like a ship's horn, mixed with a crisp sound like a wind chime. Countless beast-like creatures felt the great power of God, turned their bodies, and crawled towards the new god, kneeling for a long time. Sakaru. Let's call it Sakaru for now. At this moment, it betrayed its faith and became faith. Chapter 374. In this world, the stronger the male, the more mating rights he will get. And if we give a definition to strong, then becoming a god, Sakaru is the ceiling of this world. At this time, more than 10,000 young ladies of the young masters gathered under Sakaru's huge tentacles, rubbing slowly with their big eyes. The pink goddess tentacles were cut off, but Sakaru did not despise it. He rolled up its body with his tentacles and put it in a safe place. Looking at the huge figure standing under the sky, it exudes endless momentum and is revered by all beasts. Chang-Chi's smile is even more heartfelt. Looking around the land, the triangle galaxy has become green because of the nourishment of white energy, but here is dark red soil. Except for a few strange plants, such as bird-eating dandelions, this place can be called desolate. Where did the white energy here go? The answer is that it was absorbed by that selfish false god, that parasite, brine fungus. At the moment before, if Jalu had not awakened and devoured the Fingyan fungus, the Fingyan fungus should have transformed the absorbed white energy into an attack beam to attack Chang-Chi. The duo came to Chang-Chi. Lu Lian said, I finally understand your intention. You, a guy, even your own biological armor, must give it the best explanation. Mu Chen's affection for animals and plants is not as strong as Lu Lian's. Relatively speaking, he pays more attention to efficiency. He said, it's just that this trip, there is not much gain. The problem of obtaining energy has not been solved. The big phone character just now seems to be able to perform some kind of energy conversion, but unfortunately, it is now not even a residue left. Huh. Do you know what good people are rewarded for? Chang-Chi smiled meaningfully. At the beginning, I really didn't have any other purpose. I just wanted to let Zelu return home and vent my anger, but you probably don't know Zelu's ability. Speaking, Chang-Chi looked up at the sky. According to past experience, after it devours other creatures, it can evolve related abilities. The duo opened their eyes slightly. So amazing? Then aren't you taking it out again? I've said it before. Good people will be rewarded. Chang-Chi and Jalu have always been connected by a thin black thread. At this moment, he asked Jalu through his thoughts. Jalu, what did you gain this time? The huge sub-god level Lyros beast roared slightly, and looked down at Chang-Chi. It could not speak, but it could convey a kind of thought and emotion to Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi summarized those thoughts. I broke through the shackles of thinking, and gained the freedom of the soul. You saved me. Thank you. Chang-Chi smiled. What else? A lot of women. And I broke through the shackles of my mind, and gained the freedom of my soul. You saved me. Thank you. Chang-Chi paused. I mean, what abilities have you evolved? The totem beast is a plant, which is fundamentally different from me. I didn't get anything that can be called ability from it. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Can't you absorb energy from the ground, and then transform and release it? No. Can I spit it out? My eating process is a dissolution. Fuck. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. The duo appeared in sight. Fly rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. How is the communication going? Come on, show us. Let us open our eyes. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. The blown bullcup could not be rounded back. Zalu, is there a second totem beast in your homeland, or are there other creatures with similar abilities? It's the only one. Chang-Chi, did I do something wrong? The huge Lyros sub-god bowed slightly to Chang-Chi in midair, and made a real sound, Dongu. You are right. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. That guy wanted to kill me. You went against your faith to save me. You are right, and I have to thank you. Said. Chang-Chi raised his hand, palm facing the sky. Jalu also understood, raised a huge tentacle, and high-fived Chang-Chi. Just like before, this scene was like a cross-dimensional communication, conveying strange emotions and demonstrating the extremely precious spirit of contract. Countless beast-like creatures saw this scene, slightly turned their bodies, and included Chang-Chi in the category of worship. The two were a little stunned, looked at each other, and then guessed the answer at the same time. This kid should be slapped in the face. Haha, forget it, give him some face. There are not so many perfect things in the world. If it doesn't work this time, then try harder and find another way. Little did he know. At this moment, Chang-Chi's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, he looked closely at the skin on the tentacles of Jialu. Its skin was a matte black. After swallowing the brine fungus, a strange pattern appeared on its skin. The color was very light. If it was not for a close high five, it would be difficult to detect. These patterns are standard geometric symmetrical figures. A single figure looks like a strange plant, with roots and branches extending to both sides, horizontally and vertically, and 100% round leaves. It is very much like a totem, full of mystery. But this state seems to be the juvenile form of the bacterium. Chang-Chi is very sure that this is the change after Jialu swallowed the bacteria. Although it did not inherit the ability of the bacteria, it inherited some information. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank a little more. After being silent for about 10 seconds, his eyes suddenly widened again. When he saw the bacteria, for the first time, he felt a little familiar, and it didn't seem to be because of the shared consciousness with Jialu. Suddenly, Chang-Chi turned around and walked quickly towards the distant Lingshire starship. The duo was confused and followed Chang-Chi's steps. Chang-Chi did not enter the personnel landing port of the starship, but later came to the back of the starship. After the cargo door slowly opened, he rushed directly into the cargo hold. The Lingshire starship has more than one cargo hold. The main cargo hold displays wooden card mechas and Lu Lian's wooden puppets. Chang-Chi hurried past and came to a relatively small cargo hold at the back. Although it is a small cargo hold, the internal area is still huge. The moment the huge hatch opened, Lu Lian and Yukin's eyes widened. Everything in front of them was no longer green, but full of fruits. In this warehouse, there were various fruit trees and edible crops growing. At this time, it was a scene of great harvest. Various branches were bent by the heavy fruits. The moment the door opened, the fragrance and fresh taste of fruits hit them. Everything in front of them formed a sharp contrast with the outside of the starship. Mu Chen reached out and pushed aside the red strawberries on the ground in front of him, and saw a completely unfamiliar ecological gel. Lu Lian looked up at the top of the cabin, where a small artificial sun was floating silently. Is this some kind of technological ecology? It's quite amazing. The two of them swallowed their saliva together. There is such a place in the starship? You are really unfathomable. You hide it very deeply. I just remembered it too. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, and he said something with a double meaning, recalling the scene when he had just synthesized the SN11 ecological cycle platform. That happened on the garbage earth. After the platform was in place, the next step was to sow seeds. But on the garbage earth, plant seeds are a very scarce existence. Coincidentally, Chang-Chi once met a mysterious scavenger with a stubble on his face and an unclear face. This guy liked a nano chip in Chang-Chi's hand, but he had no money, so he proposed to exchange it with a bag of seeds. At that time, Chang-Chi just thought that if he couldn't eat one day, he could cook the seeds and use them as food. Fortunately, Chang-Chi did not eat the bag of seeds. After having the ecological platform, Chang-Chi sowed the seeds. The seeds were all kinds of miscellaneous, including various fruits and crops. But there was a very strange seed among them, which had never been seen before. It grew into a strange plant, suspected to be a non-Earth species. It had horizontal and vertical branches, a standard bilaterally symmetrical geometric structure, and 100% round purple leaves. But its growth rate was very slow, and it never bloomed and bore fruit. When leaving the garbage earth, Chang-Chi also took some SN11 ecological cycle platform, and the rest of the fruits and vegetables were replanted. But there was only one strange plant, and Chang-Chi was looking forward to its maturity, so he transplanted it into the spirit-style starship. At this moment, various fruits and vegetables grew wildly in the warehouse, and had already blocked the view. The mysterious plant in the deepest part could no longer be seen. In fact, Chang-Chi had not paid attention to it for a long time. Chang-Chi pursed his lips, pushed aside the dense leaves in front of him, and walked towards the depths of the field. The two people followed Chang-Chi, who was puzzled, while picking fruits on both sides to enjoy their food. It was as if they had passed through a small tropical rainforest. Chang-Chi came to the deepest part and pushed aside the purple grapevines that were like a wall in front of him. There was a small cave in front of him, and various plants retreated to form an independent space. Chang-Chi looked at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open. The two people also passed through the grapevines. Roll. The apple that Muchen had bitten off fell to the ground and rolled a long way. Oh my god! Can you predict the future or something? How did you grow a plant of this in advance? Where did you get the seeds? This is incredible. In front of him was a banan mushroom, about 5 meters tall. Unlike the one on the tongue biscuit planet, it was covered with white fluff all over its body, emitting a white sheen like mist. Chapter 375. Chang-Chi felt an indescribable shock. The flowers of that time have borne fruit now. The nanochip of that year has been corroded by 80%. Why did the scavenger whose face could not be seen clearly have to exchange with him? The seed was a bacterium from the distant Triangulum galaxy. It was a parasite on the body of the raised centipede. What was the probability that it would flow to the earth? Think carefully. Chang-Chi could not be sure whether the bag of seeds was healthy or not, or even whether they were poisonous. The reason why the transaction was completed happily was because the sloppy scavenger gave Chang-Chi a very familiar feeling. Meeting a stranger and feeling familiar. This kind of thing is not impossible. For example, his appearance, certain language or body movements are very similar to those of an old friend, and the brain has completed a certain habitual pairing. But all this can no longer be traced back. Chang-Chi looked at the banan mushroom in front of him. It was white, with floating fluff, giving people a more sacred and purer feeling. It is surrounded by open space, and the branches and roots of other plants that grow wantonly do not extend over. From the perspective of plants, other plants do not have the ability to compete with it for nutrients, so they stay away. The ecological gel below it is also in a state of shrinkage. It also has the ability to absorb energy, and it is very strong, but the environment here cannot satisfy its appetite at all. This also explains why its growth rate is still so slow even if it is placed in the SN11 ecological cycle platform. Chang-Chi stepped forward and looked up. The Fingyan mushroom in front of him already had the shape of the Chinese character Feng. The white hairs on its body were like soft down, swaying slightly. Suddenly, the Fingyan mushroom bent slightly, and 6 branches shaped like arms embraced forward. It seemed to be bowing down, and it also seemed to be carefully protecting Chang-Chi in its arms. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt a strange emotion. The other party was a new life, with a blank cognition, like a baby with the ability to act. It didn't know what was right or wrong, what to do, and what not to do. But it had a clear idea, that is, Chang-Chi had planted it, nurtured it, and given it new life, so Chang-Chi was its master. It wanted to parasitize on Chang-Chi. Parasitize. Forget it. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. He was not that big centipede. Who would put parasites on his own body these days? Besides, the other party was so big, who was parasitizing whom, and it needed to absorb a lot of energy. If it parasitized on itself, sooner or later its body would be hollowed out. Since you know my kindness in raising you, then you must obey my orders and do something for me. Chang-Chi looked at the white bacterium. Of course, I will not treat you unfairly, and will provide you with the energy you need to grow. The white feathers fluttered, and the bacterium seemed to nod. Chang-Chi paused, raised the V-Vault ring on his hand, took a photo of the white bacterium in front of him, and then identified it. It was later learned that although bacterium is not common, it is not only found in the Triangulum galaxy. It can also be seen in other galaxies in the universe where giant creatures live. They are completely parasitic, absorbing energy from large organisms, and converting it into their own needs. They can also change the form of energy, and release it from their bodies. Like a mosquito, they are also like an energy converter. Adult living Artemia is actually very precious, because it has a wonderful use, which is to deal with large space monsters. Those creatures that can travel in the universe with their flesh may be able to resist the attack of beam weapons, but they cannot resist the parasitism of Artemia. Some civilizations put domesticated Artemia on the bodies of large creatures. After the Artemia is full, it still absorbs energy without restraint according to the master's command, and then discharges this energy into the universe. This is like a bloodletting triangular blade. As long as it pierces the wound, it will bleed until the blood runs dry. Artemia can even suck giant creatures the size of a planet alive into a mummy. After learning this, Chang-Chi paused slightly. The light centipede is probably not a natural death. As for the white brine mushroom uploaded by Chang-Chi, there was no matching information in the V library. However, the Chi de Mingbai account was upgraded to a VIP level because it uploaded unique information. Chang-Chi spent 20 points to check the paid posts about brine mushrooms. According to different fitness levels, brine mushrooms also have strong and weak differences, and there is even a saying of mutant brine mushrooms. Some people have seen red brine mushrooms, some have seen blue brine mushrooms, but no one has seen white brine mushrooms. The strength of the bacterium can be directly distinguished by the number of eyes on its body. The more eyes it has, the stronger it is. Changqi saw the god on the Tum Biscuit planet. He had black skin and about 1,000 eyeballs after the flower buds on his body bloomed. He was the most common bacterium, but his lifespan was long enough and his size was huge. On the V library, there was a red bacterium that was envied by others. It had tens of thousands of eyeballs on its body. One eyeball was comparable to a bacterium legion and could even fight against a huge beast-like creature with a body of hundreds of miles. Interestingly, its owner actually posted a message to auction this red brine mushroom. However, no matter how tempting the other users were, it did not respond. It was just showing off in this way, and did not intend to really make a move. After reading all the content, Changqi looked at the brine mushroom he cultivated. It was like a white feather duster in the shape of the Chinese character Feng, without an eyeball on its body. Maybe you haven't grown up yet? Changqi tilted his head. I hope you can realize my next idea. And Changqi's next idea. It is to transport the white bacterium out of the starship, let it take root in the Tum Cake star, use the planet as a carrier, absorb the redundant energy of white energy, and then inject it into his own STC. Wu Bai said that the only way to use white energy is to extract energy from the galaxy. And the bacterium in front of him is probably the only chance. Chapter 376. Slurp. The moment Iron Mother placed the white Artemia on the dark red ground, the Type 1 biochemical armor immediately sent a greeting. Relax. Changqi stood on one side, his blue cape full of holes fluttering in the wind. It's our partner. Slurp. The Type 1 armor's huge eyeballs stared at the small feather duster. It could fully understand Changqi's meaning, but it just couldn't control it. In the distance, Lu Lian and Mukin squinted their eyes and touched their chins. Changqi is really a guy who has reached the end of his rope, but he finds a way out. He lost a plant, and it was like a magic trick. He took out another one in the blink of an eye. Muchin said, but can this little seedling really work? I really hope he can succeed. Lu Lian said, the purpose of accompanying him this time is to find energy. Muchin nodded and said warmly, if it doesn't work this time, then let him set sail and continue to search. The two of us can't help with a big thing, but we can always help a little bit. Changqi turned around and shouted, thank you, but shouldn't we discuss this quietly? Why do we have to turn on the speaker? Changqi, this is your fault. Muchin shouted, such touching and inspiring words, if you can't hear them, wouldn't it be a waste? Besides, we have worked hard all the way, can't we get some good impression? Okay, as long as you are happy. Changqi turned around and smiled helplessly. Having said that, these two guys are really nice and hardworking. If STC can successfully replenish energy, and if they encounter suitable items, Changqi also plans to give them some gifts. At this moment, Changqi's expression became cautious, looking at the white brine mushroom in front of him. Come on, let me see what you can do. An unknown wind blew. The white hairs on the brine mushroom swayed slightly, like a horsetail floating in the water. As Changqi gave the order, white rhizomes began to extend from the bottom of its body, winding and groping on the ground, getting longer and longer, and then these rhizomes began to penetrate into the soil inch by inch, and as they grew, they penetrated deeper and deeper. Changqi narrowed his eyes slightly, and clenched his fists. The phenomenon in front of me is exactly the same as the previous black Artemia. It depends on how much energy this little white can absorb, whether it can grow quickly, and whether it can replenish STC. Time passed little by little. At least 20 minutes have passed. The roots of the white Artemia are still digging into the soil, and nothing else has changed. Some of the beast-like creatures crawling on the ground in the distance have even fallen asleep. And the bald dandelion has lost its focus and began to drool at the multi-legged bird next to it, but unfortunately it has lost its hair, which is equivalent to losing its mouth parts, so it can only watch. Crunch. Muchin scratched his forehead, it seems not to work. Plop. Lu Lian suddenly collapsed to the ground, and then he found that the parasitic leech behind his neck had died, becoming dry and numb, and he looked regretful. Changqi was also a little anxious. Sure enough, without eyeballs, it is the lowest level of Artemia. At this moment, the roots of Artemia stopped growing, as if they had reached the predetermined position, and then a faint green light, from deep in the soil, from bottom to top, flowed rapidly along the roots, and finally gathered in its body. Changqi opened his eyes slightly. At the same time, a wave of white light suddenly surged from the white blight fungus. The white hairs on its body also surged like a tide. As the roots continued to absorb green energy, the hairs on its body suddenly danced, and then, like little snakes with their heads raised, they stood upright in the air. Suddenly, the tip of each hair on the body of the white blight fungus flashed a dark light. Then, its body, as if it was hosting the stars in the sky, lit up with countless brilliance. It turned out that those were not fluff, but very thin tentacles. At this time, the tips of those tentacles bloomed like flower buds, revealing countless white eyeballs as small as rice grains. Oh my! Chang-Chi was stunned. The number of eyeballs on Xiaobai's body was already countless. Perhaps hundreds of thousands, or perhaps millions. An adult human would have 120,000 hairs, and the Fengyan mushroom in front of him was 5 meters tall, with white fluff all over his body, and there was an eyeball at the tip of each fluff. It was impossible to count how many there were. In the V library, a red bacterium with 10,000 eyes is a rare variant. So what level is Xiaobai in front of us? At this time, the green energy has been connected into a string, pouring into Xiaobai's body from the ground, and all its eyeballs are flashing with blazing white light. And in less than 1 minute, Xiaobai seems to have eaten enough and began to release energy outward. Swish! Xiaobai's dozen eyes gathered together, releasing a white energy, which directly hit the hairless dandelion in the distance. Bang! The hairless dandelion was like an exploded cotton ball, and it grew countless pappus. It was stunned, and the multi-legged bird next to it was also stunned. Swish! Another white energy was released, and it directly hit the parasitic leech in Lu Lian's hand. The leech instantly revived, and its size increased by 10 times. It sucked on Lu Lian's face with a smack. Lu Lian was stunned. Swish! Another white energy was released from Xiaobai's body, and it directly hit Jialu in the distance, but Jialu did not suffer any damage. Instead, he felt unusually comfortable, and let out a comfortable roar. Swoosh! Another beam of white energy hit the pink goddess, who had lost her tentacles. The goddess groaned, and the broken tentacles began to grow rapidly, becoming even more pink and beautiful than before. The countless eyes on Xiaobai's body, like an energy Gatling gun, began to release energy in all directions, overwhelming and hitting various beast-like creatures. These creatures, like Jialu, felt the nourishment of vitality, like a bath, massage, and a massage, all kinds of comfort. Fuck! Chang-Chi's eyes widened, and he had realized the essence. What Xiaobai absorbed and released was the white energy that was integrated into the entire triangle galaxy. At this moment, Chang-Chi raised his right wrist, and the glass-like STC shone in the air. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Xiaobai, here!" The hairs on the body of the white blight fungus swayed, and then a large number of hairs gathered together, and the eyeballs were tightly connected, releasing an extremely strong and thick white energy, which crossed the void and directly hit the STC. The residual power of the energy alone, like a warm spring breeze, made Chang-Chi feel refreshed and his fatigue was swept away, but Chang-Chi didn't care to understand. And he opened his eyes wide, and saw that STC was indeed flashing a dazzling blue light. But the next moment, STC popped up a familiar virtual screen. This energy form is life energy, which does not meet the absorption conditions and requires certain transformation and neutralization. What? Chang-Chi's eyes almost popped out. This is too difficult, right? What do you mean by transformation and neutralization? It was also at this moment Chang-Chi suddenly smelled a strong smell of urine. He turned his head and saw a young man wearing a retro leather jacket, thunderbolt gloves, and a delicate side-parted haircut appear beside him. "Di sure?" Chang-Chi was even more surprised. "I'm not in the Milky Way anymore. How can you catch up with me?" "Brother, that's not important." Di sure, who was about 27 or 28 years old, raised his eyebrows and grinned. "The important thing is, I'm about to explode again. Help me absorb it." Buzz! In front of Chang-Chi, there was a white snow, and then countless white light spots that he hated very much spread out. No! Various energies were chaotic and exploded around Chang-Chi. But the explosion that was enough to destroy the Milky Way did not appear. Chang-Chi felt that the energy around him had undergone strange changes. The energy released by Di Sure and the energy released by Xiao Bai seemed to have produced some kind of transformation and neutralization. I don't know how long it took. The dazzling white light around him gradually faded. Chang-Chi shook his head, and his vision gradually recovered. He saw Di Sure standing beside him safely. He smoothed his oiled side-parted hair, and said with relief, "Brother, you are still so special, haha. Some people are alive, but they are already dead, and some people are dead, but they are actually still alive. I think we are not ordinary people. I will come to see you when I have nothing to do in the future." Disher put his feet together and made a very non-standard salute, then turned handsomely, stepped into the colorful vortex, and disappeared. Energy replenishing, remaining energy 0.00000066%, remaining energy 0.00000066%, remaining energy 0.0000006666%, remaining energy 0.0000006666%, remaining energy 0.00006666%, unknown fragment fusion progress restored. Chang-Chi looked at the STC flashing on his wrist, his eyes trembling. Fuck. Chapter 377. In the Silent Universe. Transparent ripples passed one after another, spanning the entire Triangulum galaxy. On many planets with lush vegetation, various strange animals were startled and looked up at the sky. These ripples were like breezes, causing the green leaves to tremble and the animals to make slight calls. But these ripples would not cause any harm to them, coming gently and leaving gently. This kind of ripple is not spreading, but contracting. It seems to be escaping from all things in the Triangulum galaxy, and then converging to the same point. The small white blight fungus disturbed all the redundant energy, absorbed it, gathered it, and formed a white beam through countless tiny eyes, which was injected into STC. Disher's sudden appearance and departure, like a medicine lead, completely opened up this situation. Chang-Chi was a little stunned. How many times did I say Disher? Wasn't it twice? The Disher just now had a long and narrow scar on his right face, but the old Disher I saw in the Temple of the Gods before did not have this feature. He shook his head. Chang-Chi focused his attention on what was in front of him. Xiao Bai's ability was beyond imagination. He mobilized the redundant, white energy. The STC was continuously replenishing it, but it also caused obvious energy fluctuations. This was a double-edged sword. While obtaining it, it also sent a signal to the entire Triangle Galaxy. How many treasure hunters are there nearby? What is their technological level? Will they come? Chang-Chi looked at the STC on his wrist. Although its remaining energy was still a few decimal places, it was growing rapidly. The fusion degree of the mysterious fragment he obtained before had reached 99.01%. Giving up charging is impossible. The current situation is like the battery of the mobile phone is only 1%, and this state has lasted for more than 10 minutes. After much difficulty, I finally found a charging socket, but unfortunately, this socket is located in the middle of a highway. A high-speed car may rush over at any time and hit me high up, fall heavily, break bones and tendons, and if I'm unlucky, my brain will burst and I will die. Lu Lian-Mukin, what are you going to face next? I don't need to say more. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Are you going to fight or hide? The two looked up at the same time. Do you asked? Chang-Chi nodded, full of fighting spirit. Thank you for your support. If someone comes, we will fight if we can. If we can't, we will fight to the limit. The two scratched their heads. You may have misunderstood our meaning. Muchin said, what we mean is that you absorb energy here by yourself, and we hide in your starship. Chang-Chi, Uh-huh. The two laughed at the same time. Just kidding. How can we hide from such an exciting thing? At this moment, a huge shadow appeared above everyone's head. On the planet of the ox-tongue biscuit, all the beasts were terrified and made low noises. Chang-Chi felt the ground under his feet tremble slightly, because a large mass object in outer space approached, causing gravity chaos. Everyone looked up and found an extremely spectacular scene. A celestial body comparable in size to the moon was infinitely close to the atmosphere. If the moon is in the right place, it will form a beautiful landscape, but if it approaches the Earth infinitely and forms a clear outline outside the atmosphere, then it will only bring people fear, fear of giants, fear of the unknown, and fear of destruction. This planet is a pale gray, like some kind of hard rock. Chang-Chi saw something familiar, or something within his cognition. The surface of this planet is built with thin silver metal skeletons, crisscrossing, like a stone ball, with a slightly larger and very precise silver cage. Fully exploit the planet's energy, Dyson Sphere characteristics. They are a level 2 civilization, but the Dyson Sphere technology is obviously higher than the Hunter we encountered before. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. They are a level 2.5 to 3.0 technological civilization. Outside the atmosphere, there was a rumbling vibration, and the gas in the atmosphere was disturbed by chaos. Speaking of the atmosphere of the Tumcake planet, it actually comes from the decomposition of the body of the light centipede after death. In other words, it is corpse gas. The planet in outer space began to rotate slowly, gradually revealing the scene behind it. The back of this celestial body had been hollowed out, and in the hollow part, there were silver metal fortresses built one after another, closely connected. Between these fortresses, there were strange-shaped attack weapons that looked like giant cannons. Chang-Chi clearly remembered the previous homework. The main attack methods of technological civilizations from level 2 to 3 are all beam weapons, but the technological content and power are different, and the firepower value depends on its efficiency in utilizing energy. This can be understood as, everyone is using a musket, but whoever has pure gunpowder is more lethal. It's interesting to say. The means of beam attack, placed on the scale of the entire universe, is at best equivalent to a musket. Although Chang-Chi has just left the Milky Way, the child is unlucky and has seen causal bomb and cognitive logic bomb, respectively, which are the means of attack that advanced civilizations should have. Looking at the Dyson sphere skeleton and celestial fortress in the sky, Chang-Chi suddenly thought of the moon outside the garbage Earth, the moon defined by humans. When he walked out of the Earth, he found that the back of the moon was also hollowed out, but there was no remnant of any equipment inside. Some people speculated that it was a monitoring method of the Earth by a certain advanced civilization, but for some unknown reason, they withdrew. Now Chang-Chi has a preliminary understanding. That is not a very advanced civilization. It should be below level 3, similar to the celestial body in front of him. It's really not dragging its feet at all. The duo was shocked. This is coming too fast. The celestial body in outer space has been invading the atmosphere inch by inch. At the same time, there is a huge silver metal ring between the fortresses flickering. That should be some kind of information. What are they expressing? It may be some kind of universal signal in the universe, but Chang-Chi and the other two can't understand it. Unexpectedly, the little, brain-talking beast beside them is actually a super-universal translator. The light spot in its head jumps, and the other party's meaning is transmitted to Chang-Chi and the duo's mind. Weak civilization, you surprised us that you could discover the secret of white energy first. But you obviously don't have the ability to possess it. We kindly give you 3 minutes. You need to evacuate quickly during this time, otherwise this will be the last 3 minutes of your life. In fact, before they just sent out the light signal, the cannons between the fortresses had already gathered light beams in the muzzles, and had completed the preheating. So the so-called 3 minutes is not mercy, but after Chang-Chi and his group leave the surface of the planet, and ensure that they will not harm the Fengnian fungus on the ground, they will execute the instant kill without hesitation. Chang-Chi nodded slowly and said calmly, Solaris. Chapter 378. The world is too big, the universe is too romantic. From today on, I am determined to be a person who works hard to collect synthetic raw materials, no matter whether they are useful or not, no matter whether they are in pairs or not. As long as it has a certain technological content, as long as it has a certain function, no matter whether it is tall or short, fat or thin, iron or copper, I will do my best, never hold back, and give all my love equally. In the days to come, whether it is good times or bad times, rich or poor, healthy or sick, happy or sad, I will firmly carry out this promise. As long as you appear in front of me in a beautiful and lively way, I will say that sentence regardless of whether you are willing or not. Please witness it with all the victims. The one who swears, Chang-Chi. Solaris, you have a level 4 technological civilization. Chang-Chi said slowly, is there any way to kill all the lives of the other party in seconds, and then leave this Dyson sphere planet intact? Of course, my respected master. In my vague memory, I seem to be very good at this method. I often use a method to replenish new seed warships for the mechanical Rubik's Cube. This method is called Juyuan. Chang-Chi looked at the giant celestial body outside the atmosphere. His eyes flickered. Start, Juyuan. In the distant sky, a faint silver light suddenly appeared. Then, this light became grand and dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at it. The light seemed to condense into substance, and the Solaris mechanical cube, which was almost as large as the vast space, appeared in the silent universe as if it appeared out of thin air. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if its technology is downgraded, it still carries the remaining momentum of a god-level civilization, demonstrating a kind of overwhelming power. Chang-Chi's expression moved. At this moment, the mechanical cube did not seem to have a volume of 0.5 light-years, and did not fully display its former glory. Chang-Chi thought of the note of volume effect series micro-world and macro-world converter. Its effect is not to enlarge or reduce, but to transform the existence logic of a single object to meet the worldview of various scales. The core of the transformation is the adaptability of the object. The Milky Way used to have a diameter of 180,000 light-years, but now the Triangulum galaxy is only 60,000 light-years. So the volume of Solaris's mechanical cube in front of him is only hundreds of thousands of kilometers, which has achieved a certain adaptability. But even so, it still descended with domineering power and shocked the eyes. The huge mechanical Rubik's Cube produced irregular rotations, and then released energy like water vapor. In the mist, the outlines of hundreds of thousands of interstellar battleships emerged. And the 2.5-level technological civilization that controlled the Dyson sphere was stunned on the spot, and its thinking logic became confused. But even a rabbit in a trap will usually bite back. This 2.5-level civilization instantly launched its own beam weapon, and hundreds of bright yellow beams swept the void. It was indeed faster than human starships, with a higher energy level and more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. As the opponent's beam swept, nearly 10,000 sub-star ships of the mechanical cube exploded in the deep space. Against the background of the vast and dark universe, they looked like blooming fireworks. Each starship seemed to be a secondary ignition of gunpowder particles. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. Since he explored the universe, he has never experienced such a level of loss. But he could also feel that the thoughts of the artificial intelligence Solaris were extremely calm, even without any waves. It was also at this time that the remaining hundreds of thousands of sub-starships scattered in various locations were all in place. The mechanical cube upgraded and modified them, and equipped them with -83398 weapon strengthening field. A peculiar attack method was displayed. In front of all the sub-star ships, a thin red beam was simultaneously emitted. This was a truly thin beam, perhaps only as thick as a little finger. These beams made continuous right-angle turns in the universe, weaving a gorgeous light net in the starry sky ahead. And the end points of these beams pointed to various locations of the Silver Fortress in the Dyson sphere. This was a dispersed attack, and it seemed that each beam had a separate target. The attack only lasted for a moment. Hundreds of thousands of red beams attack, hit, and then extinguish. Enemy ships' vital signs cleared. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. With the help of Solaris's perspective, he could see the Silver Fortress built inside the planet. On its walls, observation windows, and even on the cover of the beam cannon, there were many holes the size of a fingernail, and faint green smoke came out of the holes. This was a kind of instant sniping. One starship was responsible for one organism, an astonishing disparity, no suspense. This is the so-called punishment of the source. Recalling the battle just now, the idea of Solaris's mechanical cube is obviously a human wave tactic. Perhaps different god-level civilizations have different war strategies, and Solaris's mother civilization obviously prefers a simple and crude method. In a mechanical cube, hundreds of millions of sub-star ships are stored. At the same time, they have tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of mechanical cubes, and the endless army sweeps everything. Under this logic, the loss of tens of thousands of starships is simply a drop in the bucket, and not worth mentioning. Chang-Chi took a deep breath. His knowledge and vision were still too narrow. Perhaps, this was a normal state in the cosmic war. The Solaris mechanical cube in front of him was hollow after synthesis, thanks to the large number of abandoned starships collected from the Omni King. Although Solaris was downgraded, it was still the concept and structure of the god-level civilization. The current problem was that the sub-starship had a poor foundation and insufficient technological level, which was a mismatched state. It was still easy to be destroyed in front of the second or third level civilization. Omni King is a waste. He is not motivated at all. At this moment, the unitized modules of Solaris mechanical cube are running rapidly, moving layer by layer, and opening a huge entrance on the front. Then this giant moves in the deep space, inch by inch, swallowing up the Dyson sphere that has fallen into silence. The world is too big, and the universe is too romantic. From today on, I am determined to be a person who works hard to collect synthetic raw materials, no matter whether it is useful or not, no matter whether it is a pair or not. Whether you are willing or not, I am willing anyway. After successfully harvesting the Dyson sphere, the Solaris mechanical cube shrank in size to the size of a palm. Chang-Chi looked at STC, energy replenishing, remaining energy 16.66666%. STC's technological level is amazing, and its energy demand is too great. Unknown fragment fusion progress 99.9999%. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. The progress of fragment fusion is only the last shiver. I hope that the action of destroying the Dyson sphere just now did not attract too much attention. It's really quick and dirty. The duo stared at the sky, looking surprised. Another one. A huge metal sea urchin appeared in the sky. It was painted in black, huge, close to 5,000 kilometers, and each sharp sea urchin's spine was emitting a pure black energy that seemed to be able to distort time and space. It was carrying an extremely mysterious aura, and approached slowly in a silent manner. It's impossible to judge the technological level. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and raised the veering on his hand towards the sky. Number of matching posts, 1. UNZ Civilization, Level 5 Technological Civilization. When technological civilization reaches the Level 5 standard, it will use data weapons as the main means of war to a greater extent, such as information entropy increase attack, increase the information entropy of the target civilization by interfering with the storage and transmission of information, such as injecting wrong quantum bits into the opponent's communication network, causing database decay, causing their technological data and cultural heritage to fall into chaos and disorder. At the least, destroying all the opponent's shipborne electronic systems, and making the opponent lose combat effectiveness at the worst, causing the technological development of the target civilization to regress, creating an information cliff, causing order to collapse and heading towards destruction. It can be understood as a cosmic hacker. If the enemy civilization has a low level of technology and does not have the conditions to use data weapons, then the UNZ civilization still has simple and unpretentious physical attack methods. Based on its excellent energy mining and utilization technology, it has almost developed energy weapons to the extreme and created global beam weapons, which is to integrate the excellent characteristics of all beam weapons under the 5th level civilization, exponentially increase the destructiveness of beam weapons, and its strike efficiency is about 300 to 400 times that of ordinary 2nd level civilization. Theoretically, civilizations below level 5 do not have the corresponding defense conditions. The characteristic of global beam weapon is an extremely black beam. Therefore, if you see similar beam weapons in the universe, you can basically determine that the opponent is a technological civilization above level 5. Shared by Time Capsule Recycling Station. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. This time I summoned a tough guy. Paid post level 5 technological civilization weaknesses, worth 100 points. Huh? Chang-Chi saw hope in an instant, but not much. I only have 40 points left. At this moment, Chang-Chi found another surprise. His EP351 actually had an overdraft limit of 80 points. 2 humane. Overdraft, payment, and expansion, all in one go. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and looked at the content. Weaknesses of level 5 technological civilization. Personal summary, 1. Dependence on basic rules. 2. Highly dependent on intelligence. 3. Based on its interstellar navigation technology and highly developed galaxy-level communication technology, level 5 civilization has collected a large amount of cosmic information and can make reasonable inferences. They have fully realized the power of the universe, and realized the incomprehensible power of other advanced civilizations, and even civilizations above level 10. Therefore, they can also deeply realize their own weakness. They are neither high nor low, believe in the law of the dark forest, are always worried and afraid, and clearly know that they are as fragile as ants in front of advanced civilizations. This view is particularly evident in the UNZ civilization. All their actions are cautious, and they are timid and will never make any rash moves, and will never easily attack unknown things or civilizations. In their battle records, the ratio is almost 1 win, 1 loss, 8 escapes. See here. Chang-Chi felt that his eyes were opened, unexpected, but also reasonable. He looked into the distance, at the metal sea urchin that was approaching at a very slow speed. They had obviously also discovered the energy fluctuations here, but compared with the level 2 civilization that just sent equipment, its every move was extremely cautious. Is it a weird imagination? Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, and a response plan was born. Chapter 379. In the vast red wasteland. A gust of wind blew, rolling up the rippling red dust. Looking down at a 45-degree angle, Chang-Chi's tiny body stood quietly, and his blue scavenger's cloak full of holes rippled slightly. His hands drooped naturally, his eyes were extremely calm and expressionless, and a white energy beam from his wrist connected to the rare white brine mushroom next to him, which might even be the only one in the universe. The roots of the white brine mushroom penetrated into the planet, stirring the energy of the entire galaxy. Solaris, if you go all out, what are the chances of defeating UNZ civilization? Since the opponent only has 1 combat unit, I will launch a suicide attack at the cost of all my substar ships, and the chance of winning is about 9%. Solaris's voice was not normal, with a kind of intermittent pulling and a sense of ambiguity. Level 5 civilization is good at electronic information attacks, and Solaris happens to be a level 4 artificial intelligence, a natural enemy. If the battle really starts, there may be other variables. The winning rate is really low. Chang-Chi nodded and looked at the sky, slowly approaching the Black Sea Urchin. He knew that the other party must be performing various scans, and must have discovered his existence. He touched the cute, brain language beast beside him and asked it to translate his language. Then, Chang-Chi looked up at the sky calmly and said slowly, "Get lost." The huge level 5 winching starship roared and suddenly stopped in the distance. But after being silent for only 30 seconds, it began to move forward slowly at a very slow speed. Level 5 technological civilization, UNZ civilization, can't you understand my language? Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. I told you to get out. The Black Sea Urchin starship roared again and stopped in place. Inside the starship, there stood a row of strange figures, all of them wearing a square black cloak, with no face or limbs visible, like black tombstones. They were about 2 meters tall, with a palm-wide white vertical strip in the middle of the cloak, and a blue glowing disc on the face, like a particle propeller without flames. The figures looked at each other, and the blue discs on their faces flickered slightly. Who is the other party? Why can they identify our identities instantly? According to the memory files, I have never come into contact with similar creatures, so there should be no intersection. The atmosphere in the Sea Urchin starship suddenly became more solemn. Chang-Chi on the ground had a blank expression on his face, as if he was calmly announcing some kind of notice. If you don't leave within 3 minutes, you will be left in the Triangle Galaxy forever. A row of tombstone-like figures took a deep breath. Why is it so confident? But the UNZ civilization is not so easy to fool. The countless spikes of the Sea Urchin starship flickered with a dim black light. Although Chang-Chi's naked eyes could not detect any strange phenomena, his body seemed to have a sixth sense or a stress response. He felt that something invisible was passing over his body again and again. If the details were magnified, every hair on Chang-Chi's face would stand up uncontrollably. Information entropy scanning. From the perspective of information theory, the information entropy of the target and its surrounding environment is analyzed, and the order and disorder of the information are used to infer whether the target has hidden information storage, encryption mechanism or special energy information flow, so as to discover hidden features that are difficult to detect by conventional means. This scanning technology comes from the Level 5 technological civilization, UNZ civilization, which requires powerful energy and advanced artificial intelligence support. Chang-Chi's information was exposed instantly. A low-level creature, the degree of genetic development is far from enough, and the function value is 360,000. For an individual, this function value is far higher than its genetic development, but it is an individual after all, and facing the vast universe starship, it is insignificant. This creature wears a variety of technological equipment, but according to its signal characteristics, they are all below level 5, so it is not to be feared. Behind it is a Lyros beast, a commonly used biochemical armor, which should be a master-servant relationship. This Lyros beast is different, and the degree of evolution is far higher than other similar beasts, but the fitness level is 15%, so it is not to be feared. There is another strange creature beside it, which is determined to be a mutant, brine fungus, and its fitness level is 20%, which is a very good data, but not to be feared. Multidimensional summary. The opponent is a weak individual, with a civilization level of 2 to 4, and no fleet support, and the threat level is less than 3%. In the center of the Black Sea Urchin, a layer of defensive armor slowly opened, revealing a tall and low observation window. A row of figures wearing square cloaks and only a blue disc on their faces stood in a straight line, looking down at Chang-Chi from a distance, releasing an infinitely mysterious and powerful aura. The brain beast beside him translated their language into understandable meaning and passed it to Chang-Chi's mind. The fox is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. That's right. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. You are a level 5 civilization. You must have corresponding detection methods. If I can easily fool you or even scare you away, it's because I don't have awe for higher civilizations, but I have a problem with my brain. UNZ civilization. Creatures are cold and mysterious, and they are very frugal with words. First, they were unwilling to waste time talking to weak creatures. Second, they would not attack easily as the V library said. So, they just sent a thought to Chang-Chi. Leave here, we will not open fire. Unexpectedly, Chang-Chi remained calm and said calmly, that is impossible. The disc on the face of the UNZ civilization creature suddenly flashed with luster, and they became angry. Chang-Chi said, The powerful energy here is extremely precious to a weak creature like me. It is a chance to change my fate. Therefore, I am not even willing to bet my life to stay here and try to use these energies. Do you have such courage? The creatures of UNZ civilization raise their face discs one after another. The thoughts of this weak creature are unreasonable and illogical, and their patience is limited. You should have also discovered that many advanced civilizations have entered this galaxy. Changqi said slowly. Are you sure you are the most powerful existence? Of course you are not. The creatures of UNZ civilization paused slightly when they heard this. The energy fluctuations of the planet under our feet have been transmitted to every corner here. In the next period of time, advanced civilizations will continue to appear around here. Changqi's voice was still unusually calm. Even if you defeat me and take control of this planet, are you sure you can continue to occupy it? Are you sure you can leave alive? There is an old saying in my homeland, you can make money if you are alive, but you can't spend it if you are dead. I can sacrifice my life for this opportunity. Do you dare? It is a long road to become a level 5 technological civilization. In many galaxies, you are at the top of the pyramid. You can use your power and majesty to get everything you want. Changqi said slowly, Aren't you afraid of being buried here? The creatures of UNZ civilization looked at each other in an anthropomorphic way. Immediately, one of the creatures moved forward like a ghost. We have scanned this area, and there are no other civilization starships nearby. Your idea is not valid, and our patience has reached its limit. Are you sure? Changqi tilted his head. Have you ever thought that the reason why you can't scan other civilizations is because your technology level is too low? At this moment, in space about 2,000 kilometers away, suddenly, a strange space flow appeared, and some complex geometric figures appeared out of thin air, causing waves of space ripples. Then, a golden light wheel with amazing momentum slowly sailed out as if from another time and space. The creatures of UNZ civilization were horrified when they saw this scene, because the information collection devices on their faces had already captured the data first and matched it. That is, Lightwheel Flying Saucer, Level 8 Civilization Creature. Chapter 380. Will this work? Lu Lian and Mu Chun, following Changqi's plan, drove the Wood Immortal. The Wood Immortal stretched out his two arms, firmly fixing the Lightwheel Flying Saucer that was split into two by the Executioner from the inside. And the reason why the Lightwheel Flying Saucer can emit light. It's because Lu Lian likes strange creatures, so when he left the green planet at the previous stop, he not only caught a lot of parasitic leeches, but also caught a lot of big fireflies that flew out of the bushes when they drank windchime juice, and could glow during the day. They put the fireflies into the pipes all over the body of the Lightwheel Flying Saucer, and the fireflies flew around randomly in it, unable to leave, but could release bright light. And the reason why this scrapped Lightwheel Flying Saucer can appear as if it has penetrated the void is because it has always been parked in the cargo hold of the Spirit Starship, and just now, the Spirit Starship flashed from behind the fourth wall, spit out the flying saucer, and then disappeared instantly. The first step is right. Changqi thought to himself, it seems that they don't know what the fourth wall is. It is impossible to deceive a level 5 civilization just by talking nonsense. You have to make progress step by step, use reasonable situations, and create a reasonable scam. Isn't it easy for UNZ civilization to make up their minds? As long as they can fall into the trap, the effect of the imagination will become more and more exaggerated. At this moment, Changqi pursed his lips. Look, I told you to leave within 3 minutes, and now you can't leave. Changqi also clenched his fists, seemingly fearful, but actually nervous. It's not stable enough now. The V Library Post clearly said that level 5 civilizations are highly dependent on intelligence. If this information is accurate, they should be able to take the initiative to enter the next routine. The creatures of UNZ civilization almost all took a step back, but they still took a chance and launched a tentative scan of the level 8 civilization UFO. No electromagnetic fluctuations were detected. No electronic code running programs were detected. No thermal energy fluctuations were detected. No kinetic energy trends of the other party were calculated. No communication signals from the other party were received. The artificial intelligence system cannot make an effective judgment. The disk on the face of UNZ civilization began to flash violently, and the body began to tremble slightly. The other party's technological level is far higher than ours. With our technological level, we can't capture the other party's electromagnetic signals at all. Their code operation form is also far beyond our understanding, and even our artificial intelligence cannot describe it concretely. It's not that they don't have energy fluctuations, but the energy form they use will not produce the fluctuations we know. It is very likely that they are mobilizing the surrounding dark matter, which is a kind of absorption, transformation and utilization anytime and anywhere. They don't have any kinetic trend. No, not really. How can a weak level 5 civilization like us possibly understand the thinking of a level 8 civilization? We simply can't imagine what their next move will be. It's like we simply can't understand where it came from, and how it came. Our artificial intelligence system can't make any effective judgments? Nonsense. In front of a level 8 civilization, our artificial intelligence is completely idiotic. Crack, crack. Lu Lian and Yukin held the joystick of the Wood Fairy tightly, and sweat kept pouring out of their palms, but they didn't dare to communicate too much. Isn't this a bit too exciting? The other party is a level 5 civilization, although I don't know how powerful a level 5 civilization is. But compared with the human level 1.5 civilization, it is not something I can imagine at all. And at this time, the duo is actually controlling a completely scrapped empty shell, and they are here to scare the universe's level 5 technological civilization? Isn't it said that when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you? We are indeed staring into the abyss. But did the abyss see something fishy? Crack! The light wheel flying saucer is not big, and coupled with the gravity environment in the universe, the Wood Immortal can control the 2 pedals of the flying saucer, but after all, it is broken, so there is still slight friction and vibration at the interface. A row of Soar civilization creatures, terrified, all took 3 steps back, because the artificial intelligence system just detected the vibration of the light wheel flying saucer. Oh no, it's going to make a move. We're going to die here. The Tug Biscuit planet is still absorbing waves of energy. The Huinzi civilization creature subconsciously focused its attention on the Bonjinian fungus behind Changqi. It turns out that this creature is the starting point of the energy anomaly. It can actually disturb the redundant energy of the Triangle Galaxy in the form of an ecological object. It seems to be able to absorb and transform the energy of the galaxy, which is the way to obtain energy for civilizations above level 6, and it can transform energy into a kind of life-revitalizing force, realizing the reversal of a certain biological function. This reversal is not achieved through some complex medical equipment, but simply through simple physiological mechanisms, without any delay or leakage. Yes, the creation and evolution of life forms can revive and regenerate all things, and can design physical rules and life forms beyond imagination, allowing the possibilities of the universe to be infinitely expanded. In our speculative model, isn't this a technology that can only be achieved by civilizations above level 11? What? Could it be that the mutant bacterium has already reached the level of biological civilization at level 11? Stupid. Just now, I only paid attention to its fitness level, but not its essence. But it was actually serving that weak creature, and seemed to be injecting the converted energy into its equipment. And its equipment with no energy fluctuations. Wait, no energy fluctuations? And that humanoid creature could actually control the 11th level civilized creature? There seems to be only one truth. It is not as weak as we imagined. It is even kind. It has been kindly reminding us that we are facing a situation that we cannot handle. The arrival of level 8 civilization is something we cannot resist. If we are stubborn and try to snatch resources from level 8 civilization, we will arouse the anger of level 8 civilization, and its anger will not be so easy to appease. Then our death is not a pity, but level 8 civilization may trace back to our home planet and completely end our entire civilization. Our tens of thousands of years of technological accumulation, our cultural heritage, all our people, and our descendants will all turn into floating ashes. Our civilization will become a short-lived and fleeting meteor, leaving no trace in the universe. We are ashamed of our ancestors and our descendants. We will become sinners who will be infamous for our rash actions. No, why? If time can be turned back, we will never show up rashly, and we will never be so careless again. It seems that war is inevitable. Changqi's eyes were determined. After all, I have occupied the energy, so I am willing to fight against the level 8 civilization with my pet first. I don't want to see meaningless killing and death. If there is a chance, you should escape first. Huinzi civilization. The creature's body trembled. What level of civilization did it come from? It is said that the moral code of a truly advanced civilization has risen to the cosmic level, starting from the welfare and sustainable development of the entire universe. Even when facing those low-level civilizations that are still in a state of ignorance, they will respect and guide them instead of plundering and controlling them. Their behavioral decisions will fully consider the impact on the entire universe's space-time causal chain. Could it be that this guy's thoughts have reached this level? The soul of Huinzi civilization was washed and cleansed. They looked at Changqi at the same time and said, "Thank you." Then, UNZ civilization, which did not have a high moral code, showed its selfish side. The engine of the sea urchin starship roared and fled to the distance at the maximum speed. In the process, their tense mentality gradually relaxed. The attention of the 8th level civilization, Lightwheel Flying Saucer, seemed to be attracted, watering on the edge of the cliff. Fortunately, we should be safe. We are still too reckless. Obviously, we are neither high nor low, but we lack awe of the universe. Next, we will have a long review meeting with the theme of self-examination. Chapter 381. With coaxing and tricking, a level 5 technological civilization was sent away. Lu Lian and Yukin's eyes widened in the wooden puppet, and they swallowed slightly. It actually works. Exciting. The big firefly flew in the pipe of the Lightwheel Flying Saucer, but could not find the exit. Finally, it was tired and began to lie down and landed on the side wall of the pipe. Do humans always play tricks on us in different ways? It was unable to complain, and it piled up on each other and began to mate. When doing this, Chong Chong was unwilling to turn on the lights. The shining golden light of Lightwheel Flying Saucer gradually began to go out. When wandering at the edge of the abyss, human adrenaline will also soar wildly, making people feel a little cool, a little exciting, and even addicted. But Shang-Chi didn't want to develop a similar hobby. The universe is vast and all-encompassing. There will always be powerful civilizations, just different means in different periods. Strength is the root of everything. Steady development and continuous improvement are the kingly way to deal with everything. Shang-Chi's clenched fist loosened slightly. But it was only half loosened, and then it clenched again suddenly. His eyes narrowed into a slit, and his eyes slowly turned to the right side of his body. About 50 meters away, a figure appeared without any sign. There was no landing of any starship, no energy fluctuations of any stargate or long-distance transmission device, and even no sound of walking. That figure appeared 100% out of thin air. Shang-Chi's eyes had already fallen on him, and he was actually a human. It was a man with fair skin without any blemishes, about 40 years old, tall and slender, handsome, wearing a high-end black tuxedo, black trousers, spotless black leather shoes, and a tall hat. He took out an exquisite brass pocket watch, opened the lid with a snap, looked at the time, stretched out 2 fingers, adjusted the brim of the hat, and showed a gentlemanly smile. He was like a middle-aged aristocrat, with an elegant style in every move. Shang-Chi stared at him intently. This is the Triangle Galaxy. On a planet that Shang-Chi called Cow Tongue Biscuit, a human appeared, and was as silent as a ghost. Very good game. The elegant man walked on the ground, trying to choose a relatively solid ground to avoid splashing dust on his leather shoes and trousers. He said, "This kind of game, to a greater extent, tests psychological quality. You performed very well." Shang-Chi frowned with a very small amplitude, skipped all steps, and asked, "What do you want?" The elegant man nodded. All his movements were very polite, and with a feeling of respect, "I want to revive my civilization." Shang-Chi's eyes slightly opened. From a technological perspective, powerful energy can revive everything. His goal is white energy. He is one of the many treasure hunters. Who is he, what civilization, what level, and why does he look so similar to humans? At this time, Shang-Chi used a tiny movement to turn the V-Vault ring on his hand, trying to scan the man opposite and obtain the necessary information. But Shang-Chi suddenly found that the ring on his hand disappeared. Not just disappeared, but as if it had never existed. His pupils shrank slightly. Shang-Chi looked up and looked at the world around him. Everything disappeared. There was no dark red soil environment like the Ox Tongue Biscuit star, no Fingnian mushroom, no Jialu, and no Lu Lian and Yukin in the distance. He found himself in a milky white space. The distance was foggy, as if countless white milk was flowing, with no visible boundaries, and it seemed that there was no boundary. Hijacked, some kind of hijacking, that is incomprehensible. This seems to be a more extreme state. Shang-Chi tried to calm his mind. It might not be a wise decision to choose to attack and fight back. What he needed now was to understand the situation as much as possible. "Yeah." The man in the tuxedo showed an elegant smile. "He is an excellent guy." Shang-Chi's eyes moved. "How do you want to take away the white energy?" The man in the tuxedo adjusted the brim of his hat again, making his already very delicate image even more upright. "I can tell you one thing first. The UNZ civilization just now has left a dynamic detection wave near this planet. They fight 10 times and flee 8 times. But that doesn't mean they don't have a lucky mentality. One possibility is that they will come back after discovering the truth. Another possibility is that they are sure that a battle between advanced civilizations will occur here, but when the battle is over and the environment is safe, they will return to pick up the spoils. The man in the tuxedo looked at Chang-Chi, and his expression was indeed a kind reminder. In short, they will be back soon. Chang-Chi's eyes shrank. Who are you and what is your purpose? You need to know my story first. Chang-Chi, I am honored to invite you to look back at some of my past. The man in the tuxedo stretched out an arm very gentlemanly and pointed forward. Please. This scene was like a top-notch receptionist extending a generous invitation to a distinguished guest. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, and suddenly he looked up and said, okay. Then, he also walked forward with a relaxed body. A white vortex appeared where the elegant man pointed, which should be some kind of strange entrance. The moment Chang-Chi stepped into the vortex, he saw the elegant man behind him. His body suddenly turned into a white light spot and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Chang-Chi stepped out of the other end of the vortex with 1 foot. He saw a planet with amazing technological level, and stood in a city on this planet. There were tall crystal buildings everywhere, like the scattered high-rise buildings in human cognition, and countless oval-shaped aircraft like white cocoons shuttled through the city. These aircraft do not need to navigate the entire route, but after a simple acceleration, they can open a miniature star gate in front of them. After entering the star gate, they appear hundreds of kilometers away very smoothly. In the square in front, hundreds of alien creatures stood solemnly. They wore robes with exquisite embroidery, and their facial skin was as tight as porcelain. They had no eyelids or hair, only 2 huge pure black eyes, like bowling pins with eyes. The man in the tuxedo who just disappeared was slowly rising to the sky with his body, leaving the planet. In the distance, he used 2 fingers to adjust the brim of his hat, leaving behind a calm and elegant figure, and completely disappeared. Why should we bet with him? His bet is not a bet, he just wants to destroy our civilization. On the ground, an alien in a robe clenched his fist, and spoke to the leader of his civilization. And the leader of the civilization standing at the front exhaled tremblingly, he is the messenger of the 12th level civilization, we have no right to choose. But, the alien who had just asked the question gritted his teeth and said, according to legend, isn't a level 12 civilization already tainted with divinity? They won't wantonly bully the weak. Civilization is not an individual, and an individual does not represent civilization. The leader of the civilization said, that guy. He is a mysterious character in the legend. Not only does he not have divinity, but he has a strong humanity. He was born in a super civilization so unreasonably. He is crazy about gambles full of unknowns, wandering in the universe, and gambles with various civilizations to determine their fate. Of course, he often bets his own life. Under its elegant appearance, it is actually a cool gambler who walks on the edge of risk and tries to turn the tables on the universe table with luck and wisdom. Chapter 382. What did that guy bet with you? Chang-Chi stepped forward and talked to the unknown alien civilizations in front of him. But he found that what he saw was some kind of virtual image. The other party could not hear or see him, but Chang-Chi's hand could pass through the bodies of those people, as if penetrating smoke. Could it be that this is the memory of that guy just now? It was projected into my mind in some high-tech form. I can only watch it, not interfere. Chang-Chi frowned. What on earth is going on? At this moment, the alien civilizations around him began to talk to each other, and Chang-Chi just happened to listen. Chief, the bet that gambler made with us is simply a murder. The adjutant of the civilization trembled and said, he bet that within 7 years, there will be a gamma ray burst passing through our planet. If he wins, then our civilization will dismantle the related projects of the star charging plan, and wait for our star to reach the end of its life. After 13 million years, it will fall into silence, and the entire civilization will perish. If there is no gamma ray burst passing through our planet. Then, the gambler said he was willing to cut off his hands and nose, or genitals, and leave them to our planet for us to display in the civilization exhibition hall. He is simply a lunatic. On the head of the adjutant bowling, the big black eyeballs trembled with unspeakable fear and terror. The truth is, within the next 7 years, the probability of a gamma ray burst passing through our planet is almost 0. The probability is 0 plus several hundred decimal places. Gamma ray bursts can only be produced by rare events such as the collapse of massive stars, and the merger of 2 neutron stars. These astrophysical events themselves have a low incidence rate, and may only occur once every few million to 100 million years on average. Moreover, the energy of gamma ray bursts is concentrated in a specific narrow beam direction. We can only be hit if we happen to be in a strict and almost abnormal narrow energy ejection direction. In short, gambler is bound to lose. The adjutant said in horror, if gambler leaves his nose and arms with us, Will the 12th level civilization let us go? Even if he wins, we are forced to dismantle the solar charging plan, and the end left for our civilization is still the same destruction. Perhaps this is our fate. The leader of the civilization looked into the distance, with spots of light flashing in his black eyes. I heard that those who refuse the gambler's bet will have a worse fate. Chang-Chi listened to everything quietly. He probably understood the so-called bet. The gambler bet on an event with a very small probability. If he won, he would let the alien civilization in front of him dismantle his equipment and die naturally after several years. If the gambler lost, he would cut off his nose, hands, or genitals. Sick. At this moment, the man in the black hat appeared beside Chang-Chi, stretched out 2 fingers, adjusted the brim of his hat, and looked at the alien civilization in the distance. He was in the same state as Chang-Chi, and could not be detected. Chang-Chi turned his head. You want to play tricks, manipulate the outcome of the bet, and then win the bet and destroy the civilization? Sorry, I disappoint you. I never play tricks. The man in the hat smiled and said slowly, Tianjin civilization has not reached the level of 4 technology, but thinks that it has mastered the technology of galaxy transformation. Their sun is about to reach the end of its life, but they think they can recharge it. In fact, if they continue to be obsessed, 800 years later, their star will explode due to immature transformation, and their main galaxy will be destroyed in an instant, and civilization will end. You mean well? Chang-Chi's eyes widened. You will definitely control the game and force them to destroy the planetary transformation system. Then, under no choice, they will have to move away from their homeland, which will allow their civilization to continue. It's just a game. There is no good or evil. The man adjusted the brim of his hat elegantly again. As for the control of the game you mentioned, I did make some calculations before, because the existence of massive galaxy clusters will cause the surrounding spacetime to distort, causing the propagation path of gamma-ray bursts to bend. This factor does have the probability of causing some gamma-ray burst energy to hit the main star of Tianjin civilization within 7 years. Chang-Chi shook his head. Is this probability 100%? The man in the top hat shook his head. I don't know. Chang-Chi was puzzled. How could you not know? Because I only calculated half of it. Then I destroyed the remaining formula. When I calculated to this step, my probability of winning is about 1.2589%. At this point, the elegant man seemed to have changed into a different person. His eyes were full of cunning and excitement, and his lips trembled slightly because of the excitement in his heart. I like the feeling of gambling. Chang-Chi felt incredible. Your chance of winning is only 1.2589%. You dare to bet your nose, hands, or... Chang-Chi, let me teach you an experience. When you are standing in front of a terrifying catastrophe, if someone can really tell you an accurate chance of winning, believe me, it is actually a very lucky thing. Even if the probability is 1.2589%, don't panic, don't despair. Stare at this number carefully. You will find that 1.2589% is already very high. Like a lucky number. Then, he took off his hat and held it flat in his hand, looking serious, and, I swear on the rise and fall of my civilization that I have never used any shameful means. Chang-Chi looked at the strange human man beside him. What on earth was he going to do? Chapter 383. In the Silent Universe. A huge starship floats. They try to save energy and only light up some of the lights, like a silent island. This is a civilization displaced by war, and the starship under their feet is their last home. In the dimly lit corridor of the starship, a green-skinned alien child with gills sits on the ground, looking at the dark universe through the oval observation window. Gambler squats beside it, stretches out 2 fingers, and holds up the brim of his hat. Little guy, I heard that your father, mother, and sister all died in the war. A blue tear streaked across the child's chubby, fish-scaled face. Gambler stood up, gracefully, and suddenly said, You seem to be called Rice Fishman Lin, right? The fishman child nodded, and the tears on his cheeks turned into bubbles, floating in the air. Very good. Gambler smiled. I want to bet with you. The fishman child was very sad and absent-minded, and perhaps he didn't know what a bet was. He asked, Where are you from? Is your family okay? As for me, I come from Eco City Civilization, which is a level 12 technological civilization. The fishman child's eyes flashed. Level 12? I have learned too little, so... Is level 12 very high? Gambler nodded, looked into the distance, and pursed his lips. Very high. Then, if you are very advanced, does that mean your family will not die, or no one will ever die? How should I put it? Gambler exhaled slowly. Our form of existence is very special. Everyone in our civilization can be transformed into a kind of information. We can gather together or separate. When we gather together, we are Eco-City Civilization. If we act separately, then we are the people of Eco-City Civilization, and at the same time a piece of fragment. The fishman child's eyes were full of mist. I don't quite understand. That is to say, our civilization does not have a clear definition of life and death. Gambler adjusted his sleeves elegantly. Even if we die, we will still exist in another form. If someone brings us together, then everyone in the civilization will be reunited again. Reunion? Yes, reunion. Gambler stared at the human boy, his eyes shining with a strange luster. In fact, you also have such a form of reunion. Your father, mother, and sister just went to another world first. They are waiting for you there. The fishman child's eyes were still full of confusion. I still don't understand. You will understand. The gambler smiled and said, now let's talk about our gamble. Your spaceship and 23,000 members are about to go to a planet called Green Forest Park and prepare to build a new home there, right? Yes. The fishman child nodded, but the captain said that the starship's energy is only 12% left, and the probability of successfully reaching Green Forest Park is only 0.85%. Oh, that's a pretty good number. Gambler had a sly and excited look in his eyes. Then I bet that your starship will definitely reach Green Forest Garden. If I lose, I can dig out my 2 eyeballs, cut off half of my tongue, and give them all to you. Oh! The child's gills fluttered. What do I need those things for? Gambler pouted. It's a great thing to be able to play with the eyeballs and half of the tongue of a level 12 civilized creature in your hands. The fishman child scratched his head. It didn't want to play with 2 eyeballs and half of its tongue, even if it was a level 100 civilized creature. Rice fishman Lin, if you lose. Gambler stretched out 2 fingers and elegantly pinched the brim of his polite hat. Then you have to cheer up, take on the responsibility of reviving civilization, become the strongest fishman warrior, and become the most outstanding civilization leader. You can sacrifice, but when you enter another world and see your father, mother, and sister, they must be proud of you. The fishman child's pupils trembled, and tears appeared. No one can refuse the bet invitation of the gambler. Did you hear that? The gambler's face turned fierce, and he shouted angrily, come on, high five. The fishman child, in fear, stretched out his webbed hands and gently high-fived the man in the tuxedo. The sound of the 2 high fives was very small, and no one in the huge starship noticed it. Chung-Chi stood 3 meters away, as if he was outside some kind of isolation, watching everything quietly. At this moment, the gambler, wearing a tuxedo, with an elegant posture and handsome face, appeared beside Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi frowned. You are indeed kind-hearted. You are encouraging that child. The gambler stretched out his hand and pinched the brim of his hat. I said, it's just a gamble. There is no good or evil. Chung-Chi stared at him. 0.85% winning rate. You dare to gamble. Do you have enough parts? I said, when you face catastrophe, if someone can tell you a winning rate, no matter how small it is, I will regard it as my lucky number. Gambler smiled, showing his neat and white teeth, and I just like the feeling of gambling. Chung-Chi frowned. What on earth is he going to do? This seems to be a primitive planet. Civilization level is below level 1. There are no tall buildings, no flying machines, and even no technological light. All the residents have red skin and are strong. The tools they use are all stone grinding, stone hoes, stone axes, and bows and arrows made of sharp gravel. They were all wearing animal skins or straw-woven raincoats. The gambler, in a gorgeous tuxedo, sat on the left side of a stone round table. Opposite him was a red-skinned man, with a simple and honest face and a strong determination. My friend, I really don't want to complete any gamble with you. The red-skinned man scratched his head and smiled. If you want food, then you can take the red wheat rice in the barn or fresh animal meat. No matter how much you want, we don't mind. We are happy to share. No, no, no. The gambler held up 2 fingers and adjusted the brim of his hat. I only like gambling and have no interest in other things. The red-skinned man shook his head with a smile. Well, I hope you are happy. Please tell me how you want to gamble. Chung-Chi still stood outside of a kind of isolation, in the center behind the round table, like a referee, quietly watching the gambling game. This time, does he want to help this backward agricultural civilization? Chung-Chi thought so. Gambler looked up at the red-skinned man in front of him with a gentle smile. How old are you this year? The red-skinned man scratched his head and was about to speak, but his 3 children jumped into his arms while playing. The red-skinned man touched the children's heads one by one, looked at Gambler, and smiled. The red root tree that my father planted when I was born now has 23 rings. Gambler hesitated for a moment. Then I bet that your red root tree will die this year. The red-skinned man's eyes trembled. Please don't make such a joke. That tree and I live and die together, and it has strong vitality, and can withstand all adverse environments. For hundreds of years, among the 100,000 red-rooted trees in our tribe, only one has a lifespan of less than 120 years. 1 in 100,000, that's a 0.001% chance of winning. The gambler's expression showed a touch of madness and excitement. If I lose, I will cut open my stomach, dig out my lungs and liver, and give them to you. The red-skinned man froze, and quickly hugged the 3 children in his arms. What on earth are you going to do? Gambler pinched the brim of his hat. I'm just doing what I like most. Then, he raised his hand elegantly. Dozens of white light spots appeared out of thin air, and gathered into a bright white collar around the red-skinned man's neck, strangling his neck. An invisible force emerged, and the red-skinned man was lifted into the air, and he had to let go of the children in his arms. Boom! A bright white flame suddenly erupted from the collar. The red-skinned man was engulfed by the flames, wailing, his limbs twisting wildly. But it was no use. In less than 10 seconds, it was burned into a pile of black ash and dissipated in the wind. Gambler stood up from the stone bench, looked at the 3 children, who were stunned by extreme fear, and then looked at the other red-skinned people. Now, we can cut down the red-rooted tree. Chang-Chi's eyes were trembling wildly. What on earth is he doing? Is he good or evil? Who is he? Chapter 384. We felt deceived and fooled. The anger in our hearts has now exploded and churned, as if it could devour the entire galaxy. The Black Sea Urchin starship of UNZ civilization stopped fleeing and hovered in the dark universe. The entire starship was filled with a strong sense of hostility. The dynamic detection waves they left behind have begun to continuously feed back information. They know more and more about the Tongue Biscuit Planet, the 8th level civilization, Lightwheel Flying Saucer, and Chang-Chi. There is one situation where anger is even more uncontrollable. That is knowing that a creature many times weaker than oneself is playing with it like a mullah. And the mullahs on the planet of UNZ civilization are roughly equivalent to monkeys on Earth, and are even more brain-dead than monkeys. They will squeeze out their own shit and smear it on the faces of their own kind. Return. We want that ugly and self-righteous guy to turn into atomic dust. Tongue Biscuit Star. The duo landed and placed the Lightwheel Flying Saucer on the ground not far away. Now the flying saucer was in a 2-petal state, and would not emit any light. Lu Lian and Yukin looked at the flying saucer. Inexplicably, they remembered a custom on Earth that was passed down by the old people, which seemed to be called lion dance. Humans put on exquisite lion heads and lion bodies that looked like blankets, and then danced excitedly and enthusiastically, finally presenting a vivid lion. The lion is regarded as an auspicious animal with a strong deterrent power that can drive away evil and avoid harm. The scene when the duo just controlled the flying saucer was very much like a lion dance, a space lion dance. At this moment, the duo walked towards Chang-Chi. They found that the boy was standing there motionless. Although his eyes were wide open, he seemed to be out of his body. No matter how he waved his hand in front of him or called him, he did not respond. On Chang-Chi's wrist, the wristband that looked like glass was always flashing with a misty luster. The white brine mushroom behind him had also stopped injecting energy. Mu-Chin was a little worried. What's wrong with this guy? Is there something wrong? Lu Lian shook her head, thinking, there is a state called flow. When I was studying the secret book of my ancestors, I suddenly had a great insight, and then fell into this state. Although my body was motionless, my mind was boiling. Stop talking nonsense. Mu-Chin said, do you think this is a cultivation novel, and there is still flow? Give him another 3 minutes. If it still doesn't work, I will use a defibrillator on him. If it doesn't work, give him a shot of adrenaline. Chang-Chi followed the gambler and kept changing perspectives. Witnessed the gambling between the gambler and various people. Many gambling games seemed inexplicable and completely meaningless. For example, betting with an old creature on how long it would take to pee in his pants, with the stakes being the old man's dentures and the gambler's real teeth. Of course, there are also some grand gambling games, such as betting on whether a black hole will swallow a star in a short period of time. Looking at the universe, the probability of this is extremely low. Or betting on the synthesis of rare elements on a new planet. Heavy elements such as gold and platinum need to be synthesized under extreme conditions such as supernova explosions, and are formed and retained in specific areas, with a very low probability. In short, the lower the probability of the gambler winning, the more excited he is. He cares about his elegant image, so he won't have exaggerated actions or words. But through his eyes, it can be fully felt that the closer he wanders to the abyss, the more he expects and the crazier he becomes. Just like a drug addict, pursuing a victory with an extremely low probability and enjoying the process, this seems to be a drug that he can't quit. What is the meaning of doing this? Chang-Chi stood in the dark universe, looking at the space in front of him, where a super black hole was swallowing an old star. The light emitted by the star was like the hair of Medusa, bending and twisting in the direction of the black hole, and then being completely swallowed. It doesn't have so much meaning. I'm just doing what I like. Gambler stood side by side with Chang-Chi. At the same time, we also try to make these things meaningful. Meaningful? I might as well say it directly. Chang-Chi was very calm. You are simply insulting the word meaning. Gambler adjusted the brim of his hat, not angry, but showing a sneer. I'm just a gambler. What else do you want me to do? Chang-Chi frowned. Are you really a creature from a level 12 civilization? Gambler nodded. Eco-City, civilization, level 12 technological civilization, guaranteed. Okay. Chang-Chi let out a long sigh. Let's get straight to the point. You've done so much preparation, and the final idea is, do you want to bet with me? If I lose, you will take away white energy and kill me, and if I win, you will give me some organs, such as nose, eyes, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, etc. I really want to bet with you. But I can't do it. Gambler held the brim of his hat with one hand, and the wind blew his tailcoat. I said before that what you saw were all my past memories, and I, according to your understanding, have already died. To be precise, if I die, it means that the residents of our entire civilization are dead. Our civilization is a community, so the most fundamental reason is that our civilization has been destroyed. Gambler stared into the distance, and his eyes showed a special emotion, not sadness, but full of sighs. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. A level 12 technological civilization can be destroyed, and completely destroyed? Read another part of my memory, the last part. Gambler looked up, and Chang-Chi followed his gaze and looked into the distance. It was as if a window appeared in the center of a black hole, leading directly to a certain past. Among them, Gambler had just established a bet, and it was another extremely low probability of winning. His eyes were full of cunning and excitement. But he seemed to suddenly realize something, and suddenly held the brim of his hat with one hand and looked into the distance, which was the direction of his mother's civilization. His expression changed, first to fear, and then, like a life, gradually turned to calm. In his flickering pupils, scenes that others could not see were reflected. The mother civilization was located on a white planet, surrounded by countless white light spots. And the strange thing was, outside this planet, there stood an enemy, a lone enemy who was against the 12th level technological civilization. This enemy just raised his hand slightly, and some unimaginable power erupted. In the center of the white planet, a needle-sized light burst out, becoming infinitely blazing and infinitely huge in an instant, swallowing up the white planet with an irresistible destructive force. It can be seen vaguely that the white planet is like a crushed walnut, starting to break into pieces, and then gradually being eroded into countless particles by the white light. The gambler in the picture is as stiff as a clay sculpture or a wooden sculpture. But he seems to be unable to do anything. He can only watch from afar. His heart is like a stormy sea, but he can only accept this ending. Chapter 385. Damn it! What's going on? Lu Lian and Yukin's eyes widened. Their pupils seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. They felt their scalps tingling. In the distance, the Black Sea Urchin starship appeared again. That thing is back. They looked back at Chang-Chi, who was still in a state of meditation. It depends on us too. The duo looked at the two flying saucers in the distance. There is definitely no point in fighting. There is no other way. We can only continue the lion dance. Although, the probability of successfully deceiving again is very small, or... The duo gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and ran towards the light wheel flying saucer. There was only determination and desperation in their eyes. Perhaps our next behavior may become a joke. But at least we will not run away. At least we will not abandon our teammates. We may die in a joke, or the lion's head will be cut open, and the bodies of two clowns will fall out. But this is all we can do. At least, we dare to do it. The wood fairy is activated, and the two petals of the flying saucer merge into one under the power of the wood fairy. Mu-Chen knocked on the pipe vigorously. Big fireflies, don't sleep, wake up, and light up for me. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. The pipe inside the light wheel flying saucer was trembling because of Mu-Chen's knocking. The big fireflies were forced to open their transparent wings behind them lazily, and in their bulging stomachs, one after another, yellow light lit up, from faint to bright. From the outside, the light wheel flying saucer also seemed to be revived, with golden light flowing all over the body. True and bright fire. Lift off. Mu-Chen gritted his teeth, his forehead and palms were full of sweat. Lift off. The auspicious cloud under the feet of the wood fairy was a special wood from an alien planet, with a slight anti-gravity floating function. At this time, it was slightly tilted, dragging the light wheel flying saucer, and slowly lifted off. Lu Lian touched the brain-talking beast beside him and issued a warning, deep in the front, weak level 5 civilization, dare to take a step forward, I will definitely fight with you. Inside the sea urchin starship, standing in a row, wearing black square cloaks, the UNZ civilization, creatures, the discs on their faces turned red. Two low-level creatures, through some physical means, control a completely damaged 8th level technological civilization, light wheel flying saucer. Poor acting skills, humble creatures, clown-like mentality, ridiculous behavior. Destroy them. Watching the mother civilization being destroyed, Gambler became extremely calm. He only had the appearance of a human, but in essence, he was a life form in another sense. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. His death means that white light spots will evaporate from his body and gradually fade away. At this time, Chang-Chi is still observing everything from a strange perspective. His heart is churning. What kind of existence can destroy a level 12 technological civilization by itself? Why can I see the past memories of Gambler? What is the reason for all this? At this moment, an elegant man with a black hat and a tuxedo, with a handsome face, appeared silently beside Chang-Chi again. Before, the bet about gamma ray bursts. I won with a 1.2589% chance of winning. Although Tianjing civilization hated me so much, it had no choice but to abandon the star charging plan and spent a lot of energy, mobilized a large number of troops, and migrated as a whole. After that, their civilization avoided the end of being destroyed by the star explosion. It even continued to grow. After thousands of years of development, they also achieved an unprecedented breakthrough and created the first artificial silicon-based life. Listening to the story of the Gambler, Chang-Chi's expression paused slightly, only to hear the Gambler say, regarding the bet with the Fishman child, after I left, their starships, despite all difficulties, successfully arrived at Green Forest Circle, their civilization began to continue, and the Green Forest Circle planet is more suitable for their physical development. Some time ago, a warrior with the strongest functional value appeared in the universe. It is called Big Fishman, and its individual functional value is 4 billion. It is that child, named Rice Fishman Lin. As for our bet, I won with a 0.85% chance of winning. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank again. Executioner, also known as Wu Bai, once said that the strongest individual function value in the universe she knew was 4 billion. It turned out that the powerful warrior had been encouraged by the Gambler. Gambler smiled. As for the bet in the agricultural civilization, the reason why I wiped out the Redskin resident is because its genes and physiological properties are special. If it continues to survive, then a virus will be bred in its body, and it will continue to mutate, causing an extinction plague. In the end, 100,000 of its people will die because of it. Kill 1 in 100,000, and let 100,000 survive. In terms of probability, this is a very extreme operation. But I still won. The only flaw is that the 3 children of the Red-Skinned Man are also very strong when they grow up. One of them is called the Titanium King. They have been hunting me for more than 200 years, and are still looking for me now. The Gambler shrugged. After all, I'm just a gambler. What else do you want me to do? Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. No matter how low the probability is, you won them all, and I finally understand that every bet you made has its real meaning. You are worthy of being a level 12 civilization creature. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have actually lost many times. Hee, the only trick I played is that for me, no matter what organs are cut off, as long as the mother civilization is still there, I will not be affected in any way. The Gambler's eyes were a little frozen and a little distant, but a long time ago, I lost the most important bet. I met a very very powerful being. He actually proposed a bet to me. In that bet, I had the highest winning rate in my life, a full 76%. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. With such a high winning rate, you lost? Yes. Gambler said calmly. The content of our bet is whether he can destroy my mother civilization, Eco City. The result, you saw it. The mother civilization vanished in the moment he raised his hand, and thousands of people were annihilated at the same time. Gambler glanced at Chang-Chi again. Come to think of it, that guy looks a bit like you. Me? Chang-Chi's pupil shrank again, and he suddenly realized a number. That guy, the guy who destroyed the Eco City civilization, his winning rate is 24%. The past cannot be changed. But you gave me a chance to revive my memory. Our people will become another form after death, which stores our personality, habits, and knowledge in our minds. And you, Chang-Chi, do you know why I know your name? Because you have already come into contact with my civilization. You will reuse the information on me. There is one thing, although the probability is very low. But I will still bet. I bet that you will gather our civilization together in the future and revive it. Okay. I don't have time. The gambler glanced at the pocket watch on his hand and pinched the brim of his hat elegantly. Remember, if you face a catastrophe, if someone can tell you a probability of winning, then no matter how low it is, it will be your lucky number. And this sentence comes from a cool gambler who wants to turn the tables on the universe, table with luck and wisdom. As soon as the words fell, the gambler beside him disappeared. In the window of the black hole in the distance, the gambler, whose body was constantly disappearing due to the destruction of the mother civilization, only had a last bit of light left. That bit of light was only the size of a palm. That bit of light also went out as the mother civilization completely dissipated. Its body was revealed, which was a long strip of glass fragment, about 5 centimeters long. It looked ordinary, like a broken glass window. The fragment drifted in the dark universe, and time and turbulence could not erase it. It drifted endlessly, and ended up on a deserted planet in the Milky Way, where it was picked up by a human expedition team. The human leaders used all their technologies to detect it, but they could not crack its true purpose, or even find out the slightest secret behind it. They were only fully convinced that it was a fragment from some advanced civilization, or even a civilization above level 10. In the end, the human leaders placed their hopes on the people. They set this fragment as a prize for a competition. The abbreviation of this folk invention competition was called LBW. Then, a completely unknown guy named Chang-Chi stood out, won the championship and took the fragment. What happened next? Only Chang-Chi knew. He used STC to absorb this mysterious fragment and started a long fusion process. During this period, STC was short of energy. After many twists and turns, Chang-Chi came to the Triangle Galaxy. Fortunately, the white brine mushroom he planted could inject white energy into STC to complete the charging. Chang-Chi remembered. I just took a look at the data. Although the total energy of STC is only 16.6666%. But the progress of fragment fusion is already 99.999%. At this moment, Chang-Chi's eyes gradually widened. He finally understood why he could see these strange illusions, because all of this came from the super equipment on his wrist. Suddenly recalled a conversation with STC before. Is the built-in energy so unstoppable? STC, I'm just a fragment. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. How to replenish energy. STC, I'm just a fragment, and the information is incomplete. Okay. My path to being the protagonist is ruined, right? STC, I will give a prompt when I encounter a type of energy that can be devoured. I'm just a fragment. What else do you want from me? Thinking of the words he had just spoken to, gambler. You are insulting the word meaning. I'm just a gambler. What else do you want from me? They have been hunting me for more than 200 years, and are still looking for me. By the way, I'm just a gambler. What else do you want from me? STC said that its tone suddenly became so annoying, probably because it was affected by the information in the mysterious fragment. And the gambler said, our people will become another form after death, which stores our personality, habits, and knowledge in our minds. Chang-Chi's eyes widened again. What is the mother civilization of gambler called? Eco City, if we use the initials of the pinyin. Chang-Chi felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to his forehead. It was also at this time. He heard the voice of STC. Information fusion completed. Content acquisition completed. Additional fragment name. STC Gambler's fragment. Function upgrade. Get a new database Gambler's paranoia. Ignore the preconditions. There is a probability of synthesizing technological creations across levels. The upper limit level is 10 civilization. Chang-Chi suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the dark red earth, the white brine mushrooms behind him, the Jalu in the distance, and the light wheel flying saucer in the sky that seemed to be swaying in front of a storm. And the black sea urchin starship of the level 5 civilization has returned, flashing a terrifying black light, dyeing half of the sky black. Catastrophic disaster. Chang-Chi raised his wrist, and the STC pointed to the light wheel flying saucer in the air, which seemed to be a hole, but was actually divided into extreme equal parts. A new prompt method appeared. Probability of cross-level synthesis, 0.23999%. Inexplicably, Chang-Chi seemed to be influenced by someone, and a scene of cunning and madness appeared in his eyes. That sentence seemed to echo in his ears. If you face catastrophic disaster, if someone can give you a probability of winning, no matter how low it is, it will be your lucky number. Chapter 386. Eco-City. Civilization is very strange. Each of its citizens is actually a kind of information. When they gather together, they constitute the entire civilization. When the citizens exist alone, they are a piece of fragment, storing a part of civilization. When Chang-Chi raised his right wrist, a blue beam of light flashed. A shadow seemed to light up behind him. It was an elegant middle-aged man. He stretched out 2 fingers, pinched the edge of his hat, and showed a sly smile. Success? Or failure? STC popped up a line of words. I like the feeling of gambling. Chang-Chi couldn't help but think. If gambler is a fragment, then is STC itself also a person? And who is it? We are UNZ civilization. Level 5 technological civilization in the universe. And what kind of status does this level 5 occupy? In the cognition of some civilizations, we belong to advanced civilizations. But in our eyes, there are also advanced civilizations that we recognize. The word higher is a standard that changes with cognition and vision. For example, civilizations above level 7 require countless preconditions, countless natural advantages, and even countless luck. It takes countless genius scientists in the civilization to have countless inspirations, and finally converge into scientific and technological achievements before it can reach this level. Even if the universe is vast, even if the endless territory breathes all things and nourishes countless civilizations, they are also rare, and even more than 99% of the creatures in the universe have never seen existence. The rise of civilization level, perhaps just 0.1 level of progress, requires a long time of accumulation and endless time and space. Not to mention, in the history of the evolution of the universe, there are still countless civilizations, tombstones, standing. They fell on the road of evolution. And we are the 5th level technological civilization, UNZ civilization. In fact, we are already a very powerful existence. The universe is vast and sparsely populated. We can already be invincible and rampant in 99% of the territory. We have always been cautious because we are afraid of advanced civilizations. There are many voices in civilization. They shout. They say we are too cautious, even to the point of being cowardly, timid, and overly fearful. In fact, we, the pioneers of the universe, know this too. We are just suppressing ourselves. It's like suppressing a beast in our hearts. It keeps tearing at our thoughts. So once we find an opportunity, we will indulge ourselves crazily. Just like this time. We were fooled without any bottom line. We were treated as mullahs, and they smeared feces on our faces. It was just a scrapped 8th level civilization, light wheel flying saucer. It had been completely cut up, and could no longer generate any energy or emit any light. It was pieced together by 2 stupid creatures using primitive physics. Those 2 stupid guys must have once hidden in the flying saucer and laughed at us. And that ugly guy on the ground is nothing. His so-called pet is just a rare species with special abilities. He can't fight against us at all. He is a mullah. Even the most disgusting, the most disabled, the weakest, even among the mullahs, he is the one who will be smeared with several layers of feces, and our UNZ civilization advanced team has sent a total of 30 black star ships this time. We have just scanned the entire Triangle Galaxy. We are very sure that there are no other advanced civilizations here. Perhaps they have destroyed each other, or perhaps they have left because they feel bored. In short, we are 100% sure that at this moment, our UNZ civilization is the highest level of civilization in the Triangle Galaxy, no one else. We should indulge ourselves. The so-called caution is based on unclear circumstances. Now we have understood the situation. We have decided. We will not destroy the 3 mullahs instantly, but will capture them alive and torture them, so that they will pay the most serious price for their actions. We will transplant their eyeballs first, without cutting off the optic nerves. We will place the eyeballs, dragging the bloody nerves, in front of their bodies, so that they can watch their bodies being tortured with their own eyes. We will use micro lasers to completely peel off their skin inch by inch, and then cook and feed them to themselves. Then find all the pain nerves in their bodies, and use high-frequency dot matrix to continuously stimulate them, so that they feel the real pain that penetrates their hearts and bones, and inject them with nutrient solution so that they will not die immediately. The stimulation of pain nerves must also have a reasonable cycle. They must enjoy the top, middle, and end of the pain without missing a single one, and after the endless aftertaste, a new round of stimulation will begin. If this abuse is set to a time limit, then we hope it will be 10,000 years. What? One of the mullahs sent us a message. What is this word called? What does it mean? Oh, it wants to forget about life and death, and fight us desperately until one of us is completely dead. Is it worthy? As a creature that has not even reached the second level of civilization, it controls an empty shell that can collapse at any time. Is it worthy? UNZ civilization, fleet, assemble. My name is Lu Lian. I may die. Mu Chun and I are not much better. After much persuasion, we followed Chung Chi to explore outside the Milky Way. This may be the most exciting thing we have ever done in our lives. How exciting is this thing? I don't want to tell ordinary people about it, because they can't imagine how exciting it is. I came to such a distant triangulum galaxy, which is just a name that exists in human astronomical exploration. Can you imagine this feeling? They can see this name anytime and anywhere, but they can't touch it at all. Not even a little toe can step into it. I saw a huge guardian beast on the edge of here, with a body of several thousand kilometers. Others can only see this kind of thing in comics. Then, I entered a green ecological planet. Can you imagine? I drank a kind of wind chime juice. The taste is amazing. And when I drank it, there was also the principle of bone conduction, which made me hear beautiful music. In the grass in front, countless beautiful creatures flew out, taste, vision, hearing, all the beauty, all gathered together. A mouthful of juice brings a paradise. Can you imagine that there is a huge vine growing inside the planet, which holds the whole planet together? We are like aphids living on the vine. Can you imagine that we have come to another tongue biscuit planet? Here, slurp it up and make it into pieces. I really feel slurp. It's so exciting. Muchen opened his eyes wide, his expression calm, looking forward, but in front of him was the pipe wall of the light wheel flying saucer, and he couldn't see anything. Chung Chi. Lu Lian, and I don't blame you at all. This is an experience worth bragging about for a lifetime. Even if I knew the result, compared with the ordinary life in the Milky Way, I would still resolutely choose to come out. I am grateful. Speaking of experience, can you imagine that we used a broken shell to deceive a level 5 technological civilization? Level 5 technological civilization. I once discussed with a few old guys on Earth what level 4, level 5, and even level 6 civilizations should be like, but when I thought about level 8 civilization, I really couldn't think of it. What does the interior of their starship look like? What energy source do they use? What do their weapons look like? What does the operating system look like, and how do you operate it? It must not be all kinds of buttons and joysticks, right? Forget it. Some people speculate that after death, you will enter another world. You can float in the universe without restraint and witness all kinds of scenes you have never seen before. That is actually ghosts. At that time, I will definitely fully satisfy my curiosity and float to the world of advanced civilization to observe everything about them and see enough. This level 8 civilization, light wheel flying saucer, under my feet is destined for me. I will be the first to see it. I must take a good look at what it looks like in normal state and how it works. What is its operating system like? If I were alive, would my physical condition allow me to control it? Huh? Why is it so bright? Are those fireflies getting excited? Brother, the second toe of my right foot has given me the answer. We have been discovered by the other party. But it doesn't matter. Let's boost our momentum. Chapter 387. Muchen is not among the Mushian people, but inside the light wheel flying saucer. Because he is responsible for knocking on the pipe to wake up the firefly. At this time, his face was illuminated by a strong golden light. He was so dazzled that he couldn't open his eyes, and had to cover them with his arms. The firefly exploded. Do you want to blind me? Inexplicably, he felt that the posture of the light wheel flying saucer was unusually stable at this time, without the slightest tremor. Lu Lian also exploded. It's so stable. Suddenly, Muchen felt that his eyes were dazzled. A golden spot appeared in front of his eyes, as if his eyes were suddenly dazzled by strong light without any preparation, and then no matter where he looked, there would be a white shadow in his eyes that could not be dispelled. And Mukin's symptoms were more serious. The golden spot was like a flat ellipse, rotating slowly. There were also golden particles floating in it, like a miniature version of the starry sky. Then, 30 stars with spikes, smaller than sesame seeds, disturbed the peaceful order and flew towards Mukin. Mukin rubbed his eyes, then reached his hands into the light spots and waved them randomly, just like driving away mosquitoes, breaking the spikes. What is this? We feel deceived and fooled. They are just 3 mullahs. We will not kill them instantly. We will capture them alive. If I add a time limit to this abuse, I hope it will be 10,000 years. The disc on the face of the UNZ civilization creature flashed a bloody red light. 30 black starships were speeding in the universe. They could already see the Lightwheel flying saucer, flashing with golden light. That was a scrapped empty shell. Buzz, the Lightwheel flying saucer, was shining with golden light. Such a small starship was like a cosmic beacon, lighting up half of the galaxy. Chang-Chi stood on the ground, and his scavenger's cloak full of holes fluttered silently. The vast golden light in the distant sky shone on his body, forming a long shadow behind his body. He imitated someone else's posture, lowered his head slightly, raised his hand, and pinched the non-existent brim of his hat with 2 fingers. 0.23999% probability, win. The golden light illuminates the starry sky, which is the appearance of the 8th level technological civilization, Lightwheel civilization. It is an optical phenomenon that lower civilizations cannot understand, a way of using light energy that is close to the extreme, indicating their strength, their extraordinariness, and also indicating death. The creatures of UNZ civilization saw a golden light, which instantly covered the starry sky above their heads. They looked up, watching the golden energy surging above their heads, like a rolling air mass, covering a large area, and they could not leave for a while. In human civilization, there is an ancient poem in Country D that says it seems that the Milky Way is falling from the sky. At this moment, they saw it seems that the Golden River is falling from the sky. Suddenly, an oval golden light egg appeared in the sky, like rain, like a meteorite falling, floating vastly, covering tens of thousands of kilometers of starry sky around. The scene in front of them was actually magnificent and thrilling. This is an extremely gorgeous attack. The golden light egg hit the starship of UNZ civilization, emitting dazzling flames and golden ripples. The spikes of the Black Sea Urchin starship fell apart, broke and shattered, and fell into the deep space. Indiscriminate, no dead-angle firepower coverage. Whether it is 30 starships or 300 starships, the defense force field of the level 5 technological civilization, under this attack, seems to be non-existent, and the light formed by the explosions is getting brighter and brighter, one after another, like gorgeous fireworks. The creatures of UNZ civilization were stagnant on the bridge. The circular discs on their faces reflected the light, flickering, just like the humans on Earth, standing in front of the window, admiring the New Year's fireworks. They'd lost the urge to resist because they felt the gap, a huge gap that could not be made up no matter what they did. No. We were not deceived or fooled. The reason why we think those 3 are of low civilization is because we do not have the ability to spy on their true level. In a very humorous way, they left us a way out. But we overestimated our own capabilities, and sent ourselves to their doorstep again, which eventually angered them. It turns out that their so-called showdown is a very formal warning. We are not worth dying for, we are garbage. We seriously lack awe for the universe and advanced civilizations. We are not worthy of examining anyone, not worthy of examining any civilization. We should just stay in our own shells. If we have to set a deadline for this matter, we hope it will be 10 billion years. That is not an empty shell at all. The real empty shell is our brain. We have no knowledge and no cognition. Boom, boom, 30 sea urchin starships, like fragile glass products, were hit by countless golden light eggs, shattered and destroyed, and all creatures died. I am actually seeing stars? Muchen waved his hand again, and the stars in front of him finally dissipated. Oh, it's over. Just then, Muchen found that a visual window composed of golden light suddenly appeared on his right. In the window, Chang-Chi stood on the ground, pointing at himself, his lips moving. What was he saying? He must be reluctant to see us die fearlessly. Oh, don't be too sad. Muchen narrowed his eyes, and carefully analyzed Chang-Chi's mouth shape. Why don't you turn on the communicator? Chang-Chi stood on the ground and shouted. I asked you to keep the other party's starship. I am useful. What? Muchen stared. He said, I, Muchen, look like a fart? You still say that my mind is full of rice, and I can only deliver? Damn? Are you going too far? Wait. Why is there an observation window here? Mu Chen's eyes widened, and he took a breath of cold air. This flying saucer started? Mu Chen quickly turned his head and looked forward, the direction where the sea urchin starship was coming from. With the emergence of subjective needs, a golden observation window appeared in the void again, and countless fragments of the sea urchin starship were seen floating in the starry sky ahead. Mu Chen's body trembled. Oh my god. At this time, a golden light circle appeared out of thin air under Mu Chen's feet, scanning his body from bottom to top. Driver status monitoring. From 1.5 level human civilization, P3 level disabled body. Detected 21 hidden cancer risks and cancer gene inheritance, and the driver was in a high radiation environment for a long time. The risk of cancer increased by 500%. Due to various gene defects, cancer mutations, biological medium chaos and other reasons, the existing medical technology of human civilization cannot cure it. After 5 years, the probability of death is 99.999999%. Cure completed. Risk index cleared. Mu Chen watched the golden light circle under his feet gradually disappear, and his eyes twitched wildly. Oh my god. Chapter 388. Mu Chen opened his eyes. A golden brain nerd network appeared above his head, and the light wheel flying saucer could fully collect his thoughts. Then, a row of data panels composed of golden energy appeared in front of him, and a layer of kinetic energy capture positions also appeared on his body, as if he was wearing a thin layer of golden armor. This completely conforms to his operating habits, just like his mecha. It turns out that the operating method of the 8th level civilization is people-oriented. I am Mu Chen, so it changes because of me. His eyes shone brightly. At this moment, Mu Chen felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He clenched his fists and stretched them forward. The light wheel flying saucer in the deep space shone with golden light, turning into a golden ray, charging forward at a speed that was almost like jumping, and then suddenly stopped in a way that was completely inconsistent with human cognitive habits, with almost no delay, turning 90 degrees and flying sideways. During this period, the light wheel flying saucer nurtured terrifying golden attack energy, covering the space in front, and then withdrew instantly. The visual effect was dazzling. In the deep space ahead, a gorgeous golden light net was interwoven. Lu Lian didn't know what was going on. He just felt that the flying saucer under his feet had turned into a light-speed roller coaster. The intense stimulation made him unbearable, and he vomited. Changqi stood on the ground, and his heart was also shocked. The power of the gambler fragment was released with an extremely low probability, turning the tide. But it did not upgrade the light wheel flying saucer, but restored it. Through the annotations, we know that the light wheel flying saucer in front of us is actually the sale product of the 8th level civilization. Its mother civilization is like a cosmic arms dealer, selling the universal version of the light wheel flying saucer, so this aircraft is compatible with the driving mode of multiple creatures. It seems that the one who came to find white energy was not the 8th level civilization itself, but a customer who bought arms. In the 8th level civilization system, the light wheel flying saucer is also a relatively small, common, and low firepower weapon. But this is a level 8 civilization creation. It has a built-in short-distance space jump engine, 10% of the speed of light, and its attack mode is the ultimate conversion and utilization of light energy. Precise strikes can form an extremely thin, but ultra-high energy density beam, the brightness of which is like the most dazzling supernova explosion in the universe, and its power is enough to instantly penetrate the planet's crust and reach the core of the planet, causing a violent explosion inside and destroying the entire planetary structure. When facing cluster targets or needing to strike a large area, the UFO will release the golden light energy in a special waveform, which will quickly expand in the target area to form a huge golden energy field. The energy field releases powerful electromagnetic interference and space distortion effects, which can even cause low-level creations to fall into a stagnant state. Whether it is a spacecraft, a space station, or an asteroid, it will suffer from tearing force and energy impacts like a meteorite swarm. If it explodes to the limit, it can even gradually decompose the target into elementary particles and eventually dissipate in the universe. According to its previous performance, it can defeat a small fleet of level 5 civilizations with one person and one machine. Light wheel flying saucer has many other unique functions that need to be explored step by step. Mu Chen seemed to be able to act as a tester, and he enjoyed it. In short, this light wheel flying saucer is small, fast, and has powerful attack power. It can even form a powerful deterrent effect through the light energy system. Its positioning is that on the scale of the universe. It is a sharp dagger that exudes clear murderous intent and is extremely flexible. Amulet. Hidden killer move. Weak civilization repellent. Maybe there are hidden surprises. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes and smiled. Step by step, life will get better and better. At this moment, the Tongue Biscuit planet was calm, even strangely quiet, and the white bacterium seemed to have converted all the redundant energy. Chang-Chi was a little surprised. Is the white energy so little? All the beasts were dormant. Only Jialu and the white bacterium could still stand proudly, and the other beast-like creatures were in a weird posture, with their chins pressed against the ground, as if welcoming the arrival of the king. Then, Chang-Chi felt a familiar scene again. On the side of his body, a figure appeared without anyone noticing. Yes, it was still a human. Chang-Chi turned his head, and saw an elegant man wearing a black robe and long hair. On the chest of his robe, there was a word MO embroidered with the ancient embroidery technique of Country D. This is an acquaintance. Chang-Chi paused. He is the ancestor of the MO family, the assistant of the current leader of the MO family, and the creator of the mechanical man boss Missouri, MO Jiuli. Once, Chang-Chi had several conversations with him through holographic projection in Mo's mechanical warehouse on the Tingzhou planet. Chang-Chi thought for a moment. Suddenly I felt that the cause and effect were tortuous and extraordinary. Once at a video call, MO Jiuli introduced that he and the Mahis Master were exploring in the distant Triangle Galaxy. In other words, in addition to Jialu's home planet being in the Triangle Galaxy, the ancestors of the Mahis family are also here, which is really a wonderful intersection. Chang-Chi stared at this person. I didn't know about the blockade at the edge of the Milky Way, and I thought that the Milky Way and the Triangle Galaxy were just a matter of distance. Now looking back, the ancestors of the Mahis family are far ahead of human beings. Hello, Mr. Chung. MO Jiuli smiled and nodded slightly, with the demeanor of a great scholar, a clear song and a full bottle of wine. We will meet each other everywhere in life, and we actually meet here. It's a great honor, very lucky. Come home often to see me. See how I look like before. Chang-Chi paused. Mr. Jiuli, are you saying idioms? Oh. MO Jiuli blamed himself. I followed the great man in my family to travel around the Triangle Galaxy, and ended up inhaling a plant pollen by mistake. My mind is a little confused, and my words are a little upside down. I am always forced to connect the beginning and the end. If there is any impoliteness, please forgive me, with affection, pulsating back, accepting all comers, refusing to execute. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. It's okay, I understand. Excuse me. MO Jiuli nodded again. I saw Mr. Chung seize the energy bravely and kill people everywhere. He was extremely powerful, and acted as if he was ordered. I admire him. I wish him good fortune and a long life. Sir, stop it. Chang-Chi stretched out his hand. Do you need anything from me? Chapter 389. We have been away from human civilization for a long time. I think it's just after New Year's Eve, and now it's the second day of the Chinese New Year. MO Jiuli straightened his body and said, Tomorrow is the wedding day of my son, MO Xiaoxuan and Meng Lan. Chang-Chi's eyes slightly opened. It is true that boss Missouri and Meng Lan, the daughter of the Dream Controller, have gone through hardships and decided to spend their lives together. In the 24 incident, MO informed Chang-Chi that the wedding would be held on the 15th. Now the day is coming soon. Chang-Chi promised Go-MO that he would definitely return to participate. MO and Meng Lan are both top-level mechanical men, and they were both created by MO Jiuli, so he called them my sons, and even when he mentioned them, there was a trace of warmth and longing in his eyes. Chang-Chi nodded. Thanks to Mr. Jiuli for reminding me. I know that Mr. Chung will return to the Milky Way to attend the wedding, so I came here specially. MO Jiuli was very sincere. I want to ask Mr. Chung to help me bring back a gift. Gifts are reciprocated, and those who come are not rejected, and those who refuse are not executed. If MO knew that the ancestor of the family cared so much, he would definitely be very touched. Chang-Chi nodded. I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of Go-MO. It's my duty. Thank you, Mr. Chung, for your willingness to help me. As he spoke, MO Jiuli fumbled in his arms for a while, and took out a TV remote control. If Chang-Chi hadn't seen garbage on Earth, he really wouldn't recognize this thing. MO Jiuli put the TV remote control in his palm. Mr. Chung knew the whole process. Xiaoxun and Meng Lan are not human beings, so they can't give birth to life. I created a mechanical baby for them long in advance, with the purpose of fulfilling their wishes and letting them have a complete family. MO Jiuli looked at the TV remote control in his hand, eyes full of love, and gently stroked it. This child, I have poured my heart and soul into it. It can be said that he is a natural talent, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, extraordinary luck, and a mortal's immortal journey. Oh, I am too emotional, and I am reluctant to let him go. Mo Jilly took a few steps forward and put the TV remote control in Chang-Chi's hand. Mr. Chung, please take it back and give it to me. Confucius said that friends come from afar. Chang-Chi held the TV remote control, and his eyes twitched slightly. Is it true that the pollen he accidentally inhaled can only make people passively recite idioms? Is he mentally ill? Mr. Chung, don't misunderstand me. Mo Jilly smiled slightly and pressed the remote control in Chang-Chi's hand. It's just a control terminal. Beep, a crisp sound came. A black rectangular container slowly passed through the atmosphere of the Nyo Tung Biscuit Star, and the jet device maintained balance and landed beside Chang-Chi. The hatch on one side of the box slowly opened. The rows of mechanical people were revealed. Their ages ranged from small to large. The oldest was about 100 years old, and the youngest was a white and fat baby with biological skin, even biting a pacifier, and sleeping with his eyes closed. There is a small elephant trunk between the legs. It is a boy. Chang-Chi smiled. I see, Mr. Jilly is thoughtful. Mo Jilly smiled softly and nodded slightly. Chang-Chi kept smiling. Go Mo, oh go Mo, how can you live without your 8th uncle? Not only will I, your 8th uncle, have to travel thousands of miles to attend your wedding, but I will also bring your son back. Without me, you will have no descendants. Besides, it's New Year's Day. Shouldn't you be grateful and kneel down to kowtow to me? Mr. Chung, there is another important matter for our meeting this time. That is. Mo Jilly seemed to be trying to choose his words, his expression becoming more and more serious. That is. I was suddenly affected by the pollen. I couldn't speak. I spoke without restraint. I stopped a taxi. The traffic was busy. The dragon and the phoenix were auspicious. Auspicious. Oh, I got it. I finally got it. That is, auspicious. The dragon bids farewell to the old year. The spirit snake brings blessings. The new year begins. I wish you good luck in the year of the snake. Mo Jilly suddenly clasped his fists. Mr. Chung, I wish you a happy Lunar New Year. The second meaning of this trip is to pay New Year's greetings. Ha ha. Chang-Chi also clasped his fists. I wish you a happy New Year as well. Mo Jilly said, today is the year of the snake. My lord and I wanted to catch a bright red snake as a pet to symbolize the year of the snake. Unfortunately, we never met one, haha. At this moment, the earth of the Ox-Tongue Biscuit planet was thundering, vast and boundless. It was not that some giant creature was about to wake up underground, but that the entire planet suddenly revived. The elliptical earth stretched out inch by inch, and it turned out to be a cosmic-level narrow creature. Its back area was vast. Even though the front head had been raised, and even half of its body was standing in the universe, Chang-Chi and the others could still stand steadily. Chang-Chi was stunned. He seemed to know why there was so little white energy. The planet under his feet was the skeleton of the god-level creature, Light Centipede. Now it was resurrected under the energy of white energy that nurtured all things and grew new flesh and blood. At this moment, Chang-Chi saw its appearance clearly. Its name caused some misunderstandings. Although there were 2 words, centipede, in the name, it was not a creature like centipede. It was a giant cosmic snake with fiery red scales. The reason why it was able to revive was that the Fingnian fungus gave it a small portion of energy while injecting energy into STC. The giant snake knew the reason, and its huge head trembled, nodding to Chang-Chi to express its gratitude. So auspicious. Mo Jilly had obviously seen big scenes, and he was not surprised at the change, laughing wantonly, meeting a spirit snake in the year of the snake, and such a huge spirit snake, so auspicious. Chang-Chi also felt a sense of auspiciousness. I didn't expect that the nature of the Ox-Tongue Biscuit Star was like this. Perhaps the scene in front of me was destined the moment I stepped into this place. It was really a wonderful creation, which was unexpected and surprising. Wonderful. Wonderful. Everyone who sees it will have a share, a cosmic-level spirit snake, a cosmic-level blessing. Mo Jilly laughed heartily. At this moment, the communicator on his waist flashed frequently, and the voice of his unreliable master came from it. Jilly, come and save me. Mo Jilly sighed helplessly. He is committing suicide again. Mr. Chung, I have to leave quickly. See you again if we are destined to. Mo Jilly clasped his fists, and a bright beam of light shone in the sky. He slowly rose into the air like an immortal. See, witness the moment of miracle. Engrave the boat to ask for the sword. Witness the moment of miracle. Engrave the boat to ask for the sword. Swoosh, Mo Jilly turned into a blue beam and disappeared into the atmosphere. Chang-Chi pursed his lips and waved his hand on the ground. Zhao Lu's thoughts were transmitted to his mind. The god of its civilization has revived, but the god only wants to be the foundation of civilization, carrying the entire beast-type civilization to travel in the universe. And Zhao Lu, although a demigod, is recognized by the god as the only god of civilization. Zhao Lu needs to stay here and needs to protect his own civilization. He can't go with Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the huge purple eyeball behind him, this companion who had accompanied him for a long time. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered and shone, "I respect you." The huge eyeball roared and nodded slightly, "Donggu. It's okay." Chang-Chi smiled and pursed his lips and said, "You are very important to this place. They need you, and you don't have to worry. Although I have lost my powerful armor, I am the son of destiny, especially in picking up garbage. I will soon find a new armor and combine them into an invincible existence. Don't worry. Donggu." Zhao Lu stretched out a huge tentacle. Chang-Chi also raised his palm, and the two different species, with extremely different sizes, high-fived in the air again. Uh-huh. Chang-Chi blinked his eyes. "You guys are going to have a blast next, with so many wives." Zhao Lu lowered his head slightly, feeling full of guilt. "Donggu." Chang-Chi waved his hand. "Okay, always be optimistic." The spirit-style starship slowly took off. Chang-Chi stood on the bridge, looking at the huge spirit snake floating in the universe, and Zhao Lu sitting on the back of the spirit snake, quietly looking at it from afar. It has been confirmed that there will be no more redundant, white energy, Gambler's fragment, has been fused, STC has been charged, and Lightwheel Flying Saucer, and Machine Baby, have been stored in the cargo hold. It's pretty satisfactory. Chang-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. The separation from Zhao Lu made him a little sad. But the universe is vast, so we must look forward. Next, we must return to the Milky Way and attend Mo's wedding. Then, we still yearn for the unknown, and still have to go into the vast universe. Continue to explore the mystery, collect resources, and continue our own path of growth. Year of the Snake? It will be better. Chapter 390. Amma. Chung looked at the starry sky in the distance. Is the way back right? The bug man stood beside Chang-Chi, with 2 millipedes slowly turning in his eye sockets. "Saigu, don't worry, I'm getting more and more stable now." Chang-Chi nodded. The target is Tingzhou of the Mo family. Millions of millipedes floated out of the starship and began to bite the space in front. Muchen came to Chang-Chi. "If I have time later, can I continue to study the Lightwheel Flying Saucer? It's still a long way to go now, just like I'm in the bridal chamber with a girl and haven't slept yet." Chang-Chi nodded. "Very good analogy, it's you." Lu Lian also approached and asked, "What is the purpose of returning to the city?" Chang-Chi said, "Young Master Mo often told me never to break a promise. He is getting married tomorrow, and I promised him to attend, so I must do it." "Oh, that guy is getting married?" Lu Lian nodded. "Speaking of which, our families are old enemies." "Oh, they are old friends. I should also be there." Chang-Chi, "Is your friend getting married? Then since I am here, I can't be without etiquette. At least give a gift." Muchen said, holding up a finger. "Is this number appropriate?" Lu Lian opened her eyes. 10,000 credit points. Master Mu is indeed rich, I follow. But Muchen glanced at Lu Lian. "It's 100 million. What about you?" Lu Lian glared. "I don't have that much money. People who break the rules are the most annoying. You can only give 10,000. 100 million is also called money?" Muchen also glared. "My invention patents casually start at 1 billion, and after the sale, there are dividends every second. Don't mention money to me. I can't spend all that stuff even if I die." "You are pretending to be a cupbearer, right? We can't talk, right?" Lu Lian narrowed his eyes, and the atmosphere was tense in an instant. "There is no choice. We have to fight to the death." Chang-Chi quietly retreated to a distance and looked at the STC on his wrist. Gambler's fragments have been integrated, and the function has been acquired. Remaining energy 16.6666%. Basic level increased. Synthesis limit increased to level 5 civilization creation. Chang-Chi looked up, looked at the stars in the distant sky, and smiled silently. 16.6% of energy is already a huge number for the size of STC. In the future, pay attention to its consumption, use it reasonably, and pay attention to new energy supplements, so that everything can be reasonably circulated. The upper limit of synthetic items has been raised from the original level 4 to the level 5 technological creation, silently giving a surprise. At the moment, when the spirit starship entered the wormhole, Chang-Chi looked back at the tongue biscuit planet. Next, the giant spirit snake will take them to the depths of the universe. Predators can no longer find them easily, and they will not be slaughtered like before. After thinking for a moment, Chang-Chi opened the V library interface and found the post about the Zulu Mother Civilization by Dula Bubble Monster. Click the correct button and corrected 2 pieces of information. First, the god of this beast-type civilization did not die, and they also gave birth to a new god, whose name is Zulu, and this name has a special meaning, so it is best not to call it directly, except for Chi Demingming. Second, their real name is not called Beast Civilization 25568055, they are called Wasteland Civilization. They did not decline, but got a new start. There was silence for about 30 seconds. Chang-Chi actually received a reward from the system, a total of 100 points. He paid off the previous overdraft directly, and there were still 40 points left. It's the new year, and the debt is also paid off. He felt refreshed and relaxed. Chang-Chi waved to the giant spirit snake, Zalu, see you again if we are lucky. The gorgeous wormhole slowly opened, like a dream. The spirit-style starship drove into it, passed through the fantasy tunnel, and drove out from the exit, arriving at a peaceful deep space. The planet ahead is Tingzhou of the Mo family. Chang-Chi nodded with satisfaction. You are really becoming more and more reliable. After choosing an unmanned corner, the Ling-style starship slowly landed. Chang-Chi, Lu Lian, Mukin, and even Amma put on a cloak, and walked out of the starship in a relaxed manner. Tingzhou, a planet with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and like an ancient garden, is very lively at this time. It is the Lunar New Year, and Mo's wedding is double happiness. Several people feel inexplicably happy, and the warm atmosphere seems to wrap everything. On the way, Lu Lian and Mukin followed the local customs, trying their best to express kindness, constantly clasping fists with people, and constantly saying congratulations. Congratulations when they saw students of modest embroidery. They went straight to the main courtyard of the Mo family, and walked through the crowded crowd. Then the brain was hit by a heavy hammer. In the courtyard, under the bright sunlight, 82 frozen coffins reflected dazzling light. All 82 male members of the Mo family, without missing a single one, lay neatly in the coffins, with a layer of frost on their faces. Chang-Chi froze in place. What the hell? Lu Lian was still immersed in the festive atmosphere a second ago, and was stunned by the scene in front of him, red and prosperous. What's going on? Mu Chen was even more stunned. After all this time, these people are here to attend the funeral? Chang-Chi carefully observed the surroundings, and found that this was exactly the scene of the previous Mo family massacre. He suddenly realized something, and looked at his father, who was wearing a cloak beside him. But he saw that his father's face was trembling, and he took a step back timidly. Lord Sigu. This situation has indeed happened before. The wormhole we dug can connect two independent, time and space are time and space. Sometimes they will separate, but this is an extremely small probability. I didn't expect it to happen to us. In other words, the space is right, but the time is wrong for this wormhole travel? I went back to the past. Chang-Chi's eyes widened, feeling incredible and speechless. Wedding banquet turned into funeral. You kid dug me another big one. Hee, Lord Sigu is really smart. Amma covered his face with his hands, not daring to look at Chang-Chi. In fact, he didn't want to admit it before, but this time it was really a lump. Hurry up and try again. Chang-Chi shook his head helplessly. If we stay here, who knows if it will change the cause and effect. At this moment, a peddler carrying a bamboo box passed by Chang-Chi and walked away. The young peddler muttered, the customers here are too sad. I can't sell any toys. Although there are no other peddlers here, I have to go west and set up a stall in the next area. Chang-Chi saw that the peddler's bamboo box was jingling and hanging with the familiar Moziu toys. He stepped forward and stopped the peddler. Boss, are you the only one selling this kind of toys in the nearby area? The young peddler nodded. Yes, but the timing is not right. I have to go to the Minshan area 80 miles away. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. If the only peddler left, wouldn't I be unable to see Mozio? At this point in time, wouldn't I be unable to get a reminder, and wouldn't I be unable to crack Chi-Mei's code, and wouldn't the entire process of solving the Mo family's murder case be completely affected? Chang-Chi stepped forward and grabbed the peddler. Can you stay and set up a stall on the next street? Sure. Can you buy some toys from me, little brother? The peddler smiled and said, not much, just buy 10 toys. Chang-Chi paused, knowing what the so-called teachers was. I'm a customer, I don't have any toys. The peddler shook his head. Oh, then your request is unreasonable. 5 minutes later. In a hidden alley, Lu Lian and Yukin looked at Chang-Chi with doubts, as if they were looking at a pervert. You actually robbed a peddler? You knocked him unconscious, and then stripped him of his clothes? Is this reasonable? Chang-Chi put on the peddler's robe, found some toy bears in the peddler's bamboo box, and stuck them on his face, then put the bamboo box on his back, and turned into an old man selling goods. He said, I just want to make all this reasonable. Next, a toy stall was set up on the street in Chang-Chi's memory. Then he saw an incredible scene. A child bought Moziyu from a toy stall and then squatted on the ground to play with it. Then, he, himself, and Mo, who was covered by a cloak, slowly passed by in front of him, and then he was successfully attracted by Moziyu. Chang-Chi tried hard to hide his strange emotions, looked at the self, who was frowning and thinking, and said the lines in his memory. Mozi was once hunted by Zihan, the city governor of Song State. And Moziyu was developed based on this incident. Players need to tap the password to control Mozi to move in 4 directions, over mountains and over rivers, and avoid being hunted down. The most difficult part of this game is to distinguish up, down, left, and right before the chase begins. Learning points are the learning points gained by reading, studying, and delving into Maha's doctrines here. You two are very lucky. There are many guests in Tingzhou today. Mo Yuan students are afraid that the guests will be treated poorly, so as long as the consumption is not too exaggerated, it can be recorded on his account. Chapter 391. Normal Timeline. Mo stood on the pavilion of the main courtyard, looking at the bustling guests in the courtyard. The atmosphere was warm and festive. He wore a tailor-made black suit, with a golden boutonniere on his chest, and the word groom was written on the ribbon. He didn't like this kind of red tape, and didn't want to wear this weird boutonniere. But unlike before, he is not Mo now, he is now the head of the Mo family, and his wedding is not as simple as a wedding, but a gathering with a variety of meanings. To announce his succession to the outside world, to consolidate relations with various Mo family partners, and even to take this opportunity to negotiate new cooperation, to enhance relations with the Human Galaxy Alliance, and even many guests, also have the mentality of making friends with the powerful. The circle of the rich is very chaotic. To cling to the powerful, to expand personal connections, to flatter, and so on, all require the right opportunity, and this is the case now. Before, Mo personally came forward and had already smoothed over many relationships, and handled most of the things on the scene, leaving the rest to other members of the family, and he took a break for a while. He tilted his head slightly, and looked at his 5th uncle. The 5th uncle was a haughty elder, who would not even look at Mo straight in the eye. Now, he has become Mo's assistant plus housekeeper. Mo said, Is Chang-Chi not here yet? There is no sign and information for Mr. Chung yet. The 5th uncle was very humble, even groveling. Xiao Sun, there is still some time. Why don't you go and accompany Chairman Sun of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce? No, I've already made the call, and the rest is empty. Xiao Sun is right, I agree. Mo looked at the distant sky. If Chang-Chi arrives, I will chat with him and make jokes. Although it is not nutritious, it is very real and fun. Uncle Wu nodded repeatedly. I understand, I understand. Mo frowned. Where did this guy go? I can't contact him. Is he not in the Milky Way? Could he have forgotten about me? It was also at this moment. Mo felt that he had hallucinations, perhaps because he was too tired. His biological skin also had the so-called fatigue degree. Mo saw that the whole Tingzhou had become extremely desolate. The green plants in the courtyard dried up and died because no one watered them. The bustling guests disappeared, and all the wedding arrangements disappeared, revealing cracked and deformed doors and windows, as well as pillars with mottled paint. Mo shook his head, and everything returned to normal. Everything just now was like a ripple in time and space, covering everything and fading away in an instant. Mo felt a little uneasy. At this moment, someone in the courtyard shouted, EP351 Galaxy Luo's Chamber of Commerce has sent a big gift. Mo looked up. He saw a golden light growing brighter and brighter outside the main courtyard gate. The bluestone paved ground and the wooden pavilions along the street formed an ancient street. Chang-Chi pretended to be an old vendor and stood behind the roadside stall. It was a strange experience. He disguised himself and talked with the former Mo and the former self. And he had to reveal key information to them, such as the code logic of Mo emphasizing Mo Yuan's identity as a receptionist, and the fact that he had studied hard for many years and accumulated a lot of credits, which were all clues that helped to deduce the murderer. When this closed loop is completed, everything in the future will not be affected. Then go to Mo's wedding, a small episode. Disguised as a peddler, Keep good accounts, this job is done. During this time, Chung-Chi glanced at Mo, who was covered by a cloak. This guy was a dead man at the moment, so he couldn't show his true face. Dog Mo. Uncle Ba really worried about you. At this moment, Mo, who was covered by a cloak, suddenly looked at Chung-Chi and said, Who are you? Chung-Chi paused slightly. This line had never appeared before. Thinking about it, Chung-Chi smiled and said, I am a peddler from the West. The West? Mo, who was wearing a cloak, continued to ask, Where in the West? Chung-Chi paused again. What's wrong with this kid? Why is he chatting with a peddler? Although Chung-Chi had stayed in Tingzhou Planet before, he only stayed near the main courtyard and had never been to the so-called West. Oh, the Minshan district in the West. We stopped and started along the way. It's 80 miles. Chung-Chi smiled. I've recorded the account, take care. Luckily, the real peddler just now accidentally revealed the information. He said that there was no business here, and he had to go west to Minshan, 80 miles away. Chung-Chi used this information and changed it to come from Minshan. That's it. Mo in front of him nodded. You've worked so hard. The two took Mozia and turned to leave the stall, but they only took one step. Mo suddenly turned around and looked at Chung-Chi behind the stall and said in a low voice, Do you know me? As he said that, he suddenly took off the cloak on his head, revealing his complete face. Chung-Chi's eyes fixed. He knew this person, but he was not Mo. His name was Mo Long. In the 24th incident, Mo crushed his own heart of the mechanism and died completely, and then all the causes and effects about Mo disappeared. But everything did not change because of this, because a guy named Mo Long was the real descendant of the Mo family, and he replaced everything of Mo. Later, Chung-Chi corrected the result, resurrected Mo, and Mo Long also disappeared. Chung-Chi's thoughts changed rapidly, connected, and rationalized everything in front of him. This time, the wormhole dug by Amma must be misplaced, but the error is more outrageous than expected. The current time point is the time when Mo disappeared and Mo Long replaced him. Mo Long also experienced the same event as Mo, and he was also involved in the tragedy of exterminating his family. Chung-Chi remembered that after Mo died, he was still standing on the hillside, and saw Mo Long interrogating Mo Yuan. He also found the real murderer for the family. Tingzhou is still the same Tingzhou, but in a unique way, it interprets what is meant by things have changed and people have changed. At this moment, when Chung-Chi was stunned, Chung-Chi, who was beside Mo Long, suddenly turned out a dagger on his wrist and rushed forward instantly. Silently, the sharp dagger instantly penetrated the chest of the old peddler and pierced his heart. Normal timeline. Mo looked at the golden light outside the main courtyard. It should be some kind of device similar to fireworks. The Mo family has been doing business for hundreds of years, and gradually formed a rule. Gold is the embodiment of auspiciousness and nobility, and also the strengthening of wealth and happiness. Therefore, every festive day with lights and decorations, golden embellishments are always indispensable. A guest catered to his taste, and brought some kind of device that creates golden light. I have never seen it before, but it can actually illuminate the entire main courtyard. In the bright gold, Mo had a hallucination again. Tingzhou fell into decline, and the guests disappeared. It was as if some source had been changed, and as far as I could see, it had been declining for a long time. Chapter 392. Mo shook his head, and the illusion disappeared again. He then looked at Uncle Wu. Is there still no news about Chung-Chi? Not yet. Uncle Wu forced a smile. Mr. Chung-Chi is one of the few S-level people, a top figure, and the things he encountered are beyond our imagination. Maybe something delayed him? Yes, it must have been delayed. Mo asked again, Is the food prepared for Chung-Chi okay? No problem. Uncle Wu grinned, This matter must be kept secret. If father knew, he might not blame you, but he would definitely skin me alive. Mo nodded, Uncle Wu, you have worked hard. Of course. Uncle Wu glanced at the time. Xiao Sun, the time has come. It's time to perform the ceremony. Ceremony? Mo shook his head helplessly. As the largest retailer, the Mo group has complicated relationships behind it, and many top figures are present. The so-called ceremony does not seem to be prepared for me and Meng Lan, but an opportunity for all kinds of monsters to show their strength. The main courtyard of the Mo family. A simple red carpet was laid out. Mo was wearing a suit and a corsage, while Meng Lan was wearing a white wedding dress decorated with gold thread, covered with a red veil decorated with gold thread. The two newlyweds stood side by side. On one side, on a row of armchairs, sat the head of the Mo family, Mo's grandfather Mo Beishan, and a group of men wearing simple Zhongshan suits or expensive suits. The top leaders of the Human Galactic Alliance, or business tycoons. Since ancient times, officials and businessmen have been inseparable. This is the logic of human beings, whether it is the Earth era or the Universe era. Haha, everyone, on behalf of the Luo's Chamber of Commerce in the EP351 galaxy, I just presented a great gift to the two newcomers. A slightly fat man took a step forward and said in public, the MO family, as such a huge business entity, may one day become the largest financial group in the entire Milky Way. And today's newcomer, Master MO, is the soul of the MO family. As far as I know, the MO family has had a tradition for a long time, that is, to use gold to embellish the celebration. So, I just used 23 rare chemical elements to present a golden light that lasted for 20 minutes and covered half a block. A small blessing, not a respect. Mo Beishan clasped his fists. Thank you, Chairman Liu. The audience around the main courtyard also applauded. Since it is a blessing, of course the more the better. A young man in a suit walked out of the crowd. We, Heirs Mining, have also prepared a big gift, which is also a golden light radiating device, and it is stronger than Chairman Liu's. Please enjoy it, haha. But in the street in the distance, a device similar to an antenna slowly rose and slowly unfolded. With a swish, the golden light was shining, covering the entire block. Everyone applauded, and Mo Beishan clasped his fists. The bigger the golden light, the more auspicious the meaning. Mo stood on the red carpet, smiling and nodding frequently, looking like a tool. Ha ha ha. The owner of a starship manufacturing factory walked into the yard. How can we express the blessings of our guests in the scope of a block? I am not talented, but I have made some preparations. By the way, everyone will see the latest products of our EDF equipment factory next. Countless drones flew out from the distant sky, like locusts, bringing golden light covering half of the city. Everyone was surprised and applauded. Mo Beishan clasped his fists. Thank you, thank you. Mo kept smiling, grinning, and whispered to Menglan beside him. A bunch of psychopaths. Who is the leader? Has the comparison project this year been changed to who is the brightest, and who is the most gold? Menglan also covered her mouth and laughed secretly under the veil. Hold it. Isn't this an opportunity to show off your wealth and skills? I'm used to it. Mo shook his head helplessly. Fortunately you are under the veil, you don't know. It's very dazzling. Menglan said, hee hee, this is my first time being a bride, and I just found out that the veil is one-way see-through, which makes it easier for me to see the road. The dazzling golden light shines into my eyes. Fortunately, I was prepared. As she spoke, Menglan rummaged in her pocket, took out a pair of sunglasses, put them on her beautiful face, and secretly lifted the corner of the veil, raising her eyebrows at Mo. Mo's mouth twitched. My Menglan is so smart. Then, Mo squinted his eyes, and looked at the golden light that seemed to blind him. When would it end? According to unreliable news, 90% of newlyweds feel that their wedding is an extremely difficult process. They are tools throughout the whole process, and they have to put on fake smiles throughout the whole process. They have to pretend to be familiar with all kinds of people they don't know, and they are embarrassed. They will also be like monkeys in a zoo, being watched in all kinds of ways. Even if you are the successor of the Mo family, it will be the same. Mo looked at his fifth uncle next to him. The fifth uncle understood, spread his hands, and shook his head. Mo frowned. Cookie, did you die on the road? Haha, everyone, I am not talented. Some time ago, I developed an interstellar positioning signal system. It is small in size, but can release a luminous flux of about 1.3 million lumens. It can attract the attention of the rescue team in interstellar exploration accidents. For this wedding, I also specially adjusted it to gold. The owner of an exploration equipment manufacturing factory was excited and arranged his men to release a positioning flare to help everyone. Alas! Mo shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Menglan's warm little hand tugged at the corner of his clothes and handed him a pair of sunglasses. Mo smiled. Married men are good. This guy put on sunglasses in public, raised his head, and loved whoever he wanted. Is it reasonable? Mo Beishan's mouth twitched. Although his eyes were dazzled and tears were flowing in the wind, he kept clasping his fists. Thank you for your support. What's the matter? Why did something go wrong at the critical moment? The owner of the expedition equipment manufacturing factory was sweating profusely, and the staff was even more flustered. His signal device was stuck. In a hurry, the boss kicked the launcher with his expensive leather shoes. Dong dong dong. Whoosh. The signal device barely managed to spit out a flare into the sky like spitting phlegm, but it only flew a few dozen meters before it misfired and fell straight down. The boss's face turned pale. It's over, the order is gone. At this moment, the planet called Tingzhou, the 360-degree starry sky around it, suddenly lit up with a grand golden light, like a golden scroll covering the sky and the earth, slowly unfolding. Everyone was stunned, staring at the sky with their mouths wide open. What kind of technology can treat the stars as houses and light them up instantly? Mo was also shocked, slowly took off his sunglasses and looked up at the sky. Ming Lan did the same, and lifted a corner of her veil in surprise. The golden light that filled the sky was not dazzling, but conveyed a sacred and grand feeling, like a miracle coming, epic and magnificent. This kind of light is countless times more advanced than any rare elements or hundreds of thousands of lumens before. There are no ghosts and gods in this era. The first concept that came to everyone's mind was technology. The reason for this magnificent effect must be some unknown, advanced technology. Who is coming? Everyone was shocked. The head of the family, Mo Beishan, stood up from the armchair and searched the sky in a panic. At this time, a golden light penetrated the atmosphere, from far to near, and finally hovered 50 meters above the main courtyard of the Mo family. Everyone was even more stunned and shocked. It was a flying saucer that had never been seen before. And on the flying saucer, there were actually 3 young men standing. Lu Lian tilted her head slightly. Excuse me, I think this way of appearance is awesome. TSK. Cheng Qi sneered. You haven't seen the world at all. I tell you actually. I also think it's awesome. Mu Chen pouted and muttered. I think this is very disrespectful to the 8th level civilization creation. Then, Cheng Qi looked at the ground, clasped his fists in the air, and smiled. Master Mo, I was delayed by some things and came late. Happy wedding. Mo looked at the sky and suddenly felt very warm, as if a stone had fallen from his heart. He gradually smiled. But it was not good. Why did the corner of his mouth inexplicably twist into Nike? Chapter 393. Who is this person? I heard he is Master Mo's friend, his best friend. He seems to be a little unknown, I don't know him. Why is the aircraft he is riding so bright? Could it be that all the energy is used for the light-emitting device? The guests whispered, watching Cheng Qi and the other 2 make a grand appearance, and the fire of gossip was burning. Cheng Qi, but he left many footprints in the Milky Way. A self-media author who makes a living by selling information spoke slowly, becoming the center of attention. If you want to know why Cheng Qi's aircraft has such an effect, you need information from many aspects to prove it. Today is a great day, and I will share it with you for free. This is the end of the banquet. The guests around are just ordinary people. At this time, they have a sense of peek into the heavenly palace, and their eyes widened. LBW Science and Technology Invention Competition, everyone should have heard of it. The self-media author said, Information 1, Cheng Qi is the latest LB champion. No wonder. A guest exclaimed, I think he looks familiar. He is the genius inventor who broke the conspiracy of the masters. The self-media author nodded and said, Information 2, some time ago, there was a big problem inside the Mo family. The hidden ghost committed many murders. It was Cheng Qi who assisted the helpless Master Mo at the time and successfully arrested the murderer and saved the entire Mo family. Hiss. A guest took a breath. This is a secret, I have never heard of it. That's not the key. The self-media author said slowly, Information 3, in the process of solving the case, Cheng Qi had no choice but to show his genetic level, which is extremely rare in the whole human race. Everyone's scalp numbed, subconsciously looked back at Cheng Qi, and their eyes changed fundamentally. This is not heavy enough. The self-media author narrowed his eyes slightly. Information 4. Some time ago, a mysterious alien fleet appeared on the edge of the Milky Way for the first time, and the human leaders fell into panic. Do you know who stepped forward and resolved this crisis? Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be? The self-media author himself was a little horrified and said, because the real-time signal of that battle was only transmitted to a few colonized planets on the edge of the Milky Way. Some people said that Cheng Qi summoned a group of drones, but there are different opinions. Some people said 100,000, and some said 1 million. Everyone's face changed at the same time. Things have gone beyond imagination. In short, that alien fleet was completely destroyed by Cheng Qi alone. The self-media author inevitably showed a touch of admiration in his eyes. Then, there is news that Cheng Qi has walked out of the Milky Way with his own technology. If I guess correctly, he appeared today and returned from outside the Milky Way. The surroundings were already silent. According to human records, no one has successfully walked out of the Milky Way. It is impossible to imagine what it looks like outside the Milky Way, and what those high-level civilizations scattered in the universe look like. Although humans have entered the era of the great universe. But it only stops at the Milky Way, which is like the end of the world for mortals. But what is the scene above the clouds? Super strong inventive ability, top genes, and even out of the Milky Way, gaining insights and cognition that we can't imagine. The self-media author looked at the golden flying saucer slowly landing in the distance. So, I boldly guessed that Chang-Chi's aircraft is likely to have a technological level. The self-media author's eyes flickered. It has reached level 2. What? He alone can surpass human technology by 0.5 levels? Everyone was shocked. When they looked at the golden flying saucer, it was as if they were looking at a holy object. The hairs on their bodies stood up slightly. Everyone, the above is my immature analysis. The self-media author looked around with a smile. If you want to know more information, you can follow my Universe broadcast account. Thank you very much. The analysis makes sense. It really opened my eyes. It's worth paying attention to. Chang-Chi landed and was invited to the main courtyard and was assigned as a guest of honor. On one side of the main courtyard, various guests were lining up to give gifts. The way to give gifts is also very simple. People hold the payment system, set the amount in advance, and then pass the stage, and the funds will be automatically deducted. Mo Beishan clasped his fists on one side. Everyone, I'm telling the truth, just to follow traditional etiquette. Don't stick to the numbers, thank you very much. But the guests rushed to come first, because everyone knew that the gift money would be another comparison item, and the amount would be more shocking the later it went. Guests with insufficient financial strength could only rush forward, as much as possible to save face without comparison. Of course, these guests were only relatively poor, and it was not difficult to come up with a gift money of 1 million. It was Mu Chen who came out, and came to the first place. Everyone knew that he came with Chang-Chi, and they looked at him sideways and generously yielded. Ding, gift amount, 100 million credit points. The guests around all turned green. Where did this boy who didn't know the rules come from? How can we accept this? Lu Lian smiled meaningfully, and his eyes slightly pulled, giving people a feeling of contempt for everyone. You continue, I finish it. Lu Lian hid the payment system behind him, and the preset number was 9,988.6. He overestimated himself. His property added up to less than 10,000. When everyone learned that Lu Lian was the first descendant of Lu Ban, who was as famous as Mahist, their faces turned even greener. This guy is expected to crush everyone with an astonishing amount. In fact, the descendants of Lu Ban are not good at business, and Lu Lian is the first disciple, not the head of the sect, and poverty is his normal state. Mo shook his head and smiled, not caring about the gift money at all, but looked at Lu Lian. Brother Lu Lian, are you standing up? It's okay. But my back is not very strong. Lu Lian laughed awkwardly. At this moment, the guests who gritted their teeth and gave high gift money passed by Mo, stared at Chang-Chi slightly, and then looked at Mo again, enthusiastically, happy wedding, and have a baby soon. After that, guests continued to send their blessings. Live together till old age, and have a son soon. Have a happy marriage for 100 years, and have a son soon. Have a son soon. Have a son soon. Mo kept his manners, and responded one by one, but this sentence was meaningless to him. After a burst of noise, everyone's eyes turned to Chang-Chi at the same time. As the most dazzling guest, what kind of gift would he bring? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 394. Rumors about Chang-Chi have reached everyone's ears. He is a being that has returned from outside the Milky Way. He has a good personal relationship with Master Mo Money, and other things are too vulgar. He is very likely to come up with some amazing gift that is beyond everyone's imagination, and even subverts everyone's three views. A guest wearing retro-myopic glasses took off his glasses, and held them in the air. He said, I am ready to surprise you. You all wish the newlyweds a happy birth. Chang-Chi shook his head, slowly stood up, and looked up at the guests. I choose to be more direct. Everyone stared at Chang-Chi with wide eyes. Mo was also confused and turned to look. Chang-Chi suddenly said, I was in a hurry to return and didn't have time to prepare gifts. I'm sorry. Everyone was disappointed, and someone quietly said, huh? Chang-Chi looked at Mo. I believe my friends won't mind. Mo stood up and patted Chang-Chi on the shoulder, smiling. Of course not. Chang-Chi looked at Mo. It's not that he divided the guests into different classes, but as long as they are human, they will have prejudices. If he really took out a mechanical baby in public, it would be a lot of fun. Mo has interpreted the life of a mechanical man. The only difference between him and a human is that his bones are brass, his blood is gears, and his heart is a dazzling string. He has emotions as well, and he is even more trustworthy and more righteous. Changchi respects him, but not everyone will respect him. Everyone, my friends, have come from afar, and I can't wait to have a small gathering with them. Mo nodded to the guests. Excuse me. Everyone smiled generously, showing understanding. In fact, who dared to say no? I'm hungry. Changchi looked at Mo more casually. Do you have meat? Mo led the three people into the backyard and smiled mysteriously. I guarantee you be satisfied. Huh? Wow. In the backyard private room, Changchi held a piece of lamb leg with a burnt aroma in both hands. He took a bite and his mouth was full of oil. He felt the aroma of meat rushing to his head, and his soul was almost blown away by the aroma. That's the taste. He looked at Mo with eyes as big as copper bells. Mo stretched out a finger, blocked his mouth, and hushed. In my grandfather's secret room, there are old deer antlers. I stole them, took the genes, and cloned them specifically for you. Dog Mo, you are so kind. I will never call you a dog again. Changchi was moved beyond words, with tears streaming down his face, stuffing meat into his mouth, and motioned to Lu Lian and Yukin, try it, this is not ordinary meat, this is their Mo families. At this moment, Mo Beishan, the head of the Mo family, knocked on the door and then pushed it open. He immediately clasped his fist towards Changchi. Mr. Chung, there are too many guests. I know that a small gathering of your friends is the most comfortable form. I will only take up 30 seconds of your time to say hello, so as not to blame Mr. Chung. Then, Mo Beishan saw the black roasted whole lamb on the table and frowned. Xiao Sun, what is this? Mr. Chung has come from afar. Why don't you prepare some exquisite ingredients? Hey, don't tell me. This meat is quite fragrant. Mo Beishan's expression eased a little. What kind of animal is this? Mo scratched his head and stammered. Grandpa, this is a very dirty beast. What is it? Very dirty? The old man was stunned. Father! The fifth uncle then walked into the house, supported Mo Beishan, and dragged him out of the house. Don't disturb the gathering of young people. The meat is precious. I spent a lot of money to get it. Really? I smell it. You can give me some to try later. You can't eat that meat, father. What? Old five, you bastard. Xiuxian has just been in office for a few days, and you don't take my orders seriously? I tell you, I must eat that meat, and I have to eat it every day. Okay, father. The two walked out of the door, and the moment the door was closed, Changchi laughed with oil dripping from his mouth. Moin endured for a long time, but finally couldn't help it, and started laughing. The two of them were laughing so hard that they almost choked and couldn't speak. Lu Lian and Yukin stared at each other. What's going on? What's so funny? What the hell is a filthy beast? Hey, Mo. Changchi stroked his round belly and said lazily, I brought you a child. Puff. Mo, who was drinking tea, sprayed Lu Lian in the face. Ha ha. Yukin pointed at the tea residue on Lu Lian's face and laughed. Aren't you and Meng Lan mechanical people? Changchi said slowly, although it is extremely precise, it is still missing a function. Puff. Lu Lian sprayed Yukin in the face and looked at Mo in shock. You are a robot? Mu Chen's smile froze on his face, and he blinked, and a piece of tea slid down his cheek. No. Lu Lian stood up directly, widening his eyes, and said, I have been trying to compete with your robot for so many years, so many times, and you are a robot? Mo shrugged. I found out about it late, but I accepted it calmly. I go? Lu Lian was suddenly distracted. He had criticized the Mo family's mechanical skills countless times, but he didn't realize that every time he talked to Mo, he was slapping himself in the face. However, the duo at this time had seen the wonders of the universe after all, and they could quickly accept the fact that Mo was a mechanical man, without any worldly prejudice. I must be honest. Changchi said, the mechanical baby I brought was asked by your Mo family ancestors to bring back. Strictly speaking, it was a wedding gift they prepared for you. Mo's eyes widened, and tears of excitement appeared. Although his inner body is a machine, his biological skin has all the anthropomorphic kinetic energy. Changchi paused and said, I also found that your ancestors were a bit wicked. Mo was confused. What do you mean? I checked the machine baby and its spare body before. Changchi thought, I found that they are not finished products, more or less missing some parts. Mo felt incredible. How could this be? Changchi said, I also briefly learned the mechanical art of the Maha's school, and tried to repair one of the bodies, but found it very difficult. Mo was puzzled. Where did you get the parts? Oh! Chung-Chi said calmly. I dismantled 2 of Mukin's M14 Black Ghost mechas. Poof, Mukin sprayed, but Chung-Chi had expected it, and quickly picked up the plate on the table to block the tea. At that time, I was inspired by a certain spirit of scientific exploration. I also dismantled Lu Lian's wooden immortal. Poof, Lu Lian also sprayed, but Chung-Chi picked up another plate and blocked it. Inside the Lingshire starship, Mo checked the body of the mechanical baby, one by one, slowly raised his head, and was moved to tears. The ancestors did it on purpose. The missing parts of the child require our couple to concentrate on research and complete them with care and patience. It is the so-called fruit of love, and giving birth to new life. Chung-Chi nodded. I have thought about this, but if it can't be repaired, the child will be disabled. This. Mo's wedding was not yet complete, but he had a son, and instantly felt the burden of being a father. Anyway, I still thank my ancestors from the bottom of my heart. I also thank my friend for bringing me this great gift. Mo turned and looked at Chung-Chi. Tell me, your way back was delayed by something. What happened? Chung-Chi touched his chin. I encountered a very interesting thing. Chapter 395. Interesting things? How is it interesting? Mo and Chung-Chi stood in the cargo hold of the Spirit starship. The white light source on the top stretched their shadows very long, at right angles to the main body. Chung-Chi slowly turned his head, and looked at his own shadow on the ground. I learned a piece of news earlier. I didn't want to accept it, but I had to accept it. Chung-Chi hesitated for a moment. I used to be a serious criminal. Mo frowned when he heard this. Have you ever committed a crime on this garbage earth? You killed someone. Murder? The earth? It's too small. Chung-Chi shook his head. I'm not really sure what I did. Can you understand that feeling? I feel from the bottom of my heart that I couldn't have done such a thing, but I lost my memory. And there seems to be another group of people in this universe who still remember it clearly. Although, I'm not sure what I did specifically. But the interesting thing I encountered before I came back here made me know what kind of punishment I suffered. Mo's eyes trembled. Punishment? Yes. Chung-Chi stared at his own shadow. I seem to have been cut. Plop. Chung-Chi was about to continue sharing his experience, but Mo suddenly fell to the ground without any warning, and his body hit the ground hard, making a plop sound. Plop, plop. Lu Lian and Mukin, who were chatting not far away, also fell to the ground without any warning. Chung-Chi's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly leaned over to check. Although his expression relaxed, he immediately became confused. Mo actually fell asleep. His biological skin also had a sleep period similar to that of humans. When the skin fell asleep, the mechanical body would also cooperate, and the state was almost the same as that of human sleep. Chung-Chi quickly checked the conditions of Lu Lian and Mukin. These two real humans were also sleeping, breathing evenly, and even smacking their lips subconsciously, sleeping soundly. It was as if someone had suddenly released gaseous sleeping pills all around. What's going on? Chung-Chi quickly scanned the surroundings. It was impossible for anyone to poison his spiritual starship. He took a few quick steps, opened the cargo door, and looked at the Tingzhou street in the distance. He found that all the pedestrians were lying on the ground, either prone or lying on their backs, but their chests were slightly rising and falling, and some children were even snotty. Are they all asleep? Chung-Chi was shocked, and looked at the main courtyard of the Mo family. There were guests everywhere, but it was also silent at this time. He looked up at the sky again. It was a bright and sunny day. After closing the warehouse door, and ordering the spirit starship to follow silently, Chung-Chi walked along the street cautiously. There were only slight cicada chirps, and slight snoring of passers-by. When he arrived at the main courtyard, the guests were lying on the ground in all directions. There was also a traditional banquet in the courtyard, and the guests were lying directly on the table. The drinks were knocked over and dripped onto the ground. Chung-Chi still had no idea what was going on. Was the whole planet forced to sleep? Why didn't I fall asleep? Chung-Chi felt his chest getting slightly hot, reached into his arms, and pulled out a small, slightly sparkling diamond. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and recalled carefully. Before, Amma's excavation error brought him to a desolate planet, where huge stone men were running, and there was a girl, who looked like an elf, suspected to be a mysterious immortal. At that time, the girl asked for the green grass leaves on Chung-Chi's body, and took a diamond from her bra, and gave it to Chung-Chi as a return gift. At this moment, holding the diamond in his hand, to be precise, it just looks like a diamond. The diamond was slightly warm, as if releasing some kind of energy. Chung-Chi's pupils shrank. This diamond made me awake? reversely inferring, this diamond is like a kind of protective shield, resisting some kind of mental attack? Assuming that the abnormality in Tingzhou is an attack, then after all the people fell asleep, the murderer should be found. Crash! There was a sound of a door opening in a house in the main courtyard. The spirit-style starship rippled in space and instantly entered the back of the fourth wall. Chang-Chi also immediately shrank into the corner and squinted his eyes to watch. But he saw a pretty figure in a white wedding dress walking out of the room, removing the red veil on her head, revealing her beautiful cheeks and slightly narrowed beautiful eyes. It was the heroine of the wedding, the bride Meng Lan. Chang-Chi was a little surprised, but not surprised. She has the ability to control dreams. Did she use some means? Is there something wrong with Meng Lan? Is Mo so unlucky? Chang-Chi secretly observed and found that Meng Lan was like a white butterfly flying in the crowd, anxiously checking everyone, and then trying to calm herself down. It didn't seem like her. She didn't seem to know. Chang-Chi's expression flickered for a moment, and he moved his steps and appeared at the main entrance. When Meng Lan saw Chang-Chi, she was surprised at first, then frowned slightly and said, "It's not me, but everyone has entered Dreamland, and their dreams are completely abnormal." Chang-Chi stared at Meng Lan, her thin lips slightly pursed, anxious. Meng Lan took a step forward and asked, "Where is Mo?" "He is asleep like everyone else, but his body is safe." Chang-Chi finally chose to believe Meng Lan, frowning and thinking. If you want to figure out all this, there is probably only one way. Meng Lan looked up and said, "That is to enter the dream." Enter the dream? Chang-Chi looked up, and the Ling-style starship appeared in the air like a miracle. He jumped into the cargo hold, then took out a small black disc and stuck it behind his ear. B33 Dream Master, you can enter the dreamland anytime and anywhere. Unfold the dream. Not only can you edit the dream in advance, but also during the dream process, you could open the editing interface at any time, compile the dream in real time like a master, and you can enter other people's dreams. The degree of editing depends on the other party's dream wall defense. Chang-Chi said, "You use your way, I use mine." Chapter 396. Meng Lan stood under the corridor bridge in the courtyard and closed her eyes slightly. The blue light shone through the wedding dress on her chest. It was the 18 strings in the heart of the mechanism, shining and gorgeous. Chang-Chi informed Ling to stay alert behind the fourth wall. Then she touched the black disc behind her earlobe and slowly closed her eyes. Ripples like flowers in the mirror and moon in the water appeared in her vision, like a layer of pearl curtain being slowly lifted. The restoration of vision is equivalent to entering a dream. Unlike reality, the editing interface of B33 Dream Master floats on the left side of Chang-Chi's perspective. It is like a blank document. Everything Chang-Chi inputs will become a real existence in the dream. Shot discovery. Chang-Chi entered a collective dream. Everyone on the planet Tingzhou is in a common dream. Even the surrounding geographical environment is the beautiful Tingzhou. People who were on the street in reality are now on the street, and guests who were in the main courtyard before are still in the main courtyard. They all stood there in a daze. Beside them, a strange blue glowing little man appeared. They looked a bit like the Smurfs in the cartoon, but they held a blue cane with a bent head. These little men stood in front of the humans, and between their foreheads and the human's forehead, there was some kind of energy ribbon floating, as if absorbing or reading something. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank slightly. Alien species? The blue little men discovered Chang-Chi, who suddenly appeared, and Meng Lan, who was wearing a wedding dress and frowning not far away. They all turned around, pointing their crutches at the sky. Subverting all logic, a wave tens of meters high suddenly formed in the sky, with a rumbling sound, smashing towards Chang-Chi and Meng Lan. Meng Lan narrowed her beautiful eyes, and suddenly green vines appeared in the air. The vines grew, winding and intertwined, and bloomed various beautiful colorful flowers, forming a beautiful flower wall to block the huge waves. The Smurfs shook their heads and shook their crutches. The waves expanded tenfold and instantly broke the flower wall. A big battle in a dream, right? Chang-Chi tilted his head and looked at the dream editing interface on the side. What he thought turned into words, and the words appeared in the interface again. Then Chang-Chi raised his hand and pressed the OK key. Stellar vacuum cleaner. A huge vacuum cleaner appeared in the sky, as big as the sun. The motor hummed, and the vacuum cleaner sucked all the seawater, leaving no drop. Then the huge vacuum cleaner sucked countless Smurfs, sucking them to stand unsteadily, with crooked mouths and slanted eyes. "Oh!" Countless Smurfs exclaimed, gave up their connection with humans, and pointed their crutches at the sky. A huge Smurf mother suddenly appeared in the sky. She was wearing an apron and slippers, and walked over with a clacking sound. As a housewife for a long time, she was always in a bad mood. She turned off the vacuum cleaner with a click, then pointed at the sky and cursed. It might mean, "How many times have I told you, remember to turn off the switch after using the vacuum cleaner, it wastes electricity." Then the giant Smith mother in the sky stretched out her fat arms, like a god reaching out from the clouds, and pinched Chung-Chi. "I'm going." Chung-Chi looked at the dream editing interface in his perspective again, his thoughts turned into words, and the words turned into displays. In the distance, a large shopping mall suddenly appeared, like a palace in the clouds. There were a wide variety of beautiful clothes, glittering gold and silver jewelry, and dazzling cosmetics. The fat mother exclaimed, grabbed her hair, and ran towards the large shopping mall happily. "Oh!" The Smurfs stared and exclaimed in unison, and then pointed their canes at the sky again. A Smurf child who looked exactly like them appeared in the sky, standing in the air, jumping and stamping his feet, calling his mother back, and pointing at Chung-Chi and screaming. The fat mother, full of self-blame, stopped and looked at the mall reluctantly. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and looked at the dream editing interface again. A big hand stretched out from nowhere, picked up the collar of the elf child in the sky, and threw it into a classroom. The owner of the big hand was an angry Smurf teacher wearing a knee-length skirt, with her hands on her waist. The teacher used a stick to knock on the Smurf's head, asking him to lie on the table and write his diary honestly. "Oh!" The Smurfs on the ground opened their eyes, and shook their canes again. In midair, the Smurf child, who was confined to a seat, was about to make a move. Chung-Chi laughed evilly, and tens of thousands of strict teachers appeared around him. These teachers held sticks, put their hands on their waists, and their eyes were like hell demons, spewing flames. The Smurf child trembled immediately, not daring to move. He licked the tip of the pen with his tongue and began to write his diary honestly. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of countless little Smurfs on the ground, and they dared not make any more small movements. Ming-Lan witnessed this illogical and ridiculous scene, pursed her lips, and looked at Chung-Chi. "Why do you use such a childish form?" Chung-Chi also smiled, "Because I am digging out the secrets in their hearts." As he spoke, Chung-Chi raised his hand, and in the air, the diary written by the Smurf child suddenly flew up from the table, floated, and came to Chung-Chi, like a heavenly book slowly unfolding. The strange words were also translated into the country's words. Little Baby's Diary, March 66, 5624 of the Little Baby Calendar. We are called Dream Baby Civilization. We have no ill intentions. 120 years ago, on that sunny afternoon, we left our home planet and ran to the universe to play. We have an innate ability, which is to enter the dreams of individuals and other civilizations. We are kind and curious by nature, and the purpose of invading dreams is not to invade or harm. Instead, we want to gain a deeper understanding of the development status, cultural customs, and social forms of different civilizations, so as to promote the exchange and common progress of civilizations in the universe. We will achieve some goals through scene construction and guided exploration. For example, historical reenactment builds scenes of major events in the history of the civilization in the dream, ancient wars, the rise and fall of dynasties, important moments of technological inventions, etc., and then guides the dreamer to participate in it as if they were there, so as to achieve an understanding of the background of the target civilization. For example, future outlook. By speeding up the timeline in dreams and simulating the future, we can observe the development direction and problem-solving ability of the target civilization. Family bond experience. Create various scenes involving family affection, such as family members getting sick, encountering difficulties, or celebrating important festivals, and observe how the dreamer expresses and feels family affection in these scenes, whether it is reserved or passionate. Sometimes, we will also teach skills to the target civilization and show advanced concepts or technological prototypes in dreams in a clever way. We will even inject artistic inspiration into the target civilization. For those civilizations with rich artistic culture, we will create an artistic scene full of fantasy and unique beauty, inspire the artistic inspiration of dreamers, let them create more imaginative and creative works of art, and promote the further development of the art of the civilization. When we establish friendship with many civilizations, we will often hold cross-dream gatherings. Our greatest wish is to build a bridge of friendship between multiple civilizations through dreams. Teacher, is the word count enough? Chung-Chi waved his hand, and the huge diary closed and then slowly dissipated. He looked at the countless Smurfs in the dream and nodded, "I see." Oh. But he saw countless Smurfs standing in the distance, waving and greeting Chung-Chi. Oh. Chapter 397. Dreams are like gauze, reality is like a mirror, gauze covers the mirror. Who can see through it at a glance and distinguish which is the illusory dream and which is the real state? Chang-Chi lowered his head. The creature of the dream baby civilization in front of him was less than 1 meter tall and just reached Chang-Chi's waist. Its blue skin was fluorescent, its big black eyes, its bulbous nose, and its 2 pointed ears. Its mouth switched back and forth between O and dash, and it could only make the sound of O O O. They looked simple, innocent, and cute. Menghua civilization is called Menghua civilization, which seems to be very appropriate. We pass by here and observe them. They will wake up soon. The little Menghua at the front raised the crutches in his hand, and Chang-Chi heard a clear child's voice. We try our best to observe every civilization we encounter, because we also have some problems to solve. The little Menghua looked behind him, and saw several other little Menghua carrying a stretcher, and on the stretcher, there was a Menghua lying with his eyes closed and motionless. During this time, a Menghua carrying a stretcher tripped over his left foot and fell down. He was hit on the head by other Menghua with crutches, and then returned to his post with a wronged look on his face, and carried the tilted stretcher. These little guys were cute in every move. The stretcher was placed in front of Chang-Chi, and Chang-Chi bent down to check it out. He saw that it was an old Menghua with cloudy eyes and wrinkled face. It's dying. The little Menghua pointed at the old man with the crutches. We want to save him. Chang-Chi seemed to understand. The problem these little guys want to solve is natural death at the end of life. Chang-Chi said bluntly, you can't solve this problem just by observing human civilization. Countless little dream babies lowered their heads and sighed slowly. Chang-Chi looked into the distance and found Mo, or to be more precise, Mo's dream body. A dream baby was experiencing family bond. Mo dreamed of separation and death, and dreamed that Meng Lan died of illness. Mo was in great grief and cried loudly. There was no light in his eyes. The rest of his life was all darkness. He even lost the meaning of living. Meng Lan herself was also in the dream, standing beside Mo, watching quietly. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was deeply moved. She swore in her heart that from now on, she would be 1,000 times better to Mo. Lil Menghua looked at Chang-Chi. You seem to have lost some of your memories. We can help you design a dream. Maybe you can remember it. Chang-Chi thought of the interesting things he encountered before returning to Tingzhou, and nodded, okay. In the real world, there was silence above Tingzhou. Everyone collapsed on the ground, eyes closed, dozing off. In the clear sky, a huge dark cloud suddenly floated over. A huge vortex suddenly formed in the center of the dark cloud. A rusty alien starship sailed out of it. The huge dark cloud was actually a kind of visual camouflage. This starship was shabby and simple, and there were large metal patches visible to the naked eye. The starship slowly landed above Tingzhou. Because everyone fell into a deep sleep, even the spring cicadas on the trees stopped singing. It was like a deserted place. The hatch opened, and there was no slowdown device. With a loud bang, it hit the ground directly, and the bluestone road was covered with cracks. An extremely ugly creature walked out of the cabin. 2 meters tall, blue skin, bare chest, wearing a weave skirt, face like a shoehorn rosacea, crooked eyes, a few sparse red hairs on the top of the head, pointed ears, and a mouth full of fangs. Drooling from the corners of his mouth, all the way to his chest, mixed with the red chest hair, a sticky mess. In his hands, he held a black mace. These monsters, one after another, lined up and walked out of the starship. Hundreds of them emerged in the blink of an eye. Hey, hey! Several ugly monsters carried a stretcher, and on the stretcher was an old monster whose skin was shrunken like a rag. It was covered with age spots, its eyes were cloudy, and its energy was exhausted. These were the real bodies of dream babies. And those cute babies in the dream were similar to their souls leaving their bodies, and they could operate on 2 lines, turning into cute and friendly elves in the dream and controlling everyone in the dream. In the real world, they can do 2 things at once, move freely, and complete another set of actions. These ugly guys came to the sleeping humans one by one. After standing firm, they poked the mace into the ground, and then opened their mouths, like the monsters in myths and strange books, sucking out some white energy from the human's head, and then swallowing it into their stomachs. Several monsters searched in the main courtyard of the Mo family, and finally found Chang-Chi standing in the pavilion. Jili Gulikakaka. A strange roar came out of their mouths. It's the strongest. The dying old monster was carried to Chang-Chi. During the process, a monster that didn't look very smart tripped over its left foot and fell down, and then was hit hard on the head by its companion with a mace. It didn't dare to complain, and returned to the stretcher with a wronged look and continued to carry it. After the old monster was put down, a strong monster knelt beside the stretcher, first kowtowed to the old man, and then put his hands together, as if praying to the sky. Geely gula ball sesame vegetable. The strong monster looked sincere, looking at the old monster, his eyes full of tenderness. Dad, don't worry, your son will do his best to keep you alive. You are a great father, you raised us up. When I was young I was ignorant and always pissed you off, now I am sensible, raising a son to take care of your old age. When you are old, your son will solve all your problems for you. Even if it takes countless interstellar steps, even if it puts me in danger. I must try all methods. I can't live without my dad. Yellow tears flowed from the strong monster's eyes, Geely Gulu. It stretched out its hands to pry open the old monster's toothless mouth. The shadow of its son was also reflected in the old monster's turbid eyes. It also shed tears. No father would be willing to drag down his child. It was just a broken shell. If he died, he would die. It would be the end of it all. But the son was unwilling to accept it. Geely Gulikabang. Jijiji, Lululu. Son, stop wasting your energy and go home. Dad, stop talking, I won't give up. The strong monster dislocated his father's mouth. But it seemed to work. Bursts of white energy emerged from Chang-Chi's forehead and were sucked into the old monster's mouth. The old monster's eyes gradually widened, Jili. The old monster's eyes gradually became clear, and the wrinkles on his skin were smoothed out inch by inch. The strong monster burst into tears, Wallala Wallala. After traveling through countless stars and searching through thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, I finally found a good medicine. Chapter 398. They deserve to die. They are guilty. I am right. Chang-Chi was in a dark dream. He heard a hysterical roar, the voice was hoarse, and the vocal cords seemed to be torn apart by all the strength of the body. Although the voice was distorted and deformed, it was like the roar of a demon. But Chang-Chi could tell that it was his own voice. Amid the roar, he also heard a clattering sound, as if it was the sound of iron chains colliding. He should have seen a picture, but there was only darkness in front of him. In the picture, I should be imprisoned in a deep cage with disheveled hair, perhaps 10,000 meters underground, and tied to a cross with heavy iron chains. I committed an unforgivable crime. But I did not admit my guilt. Even though I had lost my freedom, I still roared, still unwilling, and still resisted something. Swish! A beam of white light appeared in front of me. Chang-Chi saw himself standing in a dark environment, with only a beam of white light without source illuminating his body, and a white light spot the size of a manhole cover formed under his feet. From Chang-Chi's perspective, it was as if he was standing face to face with him. Your crimes are dismemberment of the body, dismemberment by 5 horses, and death is not worth regretting. You are very powerful, and almost no one in the universe can stop you, but you can't escape my punishment. Chang-Chi heard a majestic and vast voice in the air, but it also had no source. Chang-Chi saw himself in the dream, wearing a strange white costume, a tight-fitting suit, with silver embellishments all over his body, like swift lightning. The material of the clothes is delicate, the lightning is like a solid, and there is even a slight flow of electric light. This clothes gives people a clear feeling. It is an advanced technological creation with powerful functions. It is very likely tailor-made for Chang-Chi. The technological level is unknown. And this criminal Chang-Chi has the same face as Chang-Chi. But the facial muscles are thinner, the facial features are more three-dimensional, the hair is very long and messy, the eye sockets are deep, and there are heavy shadows around the eyes. His eyes are full of anger and haze, and he will burst into a kind of mania at any time and place. Suddenly, in front of the criminal Chang-Chi, 5 blue rays as thin as hair appeared. They looked very ordinary, just like common laser pens, arranged vertically, divided in parallel, and 10 centimeters apart. 5 rays of light suddenly cut towards the criminal Chang-Chi and penetrated through his body. The imagined bloody scene did not appear. It was some kind of cutting beyond human cognition. The criminal Chang-Chi was cut from one person into 5 people. In the same dark space, 5 beams of light shone down, and in each beam, a complete Chang-Chi appeared, with slightly different facial expressions. The only similarity was that they all had a hint of dullness in their expressions. The 6th blue light appeared, this time horizontally, passing through the necks of the 5 Chang-Chi, beheading them all, and their heads rolled back and disappeared into the darkness. Your punishment is to rise and fall endlessly within the rules, until the universe is destroyed. 5 pitch-black cocoons appeared, wrapping the 5 headless Chang-Chi. A golden infinity symbol slowly emerged from the front of the cocoon, and then the giant cocoon flew into the deep space, and disappeared in all directions. And Chang-Chi himself was completely a third-person perspective in a dream. His thoughts were boiling, and the Queen's words were still correct. People do not lose their memories, and the so-called forgetting is just a subjective hiding. The subconscious mind is like a hard drive, recording all the experiences of life. The key point is whether we can find a way to open the memory palace. I am a serious criminal. I was sanctioned and cut. But I still don't know why all this happened. I seem to have an immortal body, but I am endlessly confused. I seem to have amazing technology, but I am starting from scratch. Chung-Chi clearly knew that his thoughts were also unusually clear in the dream constructed by Dream Baby. He recalled a previous episode. That was the interesting thing. He was going to return to Tingzhou to attend Mo's wedding, but he entered a strange fork in the road. He saw a timeline that had disappeared. During the time when Mo died, Mo Long replaced him, and later Mo's mechanical heart started beating again. That period of time was like a garbled code that was cleared and disappeared silently. Chung-Chi thought that it would not cause any more trouble. On the bluestone streets of Tingzhou, a misty drizzle suddenly fell. The Tingzhou streets, which were originally beautiful and retro, were even more poetic and picturesque at this time. Of course, there was also a bit of depression. It seemed that it had not rained when the Mo family murder case was solved. The dagger pierced Chung-Chi's chest silently. The misty drizzle fell on Chung-Chi's shoulders, splashing a layer of mist, but the mist quickly dissipated, and the drizzle penetrated Chung-Chi's body. That's why. This is a skill that Chung-Chi learned from the teacher, who never properly became his apprentice. It is a variant operation, multi-position, based on the super speed of the SS level factor. It uses the super high movement speed to form a virtual shadow that looks like a real entity. Chung-Chi's real body stood 2 meters away. He looked at Mo Long. This guy is somewhat similar to Mo, but his expression and temperament are different from Mo. Mo gives people the feeling of being open and honest, noble and elegant. And Mo Long, on the other hand, has a cunning and cautious feeling, like a cheetah who keeps his edge in his heart. This is in line with his personality. Even the biological boxes for delivery have to be equipped with self-destruct bombs. Chung-Chi looked at Chung-Chi beside Mo Long again. His hair was longer than his own, wet by the rain, and stuck to his forehead. The muscles on his face were thin, the edges and corners were more distinct, the eye sockets were deep, and there were heavy shadows around his eyes. His eyes were full of haze, like a cold pond, dark and cold. His lips were habitually closed, as if he never needed to express anything with words, and rarely had extra expressions, adding a bit of solemnity to his cold face. There was a shallow scar on his forehead, extending diagonally from the left eyebrow to the hairline. It was a mark left by a desperate fight with a target, showing a ruthlessness that was not afraid of life and death. He had no right ear, which seemed to have been cut off in a life and death fight. He kept staring at Chung-Chi, with the dagger in his hand full of cold light, across his chest. Chung-Chi also paid special attention to the fact that there was no STC on his wrist. At this time, Chung-Chi's right eye trembled and tears of blood flowed out, so he raised the hand that was not holding the dagger and wiped away the tears of blood from the corner of his eye skillfully. He is a mute. I can speak for him. Mo Long stared at Chung-Chi, who was disguised as a peddler, and said, "You are right." Chung-Chi paused slightly. "What is?" "Right." The fierce mute Chung-Chi put his hand on Mo Long's shoulder. Mo Long also nodded. "The former, serious criminal, was cut into 5 parts, and you are all 1/5 of it." "He, my friend?" Mo Long glanced at the mute Chung-Chi. "He has more insights. He knows that the serious criminal, was cut into 5 parts his personality. And he is the most silent, the most ruthless, the one who uses killing to solve everything. That part of the personality." He also said that there may be personalities like compassion, fraud, cowardice, etc., scattered somewhere. Mo Long looked at Chung-Chi again. He asked, "What personality are you?" "Me?" At that time, Chung-Chi was simply confused by the explosive information. He hesitated and was a little surprised, and said in a daze, maybe optimism." The dumb Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. His mouth was still closed as usual, but tears of blood once again flowed from his right eye. He raised his hand that was not holding the dagger, and wiped away the tears with the back of his hand. Mo Long said, "I gave him a code name, called Dumb Killer." Chung-Chi's eyes trembled. "Dumb Killer?" Dumb Killer said. Mo Long didn't know how he could read the inner voice of Dumb Killer. If you combine your 5 personalities, you can piece together the real, serious criminal, and find out what crime he committed, and why he committed the crime. If he killed someone, what was his thinking, and why he made such a decision. Yasha also said that he is a person with no great ability, and can only kill people. Just like me, Mo Long, destined to be a short-lived existence, without a future. Mo Long's mouth trembled, he said. He can merge into your body. Chang Chi's body also trembled. All this is like a dream of Arabian Nights. Too much unknown information, too many secrets, everything is fragmented. He doesn't know whether he can find the most real answer under the layers of mystery. Merge. How to merge? In Chang Chi's pupils, the misty and vast drizzle was reflected. At this time, the STC on Chang Chi's wrist suddenly flashed, and two blue fan-shaped beams bloomed in the hazy drizzle. Similar technological creations detected. Do you want to start merging? And the two fan-shaped beams, one was scanning Chang Chi himself, and the other was scanning Silent Kill. Chapter 399. Jalululu. In the main courtyard of the Mo family, the white energy connected Chang Chi's forehead and the mouth of the old monster. The strong blue-skinned red-haired monster looked at his dying father and gradually regained vitality. It even felt the salvation of its soul. It was not afraid of difficulties and dangers, and was finally able to heal its father, and finally fulfilled its responsibility as a son. The scene in front of it was just like when he was a child, completely unable to move, and even unable to take the initiative to eat. It was his father who fed food into his mouth little by little, and he gradually grew up under his careful care. Now, I am young and strong, but my father has been unable to walk for 3 years. Whenever it sees this, its heart will ache and be as bitter as the tide. I don't want to see my father grow old. I don't want to see the tall figure in my childhood memory become skinny, unable to take care of himself, and finally die sadly. This kind of emotion between father and son. It seems to resonate across species and civilizations. It is difficult to distinguish between good and evil in its behavior. It is indeed hurting others, and it does have a compelling motive. Even in human civilization, there are filial sons who take bear gall and peel snake skin to treat their seriously ill fathers, and boil them into medicine. The sun shines, and the shadows of trees in the courtyard are mottled. In the pavilion, Chang Chi suddenly opened his eyes, calm as water. The white energy gushing out of his forehead also stopped. The strong monster suddenly trembled, subconsciously took 2 steps back, and fear appeared in his eyes. In its experience, for other creatures, either the ability gap is too big for sleep, fails. This situation means that they lose their only advantage, and they can run as far as they can. But as long as forced sleep succeeds, no one can wake up without his permission. Chang Chi did it casually. He looked at the scene around him, which was like a ghost story that made his scalp tingle. All kinds of ugly monsters were absorbing the energy from the human head, just like evil ghosts sucking souls. Jilu, Jilu. The strong monster looked at Chang Chi, and pointed at the old monster on the ground in panic, as if explaining that it was justifiable for it to do so. There was fear in its eyes, but it still gritted its teeth and blocked the old monster. The old monster was like a dying patient who had been deprived of oxygen. His mouth was wide open, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. His eyes looked at the sky in despair. Chang Chi had no expression on his face, and stretched out his right hand. He silently chanted Zha Lu in his heart, and then he suddenly realized that Zha Lu stayed in his hometown. His eyelids trembled slightly. The Pioneer Gravitational Weapons System glove was activated, and the gravitational field spread, twisting, squeezing, and curling a technical chair on one side, forming a dagger-like weapon, which was held in his right hand. No matter how the strong monster yelled, Chang Chi never said a word. Chang Chi wiped the corner of his right eye. Then, a cold light streaked through the air. The strong monster was immediately ripped open, blood splashed 2 meters in the air, the whole stomach was completely thrown out, and the internal organs burst like a balloon with excessive air pressure. Chang Chi rushed forward 1/2 meter, picked up the old monster on the ground, and threw it into the air. A cold light flashed, and the old monster was beheaded. Another cold light flashed, and the old monster's body was cut diagonally in half. Paw, paw, bang! The bodies of the monster father and son fell to the ground almost at the same time. Chang Chi turned around and looked at the other monsters at the scene. They subconsciously stopped eating, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. Although they were tall, their legs were shaking like sieves. Then, it seemed as if a bloodthirsty demon god suddenly descended on the battlefield. The flash of swords and blood, the broken bodies flew everywhere. A dagger that was not very standard, even very makeshift, was like the sickle of the god of death, harvesting without emotion. About 10 minutes later, all the monsters were killed, and not a single corpse was left intact. Chang Chi did not say a word the whole time, and his lips were just pursed out of habit. He was like a mute. Apart from killing people, the only extra action he made was to wipe the corner of his right eye from time to time. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly realized something, and his head tilted slightly. The tattered dagger in his hand continued to slash into the air at an astonishing speed, and each slash would hit the same position. All the cold rays intertwined together, and this seemingly meaningless superposition cut a gap in the space. Chang-Chi stepped into the gap. This was also Tingzhou, still the main courtyard of the Mo family. Countless monsters were absorbing the energy in the human brain, and they were terrified at this time. Chang-Chi's body dissipated into white smoke and merged with himself in the pavilion. Then he opened his eyes again and compressed the metal chair into a dagger. The filial son was disemboweled, the old monster was beheaded, and then split in half. The bloodthirsty demon god descended again. The first massacre just now was actually a dream. The self-protection method of these monsters was to build a reality shell for other creatures who were forced to sleep. Every time they woke up, they thought they had returned to reality. Everything was extremely realistic and logical, and they would inevitably be stuck. The corpses of monsters were all over the ground, none of them intact. Chang-Chi cut the void and cut a gap in the space again. Countless monsters looked at the silent boy who took a step forward, their expressions terrified, their legs trembling. After wiping the corners of his eyes, Chang-Chi clenched the dagger he had made temporarily, and a new round of slaughter began. Reality Shell, Layer 3. Reality Shell, Layer 10. Reality Shell, Layer 50. Reality Shell, Layer 100. No one was left alive, and no one was left intact. The shadows of trees were modeled in the courtyard. In the pavilion, Chang-Chi slowly opened his eyes. Seeing countless blue-skinned monsters kneeling in front of him, their bodies were trembling violently, yellow sweat beads as big as beans were pouring out of their skin, and their pupils had shrunk into a black dot. This is the real reality. But every time these monsters construct the real shell, they have to invest sufficient energy to feel and control everything in it. Just now, it was almost a moment in the real world, and they were slaughtered 100 times. Chang-Chi's bloodthirsty demon-like figure seemed to be carved into a mold, and then burned into a red-hot iron, sizzling, emitting a burnt smell and white smoke, fiercely branding their souls. After entering, for sleep, no one can wake up without my permission. But it killed through 100 layers of shells. The strong monster knelt on the ground, moved forward with his knees, came to Chang-Chi, took out a tattered translator, and the Jiulu in his mouth finally turned into human language. I had no choice. I just wanted to save my father. The strong monster cried. What we absorbed from your mind was just a beautiful dream. Your body will be fine. The most serious consequence is that all your dreams in the future will become nightmares. A cold light flashed. The strong monster's chest was cut open in an instant, and his internal organs exploded. Then it was his father, and then all the blue-skinned monsters, all of whom died without a complete body. Chang-Chi raised his hand slightly. The spirit starship arrived silently, and then exited the fourth wall state. The cargo hold door opened, and the volume effect micro and macro world converter, shaped like a metal conch, flashed blue light, and was ready. Chang-Chi took off a small, inconspicuous fish bone from his chest. This was a weapon he had never used before, because this weapon had the power to destroy small galaxies, and it would cause great suffering to all living things when it was used. According to Chang-Chi's character, he would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Omega World Destroyer Judge Particle Star Destroyer Cannon, instantly enlarged. It was like an amazing white bridge, spanning across Tingzhou. Chang-Chi raised his left hand, and the control panel of the Star Destroyer cannon emerged, and knowledge that he had not known before, but now, naturally, emerged in his mind. His fingers moved rapidly. Accuracy calibration, environmental adaptability parameters, reaction force countermeasures, pulse burst mode, energy level, target, range, lethality, and even death toll estimates. The huge muzzle, like a volcano, gave birth to thunder-like energy. Without hesitation, he fired suddenly, and a dark beam of energy cut through the void. 200,000 kilometers away, the main fleet of Menghua civilization was waiting for feedback from the Vanguard. A total of 800 starships were completely unprepared and turned into nothingness the moment the black light passed by. The shooting was accurate, and there was no energy wasted. After all the enemies were annihilated, the attack energy just dissipated, without causing any extra damage. Chang-Chi stood there, looking at the monster corpse that was split in half. Subconsciously, he wiped the corners of his eyes. The muscles in his throat kept surging, and his lips were trembling slightly, like a mute who was using a sound vocal system for the first time, and seemed a little immature and unfamiliar, and was trying hard to learn. Touch. Touch, touch, touch me. Touch me, no, no. Chapter 400. Chang-Chi recalled that scene. The azure light flickered. Yasha's body turned into a white light spot, floating and shrinking into his body. 1-star Chang-Chi became 2-star? No. He did not become stronger, nor did he grow 3 heads and 6 arms. He felt a kind of compliment of character and skill. When facing the same thing, its thinking has changed, and its judgment standards or moral standards have also changed, and it will make different decisions than before. It's like a person who doesn't like eating candy, but unknowingly likes it. A person who doesn't like taking a bath, but accidentally soaks in the bathhouse for a whole day. Not only does he not feel disgusted, but he accepts it invisibly. And an optimistic, positive energy boy who doesn't like killing suddenly loves killing. And skills. Chang-Chi feels like he has become a weapon master. Although he loves a dagger the most, and loves the feeling of cutting flesh and blood the most. But it is not limited to this. He is proficient in various weapons. From ancient wooden longbows, stone axes, gunpowder pistols, beam bombs to advanced models of combat starships, space fortresses, and even the giant Star Destroyer cannon just now, it covers everything, spanning various technological levels, and even various civilizations. As for any weapon, he has mastered the proficient level of operation experience, and the purpose of this experience is highly unified, which is to kill people. The simplest, most efficient, and most direct way to kill others. Give him a longbow, and he can pierce the enemy's skull from 100 meters away. If he is given a starship, he dares to rush into the enemy fleet. Even if he cannot destroy the entire fleet, he will at least break the enemy commander's neck. Indistinctly, Chang-Chi feels that he has a rich experience of killing in the past. It seems that he has experienced a killer career that lasted for tens of thousands of years. Chang-Chi does not have a dual personality in his mind, and feels that he and Silent Killer are constantly merging. Super speed makes Silent Killer's melee skills even more powerful. Various weapons are also skillfully used by Silent Killer. Chang-Chi felt that he was becoming more and more healthy, but he also revealed his potential as a serious criminal. Silent Killer's memory was also incomplete. He also had a soft spot in his heart. He seemed to have lost the most important people and things, which made him unforgettable, made him lose the desire to express himself, and often made him shed tears of blood. Silent Killer is me. And what did I lose before I became a serious criminal? The corpses all over the ground will ruin Mo's wedding. He exhaled slowly. Chang-Chi was still the same Chang-Chi, at least for now. Iron Mother went out to collect the remains and buried them in the mountains. All preparations were completed. Chang-Chi touched the black disc on his ear, entered the dream, called up the dream editing panel, and typed a few words, all awake. The innate ability of dream baby civilization was weaker than the black technology in Chang-Chi's hands. Chang-Chi's orders here were completely rules. Mo and the duo came from a distance. They looked a little confused. The ability of dream baby civilization has another characteristic, which is to make people forget the sudden sleep. If they actively recall it, they will be slightly confused. Noises gradually came from the main courtyard and the room for entertaining guests. Spring cicadas also began to chirp. Time seemed to be broken, cut off for a short period of time, and now it is seamlessly connected. Mo shook his head and looked at the thing in Chang-Chi's hand that was compressed from a metal chair, which looked like a dagger. Why, do you suddenly like to play with cold weapons? Chang-Chi looked at the thing in his hand, and only now realized that it was a bit uncomfortable, not sharp at all, and the size was not suitable. Chang-Chi, who had never had any concept of cold weapons, suddenly wanted a dagger, a very, very good dagger. It was not necessarily rare or expensive, but it had to be handy. Without it, he would feel as uncomfortable as if he had lost oxygen. Give you one? Mo raised his eyebrows. He was worthy of being the successor of the Mo family. His ability to observe words and expressions and see through people's hearts was simply too strong. Of course, he is not like this to everyone. Chang-Chi smiled, looked at Mo, and said with emotion, "This is what you should do. I admire you." Mo waved his hand, and suddenly stared at Chang-Chi again, but then again, "Why do you feel that you are different from before? Your eyes, I am sure that you are still you, but it seems that something has been added." People always change. Chang-Chi shrugged, and subconsciously pursed his lips, as if he didn't want to express too much. "You haven't finished yet." Mo seemed very persistent. "You said that before you came here, you encountered an interesting thing. What was it?" Chang-Chi thought for a moment, and said the result directly. "Don't you think it's strange that I actually inherited a portion of my own property. Mo stroked his chin and squinted his eyes, and thought for a long time. Thinking that Chang-Chi was born in a garbage earth and had no education, if it really didn't work, he could hire a Chinese teacher to make up for it. What the hell is he talking about? It is self-contradictory, and does not make sense. My own things are just property, so why inherit them? Chang-Chi looked into the distance. After merging with Silent Killer, there is not much information except for personality and passive skills. It is probably because Silent Killer, like himself, has no subconscious head. But there is only one piece of information, which is as clear as a lighthouse on the sea, brought in by Silent Killer and erected in Chang-Chi's mind. In a distant galaxy, there is a Silent Killer weaponry hidden. Now, Silent Killer is no longer an independent entity, so the arsenal belongs to Chang-Chi from now on. In Chang-Chi's impression, the arsenal is a huge black bunker with abnormal defense and countless killing devices. Silent Killer lives as a space wanderer and a super killer who is only loyal to himself. His arsenal is full of all kinds of things, which are his collections over the past 10 years. Any inconspicuous item in the arsenal may be a terrifying weapon that kills people invisibly. Chang-Chi thought of some super agent and super killer movies he had watched on Earth. Those cool and invincible guys seemed to have similar arsenals. But as for the specific location of the Silent Killer arsenal, according to the memory of the Silent Killer, Chang-Chi needed to find someone first, a beautiful woman. Woman. A shadow appeared in Chang-Chi's mind. At this moment, a service staff hired by the Mo family came to Mo breathlessly. Master Mo, I'm scared to death. S-level Gene person, Li Bolong is here. Also, the person in charge of Gene City, Valente is here. They are all very strange, each with a large transport starship. I don't know what cargo they are carrying. The service staff was a little confused, and, in addition to sending you blessings, they all asked the same question, is Chang-Chi here? Chapter 401. A pair of red Chinese chopsticks with dragons and phoenixes carved on them. They were placed next to the bowls, and plates with a Chinese character for happiness printed on them. The guests stopped the banquet and the small talk. No one asked for it, but it was a spontaneous act. Some people stood up from their seats, and some simply came to the main courtyard door, but they didn't dare to approach the aisle, just stood in the distance and watched. Everyone knew that 2 heavyweight guests had arrived. In fact, there were also many high-level members of the Galactic Alliance at the scene, and their administrative levels were much higher than the 2 guests who were about to arrive. In other words, there were many leaders present, and the 2 guests just had a higher social status. But obviously, the guests were more in awe of the 2 guests who were coming. Especially Li Bolong. He would often throw people into the cesspool for no reason. He loved whoever he wanted, and never spoiled anyone. He was nicknamed Rules Department Plunger. Of course, the plunger refers to the victim, and the Rules Department refers to Li Bolong. Who wouldn't be afraid? He came to a wedding in a decent and happy manner, but was thrown into the cesspool? Is this a plot that a normal person can come up with, and you can't do anything to him? You have to swallow the shit that has entered your mouth. Even the leaders present at this moment swallowed their saliva slightly. They seemed to be as calm as a rock, but they were actually panicking. Why did this guy come? What if he threw me into the cesspool? Should I say hello or not? Although he is the illegitimate son of Mr. Mo, he has never recognized this relationship. Why did he suddenly come to attend Mr. Mo's wedding? And another guest? The person in charge of Gene City, Valente. In human civilization, the importance of gene level is self-evident. It is a concrete characteristic of ability. You used to say that you are a genius, you said that you are a superior person, but that is just words without evidence. Times have changed. Now, genes represent everything. And Valente, as a genius of medicine, has ups and downs. Ordinary people have ups and downs. But he has ups and downs. Some time ago, the originally withered Gene City suddenly launched a defective gene repair medicine. Human society exploded. Since the birth of gene drugs, only a very small number of people have successfully improved their genes. Just look at the arrogant Li Bolong now. At the same time, a large number of people with defective genes caused by drug damage are left in the human race. Almost all of them are incurable, and have defects that accompany them for life. Whether it is the ordinary class, the upper class, or even the wealthy and high-ranking officials, there are people with defective genes. And the children they give birth to also have a high probability of having defective genes. Some even predicted that defective genes are likely to sow the seeds of human extinction. For a long time, humans have been in a state of defect anxiety. There was a thunder in the east. Valente's new drug was born, and with a wave of the hand, the cure rate of defective genes exceeded 90%. Buyers lined up in a long queue, circling the Gene City in times. The new assembly line has a serious shortage of production capacity, and orders are scheduled in years later. All kinds of upper-class society, all kinds of wealthy officials, tried every means to squeeze in, all kinds of coercion, inducement, huge bribes, and human relations all came. Even the security guards of Gene City were blocked at their doorsteps by countless gift givers, and it became difficult for them to go to work. Kexiusi, the second person in charge of Gene City, was blocked 8 out of 10 times when he went out to negotiate business, and was kidnapped directly twice. The rumor is outrageous, saying that a monster with eagle wings saved him. Some people speculate that Gene City is still conducting research and development of mutation potion, and the so-called defect repair potion is just a product they casually take out in exchange for cash flow. Someone also broke the news, saying that it was a secret production line in Gene City. No matter how busy the business was, the operation of this production line must be guaranteed first, and no one knew what this production line was producing. The most terrifying thing was, some people said that Valente was no longer the real boss of Gene City. The reason why Gene City rose so explosively was because there was an even more amazing pharmacist who came from the secret and stood behind Gene City. He had a unique talent, was low-key and brilliant, but the only thing was that he hated the secular eyes and would never appear in the public eye. In summary, the city of Genes is no longer just a pharmaceutical institution. It can pick up the power ties in human society like a net bag. Almost everyone needs them. The guests were more and more surprised. The Mo family is indeed a giant in the retail industry, but they didn't expect that they have become so big. The relationship behind them is so strong. Valente came in person from such a long distance. The journey must have taken hundreds of hours. How precious is his time? He came here in such a dusty way? I don't have that much face. Mo and Changchi walked side by side. They only came to my wedding for a visit. They must have something to ask you. Mo was very rational, but still smiled. But anyway, it really gave me a lot of face. Changchi smiled and said, I don't know if you have set any rules today, otherwise I will throw your guests into the pit one by one, and then you will lose face. Mo paused. At this moment, a young man wearing an expensive suit, not tall, with small eyes and a rat-like face, came forward, clasped his fists, and said with a smile, Hello, Master Mo, hello, Mr. Chung, my name is Yang Di, responsible for sending red envelopes for this wedding. Give one to Mr. Chung, so you can also share in the joy. Said. The young man named Yang Di smiled, and handed over an exquisite retro paper red envelope. Changchi took the red envelope, was stunned for a moment, and looked at Mo. There is still this link? Mo watched Yang Di leave happily, and said helplessly, There are advertisements inside. Ah? Changchi was stunned. What kind of logic is this? My wedding is largely a business alliance gathering, so there will be some cooperative merchants who will take advantage of the opportunity to advertise here. Mo looked at the red envelopes in Changchi's hand. These are not things prepared by my Mo family, but they brought their own. One of them is a lottery ticket that can be exchanged for some goods or services. Your circle is really tired. Changchi also shook his head helplessly. You are so generous that you allow them to distribute it so casually? Others can't, but we have to give Yang Di this face. Mo looked at the back of the person, who was nodding and bowing in the distance and constantly giving out red envelopes. The reason why human civilization can enter the era of the universe, the reason why we can have today's territory and resources, the reason why we can complete the colonization of galaxies even though our technological level is not enough, and enter a kind of forcing growth, development. Including you and I can meet, Li Bolong and Valente, and all the guests can attend my wedding. The reason for all this. Mo looked at another guest, threw the red envelope handed to him by Yang Di directly into the trash can, and said slowly, It's all because of Yang Di's grandfather who invented the directional star gate. Changchi's pupil shrank. It's his grandfather. In other words, the things in the red envelope are the product experience coupons of the descendants of the father of directional star gate. Mo nodded yes. Changchi felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. He slowly opened the red envelope and took out the red and gold-plated paper card from it. There were 3 big words on it. Special prize. Chapter 402. What is a breakthrough? The use of fire is a breakthrough. The invention of the steam engine is a breakthrough. The application of electricity is a breakthrough. The invention of the periodic table is a breakthrough. The invention of the electronic computer is a breakthrough. And 300 years ago, the invention of the directional star gate was not a breakthrough, it was called a leap, and I, Yang Di, will become the creator of the next leap after my grandfather. Gaw! Yang Di's body stiffened, and the whole person twitched, like a spinning top, turning inch by inch, staring at Chung Chi with his eyes wide open. The lottery ticket in Chung Chi's hand is not just a piece of paper. On the back of the paper, there is a low-quality microspeaker, which keeps playing special prize, special prize, special prize. Don't be fooled. Congratulations on winning the special prize. People around him looked at Chung Chi as if he was a lunatic. Chung Chi held the lottery ticket and pursed his lips slightly. What is this? Yang Di ran towards Chung Chi with tears in his eyes. Time seemed to be in slow motion, and he threw the red envelope in his hand into the sky, turning it into a festive and auspicious rain. In Yang Di's eyes, a sacred golden light seemed to be lit up behind Chung Chi, turning him into a sacred angel who could give him a chance to show off. Chung Chi's eyes twitched. Seeing Yang Di running, he widened his eyes, revealing half of his whites, and threw his tongue out of his mouth, with saliva forming a string behind him. Mr. Chung, you are simply the luckiest person in the world. You are the child of destiny. You are the only protagonist. Congratulations on winning the special prize of 1 in 8 trillion. Yang Di rushed forward, sat on the ground, hugged Chung Chi's thigh, tears in his eyes, and looked up and said, "You have obtained the new business model created by me, Yang Di, full field technology empowerment, diversified granularity, top luxury market segment customized products, VIP exclusive unlocking and advertising, 365 days of free experience." Chung Chi hesitated. I have a bad feeling. Mr. Chung. Yang Di continued to hug his legs. My company's full name is Universe Emotional Value Provider Group. You will enjoy our free service for 1 year. Chung Chi was stunned. Emotional value? Yes. Yang Di said. For example, you just won the award. I must use ecstasy and excitement to highlight your 1 in a billion luck and give you a good experience. The purpose of our company is that it doesn't matter whether it's big or small, emotional value must be in place. Hiss. Chung Chi took a deep breath. Father of Stargate, has a bit of misfortune in his family, and this is what he has passed down through generations? The so-called, providing emotional value, is it just flattery? Flattering, praising for no reason, whether it is true or not. Mr. Chung, I know what you are thinking. You underestimate Yang Di. Yang Di stood up. Since you have won the prize, I must fulfill my promise. For the next 365 days, I will serve you exclusively. Even if you get angry and beat me up during the process, it will be free of charge. Chung Chi was even more surprised. I will definitely not hit anyone randomly, and as for this business, I really don't need it. Mr. Chung, let me tell you about my plan. We will use this wedding as a handle, benchmark, other cool articles, first, precipitate, then, align granularity, use, methodology, and finally complete, ecological combination punch, to achieve, close loop. Yang Di said seriously, downward compatibility, let me tell you straight, 2 big guys came outside, Li Boang and Valente, all the guests have been silent, I have some gossip, I learned that they came because of you, Mr. Chung, but you, Mr. Chung Chi, are already a very powerful existence in front of the majority of guests, so the next meeting is a peak appointment, but it is somewhat dull, there is no experience. And it seriously lacks emotional value. Chung Chi was stunned, So, in order to provide you with emotional value, there must be someone on the scene who fails to recognize the great man, verbally insults you, and tramples on your dignity. Yang Di squinted and nodded. Then, you walk out with big strides and meet up with the 2 top people. At this time, those who looked down on you before will cry and scream, and slap you in the face, and the emotional value will be maximized. Chung Chi pursed his lips, and looked at Imo, who was also speechless. Finally, Chung Chi said, Mr. Yang Di, I'm sorry, I don't need this business. Yao? You're shameless, aren't you? Yang Di suddenly glared at me with his green eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, This CEO is talking to you to give face to Master Mo. Look at you, wearing a tattered cloak and tattered protective clothing. Are you from the garbage earth? You are just an ant and a bug in front of someone like me. Fortunately, Master Mo has no worldly prejudices, and is willing to treat you as a friend. Who are you otherwise? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Look at the guests in this room, they are all rich or noble. Yang Di pointed at the tip of Chung Chi's nose and said, Garbage bug, you are only fit to pick up garbage on the earth in this life. This young master will give you 10 seconds to roll back from here. Remember, you must roll, otherwise you will dirty the carpet of Mo Mansion, and you will be bankrupt and can't afford to pay for it. Chang-Chi paused and narrowed his eyes slightly. He would not hit anyone, but subconsciously raised his right hand to wipe the non-existent blood and tears on his cheek. Master! A waiter ran over and said to him, "Oh, you don't need to go out to greet him. Li Buoluan and Valente came here directly after learning that Mr. Chang-Chi was here. They are already at the door." What? At this moment, Yang Di beside him jumped more than half a meter high, pointed at Chang-Chi, his face pale and trembling all over. "You actually know super big shots like Li Buoluan and Valente?" No, this is impossible." Yang Di took a few steps forward and grabbed the waiter's shoulder. "Say it again, are you sure you are Li Buoluan, an S-level gene person, the ceiling of human individual combat power, and Valente, the person in charge of the city of genes, who has been in the limelight recently? They are actually here to find Chang-Chi?" The service staff was also straightforward, staring at Yang Di and said, "Are you sick? How is it possible?" Yang Di's eyes were wide open, and he took 3 steps back. His face seemed to be painted white. "Chang-Chi, you actually have such a background. It's over. Those two can flatten the existence of my Yang family with just a flick of their fingers." Plop! Yang Di knelt in front of Chang-Chi. "Chang-Chi. Oh no, Mr. Chung, you are a big man and don't hold grudges against me. Don't hold grudges against me. I am blind. I don't recognize the great man." Pa! Yang Di slapped himself repeatedly, saying painfully, "Don't bear a grudge. Just lift your foot and let me go as if you were letting a dog go. I regret it." Chang-Chi was stunned. He understood Yang Di's series of actions. If you want to talk about emotional value, it seems to have a little bit. But it's more of an emotional breakdown. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the porch in front of him. One was a tall S-level gene person with a chest like a city wall, Li Buoluan. On the other hand, the handsome young man in a white suit was not Valente, but his favorite student, Zheng Beige. "Brother, Chang-Chi is from the same hometown." The two greeted each other from a distance, very happy. Chang-Chi also laughed from the bottom of his heart. What? Bug Chang-Chi is actually Li Buoluan's younger brother? And he is also from the same hometown as the person in charge of Gene City? It's over, my Yang family is over. Burp! Yang Di rolled his eyes and fainted. Li Buoluan was stunned. Is there such a scary person? How come another one died? Chapter 403. In the main courtyard of the Mo family, Chang-Chi, Li Buoluan, Mo Zheng Beige, Lu Lian, and Mu Chen were chatting, and hearty laughter was heard from time to time. A group of guests, more than 10 meters apart, watched from afar, and no one dared to step forward rashly. The scene in front was full of a sense of picture. The future seemed to belong to that group of young people. The old man of the Mo family, Mo Beishan, looked at Li Buoluan from afar, with mixed feelings in his heart. He clenched his fists, mustered a little courage, and just took a step. He was deflated again, his eyes drooped, and he looked at the ground absent-mindedly. Mr. Mo? Another young man's voice came from the side. The voice was a little shrill. Mo Beishan glanced at the young man beside him, and then looked back at the direction where Chang-Chi was standing. Just now this guy was unconscious at Chang-Chi's feet. How come he appeared beside him in the blink of an eye? Mo Beishan smiled. Oh, Yang Di. Mr. Mo, are you slapping me in the face? Ah? Yang Di said, Mr. Mo, you were quite cool when you were young. After a night of love, you gave birth to an illegitimate child. You thought it was simple. Just give a sum of money to the woman, and then ignore it and pretend that the child does not exist. The result is totally unexpected. When the child grew up, he was extremely talented and became the strongest individual fighter in the human race. He attracted everyone's attention and became famous. At this time, you wanted to recognize him, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize you. Now that Li Shin came to attend the wedding, you were surprised and happy. You think he still has some concerns about the Mo family, but you dare not go up to talk to him, fearing that Li Shin would embarrass you and end up badly. The guests around heard Yang Di's words. Although they did not dare to speak out, they sighed in their hearts and pricked up their ears. Mo Beishan's eyes twitched. Xiao Di, what's wrong with you? Your father and I are old friends. Old man, I tell you the truth. Yang Di said slowly. The arrival of Li Shin has nothing to do with you. The relationship between the Mo family and Li Buoluan is like a bottomless canyon, which will never heal. It is the powerful and versatile existence of Mr. Chang-Chi that can gather so many dazzling people here. Mr. Chang-Chi is like a big tree. We all get a little shade under his protection. Don't overestimate your own abilities and misunderstand your own abilities. Mo Beishan trembled, pondered for a moment, and finally sighed and nodded silently. What you said makes sense. At this moment, Finally, a guest couldn't bear it anymore and asked, Yang, according to what you said, if Mr. Changqi has such a big face, why didn't Valente come in person, but sent his own students? In Valente's eyes, Changqi doesn't seem to be that important. What do you know? Yangdi's eyes widened. Didn't you see that Mr. Valente's starship didn't land? Didn't you see that Mr. Valente's starship was tilted in the distance, as if nodding to Mr. Changqi? As we all know, Mr. Valente is a well-deserved genius in medicine. In his heart, he has no other concept but to do research wholeheartedly. The best standard in his mind is to develop the best medicine. He doesn't land because he doesn't want to be disturbed by ordinary people like us. Since he is here, why doesn't he show up? What is he doing in the starship? He is preparing something. Don't you see that it is a transport starship? At this moment, Valente is preparing a gift for Mr. Changqi. In other people's minds, giving the best gift is the highest respect. Yang looked around with his green eyes. Do I need to be more straightforward? Use your wooden heads and think carefully. Who is the person behind the legendary Gene City? Also, who is the mysterious production line of Gene City built for? His. Everyone's eyes widened slightly, and some fragmented information in their minds suddenly combined. The next moment, they showed 120% respect and looked at the blue-cloaked boy in the distance in horror. TSK. You don't recognize the real man. Yang glared at him, then pinched his collar and said to the communicator, Mr. Chung, this time, is the emotional value maxed out? In the distance, Changqi looked at the special prize ticket in his hand, and the speaker behind him sizzled, and Yangdi's voice came out, including Yangdi's previous conversation with everyone. Changqi was forced to hear it. Changqi pursed his lips, then asked the person in front of him, By Gu, why didn't Uncle Fei come down? Zheng Bei stepped forward and said, If the teacher shows up, it will cause a commotion, which is very troublesome. Of course, the most important thing is that he is checking the gifts he brought for you, and he is afraid of mistakes. After all, this is the first time he has explained to you, so he is very cautious. Changqi nodded and looked at Yang Di in the distance. This kid is a bit talkative, and he said everything he should and shouldn't say. But I have to say that he is very smart, and the content he deduced is almost right. Yang Di in the distance suddenly stretched out his hands, bent his arms symmetrically, poked his head with the tip of his palm, and made a human-shaped heart. He moved his lips slightly and spoke. 365-day VIP. Changqi turned his head and looked to the side. An outsourced cleaner was picking up the red envelopes that Yang Di had thrown on the ground. Speaking of this, there is a detail. In the past, the cause of the Mo family's massacre was that Mo Yuan, as a student of the Mo family, was unwilling to serve as a Mo family service staff, so he took extreme measures. Now, all Mo family service staff are outsourced, including the waiter who delivered the information before, and the cleaning lady in front of him. In the grand wedding, no Maha's students participated. They all studied hard in the school, without being disturbed by the secular world. All this was thanks to the new head, Mo. He once promised to restore academic orthodoxy. And this guy always does what he says, and never breaks his promise. The cleaning lady curiously opened a red envelope, and took out the lottery ticket. 3 golden characters illuminated the ant's weathered face, and the ant was stunned. Special prize? The old lady wiped her nose with the lottery ticket, but found it very unusable, so she threw the lottery ticket into the trash can and continued to work. Changqi paused. It seems that Yang Di's routine is like this, and it has been a disaster for a long time, and everyone has become accustomed to it. Except for Changqi, no one seems to be willing to accept his service. Is the descendant of Father of Stargate so abstract? Didn't he inherit a little bit of the wisdom and talent of his ancestors? Even if he didn't inherit wisdom and talent, didn't he even inherit property? Now he looks like a young entrepreneur who is suffocating for his dream, almost suffocating Changqi. What unknown story is behind him? Chapter 404. Brother, I miss you so much. Come on, hold me again. Li Belong's tall body was much taller than Changqi, and he held Changqi in his arms, just like an adult holding a large rag doll. Changqi also smiled and took the opportunity to whisper in Li Belong's ear, Brother, Mo is my best friend, can you not throw him into the cesspool today? Got it, got it. Li Belong laughed like a bell. 7th uncle, Xinghao, Fanchaman, Dalian, Shaved Ice Lu, I told you to come back to school to play when you were free. Team Bai went to chase Sixing, and disappeared. And I came here, mainly because Bao Bao asked me to do it. It said it missed you so much, nothing could stop it. It was so anxious, it wanted to see you right away, there was no time to waste. Changqi was stunned, a little touched, and missed his partner very much then. Why didn't I see Hansi? Li Bolong scratched his head. It had a little accident. Chang-Chi was stunned. Accident? Li Bolong pressed the device on his arm, and a holographic projection unfolded. One of them is a surveillance camera from the transport starship that Li Bolong is riding on. The picture is a real-time broadcast from the cargo hold of the starship. The simple cargo hold is now like a luxurious antique exhibition hall. On the ground, there are 4-meter-high glass display cabinets, with luminous bases underneath, emitting a light yellow luster, illuminating the collections inside. There are hundreds of such display cabinets in rows and columns. In each display cabinet is an antique robot that has been restored to the maximum extent and carefully cleaned. These robots, born in different eras, release a kind of beauty that perfectly blends antiquity and technology. Some people like to collect antique cars, antique watches, and even antique guns. These things have a replaceable value among the corresponding enthusiasts, and are a kind of sweetheart that outsiders cannot understand. Chang-Chi blinked and was amazed. These are all collected by the old brother in the past few decades. Since he was separated from Hansi, he has been doing his best to collect antique robots on the market. Although these are not the Bao he is looking for, he has developed a deep affection for all antique robots on the road of collection and pursuit. Brother, didn't you say you wanted them before? Now these things are yours. I brought them here specially for you. Li Bolong smiled. Who could have thought that the legendary Rules Plunger could be so sincere to Chang-Chi? Chang-Chi turned around. Brother, you must be reluctant to part with them, right? Li Bolong exhaled. A little bit, but I collected them just to find Bao. Now that I have found him, he is living a comfortable life and is very happy. I don't care about it anymore, and I am relieved of the things in my heart. Chang-Chi looked at his elder brother Li Bolong and nodded with emotion. Then, he found Hansi in the video. Hansi's huge brass body sat next to one of the display cases. In the display case was a slender Nani robot full of feminine beauty. The silver metal body of the robot was covered with strange and curly patterns, and full of oxidation marks. The energy indicator light and the energy battery on the chest were completely extinguished. Hey sister, you know, when I see you, my heart is like a rabbit jumping fiercely. You are my baby of this life. I wish I could hold you in my hands and put you in my mouth. Don't run away, follow me forever. Hansi leaned gently on the display case. Looking up at the ceiling, the electronic eye projected a starry sky in front of him, and then a meteor passed by. Look, it's a meteor, let's make a wish together. Sister, how long did it take you to speak? You know, when you are sad, stand upside down, and your tears will not flow down. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. This is what the elder brother called accident. The fool saw a beautiful robot and couldn't walk. Good. Oh, what a pity. Li Bolong had no choice but to smile helplessly. The robot that Bao liked is too old. I can't find any parts. I'm afraid I won't be able to talk to Bao in this life. Chang-Chi tilted his head. He saw that behind the display cabinet of the beautiful robot, there was another robot of the same model, which was also completely scrapped and could not be started. The only difference between the two beautiful robots is that they have a semicircle on their chests, one half on the left and the other half on the right. But it's not a big problem, they should be able to be synthesized. In fact, not only them, but also the antique robots brought by the brother have many of the same styles, which can be synthesized and upgraded in a series of ways. Chang-Chi nodded and exhaled slowly. Then, I will give Hansi a wife. Ha, everyone, please don't laugh. It is possible that its first mistress chose sultry or lustful when she was doing the initial settings. Li Bolong scratched his head. I was brought up by it, so I was also affected a little. Chang-Chi also laughed. When Hansi was on Garbage Earth, he liked to read Flower Robot magazine. And brother Li Bolong seemed to be surrounded by many female secretaries in black silk short skirts whenever he left the Palace of the Gods, such as during the LBW competition. Since we have met a lot of people here, let's drink some wine. But Li Bolong suddenly clapped his hands. I also prepared some entertainment programs for everyone. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise outside the main courtyard of the MO family. A group of more than a dozen women with enchanting bodies and sexy faces, wearing black silk female secretary outfits, JK outfits, royal sister outfits, hot European and American style, or Japanese kimono style, came out one after another. They were sexy and seductive, with an aura that could easily stimulate male hormones, and came to Chang-Chi and his friends. They hooked the arms of several young men, or leaned on their shoulders, and exchanged glances, very professionally. Little brother, hello. Far away. Ming Lan, who was holding a wine glass in her hand and greeting the guests politely, suddenly stood still, turned her head, and narrowed her beautiful eyes. Just now, she felt that her husband could greet famous bigwigs, and formed a circle far above everyone else. She even felt very relieved and proud. She thought that she would support her husband wholeheartedly, and she would quietly handle other interpersonal relationships. As for now, bang, Ming Lan frowned slightly, and crushed the high-heeled glass in her hand in an instant. Mo in the distance suddenly twitched. He quickly pushed away the beauty beside him, and waved his hands, saying, "Mr. Li Bolong, you can't do it, absolutely not. If it doesn't work, you should pick a few people to throw into the cesspool." Chapter 405. The hostesses were dismissed. "People are here, whether to play or not is your business, but you have to pay." Brotherly Bolong didn't care at all, and gave double the money with a wave of his hand. Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Lian and Zheng Beige were close to being gentlemen, and they didn't feel anything. Only Muchen stroked his chin. Where did he find so many high-quality girls, much better than the ones I found? I have to leave a contact number. Just when everyone thought that the wedding prostitution crisis had been safely passed, an unexpected scene appeared. A beautiful and charming lady wearing a hip-wrapped short skirt and big wavy hair said a few words to Cheng Chi, and Cheng Chi hurriedly entered a private room with the beauty. Inside was a lounge prepared for guests with a big bed. Muchen was stunned. "Cheng Chi, you are so good. I saw your thick eyebrows and big eyes, and thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be the hottest in the room." In the ambiguous light, the hip-wrapped beauty was seductive and nodded slightly. "Mr. Cheng Chi, Miss Shui asked me to bring you news that the model of the first generation of the muon energy engine has been completed. If you are free, you can go to lunch to check the results." Cheng Chi nodded quietly. "So you are members of the Jiangfeng Society?" Jiangfeng Society is an organization founded by Hui Shui, the daughter of Hu Linzhong. They seem to be some women who have fallen into the world of mortals, but in fact many of them have amazing identities, and the entire organization has a huge intelligence network. After the 24 incident, Cheng Chi left the myosin catalytic first-generation machine to Hui Shui. Now, Hui Shui has also achieved initial success. And muon technology is very likely to bring a great energy boost to human civilization, indirectly promoting the advancement of human technology level. This time, the seeds that Cheng Chi had planted have all blossomed and borne fruit. Cheng Chi nodded. "I believe in Hui Shui's technology. Please tell her that she can continue research and mass production. When I go there, I hope to see a large number of prototypes." The sexy beauty nodded yes. "Thank you, beautiful lady." "Mr. Cheng, you're welcome." Cheng Chi walked out of the room. The duo stared at Cheng Chi with strange eyes. Muchen glanced at the holographic watch on his wrist. "I timed it. A total of 3 minutes and 35 seconds, minus the time for undressing and dressing. You are less than 2 minutes. Haha, you are so short." Lu Lian looked sympathetic. "Next time, I give you a parasitic leech to use. It can enhance your combat power." Cheng Chi, Cheng Chi, Li Bolong, Mo, and others entered a private room in the backyard. In the room, the top delicacies were ready, and the wine cabinet beside displayed country liquor, beer, foreign wine, and various top drinks. Li Bolong's proposal to have a big drink was carried out by everyone. In the distance, Yang Di looked at the backs of several people and said loudly, "Are they drinking wine? That room should be renamed Peak Gathering. What's on the table should be Future of Mankind, and what's in your stomach should be the Pattern of the Strong." The people around nodded repeatedly, fascinated. Yang Di lowered his head silently. He thought to himself, "When can I enter that kind of drinking party? Come on, whoever can stand up and walk out today is a bastard." Brotherly Bolong, in high spirits, picked up a bottle of aged white wine and drank it all up. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Mo looked at Li Bolong. Strictly speaking, he was his seventh uncle, but he couldn't address him rashly. The other party didn't recognize the Mo family, let alone recognize himself. "Come on, Mo boy, have a drink with your seventh uncle." Mo stared. "Mr. Li Bolong." Li Bolong raised the bottle. "I say, have a drink with your seventh uncle, hurry up." Mo was stunned. He, who never drank, picked up a bottle of white wine and clinked glasses with Li Bolong. "Ton ton ton, blow the liquor from the bottle." Hee. Cheng Chi smiled and picked up a bottle of liquor. "Come on, Mo, have a drink with your uncle." "Get lost." Bold Mo Xiaoxuan, disrespectful to elders. The atmosphere at the table was warm. Everyone was unrestrained and released their nature. During this time, Cheng Chi found that his body had a strange condition. His right hand would occasionally tremble inexplicably, as if there was an invisible force controlling his right hand, and grabbing towards the void in the north. Silent kill? Chang-Chi had a feeling that this should be the action that Silent Kill wanted to make. Perhaps because the personalities were not fully adjusted, Chang-Chi did not know why there was such an unconscious action. Yo! Muchin was drunk and his face was red, one eye was big and the other was small. It's only been less than 2 minutes, and your body is so weak? The direction you grabbed seems to be the direction where the little sister left. Do you want me to call them back? Shut up. Chang-Chi retorted, raising his right hand again, with his 5 fingers bent, as if he was thinking of a ball of the right size. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and brotherly Bolong picked up a bottle of white wine and drank it all. Everyone had to admire that S-level gene holders had a huge capacity. Chang-Chi suddenly asked, Brother, how is Xiao Qiong doing recently? Ah. Li Bolong's cheeks flushed, and he lowered his head slightly, not very well. Chang-Chi tilted his head. What's the problem? She is now a student in Class 3, Grade 1, Xingyong High School. Li Bolong unscrewed a bottle of white wine. The kids in that class all have A-level genes at the very least, which is simply the most elite fledglings in human society gathered together. Chang-Chi frowned. Is Xiao Qiong discriminated against? Oh, that's not the case. She rules that class. Li Bolong drank the white wine in his hand. She is now the big sister of Class 3, Grade 1. Chang-Chi paused. Xiao Qiong ruled a group of A-level kids? Could it be that the elder brother was forcing her to be partial to them again? I'm not partial to them. To be precise, I'm not partial to them that much. Li Bolong drank another bottle of white wine. Xiao Qiong knew that there was a big gap between her and those people with high genes. She didn't complain about anything. Instead, she worked hard with all her heart. Every day before dawn, the first one to appear on the playground must be her little body. After running with weights, she has to spend an hour practicing Kunlun spearmanship. She is the one who has taken the most physical fitness tests. She cares a lot about her personal progress. She even spends the longest time in cultural classes in the class. She basically doesn't sleep much. It makes me feel so sad. She said she wants to be the strongest warrior. You took her in and gave her the warmest and most reassuring home. In the future, she will protect you in return. When you are old, she will push your wheelchair. The other kids in the class admire her so much that they all voted for her as the big sister. Many kids follow her to learn, but they just don't have her perseverance. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered a few times, and there was some touch in his eyes. You and I both know that the genetic gap cannot be made up by hard work alone. Li Bolong continued. I have been looking for a potion with a 100% success rate for her. If the success rate is not 100%, I will never let her take it. My sister can't make any mistakes. Chang-Chi nodded. Looking out the window, Valente's silently hovering transport ship. Chapter 406. Is it another alien? At the edge of the Milky Way, the Human Alliance defenders were in a panic. 12 minutes ago, they detected a strange signal outside the gravel belt. At the edge, various magnetic fields were in disorder, so it was not surprising to detect independent signals. But what was terrifying was that the unknown signal, or the object that could not be distinguished by the current human detection technology, was moving towards the interior of the Milky Way at an astonishing speed. And its speed could not be defined. It will jump irregularly, without a fixed speed. Humans cannot calculate when it will penetrate the edge of the Milky Way. Perhaps in the next second, it will suddenly appear in the field of vision. As for its size, there are some vague concepts. It is very small, and its shape seems very sharp. In the visual simulation device, it is a white cone emitting strong energy. It has a very fast speed, a clear target, a very small size, and a sharp cone. As a border guard, Lu Ling, whose forehead was sweating, could it be a missile of alien civilization? Or. The word missile is an insult to it. A white light suddenly appeared in front of Lu Linghu. His pupils shrank into a black dot in an instant. The object was very small, only the size of a palm, flashing a dazzling white light, illuminating the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers. But, if it is really a weapon of advanced civilization, volume is meaningless. Intercept. This was the first concept in Lu Linghu's mind. He was a border guard, and it was his duty to intercept all unidentified objects. The HUA-0002 Tiger Honor Beast-shaped mecha he was driving slowly raised its head, opened its tiger's mouth, and the armor covering the ribs on both sides flipped at the same time, and 8 airborne lightspeed cannons extended out. The rifling in the mouth of the Tiger Lord rotated, and the energy of the 8 airborne lightspeed cannons gathered together to form an amazing beam attack, which cut through the sky and hit the tiny glowing object. At this moment, the glowing object suddenly shattered, as if it turned into a miniature star in an instant, floating in the space several kilometers ahead. Lu Linghu's eyes trembled. Originally, he just wanted to test the strength of the opponent's defense shield to provide necessary data for the interception fleet behind. Unexpectedly, it could be shattered. Swoosh! The stars in the sky ahead suddenly rushed towards Lu Linghu like horizontally floating raindrops. But these raindrops seemed to have some thoughts, forming an arc trajectory, bypassing the Tiger Honor, and then condensing into a white cone behind the Tiger Honor, and then showing a gorgeous jump and disappearing in the distance. Lu Linghu was stunned. The answer has been obtained. That is an existence that humans cannot intercept. What is it? On the wine table. Chang Chi's right hand trembled inexplicably again, grabbing towards the void in the north. Silent killer, what do you want, or what are you calling for? In just a moment, Chang Chi's feeling of not being able to control himself completely disappeared. Ton. Brotherly Bolong has already drunk 11 bottles of liquor, which is too amazing. Chang Chi saw some information in his brother's state. Chang Chi's eyes were sincere. Brother, you can tell me your troubles. Brotherly Bolong was drunk and raised his hand to point to the top of his head. Brother, I am the strongest individual combat power in the human race, so it is inevitable that I will be used as a target. 2 days later. There is a short guy from country A who will compete with me in a friendly contest. It's called friendship, but it's actually a confrontation between different forces in the Milky Way alliance. Whoever wins will get the right to develop a newly discovered planet rich in mineral resources. I'm not afraid of death, nor am I afraid of losing, but I don't want to give them the resources. I have a little news that the guy is an S+, a little better than me. Li Bolong drank another bottle of white wine, wiped his mouth and said, I won't look for girls from country A in the future, and I won't create income for them. Chang Chi suddenly smiled. Brother, I noticed that you don't speak Sichuan dialect after you get drunk? Li Bolong was stunned, then joked, maybe you are a little nervous, haha. Chang Chi looked around. No one was there, all under the table. Chang Chi stood up. Brother, how about you accompany me to see Valente? Okay, if you say go, let's go. Li Bolong staggered to his feet, but he had drunk too much, and he fell towards Chang Chi without standing steadily. He was tall and strong, weighing nearly 150 kilograms. The Immortal Tribe's infinite accumulation potion was not taken for nothing. Chang Chi held Li Bolong's body with his back straight, and then put his arm on his neck. He supported the old man with a shaky step, and slowly walked out of the private room with a clear and calm look in his eyes. Chang Chi discovered a special skill. He drank about the same amount as his brother, about 10 bottles of liquor, but he was not drunk. Chang Chi knew that he was not a human, but he didn't know what he was. Don't think about it now, just focus on optimism. The elder brotherly Bolong on his shoulder is vicious and unreasonable in the eyes of outsiders, but in fact, perhaps because he was abandoned since childhood, he attaches great importance to family affection. Chang Chi, this younger brother, is a sudden appearance, but Li Bolong is unreserved, and the same is true for Xiao Qiong. Chang Chi supported Li Bolong and stood in the square in front of the main courtyard. Valente's lonely transport starship roared and slowly descended. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the starship hatch slowly opened. In the backlight, Valente, a genius pharmacist wearing a white coat and white hair, stood inside. He raised his hand to adjust his collar and looked respectful. At the front of the crowd, Yang Di watched from afar. In his eyes, this scene was too extreme. He pursed his dry lips and his voice trembled. Too inspiring. Too strong. No one can understand my mood at this moment. A guest next to him said, Yang Di, Chang Chi can't receive your emotional value. It has nothing to do with Mr. Chung. Yang Di shook his head, his eyes sparkling. This is my true feeling. Chang Chi helped his brother into the transport starship. The hatch slowly closed, and the starship took off again, away from everyone. In the cabin, the abandoned Uncle Valente stepped forward, and the figure of Kexius also walked out quickly on the side. Without Chang Chi, there would be no Jin City today. How much respect they had for Chang Chi. Naturally, all 3 teachers and students were present. Kexius stepped forward, wanting to help Chang Chi support Li Bolong. Chang Chi stretched out his hand to stop him. I can do it myself. Uncle Fei's eyes flickered. A genius with a great reputation was naturally very intelligent. He looked at Chang Chi, and then at Li Bolong who was leaning on Chang Chi's shoulder. In the human genetic system, the probability of an S-level gene person being promoted again is approximately 0. Uncle Fei said seriously, but Mr. Li Bolong's gene level upgrade is up to me. Chang Chi smiled, without saying a word, and gave Uncle Fei a thumbs up. This is the so-called tacit understanding. But the funny thing is that Chang-Chi's silent killing personality played tricks, and the thumb he stretched out suddenly turned into 5-bit fingers, grabbing the air, creaking, as if grabbing milk. Uncle Fei's face changed, and he quickly covered his chest. Chang-Chi, I never expected your request. There is no tacit understanding at all. Uncle Fei, misunderstanding. Chang-Chi still supported Li Bolong, and walked side by side with Uncle Fei in the dim corridor of the warehouse. S-level special enhancement potion was originally developed for you, and it should also work on Mr. Li Bolong. The success rate is 1.32%. I also developed a side effect offsetting potion. Although it cannot completely eliminate the negative effects, it can allow the same person to take the enhancement potion multiple times in a short period of time. Within 72 hours, it can be taken about 5 times, which greatly increases the success rate of upgrading. Uncle Fei pursed his lips and said, I know this probability is ridiculously small, but as far as I know, some time ago, Country A used all its national strength and the wisdom of all geneticists to make an S-level enhancement potion with a success rate of 0.22%, and it can only be taken once. But unfortunately, that guy actually succeeded. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. How many of these medicines are there? Snap! Uncle Fei smiled and suddenly clapped his hands. The lights in the warehouse suddenly came on. On both sides, there was a super long corridor built by constant temperature cabinets for medicines. In the cabinets, a row of medicines were neatly arranged, countless. Uncle Fei smiled and said, I was originally planning to fight to the death, and a huge amount of medicines would form a flood to help you break through the S-level dam. Now with Mr. Li Bolong, it is still enough. Chang-Chi smiled, okay. Uncle Fei pointed to the floor under his feet again. There are still a lot of Valente basic potion on the lower floor of this warehouse, which is the black market potion in the past. I don't quite understand why you need it. In comparison, those potions are already very low-end. Chang-Chi looked up. Thank you, Uncle Fei, I have my own wonderful use. Uncle Fei pointed to the end of the potion corridor again. There are many interesting small potions over there, such as temporary mutation potion. Kexius jokingly called it 3 seconds Zheng Beige. It is a byproduct born during my research and development process. It is also very interesting. 3 seconds Zheng Beige? Chang-Chi curved his eyes. I like it. Brother. Li Bolong raised his head from Chang-Chi's shoulder and looked around with drunken eyes. Whose wine cellar is this? It looks so refreshing. Let's drink some more. Don't be impatient, brother. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute. I purify it for you. Chapter 407. Clatter. In the constant temperature cabinet, rows of medicines vibrated slightly. As if affected by some mysterious power, the glass test tubes collided with the base at a high frequency, as if they had intelligence and were about to fly out of the cabinet. In fact, it was Li Bolong who was lying on the floor of the warehouse in a big letter, snoring like thunder, creating an effect similar to an earthquake. Chang-Chi smiled. At Chang-Chi's signal, the teachers and students of Valente had left here. The nearby warehouse area is full of S-class special enhancement potions. Roughly speaking, there are nearly 1,000 of them. In Valente's impression, Chang-Chi is still an S-class. He wants to create value for Chang-Chi, so he fights with the S-class. At the moment, it just happens to help his brother improve a level to cope with the next competition. As for Chang-Chi himself, S-class special enhancement potion is meaningless. Later, he will find a suitable place to conduct a full synthesis and exploration for himself. Chang-Chi raised the STC on his wrist. After the energy of the Triangle Galaxy, the remaining energy was 16.6666%. According to the energy efficiency of STC, the number of synthesis times was sufficient. The azure light shone, and the fan-shaped beam scanned the row of S-level special enhancement potions in front. Break up into original substances. Synthesis successful. S-level special enhancement potion purified version. *8. Chang-Chi looked at the notes, which were simple and direct. It was still a human-specific potion with only one function, which was to break through the S-level gene, but the success rate was increased from the previous 1.32% to 4%. After a little trial, the probability was increased by 3 times. Although the probability is still pitifully low, if Valente saw it, he would probably be shocked and shout that the world is unfair. It's still a long way to go. Chang-Chi shook his head and raised his wrist again, but heard a noise from behind. Brother? Li Bolong still stood up with a red face, staggering and unconscious. Oh, I'm thirsty. What a coincidence. I just happened to be in another wine cellar. He squinted his eyes and looked around. not even noticing Changqi. Hey, who cares, just make a few more cups to moisten it up. Li Bolong opened the thermostatic cabinet and directly picked up the purified potion that Changqi had just synthesized. He drank several bottles in a row. What kind of wine is this? It's bland. It tastes like a chicken peeing. Drink it drop by drop. The price won't exceed 5 yuan. The identification is complete. Changqi laughed and shook his head. If this potion appeared on the market, the price would definitely be an astronomical figure. Changqi took the opportunity to look at the blue light ring in his brother's eyes. As an S-level gene, the iconic 6 light rings were shining, and there was no sign of any increase. It seemed that the potion he just drank was sacrificed to the sky because the probability was too low. Break up into original matter, synthesis successful, S-level gene refining potion, *6, level breakthrough probability increased to 7.5%, but the gene chain will be further scanned and repaired, which can accurately eliminate the hidden tiny gene defects and make the gene structure more stable and perfect. Ton. Li Bolong saw a flash of white light in front of him. And he didn't care what the hell it was. He just picked up 3 sticks and drank them directly. It tastes a bit. Changqi looked sideways, and saw that there was still no sign of change in his brother's eyes. Then, in the cabinet on the other side, resynthesis was started. Break up into original substances, synthesis successful, S-level gene root remodeling potion, *6, level breakthrough probability increased to 9.5%, fundamentally improving the upper limit of human physical fitness, such as strength, speed, endurance, and other basic abilities. The improvement ratio of a single potion is about 3 to 5%. Ton. Li Bolong directly drank 6 of the latest potions. His eyes widened. It tastes even better, bah sure. Changqi looked at his brother's pupils, and the outline of the 7th light circle slowly emerged outside the 6th light circle. There is a feeling of loosening of the level, and it is about to break through. Changqi smiled. It turns out that hard work pays off. After such hard work, I will finally see the results. If Valente knew about this scene, he would probably curse in the street. Isn't this too easy for you? What are you working hard for? I am the only one who is really working hard. Changqi was very thoughtful. He raised his hand and synthesized another part of the side effect offsetting potion, doubling the efficacy directly to help his brother prepare for the attack and avoid backlash. Li Bolong also followed the white light and finished the upgraded side effect offsetting potion, smacked his lips and said, "This is almost there." Break it up into original matter, synthesis successful, S-level gene leap expansion potion, *8, level breakthrough probability increased to 14.5%, eliminate minor genetic defects, improve the basic upper limit of human physical fitness from the root, and 100% enhance the user's supernatural power, increase the original output, and use it skillfully to add more variant uses to the ability. Changqi paused. The exclusive ability has already been strengthened. He remembered that his brother's ability was expansion. This drug effect should be unique in human civilization and unprecedented. The probability of breakthrough is already 14.5%, which is very high. If the impact is not successful this time, the potion may have to be upgraded if it is synthesized again. For example, it may be suitable for SS-level genes or non-humans, but not necessarily for his brother. Changqi looked at Li Bolong, who was still looking for wine in a daze. Ton. After he finished a bottle of the latest potion, he suddenly paused, his eyes slightly widened. Changqi was also stunned, staring at his pupils, and found that the 7th light circle was already very clear, close to being concrete, just one step away. Why didn't he continue drinking? Hey, this wine tastes great. Save it and drink it with my brother. Changqi's eyes trembled, and his heart was moved. Brother, I'm here. Changqi took a step forward and picked up a potion. Come on, let's drink together, brothers. Ha, brother, good. Ding. The 2 test tubes collided, and the blue liquid in them rippled slightly. Ton. The 2 of them raised their heads and drank a cup of Chinese medicine. Brother, another cup. Ha, okay. Ton. Brother, if you're not satisfied, come again. Ton. A low-key and restrained blue light flashed in Li Bolong's pupils. The 7th light circle flashed brightly, and the 8th light circle also emerged, showing a semi-hidden state. In human history, in addition to Changqi, the 2nd SS Plus gene was born. However, the light circle in Changqi's eyes was a blazing gold, which was because he broke through the existence of the inhibition chain. Ha. Brother, I drank this wine so comfortably today, it was so enjoyable. Li Bolong twisted his body with winking eyes, and shouted at the top of his voice. I just don't understand why. My whole body feels like it's on fire, and it feels like countless small ants are tearing and biting my muscles and bones. I'm afraid it's because the alcohol is too strong. Oh, it's so uncomfortable. It's okay. I can handle it. Bang! Brotherly Bolong fell straight to the ground, and then he snored loudly and fell asleep. Changchi stood there, smiling and shaking his head. SS plus gene, and in the process of taking the medicine, the gene purity, basic quality, and exclusive ability were strengthened in various ways. I don't know what kind of terrifying degree the final effect will be superimposed. After a period of adaptation and proficiency, the brother must be stronger than the former white team. As for the S+A country player, he is no longer good enough. The most interesting thing is that the brother still doesn't know what happened to him. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the communicator in Li Belong's hand. It was the gatekeeper of the Palace of the Gods, the principal of Xingyong High School, and Disher's guide, Uncle Chi. He came to pick up his brother Li Belong, because in 24 hours, the much-anticipated competition with the players from Country A will begin. 5 minutes later, Chung Chi met Uncle Chi. TSK. Uncle Chi looked at Li Belong, who fell asleep. How could this kid drink so much? If he hadn't reported to me and said he was coming to see you, Chung Chi, I wouldn't have let him out at such a critical time. Chung Chi knew that Uncle Chi valued him, but he couldn't recruit him. He asked Uncle Chi to wait for a moment, and then he went to the bottom floor of the Valente starship's cargo hold, where there was a huge amount of Valente basic medicine. About 10 minutes later, Chung Chi returned with a special incubator for genetic medicine in his hand. Ask Uncle Chi to take it back to Xingyong High School, and when Li Belong wakes up, he will naturally know the use. There is a line of small words on the box. Feeding from my brother to Xiaoqiong. Uncle Chi smiled meaningfully, and then glanced at the unconscious Li Belong. Chung Chi, you should also know what Bolong will face next. Time is tight, and I can only take him directly to the competition field. As soon as this kid wakes up, he will participate in the cross-level battle. Uncle Chi paused. Don't worry, I will take good care of your brother. No matter what the outcome is, I will not allow him to be in danger. Chung Chi also smiled expectantly. I am looking forward to that cross-level battle. Chapter 408. The sun sets in the west. Tingzhou is immersed in an orange color. Uncle Chi returns with his elder brother Li Belong. There are many more black containers on the square on one side of the main courtyard. Those are nearly 100 antique robots left by his elder brother Li Belong. Uncle Fei and his group's time is also very precious, and it is not suitable for them to stay here for a long time. To use an older joke to describe them, that is, hundreds of millions of people per minute. Before they leave, the medicine on the starship also needs to be moved down. Antique robots and a large number of genetic drugs are all very high-quality synthetic raw materials. But Chung Chi's spirit-style starship is originally a small starship, and it is already quite full. Lu Lian and Mukin's wooden puppets, as well as the Black Ghost armor, occupy most of the space. There is no room to spare. Because even if the three of them broke up on the spot, Chung Chi did not intend to return those things to them, and there was no room to spare, no room at all. In the future, the raw materials collected will only be more. I need a safe, spacious space, a private space. Chung Chi thought, looking at the Solaris mechanical cube hanging on his chest. It is a design concept from a god-level civilization. If it weren't for the unpredictable fate, its technology level would be reduced to level 4. With Chung Chi's current strength, it is impossible to control such an existence. And the Solaris mechanical cube is 0.5 light-years in full size. Using the unit of light-years to describe an object, this is simply a perverted existence. Chung Chi only knew that there was a sub-star fleet in the form of drones, and some time ago, it had taken in a Dyson sphere planet of level 4 civilization. But Chung Chi had never entered its interior. Its space was roughly equal to the boundless in the human definition, and he had 100% control over it. Choose a suitable location in it, and set it as a workroom. It was perfect. Dear Master, the interior of the mechanical cube is not suitable for human survival. The voice of the artificial intelligence Solaris suddenly came. Because of the decline in technology level, my computing power has also been greatly reduced, and I can't cover every corner of it. I have always been in a state of fuzzy control. Chung Chi paused. What will I see in it? Generally speaking, it is a cold and dim steel forest, endless. Solaris said again, there are no natural resources there. For humans, the environment can be called bad. Badness is not scary. Chung Chi raised his head. I grew up in badness. The spirit-style starship slowly rose into the air and floated outside the atmosphere of Tingzhou. Did Mr. Changqi just leave like that? Yang Di looked up at the sky and saw the spirit-style starship turned into a black dot. No, he hasn't loaded the goods left by Li Bolong yet. He will definitely come back. In addition to emotional value, I have to create some other value. Yang Di stood in a square, in front of the black container. Everyone, before Mr. Chung comes back, I will be responsible for protecting his belongings, and no one can touch them easily. The guest sighed. What kind of existence is Changqi? Who dares to touch him? Yang Di pursed his lips and looked up at the sky. Mr. Changqi, are you planning something amazing? In the cargo hold of the spirit starship, the small Solaris Rubik's Cube floated quietly in the air. Changqi set up the volume effect microscopic and macroscopic world converter. The conversion target is himself, and the reference is the shrunken Solaris mechanical Rubik's Cube. A strange energy wave spread out. The world in Changqi's eyes suddenly turned white, and his worldview was switched. In front of him was a metal Rubik's Cube that was so huge that the edges could not be seen. Its front was straight and horizontal, with mysterious patterns engraved on it. The light around him was dim. If he hadn't known the cause and effect, the scene in front of him would have been like him floating alone in the universe, and then encountering a giant like a miracle. The surface of the Rubik's Cube turned slightly, and the mechanism operated, opening a dark entrance as high as a person. Changqi stepped on the ice blue force field and slowly entered it. The world he saw was indeed like an endless steel forest, filled with crisscrossing steel beams. These steel beams were dim and old, and as the magic cube operated, they made a huge friction sound. Their width was amazing, and the smallest steel beam was like a cross-sea bridge. Changqi descended and stepped on the steel beams under his feet. There was no ground in the strict sense here, but each steel beam was like a long and thin continent, at least tens of kilometers long. The light here is dim, and the huge creation project is like a metal monster hiding in the dark, surrounding Changqi. Tick, tick, Changqi can hear the sound of liquid dripping. The metal here has some rust, and some are even corroded. It is obviously a brand new creation synthesized by Changqi, but it has an old feeling. The fundamental reason is probably because Solaris's technology has been downgraded. In other words, even if it is synthesized again, it must have defects. If it is really perfect, it will not be a mere level 4. Changqi walked along the steel beams. Although this place is huge, the environment is too messy. There is not much intact space under the crisscrossing steel beams. Changqi suddenly saw a sub-starship. It was suspended on the steel beams by a mechanical arm. Looking into the distance, there were more starships in a similar state. He frowned slightly. Changqi saw that his sub-starship and his property were seriously rusted. More than 20% of the area on the hull was peeling off and mottled, and silver liquid emerged from it, as if some kind of chemical reaction similar to corrosion was taking place. Changqi felt heartbroken, as if he had too many properties that had been stored in the warehouse for too long and had become moldy. Solaris was really severely downgraded, and could no longer take care of too many details. Suddenly, Changqi heard a sound coming from the darkness behind him, as if someone was wearing metal shoes and walking on the steel beams. Changqi turned around and squinted his eyes. But he saw a strange shadow that was more than 4 meters tall walking out of the darkness. It was like a silver fur ball monster, and its body seemed to be made of flowing mercury. The moment it looked at Changqi, densely packed silver eyes appeared on its body. Changqi looked surprised. There are living things here? Dear Master, what you see are mechanical symbiotic nanoparasites, which are the products left after the destruction of a certain advanced mechanical civilization. They are scattered in the universe and feed on special alloys. And when something like the mechanical cube travels deep in the universe, there is a certain probability that it will be parasitized by them. Don't worry too much. This kind of mechanical insect is like the small aphids in the vast cornfields in your civilization. Although there are no effective countermeasures. But their reproduction or devouring can only cause negligible losses, which can be ignored compared to the vast volume of the mechanical Rubik's Cube. Changqi nodded. Another insight. Squinting at the furry monster, he found that it was not a whole, but was indeed made up of countless silver bugs, like aphids as Solaris said. Solaris' voice came again, Master, you don't have to worry. The number of these nanoworms in the Rubik's Cube is not too large. As soon as the words fell, Changqi saw the rust on the bodies of many sub-starships began to surge and began to flash silver light. Tick, 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 tick. The dripping sound that appeared before became more and more frequent, as if it was raining heavily. In an instant, countless silver nanoworms gathered around Changqi, forming a silver monster with a body size of 7 or 8 meters. Some stood on the ground, and some used their tentacles to hang upside down on the steel beams above. Roughly estimated, there were at least several thousand of them. In the darkness further away, the silver light was like the waves under the moonlight, rolling towards Chang-Chi one after another. Solaris. You may not know very well. A 1,000-mile dam collapsed due to an ant hole, and a small aphid can also make the cornfield harvest nothing. Chang-Chi finally understood. In the vast mechanical cube, another kind of ecology has long been formed, and the small aphids have become the masters here. Master, don't worry, they are not aggressive. Solaris's voice fell. A silver monster seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, and passed in front of Chang-Chi. At the critical moment, Chang-Chi leaned back slightly, but a very small wound was still cut on his cheek. Dark red blood slid down Chang-Chi's face like a small bead. Solaris, you are missing too much information. Chang-Chi's face became gloomy, and shadows seemed to emerge around his eyes. He raised his right hand and wiped his cheek. This time, there was really a drop of blood. Touch! Touch! Touch me. Chang-Chi stretched out his arms towards the void, as if he was constantly grabbing something. Inside Tingzhou, the alarm sounded. Everyone was in a panic. The communication station just received a message that a UFO from the edge of the Milky Way was about to arrive at an alarming speed. Alert! Alert! Suspected destructive weapons of an unknown civilization. Chapter 409. Endless killing intent was born in Chang-Chi's mind. His perspective was also covered by a red filter, filled with a feeling of a bloody world. In front of him, the monsters made of silver nanoworms did not seem to have the pleasure of cutting flesh and blood, and there was no huge, unforgettable hatred between them and Chang-Chi. But Chang-Chi just wanted to kill them, cut them into pieces, and grind them into ashes. Those silver monsters would not roar, or even make any sound. They moved very fast, and could even turn their bodies into a pool of flowing silver liquid, flowing along the steel beams. It didn't even look like flowing, but more like a flash of light. Around Chang-Chi, countless steel beams crisscrossed and countless streams of light glided. These guys surrounded Chang-Chi, getting closer and closer. They had already regarded him as an ecological invader, and were determined to eliminate him. At this moment, countless flowing liquids suddenly rose from every corner, and turned into silver spikes. The sharpness of the tip had reached the nanometer level. The surrounding space seemed to have turned into a sea urchin, except that all the spikes grew inward, and the center of the puncture was Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi still stretched out his right hand and grabbed in the air. But he didn't catch what he wanted. Chang-Chi also had combat means such as the Pioneer gravity suit, but he just didn't want to use them. The next moment, Chang-Chi used his super speed to the extreme, dodging and moving among the spikes like a ghost. During the movement, every movement of his hands and feet, every slight backward lean of his body, could avoid a fatal spike. He felt that his super speed was being used more fully, and the 13 running forms that he learned from Bai Xian were more handy, and he made the most accurate judgment at the most appropriate time. This is a bonus of experience. He seemed to have countless experiences of roaming and charging in the midst of thousands of troops. The same universal wrench will have very different values in the hands of a new apprentice and a master. Flash, flash, flash. Chang-Chi had such a strong killing intention in his heart, but he kept flashing. During this time, his right hand kept grabbing in the void. Just like a top gourmet, he would never eat any delicious food before the special tableware was prepared. Silent Killer is a very unique existence. Above Tingzhou, a violent sonic boom suddenly sounded in the distance. Circles of gas ripples, layer by layer, and in the ripples, there was a sharp cone flashing blue light. The panicked people raised their heads, and their faces were illuminated by the blue light. But what made people uneasy was that the high-speed flying object seemed to have cut a hole in the atmosphere, and actually passed over Tingzhou face to face, and flew towards the space on the other side. Only Yang Di reacted instantly. That's the direction where Mr. Chung disappeared. Flashing, in the afterimage, Chang-Chi's body suddenly solidified. He stopped, ignoring the spikes in front of him, and opened his eyes slightly. It's coming. It's Scalpel. These 3 words popped up in Chang-Chi's mind. Perhaps the time of merging with Silent Killer is too short. Scalpel, what is it? Above Tingzhou, the blue cone surrounded a void, rotating at high speed, cutting the air and making a sound. And this void that seemed to have nothing was exactly the location of the Ling-style starship. But at this time, the Spirit starship is behind the 4th wall. The Solaris cube is in the cargo hold, and Chang-Chi is reduced in size, and is in the Solaris mechanical cube. I think I understand. Yang Di's eyes widened. That is Mr. Chung Chi's technology, the device he summoned. Everyone was surprised, and no one connected the two things together. Because only Yang Di was staring at the place where Chung Chi disappeared from beginning to end. I have been staring at Mr. Chung Chi's path. He did not leave, but used a concealment method that we cannot understand. Yang Di's facial muscles trembled. With an almost obsessive admiration on his face, that mysterious object has been circling the place where Mr. Chung disappeared. Can you understand? It's like a pet that will always stay at the platform where its owner disappeared. Too amazing. Mr. Cheng's casual call was responded to from outside the Milky Way. We humans haven't even stepped out of the Milky Way. Our starships cannot resist the electromagnetic interference at the edge of the Milky Way. But they can already operate remotely and are equipped for unmanned operation. It was just a small move, but the Human Alliance even sounded the alarm. People looked at Yang Di with suspicion, knowing that he was providing emotional value again. His tone was a little exaggerated, but what he said was indeed true. Of course. In fact, there were also those spectators who were dissatisfied and indignant, and who couldn't stand seeing others do well, and they were suspicious in their hearts. Is Chung Chi really that strong? Legend has it that he summoned a huge square starship at the edge of the Milky Way, from which many drones emerged to help the Human Alliance repel the alien invaders. Why does it sound a bit far-fetched? How big is this huge square starship? Is it bigger than the main starship of the Human Alliance's glorious class? Could it be that the more it spreads, the more outrageous it becomes? Is it over-mythologized at this moment? Everyone felt their scalps tingling, and their expressions when they stared at the sky were 10,000 times more terrified than before. Mental health people directly got a new disease, gigantophobia. In the distance, a metal wall with no visible edge suddenly appeared, made of dark silver, with mysterious patterns engraved on the surface. Fortunately, this wall dragged out a series of phantoms, from small to large, so people could construct its full picture. It was an amazing metal Rubik's Cube that seemed to be able to hold the sky. The distance was too close, the gravity was disordered, and the whole Tingzhou was trembling slightly, as if it was about to be torn apart by gravity. The blue cone in the sky suddenly found its direction, and with an extremely sharp momentum, it directly penetrated the outer armor of the mechanical Rubik's Cube. Whoosh! A vibration that made the eardrums hurt came. The vast metal Rubik's Cube shrank into a light spot and disappeared. Tingzhou calmed down. The hearts of the people who were raised to their throats fell into their stomachs with a plop. It was too scary. Chapter 410. The cracked wall formed a pressure relief hole. It formed a tearing force like a storm. I was thinking of helping out. But the mechanical Rubik's Cube was directly broken through, barbaric and violent. That's all our property. Chung Chi stared at the gap, and a blue light broke through the air in the chaotic airflow. Chung Chi subconsciously stretched out his right hand and grabbed the void. An indescribable fullness, a powerful force, and bursting self-confidence were held in his hand. There was no pause in thought. It was a completely subconscious action. Chung Chi held the object in his hand, tapped the ground with his toes, and turned 360 degrees. The ragged cloak formed a spiral around him, and a cutting mark flashing with blue light suddenly formed. Silently, hundreds of silver spikes around were cut off in an instant. The world seemed to become quiet in an instant. Chung Chi looked at the object in his hand. It was a dagger, the favorite weapon of Silent Killer. The moment he held it, Chung Chi felt that his breathing became smoother, as if he had walked in the desert for 10,000 years, and was extremely thirsty, and instantly drank plenty of mountain spring water. Chung Chi's breathing was rapid. How much I love this weapon. Just holding it is already a pleasure. And this dagger has a blue cylindrical dagger, very smooth, but feels surprisingly good. Its blade is divided into 3 parts, divided into 2 from the middle, with sharp blades on both sides, flashing tiny arcs. And in the middle of the blade is a cylindrical crystal column, with countless blue ribbons in it, rotating rapidly, as if some electronic code is sealed inside. This is the scalpel. It looks full of technology. Why is it named like this? It must have some special function. Chung Chi could feel its extraordinariness and the reliance of Silent Killer on it. At this moment, Chung Chi's communicator suddenly flashed, and the holographic screen popped up automatically. Mo's voice came, "You guys, you made such a big noise again. I was so nervous at this wedding. It was very unforgettable." Chung Chi was stunned, knowing that Mo would never deliberately establish communication just to complain. When Mo said, "I said I would give you a dagger before, and I must keep my promise. I looked at my own product catalog and found nothing good, but you are really destined to be rich." Inadvertently, I found a mysterious dagger of unknown origin in the first auction center of the Human Alliance. Just by looking at its appearance, you can tell that it is not an ordinary thing, not even a human creation. MO was concise and efficient, and a picture popped up directly. The picture showed a technological dagger with a strange shape. But the light was dim, and it had obviously lost its vitality. There was a line of words written below the picture, Auction Item 25569. Chung Chi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at the scalpel in his hand, and then looked at the auction item 25569 in the picture. It can't be said that there is no difference. It can only be said that they are exactly the same. Can't this be directly synthesized? Chung Chi suddenly couldn't speak well, and the muscles in his throat were a little stiff and trembling. It seemed that his personality was dumb and killing, and he was also directly confused. Silent killer, as beloved things are definitely not ordinary things. Before he even figured out the function, he saw the opportunity to upgrade. This thing must be extremely expensive. Do you like it or not? MO tapped the virtual screen. Cookie speak. No. Ah? No, help me get it at all costs. Okay, I bring it back to you later. Close the communication. Qingqi held the scalpel and looked at the endless nano-worm monsters surging over. I feel a bit happy today. I use you, pests, to help cheer me up. Silent killer possessed him. Chung Chi rushed out. At this moment, he didn't want to use any gorgeous, large-scale technological attacks. He just wanted to use the dagger in his hand to perform a dance of piercing the bones and breaking the soul. His figure was like a ghost, and blue cuts flashed suddenly like space cracks all over the place. It can be felt that the monsters formed by these nano-worms are extremely hard and destructive. After all, even the mechanical Rubik's Cube made of high-grade alloy and the sub-starship can be easily eaten by them. But in front of the scalpel, the silver nano-worm monster had no power to resist. With one cut, it was cut into two halves silently like a hair cutting into tofu. During the charge, Chung Chi also had a game in his heart. If he fought alone, silent killing was almost invincible, but just killing the nano-worm monsters one by one like now. This is an unequal injury, and he will never win. He is just releasing the nature of silent killing and enjoying the pleasure. But I just couldn't stop. Otherwise, the happiness would be gone in a snap. After MO hung up the call, he and his assistant Wu Shihua directly logged into the Human Alliance virtual auction system. This system can be understood as a dedicated metaverse, which is like a large immersive virtual game. MO and Wu Shihua appeared at the virtual auction. Their virtual images sat at the edge of the first row. The scene was crowded with virtual landers, whose real bodies were located in various locations in the Milky Way. And the center of the stage, the auctioneer, who also logged in a virtual form, just introduced the auction item 25569, a damaged alien dagger, picked up by an expedition team at the edge of the Milky Way. Starting price, 100 million credit points. Uncle Wu nodded slowly. Xiaosun is thoughtful. 100 million is a gift for Chung Chi. It's worth it. MO didn't reply, raised his arm, and raised a finger. 110 million. The auctioneer smiled. Are there any other VIPs bidding? 110 million each time. Originally it was just an auction of non-promoted items, but it became exciting afterwards. 6 seats away, a young man in a white suit smiled slightly and raised his hand and said, 111 million. MO frowned and looked at the young man. The fifth uncle hurriedly whispered in his ear, he is a playboy. His father is a senior member of the Galactic Alliance. His money comes from an illegal source. Don't worry, he can't show off his wealth too much. We are legitimate businessmen. He has no ability to compete with us. MO nodded, straightened his back, crossed his legs. 120 million. 121 million. The young man in the white suit spoke again without hesitation, and glanced at MO with a smile on his face. MO stretched out his hand. 130 million. The young man in the white suit then said, 131 million. MO frowned slightly again, but smoothed it out in an instant, and said calmly, 140 million. The young man in the white suit chuckled and crossed his legs. 141 million. Chung Chi rushed all the way. He killed countless nano-worm monsters, but facing this huge nano-worm ecosystem, it was nothing. At the same time, he finally came to a relatively empty area inside the mechanical Rubik's Cube. In the space in front, a Dyson sphere planet was quietly floating. From a distance, it looked vast and full of technology. This was the Dyson sphere of the Hunter civilization that was previously captured in the Triangle Galaxy, a level 2 technological civilization. At this time, the metal exoskeleton of this planet was riddled with holes. The skeleton, which was originally rusty, was attached to by a large number of nanoworms. Many places were eaten away, and were extremely weak. The whole was in danger, and could collapse at any time. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. He found a very tiny existence. It was a giant nanoworm, only about 10 centimeters long. It was like a fat big meat worm, with a body that seemed to be covered with swimming rings, showing a silver metallic luster, as if it was sprayed with silver paint. At one end of its body was a mouth, and wisps of silver smoke were floating, transporting food to its mouth. Those smoke were actually tiny nanoworms, and the so-called food was various metal residues. Its tail was continuously producing silver smoke, which was countless newly born nanoworms. Chang-Chi understood the situation in front of him. The Dyson Sphere planet was regarded as their mother nest. And that insect, which was only 10 centimeters long, was actually their mother insect. Such a tiny body created a huge tribe. Chang-Chi touched the ground with his toes, and soared into the air from a steel beam. As he kept approaching the mother nest of nanoworms, endless silver smoke gushed out of the mother nest, and instantly formed a silver shell with a thickness of tens of meters, protecting the mother nest. The blue cutting marks were crisscrossed, as if they were imprinted on the silver shell in an instant. With a loud bang, Chang-Chi smashed the silver shell, and drove straight in under the impetus of the Pioneer's gravity weapon system. He landed accurately on the skeleton of the Dyson Sphere, and at his feet was the nanoworm queen that was constantly spitting out mist. Chang-Chi thought, if he could control this queen, could he control the entire nanoworm army? Subconsciously, Chang-Chi wiped the corners of his eyes clean, and more than a dozen blue knife lights slashed out. The queen was cut into 8 pieces. I was so cruel that I didn't even listen to my own words. Chang-Chi looked at the queen, which had turned into pieces, and was floating in the air, and sighed slightly. His plan to use the emperor to control the princes was aborted. Wait! Chang-Chi suddenly narrowed his eyes, and found that the blue light blades formed by the dozen cuts he had just made did not disappear. Instead, it was like a piece of thin blue crystal floating in the air. The cutting position did not change, and the broken body of the queen was stuck to these ultra-thin crystals. Chang-Chi bent down, his pupil shrunk into a black dot, and watched carefully. He found that the ultra-thin crystals continuously released blue codes and flowed towards the broken body of the mother insect. The cross-section of the broken body of the mother insect was not biological tissue, but a precise electronic structure, which was full of horizontal and vertical circuits, like some kind of ultramicro chip. These circuits were gradually infected by blue light. Chang-Chi looked back in astonishment. He found that all the knife lights that he had chopped out on the way here were transformed into entities at this moment, forming ultra-thin crystals of varying sizes. And on these crystals, there were nanoworm monsters that were split in half. The blue light infected the picture, and there was a strange beauty. All the nanoworm monsters seemed to be assimilated. Chang-Chi suddenly had an extra layer of memory in his mind. It was like a memory that had been forgotten for many years, and was suddenly recalled. The so-called scalpel does not refer to cutting up the body of a creature like doing surgery. It is a kind of electronic protocol tampering against intelligent creatures. I once held this dagger and chopped the bodies of countless electronic creatures, including the photon brains left by advanced civilizations. But the final result was not killing and destruction, but a kind of conquest. At this moment, a group of holographic words suddenly projected from the crystal column in the center of scalpel. The target electronic protocol has been tampered with. The highest command authority has been obtained. All the supercrystals disappeared in an instant. The broken body of the queen insect, like liquid mercury, flows again and gathers into a whole. The nanoworm monsters that were split in half in the distance also gathered together again and became a whole. They were stagnant in place, as if waiting for instructions. Farther away, the vast silver wave also stopped surging at the instruction of the mother worm. Chang-Chi stared at the mother worm, frowned, and his eyes suddenly widened. He tried to speak, repair this Dyson sphere and the holes in the Rubik's Cube. Countless nanoworms turned into silver smoke, floating and spreading. A large part of them covered the rusty Dyson sphere. As they passed by, the damaged and rotten metal on the Dyson sphere frame gradually glowed with metallic luster. Another small number of nanoworms drifted towards the damaged part of the mechanical Rubik's Cube. Chang-Chi was stunned. He looked at the dagger in his hand again. This is one of the treasure weapons collected by Silent Killer. Sharpness is only its auxiliary function. Its real value lies in its perfect restraint of intelligent organisms. such as these nano-worms that require high command and unity and are highly dependent on precise communication protocols, or the intelligent command head of a fleet. The logic of using the dagger is to kill first, then control. Every time it cuts, it has the dual effect of physical attack and information attack. It turns out that Silent Killer can not only kill people, or rather, he also has a deeper level of thinking. When facing different enemies, how to kill, what to kill, and finally, he can even kill flowers. No wonder you must wait for the dagger to arrive before. Chung-Chi's eyes widened. There are still vague fragments in his mind. There are many strange-shaped daggers that have never been seen before in the Silent Killer weaponry. Each dagger has different functions and targets different enemies. What is the name of this dagger? Chung-Chi recalled that it had its own name, but Silent Killer didn't like it, so he changed it to Scalpel, a scalpel for technological creations. Oh, Chung-Chi remembered it. It is called Blade of Agreement with God. Auction item 25569. Young Master MO bid 3.2 billion credit points. The auctioneer was a little excited. This was a price that neither he nor the organizer had expected. Everyone, do you have a higher bid? 3.21 billion. The young man in the white suit raised his finger again with disdain. Next to MO, Uncle Wu looked a little unnatural. Xiao Sun, this price is too high. I mean, with such a large sum of money, we can definitely buy a better gift for Chung-Chi. The most important thing is that I think the black dagger is not worth so much money. Mo crossed his legs and had no expression. He just leaned back in the chair in the slightly dim light and looked at the auction item 25,569 calmly. Who is that young Master Mo? Is he the retail giant, the younger generation of the Mo family? Why haven't I heard of this person before? He seems to be competing with each other. Is he qualified to mobilize such a large amount of cash from the family? There are people whispering around. Indeed, the most famous person in the Mo family is Mo's grandfather, Mo Beishan. But the news that Mo succeeded his grandfather and became the new head has not yet spread completely in the huge Milky Way. Mo blocked all the gossips. He straightened his black suit and raised his hand elegantly. 10 billion. There were exclamations from all around. The second-generation official in the white suit trembled, but still showed a hint of arrogance. He was ready to continue to discuss people, but just as he raised his hand, Mo's calm voice came, 20 billion. The second-generation official was stunned. Mo's voice came again, 30 billion. The second-generation official was stunned again, but he didn't react yet. Mo raised his hand again, 40 billion. The corners of the mouth of the fifth uncle beside him began to tremble. Xiao Sun, it's not that we can't afford it, but the business has been expanding rapidly recently. If the amount is too large, it will affect the cash flow and involve the entire business layout. I promised Chung-Chi to bring the dagger back to him. I will never break my promise. Mo just raised his head slightly, his eyes calm, and stretched out his finger again, 100 billion. Chapter 411. Auction item 25569. It belongs to young Master Mo. I wish you good fortune. Under the spotlight, Mo slowly stood up from his chair. Facing the countless spotlights, his eyes remained calm. During this process, he did not even glance at the rich second generation in white. If you win, there is no need to show off in front of him, no need to mock and drag him down, because the strength is completely unequal, and on the way forward, it is just a small stone that can be stepped over by slightly raising your foot. Spending hundreds of billions to compete for a favorite auction item. And his expression was calm throughout the whole process. In his mind, the amazing amount of hundreds of billions of credit points was a drop in the bucket, and would not shake any foundation. The retail industry usually squeezes a large amount of goods, so one of the most important indicators is cash flow. As long as the cash flow is huge, this business empire can resist risks and stand firm. Haha, Master Mo. I feel so comfortable watching this auction. I am a small alloy purchaser in the E45 star field. I wonder if there will be any opportunities for cooperation with your group and Master Mo in the future? Mo looked at the middle-aged man who squeezed over across 5 seats, smiled slightly. Boss son, you are too polite, you are not a small purchaser. As for the opportunity of cooperation, of course there is. Hey Master Mo, hello. My factory specializes in manufacturing beam source emitters. I hope to visit you one day and talk to you about cooperation. Master Mo, do you still remember me? My father was once a supplier of the Mo group. Haha, I don't know what the old man was thinking. He didn't renew the contract some time ago. Master Mo, I just learned recently that you have replaced Mr. Mo and are currently in charge. Look at me, I actually forgot to give you a gift. Mo smiled and looked at the people who surrounded him. The first auction center of the Human Alliance, the first auction of the new year, is naturally crowded with merchants. He nodded to everyone. Thanks to your kindness, Mo Group is willing to cooperate with you for mutual benefit. In the corridor, outside the auction venue, Mo and Uncle Wu walked side by side. Uncle Wu's expression kept changing, sometimes grinning and breathing, sometimes frowning and thinking. He suddenly said, Xiao Sun, I just realized that on your wedding day, you were so busy and drunk, and you actually had time to pay attention to the information of this auction. Mo smiled. Uncle Wu's expression was stern. You have already planned to show your talents in this auction, and even make a name for yourself. Mo slowly said, As you said, Mo's business is expanding rapidly, but what you didn't say is that we are blocked everywhere, and blindly spending money to clear channels will inevitably incur astonishing costs, but the results are unknown. The reason behind this is actually that Mo's has not given others enough confidence. 100 billion advertising fees, to establish the image of Mo's, to clear some channels. Mo nodded, very worth it. Uncle Wu widened his eyes, a little surprised, no wonder, but if it weren't for the bid by that rich second-generation dude, this auction wouldn't be so popular. We are lucky. At this moment, Uncle Wu paused. He saw the rich second-generation dude in a white suit standing quietly at the end of the corridor, looking at Mo with a gloomy face. Uncle Wu's eyes trembled. What are you going to do? But Mo walked forward slowly, calmly, and faced the gritting teeth rich second-generation dude. Hey! But the rich second-generation dude suddenly laughed, then pulled the skin on his face, which was weirdly loose. Master Mo, how was my performance this time? Mo smiled and nodded, very real. Hey! The second-generation rich man smiled flatteringly, as long as the boss is satisfied. Do you still remember the thousand-faced demon lord, with a very childish name, the top disguise master who was loyal to Mo? The fifth uncle shook his head and smiled. So finding a gift for Chang-Chi was just a side job. Mo also shook his head. It wasn't a side job. I had reserved 7 days to find a dagger for the dog Chang-Chi, but I didn't expect that by chance I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is probably not my luck, but that guy's karma is too strong. Little guys, help me fix this Dyson sphere. Next, it will be my workshop. Chang-Chi stood in the mechanical Rubik's Cube, and the Dyson sphere in front of him was wrapped in silver smoke, misty and steaming. Hunter civilization was poor enough. The Dyson sphere was at most 50% new, tattered, and had a wasteland style. As the silver smoke drifted, the rust on Dyson's bones was slowly removed, and some places that were completely rusted and missing were slowly filled, as if an old man with osteoporosis took a super small calcium tablet and went up to the 5th floor in one breath, and his mother no longer had to worry about him breaking a bone. After dealing with these, Chang-Chi will order them to repair the sub-starship to the maximum extent. Regarding the nanoworm swarm, their essence is 8 to 10 nanometers of mechanical bugs. Chang-Chi did not rashly use the STC, because they are independent individuals. With a blue light and billion synthesis, the energy may be drained in an instant. Chang-Chi used the V-library ring to scan them. It was learned that these bugs were tools, made by some advanced mechanical civilization. Their ability is to eat metal, and then spit out the metal. If they don't spit out, they will treat the metal they eat as raw materials, and then continue to reproduce. Their purpose is to polish and repair, but they cannot repair precision circuits, only metals. If used in an extreme way, they can also be used as a means to eat enemy starships, but in front of large attack weapons, their defense is not enough, and they will suffer heavy losses and be a bit wasteful. Once, they were pests. Now, they have become diligent little bees. The huge mechanical Rubik's Cube does need some little guys like this. Just like the rhino and the oxpecker. The dirt and parasites that the rhino cannot touch are taken care of by the symbiotic birds. Chang-Chi's fingers moved like flowers, and the scalpel spun rapidly at his fingertips. This is also one of the abilities of Silent Killer. It is useless, but very cool. Thanks to the scalpel, otherwise it would be difficult for Chang-Chi to eradicate these pests, let alone control them. The shadow of the knife flickered, illuminating Chang-Chi's eyes. There are many similar treasures in the Silent Killer arsenal. We must find it back. Chapter 412. Slurp. Moo. Li Boang lay on the starship floor, eyes closed, sleeping soundly, unconscious, snoring rhythmically. 7th uncle hunched over, hands behind his back, smacked his lips. How much did you drink? A young staff member stepped forward and said, 7th uncle, the sobering needle is ready. It will metabolize all the alcohol within 100 seconds. Seventh uncle raised his hand to stop him. Bolong is under too much pressure. There is still a short distance left. Let him sleep a little longer. The young man sighed. The contestant from Country A has just upgraded his genetic level, and he challenged Brother Bolong by name. Isn't this bullying? They must have done an investigation. And they have always been like this, despicable and cunning. They also know that with Bolong's personality, he will definitely not escape. Seventh uncle narrowed his eyes, and finally said with some uneasiness, communicate with the organizing committee, and stop at a certain point. If Bolong loses, he is not allowed to deliberately cause any harm. The young man pursed his lips, and held his breath. Well, the communication is done. Uncle Chi raised his head, and looked out the window. A yellowish planet was getting closer and closer, and the starship was about to land. Most of the cells in the human body have a nucleus, and chromosomes exist in the nucleus. The genes that hide the ultimate secret of human beings are located on the chromosomes. At this moment, the DNA in Li Bolong's body was shining with a strange luster, stored in the blood, in the cells, in the bones, and in every corner of the body. The whole body is like a cycle, like a surging river in the microscopic world. Those small double helices will not be drowned by the vastness. They affect everything in the human body. It is not without expression. The strange blue luster gathers along the nerve network, transmits to the head, and then along the countless optic nerves behind the eyeball, forming a relatively small, but not negligible gene expression. Under Li Bolong's closed eyelids. The pupil shrinks into a black dot, and around the pupil, 7 blue light circles shine brightly. The eighth path, although not bright, has formed a clear outline. He has been drunk and sleeping, never opened his eyes, and no one knows. And he himself has been having strange dreams. He dreamed that the world was expanding infinitely, and all objects were being pulled, falling apart, and being torn to pieces. However, this nightmare-like scene was soon replaced by other scenes, which were endless black silk short skirts and hip beauties. After that, their dreams were replaced by a touch of warmth. In the dream, there was a silly robot, a young boy wearing a blue cape, and a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Hee. Li Bolong almost woke himself up with laughter, and said in a daze, I have a family now. To the battlefield. Seventh uncle stared at Li Bolong with a complicated look. Wake him up. The young man skillfully put the medicine atomizer on Li Bolong's mouth, and a hissing sound was heard, and the sobering medicine was taken. The hatch of the starship also slowly opened at this moment. Uncle Chi said that he really went to the battlefield. Li Bolong was a child he had watched grow up, so he did his best to let him rest for a while. So the transport starship of the Palace of the Gods broke the rules and landed directly in the center of the huge arena. Uncle Chi narrowed his eyes. Country A has kept the contestants this time secret, and even I don't know what kind of person the so-called twins are. The so-called arena is a barren planet. On the ground under the ecological cover, there is a natural, thick layer of loess. At the other end of the arena, 2 young men wearing black A country warrior uniforms, and with gloomy faces stood. Uncle Chi paused. 2 against 1? The upper deck of the starship. The young staff member just now pressed the encrypted communicator in his hand. Mr. Musashi, the medicine has been given to Li Bolong. I did it myself. Yes, it's really a coincidence. This stupid big guy is actually drunk. The sobering injection is simply the best cover. I admire your caution. This time, no matter what level he is, he will definitely not win, and he will be seriously injured. Thank you for your compliment. His eyes opened slightly, and a glimmer of light entered his pupils. Li Bolong sat up slowly, and rubbed his painful temples with his palms. Hey, are you here? He squinted his eyes, and looked outside the cabin. Hey, I'm afraid I'm not late, haha. Uncle Chi looked at Li Bolong. His eyes were a little swollen, and he hadn't adapted to the light yet, so they squinted into a slit, but the blue light in his eyes, which represented a person with high genes, was stronger than before. Bolong, your eyes? Eyes? What's wrong? Li Bolong stood up and stretched his shoulders. Oh, Uncle Chi, don't you know that besides beauties, good wine can also improve eyesight, haha. Uncle Chi blinked doubtfully and looked at the twins on the battlefield. Just checked, these 2 twins, combined together, are S+ gene people. They have exploited the loopholes in the rules. Too unscrupulous. Uncle Chi worriedly said, Bolong, is it okay? I don't know, but the momentum can't be lost. Li Bolong's 3-meter-tall body shook his shoulders, and strode out of the cabin. Across the battlefield. The 2 warriors of Country A saw the legendary Li Bolong finally appear, narrowed their eyes slightly, and opened their mouths, but spoke in unison. With a low and trembling voice, in awkward Chinese, Li Bolong. We are the 643rd generation of the Musashi family. You shut up first. Li Bolong squinted his swollen eyes. Before we start, I set a rule. Today, in this arena, no one is allowed to say you, me, or him. If you want to say it, everyone should find other words to replace it. This is the rule set by me, Li Bolong. If you have the courage to violate it, then I, Li Bolong, will throw you into the cesspool even if I risk my life. The two warriors of country A looked at each other in amazement. Then, they burst into laughter, even a little crazy and uncontrollable, as if they had seen a big joke. They even stretched out their hands, covered their stomachs with one hand, pointed at Li Bolong with the other hand, and trembled all over. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Knowing that you can't defeat us, you come up with this ridiculous way to increase your momentum and save your face? What a bullshit rule. Can you do it? You, me, and him? I say you, me, and him. The two warriors grinned, revealing their yellow teeth. From between their teeth, they viciously squeezed out the three words you, me, and him over and over again. You know the rules, but you still break them. Are you looking for trouble? Fuck. No matter how many senior league officials were watching, Li Bolong cursed. His thick eyebrows stood up, and he took a step forward, but at this moment, he felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, causing his body to sway. He quickly shook his head, and tried to regain consciousness. The two warriors of country keenly discovered the opponent's loophole, and directly grabbed the samurai's swords at their waists, and rushed forward instantly like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity. What's the matter? Li Bolong squinted his eyes. Why did he feel that his supernatural power was a little irritable and out of control? It was as if his body was poured over and over by boiling molten iron, and the power without roots and sources had nowhere to vent. He raised his huge palm, condensed a ball of compressed air in his palm, and applied the power of expansion. Buzz, boom, a small ball of air with a powerful force expanded, creating a ripple several meters high, carrying less, sweeping across the stadium, and hitting the ecological cover in the distance, shaking slightly. Two warriors from country A were stunned by the airflow, tapped the ground with their toes to break, and quickly returned to their original positions. What happened? The two looked at each other, knowing each other, and at the same time felt that Li Bolong's power was different from what was in the file. Li Bolong has rich combat experience, and he will know the changes in his own power after a try. He squinted his eyes, recalling a vague picture in his mind. In the dark corridor, in front of rows of wine cabinets. Brother, come on, cheers. Brother, if you are not satisfied, have another one. Li Bolong tilted his head, trying to recall those, not bad, wines. God, got it. Ha ha ha. I was shocked. What kind of strong medicine did my brother give me? I have a family. In great joy, Li Bolong felt a little dizzy in his brain again. The improvement of his genetic level brought him a higher level of crisis awareness and a stronger intuition. Oh! Which bastard poisoned me? Li Bolong suddenly looked up at the sky, opened his mouth wide, and with a bang, a 2-meter-high white gas column spurted out of his mouth, which contained countless granular liquids. He could already control the expansion more accurately, including the internal environment, and that white gas column was the toxin that was sucked into his body before. In an instant, he felt refreshed and his mind was clear. Li Bolong slowly lowered his head, his eyes were fully opened, and a blue halo flashed in his pupils. He raised his finger, pointed at his eyes, and smiled. Help me see, what level am I now? This? He? SS+. The two countrymen were terrified, and their souls left their bodies. Uncle Chi's whole body trembled, his eyes wide open, and he took a step forward. The young trader also saw the scene at this time. His face turned pale. How is it possible? Fight with all your strength. The two country warriors simultaneously pulled out the samurai's swords on their waists, by 2 inches. A touch of coldness instantly swept across the entire stadium. It was a real chill, and then the temperature dropped sharply. The earth and the ecological cover were covered with frost visible to the naked eye. Thick ice suddenly condensed around Li Bolong's body, like a block of ice, freezing him directly in it. The two country warriors were still unwilling to give up. They continued to pull out their samurai's swords 1 inch further. Layer after layer of ice emerged, constantly reinforcing Li Bolong's blockade. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering seemed to resound in the souls of the two country warriors. Boom! The ice shattered. Li Bolong did not even mobilize the power of expansion, because the wine he and Changqi drank had a significant physical strengthening function. What he did not know was that the concept called functional value had quietly doubled. It's useless. Li Bolong frowned. Can you tell me, did anyone break the rules just now? We admit defeat. Terminate the game. The investment committee has a rule that if you admit defeat, you are not allowed to deliberately cause any harm. The 2A countrymen shouted in fear. Is there anyone to control him? Fuck, are you still breaking the rules? Li Bolong opened his arms, like an angry demon. My rules are the only rules. No room for negotiation. The earth trembled, and hideous cracks began to emerge. The lust on the ground fell into the cracks like a waterfall. Li Bolong's ability was much stronger than before. The ground was torn apart layer by layer, and it was bottomless. But how could this barren planet have a sewage system? There was no cesspool at all. At this moment, scorching heat rushed from the ground. In the rolling heat wave, the red light emitted by the underground magma flickered. The air around the 2A country warriors expanded regularly, lifting them into the air, moving horizontally, and coming to the sky above the huge crack. The two struggled desperately, as if they saw the 18 levels of hell, and their terrified faces were illuminated by the fire. Unexpectedly, these two guys learned Chinese well. Don't. I was wrong. No, I was wrong, please spare me. Chapter 413. Uncle Chi, don't move. An electromagnetic dagger stretched out from the darkness, and pressed against Uncle Chi's neck. If I push the switch, your neck will be cut off by the current in an instant, and your head will fly high. You have lived for so long, you should not want your life to end so hastily. The young man who secretly poisoned Li Bolong and colluded with the Musashi family to leak a lot of confidential information was dispatched by the Galactic Alliance 5 years ago, and joined the logistics department of Temple of the Gods. I don't want this either. They kidnapped my family. The young man's face was hidden in the shadows, his brows furrowed, his lips trembling violently as he said, then, they gave me a lot of money, various conveniences, and made a lot of promises to me. Seventh uncle stood in the starship, his hands behind his back, and after listening quietly, he just sighed softly. Working in the Temple of the Gods, as a logistics staff, the salary is too meager, and you will always be unknown. Uncle Chi, thank you for escorting me away. The young man finally gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, if you dare to speak out, if you dare to call Li Bolong, although I can't escape, I will definitely drag you with me, and neither of us will survive. In the corridor of the starship behind the two of them, also in the shadow, a pair of silver running shoes appeared. The moment he took a step, he was like a cat, without making any sound. The next moment, the figure of the silver running shoes turned into a blue stream of light. Crack! The young trader felt a flash before his eyes, and the arm holding the dagger felt a piercing pain. His arm was bent by a strong force, and his forearm was bent 90 degrees in the opposite direction. His muscles were torn, and the white bone stubble pierced his skin. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground. The young trader staggered back, and screamed heartbreakingly. He looked at the third figure in the cabin in horror. How come you are here? The man was wearing a silver jacket, and silver running shoes. He had a weathered face, and was about 40 years old. He gave people a simple and honest feeling, but his eyes were shining with a fascinating luster. Palace of the Gods, Xinghao. By Xian's successor, the owner of Super Speed, in another mode. Uncle Chi didn't move the whole time, just put his hands behind his back. I've worked for 5 years, but you still don't understand. Palace of the Gods. The 8 Country Alliance doesn't follow the rules, and we can't let others bully us. Xinghao has always been here, but he doesn't need to play anymore. On the battlefield, Li Bolong's ability exploded, shocking all kinds of people. Although this game was a friendly match, there were many interests involved behind it. Many high-level people in the Human Galaxy Alliance watched in secret. 2 warriors from Country A were held by an invisible force. The heat wave had singed their hair. There are 8 out of 10 things in life that are not satisfactory. They were mentally devastated. Why wasn't there a cesspool below? I really hope there is a cesspool below. Li Bolong smiled evilly. In the eyes of others, he has a weird personality, mood swings, and often unilaterally customizes various unreasonable rules. But he will not kill people easily. He was going to teach the 2 people from Country A profound lesson by burning all their clothes and hair, leaving them naked on the spot, leaving a shadow that will be indelible for the rest of their lives. This is the price of breaking the rules. It was also at this moment. In the sky of this desolate planet, a kind of musical rhythm suddenly sounded, as if there was an invisible speaker hidden somewhere, and the source of the music could not be found. Everyone, including Li Bolong, looked up at the sky in surprise. Intelligent creatures seem to have the same perception of music. The music with a mysterious origin is like a war song, As if an ancient horn came through time and space, the melody is passionate and surging, and the background sound carries the shouts and roars of thousands of races, which makes people's blood boil, as if as long as they follow this rhythm, they can fearlessly rush to any battlefield. Hello, human civilization. We are called Warsong Civilization. Our warriors are the most valiant and capable individuals in the universe, but as the enemy was defeated, we became bored. So we created the Galaxy Arena and randomly released scanning signals into the universe, looking for the most outstanding warriors in each civilization. Originally, there would be no intersection between our two civilizations. But at this moment, it became different. We grant this warrior the qualification to enter the Galaxy Arena. In the future, you will get an answer. Will he return home with victory medals all over his body? Or will he become a handful of ashes and be scattered into your atmosphere by us? Just wait and see. This is his glory, and your glory. A huge voice sounded in the air. The technology level was obviously very high. It directly completed simultaneous translation for the human civilization that had never been encountered before. A beam of light flashing with 7 colors shot out from the universe, ignoring the ecological isolation shield above. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere. The colorful beam of light enveloped Li Belong's body. Uncle Chi's eyes trembled, and he shouted behind him, Xinghao. Xinghao also took a step in an instant, and his body turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the colorful beam of light. The change was too sudden. Although they didn't know what it was, the first thought of the two was to pull Li Belong out. Invisible energy spread. Xinghao seemed to have hit a solid wall, and was immediately repelled by a powerful repulsive force. The colorful beam of light came quickly and left quickly. It shrank back into the sky in an instant, and finally turned into a little starlight, hiding in the dark universe. Everyone looked at Li Belong's location in shock. Li Belong had disappeared. Only a strange mark left on the ground was left after the yellow soil was melted by high temperature. The mark was a circle, and 2 weapons similar to daggers crossed in a circle, emitting faint green smoke. The bodies of the 2 A-country warriors suddenly lost control and fell into the cracks of the churning magma. They let out a distant scream, but no one cared about their lives. Uncle Chi and Xinghao were both stunned in place, their eyes trembling violently. All the high-level people in the Human Alliance who were watching remotely were also extremely shocked, and there was silence in the communicator. Chapter 414. Swish! In the darkness, a cylindrical beam of light illuminated Chung Chi's body. He stood on the bright silver floor, looking at the facilities around him. One after another, the lighting devices gradually lit up, and the space became brighter as a whole, and everything was in sight. This was the interior of the Dyson Sphere, and it was his first time entering here. It was not accurate to say that he was inside the Dyson Sphere, and he was actually on the skeleton of the Dyson Sphere, and in the metal cabins on the skeleton that would slide and move, constantly changing positions, a bit like the cable cars in human society. The brown rock planet inside the Dyson Sphere skeleton has been riddled with holes by the Dyson Sphere's drill. The hot magma is bubbling up from the ground and flowing wantonly, leaving no place to stand. Whether it is the former Hunter civilization or the current Chung Chi, they can only stay in the cable car. The area of this cable car is very large. According to a simple estimate, it is at least 100,000 square meters. The interior is empty. After being eaten by nano-worms, it has also been completely renewed, revealing clean silver metal. Moreover, there are countless similar cable cars on the entire Dyson Sphere skeleton, at least tens of thousands of them. The tracks of these cable cars also have a specific staggered pattern, and the goods in them can be transferred at will, just like a very intelligent and flexible warehouse. This design was originally intended to facilitate and quickly transport the ore and energy produced by the planet under our feet. In Chung Chi's eyes, this is simply a perfect workshop plus a super warehouse with massive storage functions. In the future, after obtaining other synthetic raw materials, there is no need to worry about storage. There is enough space here. After the synthesis conditions are met, these sliding cable cars can even deliver the raw materials to Chung Chi. Chung Chi looked up and looked outside through the observation window of the cable car. This is the interior of the Solaris mechanical cube. Outside the window, in the slightly dim light, the huge steel beams of the mechanical cube are like a steel forest, and there are also dense sub-star ships suspended in it. The whole exudes a mysterious and vast sense of technology. The Dyson Sphere under his feet was like the heart protected in it. Chung Chi narrowed his eyes and smiled. Practicality is the kingly way, very good. Inside Tingzhou, Yang Di was still guarding the large number of containers left by Li Belong. Mr. Chung Chi, He should have gone to call for a large transport starship. Why haven't you come back yet? At this moment, everyone in the northern hemisphere of Tingzhou suddenly felt that the earth had fallen into a dark darkness. They looked up in astonishment, but saw a scene that was completely incomprehensible, a phenomenon similar to a solar eclipse. The light of Tingzhou comes from a star named K332138. The encounter between the two is equivalent to the relationship between the Earth and the Sun, but there is no moon near Tingzhou. However, a huge planet appeared in the distant sky, blocking the sunlight inch by inch. And the state of this planet is a plan that human scientists have deduced countless times, but it has never been turned into a reality. Its core is a planet, but its surface is covered with unimaginable, planetary engineering. The thick and tough metal skeleton covers the entire planet. The cable car moving rapidly on the skeleton is like the electrons on the outside of the nucleus, which are free at high speed. Moreover, it is not only magnificent, but also has a mysterious phenomenon. Silver smoke is floating outside the planet. Wherever the smoke passes, the Dyson sphere skeleton becomes brighter and brighter. And a very tiny figure, standing on some kind of ice blue energy field, with a ragged cloak fluttering, stands quietly at the front of the planet. The vibration of space and air forms a sound similar to a melodious trombone. The sense of oppression is like substance. Everyone opens their mouths, looks up at the sky, and their bodies are trembling. Before, the Solaris mechanical cube flashed in front of everyone's eyes for a moment, but it was so fleeting that many people didn't even know what it was. At this time, the Dyson sphere planet was quietly hovering, and everyone could see it clearly. Dyson sphere. In the human scientific conception, it is a symbol of breaking through the second-level technological civilization. Among the guests of the Mo family wedding, there are naturally many human scientists. Even if it is one's own dream that is turned into reality by others, the shock generated when seeing it with one's own eyes is still deep in the bone marrow. It seems that we finally have an understandable standard for Mr. Cheng-Chi's cognition. Yanbi's eyes were wide open, but this is obviously not all of Mr. Cheng-Chi. This is only the part we can understand. Everyone's mouth was wide open, unable to speak. But Yanbi's voice reached everyone's ears and resonated widely. Buzz, a huge and surprisingly long mechanical tentacle extended from the Dyson sphere skeleton, disturbing the clouds, like an alien, grabbing the containers on the ground one by one, and then retracting into the clouds, steadily storing the containers in the cable car on the surface of the Dyson sphere. The hatch at the rear of the waiting Valente transport starship slowly opened. Valente and Cassius, as well as young Beige, whose cheeks were still flushed, looked at the stunning Dyson sphere with solemn expressions. They all stepped forward and moved to one side. The huge mechanical tentacles stretched into the cargo hold and carried rows of medicine cabinets back to the Dyson sphere planet. These flexible, precise, and long mechanical tentacles are the standard configuration of the Dyson sphere. When mining planetary energy, they also play a role in transportation. Being able to build them is not just as simple as scaling them up. Behind it is the improvement of material science, and also contains higher-level mechanical design science. The so-called planetary engineering is all-encompassing. Far space. Cheng-Chi looked at Valente and the other two, stretched out 2 fingers, slid forward on the side of his temple, and smiled. Thank you, I have accepted all the gifts. You are busy with work, so I won't give you any more. Valente's teacher and students nodded in astonishment. Then the transport starship's hatch slowly closed, the engine roared, and the starship gradually moved away. But the calm lasted only a moment. Cheng-Chi and the people who stayed in Tingzhou suddenly heard a strange and grand music. It seemed like a war song, and in the surging excitement, it was the shouts and roars of thousands of races. Cheng-Chi frowned and scanned the surrounding space. This sound came from nowhere. Cheng-Chi, who already had a preliminary understanding of the universe, subconsciously made a judgment in his heart. Is it a high-level civilization that has arrived at this moment? A colorful and dazzling cylindrical beam of light shot from the depths of the distant universe. This beam of light directly enveloped Cheng-Chi's body. We are War Song Civilization. Originally, there would be no intersection between our two civilizations. But at this moment, it has become different. We gave this warrior. Wait, it's that guy. Quickly interrupt the signal and hide your whereabouts. Don't let him find us. The next moment, the colorful beam of light suddenly shrank and shrank back into the depths of the universe in an instant. Cheng-Chi looked confused. What's going on? Chapter 415. It seems to have become weaker. Just now, the big filter completed a hasty scan of it. Its function value is only a pitiful 510,000. This value can only rank 156th in our fighting arena. On the white stone platform, several alien species stood. They looked like three-dimensional lizards, wearing high-tech metal armor, and their thick tails swung back and forth behind their bodies. That's it, but it doesn't seem to be it. Is it the nightmare of our war-song civilization? The guy who killed our 3 branch Venus and turned our 14,000 habitats into 14,000 tombs. A lizard man, with yellow pupils like date pits, trembled slightly. How come a random skin scanned it? How did it appear in the Milky Way? Another lizard man said, could it be? It was arrogant and domineering, and it brought it upon itself, and was sanctioned by a truly advanced civilization, and the way of sanction was weakening. If this is true, then now is our perfect opportunity to retaliate against it. Several lizardmen fell into thought. A lizardman blinked his eyelids horizontally. How to verify it? Send war slaves over. Several lizardmen turned around and looked down. The rectangular stone platform they were standing on was a building that stood out from the crowd, and below the stone platform was a huge oval coliseum. This coliseum was made of some kind of high-strength clay, with nearly 100 levels of stands around it, full of ferocious and violent strange monsters. At the bottom of the stands, there are holes of different sizes, one after another, and fences flashing blue electricity block the holes. Above the holes, special symbols are used to mark the numbers, from 1 to 200. Around the holes, there are also various strange skulls piled up. The smaller the number, the more skulls there are, which should be the battle records of the creatures in the cave. Isn't its function value ranked 156? The leading lizardman narrowed his eyes, and said, then we will send number 156 over to test its depth. Another lizardman said, will we get burned? In the scene just now, it was driving a Dyson sphere, which was only a level 2 technological civilization. We are now very, very far away from the Milky Way, and this distance is enough to make many low-level civilizations despair. In its heyday, it was unable to accurately track the Rainbow Bridge light column, but found us through interstellar navigation. The leading lizardman said, we should be more cautious and try to place war slaves in its blind spot. Our civilization was born in the wilderness. In the earliest days, we often fought fiercely within the population to compete for limited water, food, and suitable caves. This cruel competition for survival made our bodies stronger in constant battles, and gradually formed a culture that advocated primitive fighting. That guy is our enemy. Once it is confirmed, it has been weakened. I will treat it in a primitive way. The corners of the lizardman's mouth, covered with green scales, trembled with anger. Then I will teleport it to the fighting arena and release all the war slaves. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, its body will be torn into pieces, its bones will be broken one by one, and its blood will be spilled all over our fighting arena. If not, I will not be able to relieve my hatred. I will also hang its skull, which has been gnawed clean by rot ants, on the gate of the fighting arena. All the tribesmen passing by can spit on it forever. Another lizardman said, my grandfather was killed by it. I hope to get all its nails, and make a necklace to put in front of my grandfather's tomb. A female lizardman said, I don't know if there are egg sacs in its body structure for reproduction. I hope to get its egg sacs, and cook it into a pot of hot soup. The leading lizardman suddenly asked, what are the specific data of the guy, who was also captured from the Milky Way? Another lizardman said, it is ranked outside the top 400, but it can breathe such functional value in its weak body, which is very consistent with the diversity and fun of our Colosseum. However, it will soon die in the next promotion challenge. The leading lizardman pondered for a moment. Don't let it die too early. We need to observe its characteristics as much as possible. After all, he and that guy are most likely the same kind. A camouflaged colorful beam of light shone from behind at Chung-Chi's Dyson sphere planet. This beam of light has become extremely dim, just like a 5-meter wide area that has been slightly distorted. Hiss! A white smoke rose up. A strange alien monster landed on the metal skeleton of the Dyson sphere. Bonebreaker, function value, 519,000, Galaxy Arena ranking 156th. It is nearly 3 meters tall, with an unusually large body, like a small hill walking. Its body is dark red rock, covered with crisscrossing cracks. From time to time magma seeps out of the cracks, flows on the surface, emitting super high temperature. Its head is also an oval rock, with orange-red flames flashing at the corners of its eyes, and its jagged mouth cannot be closed, and orange-red hot magma keeps flowing out of its mouth, dripping on the Dyson sphere skeleton, making a hissing sound. In each hand, he held a huge flaming hammer, which was made of a special metal that burned with blazing flames. Every time he swung it, it would bring up a long trail of flames, which seemed to be able to ignite everything even in the absolute 0 degree of the universe. A low echo came from its throat, and it slowly raised its head and locked onto a cable car in the distance. Chapter 416. Chang-Chi stood in the cable car. In front of him were rows of genetic medicines. These medicines included multiple types, and the total number was very large. The value of these medicines can be summarized in one word, that is, inestimable. Just talking about the S-level special enhancement medicine, as long as it appears, it will definitely be fought over by major human forces. Although its success rate is extremely low, it must represent the possibility of a breakthrough. In the era of the universe, in front of starships that are hundreds of meters long, the individual combat effectiveness of humans seems not so important. But within the Human Galaxy Alliance, there is a peace treaty that constrains all human civilization. The first of these is that large-scale starship wars are not allowed. Therefore, when different forces need to resolve conflicts or divide interests, they often resort to friendship competitions between people. At this point, it is particularly important to have strong combat individuals. What my brotherly Bolong is facing is a similar situation. Therefore, there is a market for advanced genetic drugs, and it is huge, even a little crazy. But Uncle Fei completely ignored this market. The vast amount of medicine in front of him was only for Chang-Chi. And Uncle Fei's gene medicine technology was very likely the best in human civilization, so this was a unique treatment, a treatment that others would never get, or even unimaginable. No matter how much money or power you have, you can't get it. Chang-Chi paused. Recalling the strange phenomenon he had just encountered, an unknown beam of light enveloped him, and then disappeared. There was another voice in the air, muttering a few strange words. That should be some advanced civilization. They seem to grant me something? Could it be Silent Killer's good friend? But they seem to be frightened again, and then fled in panic. Should I say it or not? It's quite contradictory. Could it be because of my other 5 equal personalities? Shaking his head, focusing on what's in front of him. Chang-Chi is going to perform a big potion synthesis today. In the universe, there are 3 known power systems: the fitness level of beast-like creatures, the function value of humanoid creatures, and the technological level of civilization. Today, Chang-Chi is going to improve his function value. Before starting work, Chang-Chi first scanned himself with the V-Vault ring. The ring has an open function value scanning system, which is generally accurate. Chang-Chi was shocked to find that his function value was still 360,000 when he met Wu Bai, but now it has increased to 510,000. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered, partly because he took drugs on time, that is, he took Immortal Clan Infinite Accumulation Potion, and his body was improving every day, although the progress was not large, but water dripping through stone, rope sawing through wood, never stopped. Just now, Chang-Chi also asked Mo to prepare another batch of Mo family high-energy protein extract for him. It was the raw material for the synthesis of Infinite Accumulation Potion. It was once limited by the 4th level STC, and could not continue to be synthesized. Now there is a new expectation. Another part of the reason for the increase in his function value should be the return of the character, Mute Killer. He has experienced many battles, and has countless melee skills. Chang-Chi is not sure. What level is his function value in the mainstream universe? He remembered deeply that Gambler had mentioned a strongest warrior, nicknamed Big Fishman, function value for 0.5 billion. He exhaled slowly. Chang-Chi looked at the row of constant temperature medicine cabinets in front of him. Among them, one after another, Valent Gene Potion was also the ceiling-level potion created by Uncle Fei before entering the Gene City. In the past, Chang-Chi had to rely on synthesis to obtain this potion. Now it is different from the past. They are Chang-Chi's most basic synthetic raw materials. Its next level is Valent Fantasy Potion, Bud of Life Gene Sequence Liberating Potion, Tree of Life Gene Sequence Liberating Potion, Human Gene Limit Potion, Gene Big Bang Potion. The Gene Explosion Potion comes from a level 3.8 civilization, which was Chang-Chi's previous synthesis limit. Its appearance also allowed Chang-Chi to break through the gene lock in one fell swoop. Come on. Valente's exclusive plus 5 level STC. What kind of product can be produced? Chang-Chi raised his right wrist, and the azure light flashed, sweeping across the rows of potion cabinets in front of him at a fan-shaped speed. Similar technological creations detected. Break up into original substances. Synthesis successful. Synthesis successful. Synthesis successful. Gene explosion potion. *2448. The charming technological brilliance flashed at a high frequency in the cable car, and everything was flickering. Synthesis successful, information crystal prism walker, asterisk. 1224. Changqi paused, and the blue light beam on his wrist slowly extinguished. The item in front of him was not a potion, but a palm-sized crystal, which could not be drunk. One of the ways for silicon-based creatures to evolve is to absorb the information crystals left by their ancestors. The information refraction surface contained in it has a probability of promoting the level evolution of silicon-based creatures in a way of forcing growth, information crystal prism walker can evolve the first-level silicon-based creature crystal cluster larvae into the second-level silicon-based creature prism walker, probability 2.6%, note. After the evolution is completed, it is necessary to perform the planetary furnace ritual of silicon-based life, that is, enter the core of the planet. Complete the absorption of heat and radiation energy, reorganize the body, and activate physiological potential, although this item is the body tissue of a silicon-based creature, its corresponding genetic technology is a 4.3-level technological civilization. Changqi's eyes trembled. Sure enough, the evolutionary route of the gene drug, like before, alternates between silicon-based organisms and carbon-based organisms. After the previous gene Big Bang drug ended, the effect began to target silicon-based organisms. My silicon-based body can finally evolve? Changqi took an information crystal. How should I take this thing? Eat it raw. Eat it raw. It's impossible. Changqi opened his eyes, and a smooth color like colorful glass appeared in the center of his pupils. Then, in the deepest part of his pupils, tiny triangular crystals emerged, and they kept turning outwards, covering inch by inch. Like magic, it not only changed Changqi's gene sequence from the inside, but also changed Changqi's body structure from the outside. 100% siliconization. Changqi turned into a dazzling diamond man. Everything around him was so incompatible with his existence. The carbon-based living environment and the silicon-based life signs were like a magical fusion, incredible. Changqi lowered his head slightly, and a slight crystal friction sound came from his neck. He saw that the information crystal prism walker on his palm was sinking inch by inch, like a piece of ice, melting in his warm palm. At this moment, fragmented information appeared in Changqi's mind, which was the living habits of some silicon-based creatures. For example, they would regularly strip off their memories and store them in the public crystal library. The so-called memory was to knock off a piece of crystal from the head, and the information crystal prism walker he used was one of them, but it was very scarce. They would cause the Earth's crust to vibrate through foot shock waves, which was used for large-scale group communication, but it often caused major earthquakes in the places where they lived, and many tribesmen lost their homes while chatting. They will take daily sunbaths in places extremely close to the stars. If they were replaced by carbon-based creatures, they would die in minutes. They worship light pollution, and the nights where they live are brighter than noon. They have a long lifespan, and 67% of the tribesmen suffer from time perception disorder. A meeting can last for 30 years. Some tribesmen think it only lasted 6 minutes, while others think it lasted 500 years. There is a great disagreement, and they will have fierce discussions about this, which will then cause a major earthquake, and then their homes will be gone. Changqi shook his head. He just thought silicon-based creatures were cute. The crystals in his hand had all been integrated into his body, and he had not been upgraded. This was normal, with a 2.6% probability of evolution. Changqi was very rich now, and there was another row of unsynthesized, valid gene drugs not far away. At present, although the probability was low, there were no side effects, and he could also gain knowledge and learn more about silicon-based creatures. He decided to continue tasting this information crystal. And this level of improvement might break through at some point, and it would come sooner or later. Pieces of crystals kept melting in Changqi's palm. He also learned the unknown secret of silicon-based civilization, which was their dark side. An evil ruler tampered with their historical crystals, causing silicon-based life to have collective cognitive biases. Many silicon-based life forms became the ruler's weapons of war. Many cute and simple crystal people lost themselves and became fierce and cruel. Crack, crack! At this moment, Changqi suddenly felt a sound like glass breaking in his mind, trembling and clear, with echoes. It wasn't that something was broken, but more like a new life, as if it had broken out of its shell. Its silicon-based body had obtained a new structural blueprint, and had begun a new evolution from the inside out. It's done! Changqi opened his eyes, and his colorful pupils shone with a fascinating light. At this moment, Changqi heard the sound of footsteps above his head. Chang-Chi looked up and found that the metal ceiling of the cable car where he was covered with large red footprints. It was a creature with a body that could emit high temperatures. It was walking outside the cable car, and every step it took could make the metal turn red like a branding iron. Boom! The entire cable car shook violently. It was a flaming hammer that smashed through the metal ceiling. Chapter 417. The heat wave swept in. The Dyson Sphere cable car built by the Level 2 civilization was smashed through by the brutal physical force. The metal hammer burning with flames continued to smash down to the ground without stopping. Ding! Boom! The impact force formed a diffuse airflow, like steam ripples, sweeping around. Chang-Chi, who was completely siliconized and looked like a dazzling diamond, stood under the giant hammer and raised his elbow to the sky. His hard silicon-based body blocked the giant hammer. The huge force was transmitted, and the metal base under Chang-Chi's feet was instantly dented, making a distorted sound. Sizzle! Chang-Chi narrowed his diamond-like eyes and looked at the ferocious monster in the sky that looked like a magma giant. Orange-red magma dripped from the monster's mouth and fell on Chang-Chi's silicon-based body, making a sizzle sound, emitting white smoke, and then cooling into a black solid. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Chang-Chi's voice was low. He needed to know the reason. The thing in front of him was obviously not a species in the Milky Way. But the magma giant had no intention of communicating at all. It was furious and ferocious. It opened its huge mouth and roared like a beast. The saliva it sprayed was the hot magma, splashing on Chang-Chi's face and chest. Then go to hell. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and subconsciously wiped the corners of his eyes with his hands. He didn't want to waste any more time on his silent killing character. Then he grabbed the void with his palm, and the scalpel dragged the blue light, pierced the air, and flew over. Although the opponent was not an intelligent life, the scalpel was also extremely sharp. The moment he held the dagger, Chang-Chi felt a little slow and stagnant. The completely silicon-based body has such a shortcoming. It is not flexible enough and can't enjoy the bonus brought by super speed at all, just like a kind of partition between carbon-based and silicon-based. But the siliconized Chang-Chi could still reach the speed of an ordinary person. He carried the giant flaming hammer on one elbow, and the scalpel in the other hand flexibly rotated. It seemed that he just stretched out his arm and made a circle motion in front of him, but in fact the scalpel had cut 7 circles on the lava monster's neck. An orange-yellow cutting mark appeared on the lava monster's neck. Its neck had been completely cut off in an instant. At the moment when the monster's stone head was about to leave the neck and fall to the ground, streams of magma gushed out of the incision, forming a kind of high-temperature melting reaction, and quickly glued its wounds together, and the injury was almost healed in an instant. Roar! The monster roared, raised another flaming hammer, and smashed it towards Chang-Chi. Bang! Chang-Chi raised his elbows to the sky, and took the blow. His knees were slightly bent, and the metal floor was dented. The power of this lava monster was very great, far beyond the definition of human beings. This blow was probably tens or hundreds of tons of force, like a Superman among humans. Chang-Chi resisted this blow, all thanks to the hardness of his silicon-based body, a hardness that also exceeded human understanding. The monster's power was hard-linked, and directly transmitted to the cable car under his feet. The huge cable car was constantly vibrating. What is this thing? It has great fighting power. A silicon-based crystal on Chang-Chi's finger moved, revealing a V-bank ring, which scanned the monster instantly. Flame Prison Bone Crusher, function value, 519,000. There are some related explanations next, including its native planet, body characteristics, etc. Chang-Chi paused for a few tenths of a second on the last piece of information. In recent years, a mysterious civilization has appeared in the universe. It is obviously in a backward primitive state, but suddenly mastered a lot of high-end technology. According to their nature, they created an organization called Cosmic Fighting Field to capture a large number of high, function value, species from other civilizations, and the Flame Prison Bone Crusher is one of their key capture targets, which seems to have created a good viewing experience in the Cosmic Fighting Field. 519,000, a very high, function value. At least among the strange creatures that Chang-Chi has come into contact with, this value is very high. Generally speaking, taking the duo as an example, Mu Chen's function value is 23, and after Lu Lian uses leeches, he jumps 7 or 8 meters, but it's only more than 3,000 points. And this alien, thanks to STC, the other party can be on par with him in its original state? Cosmic Fighting Arena. Are they here to capture me? It was at this moment that Chang-Chi found that he could not think calmly, because his brain was filled with a thought, similar to a person who had been hungry for 800 years and had to eat immediately, or a super pervert who had abstained from sex for 800 years and had to find a woman immediately, or he would die if he was late by 1 second. And his strong thought was that he had to perform the planetary furnace ritual immediately. Chang-Chi realized that this was a ritual that had to be completed after his silicon-based body was promoted to the second-level Prism Walker. If he forced a delay, there might not be any consequences, but his silicon-based body would not allow it. In the eyes of silicon-based creatures, this ritual was necessary and could not wait for a moment, and it was even sacred and could not be violated. The content of the ritual is to jump into the core of a star, absorb radiation energy, heat energy, reorganize the body, and activate physiological potential. In this situation, where can I find a woman? Oh no, my mind is confused. Where should I jump? Wait. Chang-Chi suddenly realized his position. He was on the skeleton of the Dyson sphere. And below the Dyson sphere is an overexploited planet. It has been observed before that the crust of this star is broken, the earth is cracked, and the magma is raging at this moment. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up as he looked at the lava monster in front of him. You seem to like high temperatures too. Let's see who likes it more. Come on, take a hot bath with me. Chang-Chi then suddenly moved sideways, and the metal hammer missed. The lava monster instantly lost its leverage point, fell to the ground, and staggered forward. Chang-Chi appeared behind it, and kicked it in the back. Although this kick could not cause any damage, the metal floor in front immediately opened 2 downward doors, and below the doors was the surface of the planet where magma was raging. Chang-Chi then threw another punch, then stepped on the lava monster's shoulder with both feet, and the two fell straight down from a high altitude. The falling process also took more than 100 seconds. The lava monster kept roaring, swinging the giant hammer to attack. Chang-Chi dodged if he could, and took it if he couldn't. Plop! The flowing magma was splashed several meters high, like red glowing mucus poured into the sky, with a blazing temperature. A siliconized human and a lava monster, constantly sinking in the magma river. The surface of Tingzhou. Yang-Di stared at the huge Dyson sphere in the distance. What is Mr. Chung doing? Is he sleeping? You are too calm. It's not very exciting. I have all the skills in my body, but I have nowhere to release them. Chapter 418. Comfortable. Extremely comfortable. In this environment, which is completely like hell for ordinary people, Chang-Chi only has this feeling in his mind. It is as if a person who has been walking hard on the endless ice field for several months, and whose body has been frozen to the extreme, suddenly takes a comfortable hot bath. He feels that there are rolling hot currents around him, which are constantly converging towards his body, and the sound of crystal vibrations constantly resounds in his silicon-based body, as if completing some new sorting, strengthening, and reorganization. Silicon-based creatures rely on absorbing heat and radiation to survive. After the genetic level is upgraded, there will naturally be a large area of energy vacancies. This is also the reason why my silicon-based subconscious mind urgently needs to complete the planetary furnace ritual. And this magma environment is also very adaptable to the lava monster, just like returning to its hometown. It roars excitedly, moves unhindered, and the metal hammer keeps hitting Chang-Chi's body. Anyway, it can't break the defense, so Chang-Chi has been enjoying it with his eyes closed. Unconsciously, the magma river where the two were located gradually became dim, and the magma turned black and hard, losing its temperature. The energy here has been completely absorbed by Chang-Chi, and it has completely solidified into a stone river. Boom! Chang-Chi's body, and the body of the lava monster broke through the stone river and jumped high. Chang-Chi had a feeling that his planetary furnace ritual was completed at most 20%, and he needed to find other magma rivers. The lava monster was fierce and cruel, and refused to give up. 2 huge hammers smashed down at Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi's eyes widened, his hands opened, and then suddenly merged. The power of his silicon-based body had increased by 20%. He directly hugged the lava monster's head, and the diamond crystals on his body shone brightly. In this hellish environment, it was like a dazzling gem rising. It was also at this moment. The lava monster's mouth, eyes, and every inch of cracks on its body all gushed out yellow energy condensed by ultra-high temperature, floating and extending in the air, and finally absorbed by Chang-Chi's silicon-based body. Roar! Roar! The lava monster struggled and roared, but it was useless. The biological energy in its body was rapidly draining away. It began to panic in its irritable mood, and a fear of the destruction of the world appeared. If there was a device scanning, it would be found that its 510,000 function value was falling off a cliff. Chang-Chi's voice was like a cold llama, and every word seemed to carry high temperature and heat. Your life level is still too low. In the food chain of silicon-based creatures you are at most a dessert. The transfer of energy made the lava monster's body gradually dim. There was no fire in its eyes, mouth, and cracks on its body. It lost its vitality and stopped struggling. The magma on its surface solidified, and large pieces of dry and cracked rocks kept falling from its body. In the end, its size was less than 1/5 of its previous size, like a thin stone doll. Chang-Chi let go of his arm, and it fell from the sky, hitting the ground and breaking into pieces. Chang-Chi looked at his siliconized palm, and a fighting method of the second-level silicon-based creature Prism Walker, crystal cone disintegration, emerged in his mind. Unexpectedly, the lava monster that lost all its heat did not die. The broken black stones reassembled into its thin stone body, and ran towards the magma pool in the distance. Chang-Chi raised his arm, and placed his palm flat in front of him. In his palm, as if the crystal split or regenerated, a crystal cone about 30 centimeters high gradually emerged. He swung his arm, and the cone flew out of his hand, with a whistling sound, cutting through the void and instantly piercing the lava monster's head. Chang-Chi frowned and tilted his head. On his shoulders, chest, and the outside of his arms, dozens of crystal spikes suddenly appeared. These spikes broke through the air, piercing the body of the lava monster again, and finally smashed it into black dust, completely killing it. Then the spike crystals returned one after another, blending smoothly into Chang-Chi's body. One of the spikes brought back a metal that looked like it was made of inferior brass from the lava monster's body. On the back was a pattern of two dagger-like weapons crossing each other, and on the front was a crooked alien pattern. Chang-Chi clearly didn't recognize this kind of text, but he could understand its meaning in his mind. 156. Chang-Chi held the metal tightly, not quite understanding its meaning for the time being. Then he stretched out his fingers, turned the back of his hand to himself, and scanned himself with the Vivol ring. Function value, 683,000. Chang-Chi knew that the planetary furnace ritual had not been completed yet, and with the heat in the lava monster, the saturation was at most 40%, and the prism walker was not yet complete. He looked at the wider lava rivers in the distance, and the thought of completing the ritual in his heart was still extremely strong. Boom, boom, boom. The Dyson sphere frame above his head suddenly vibrated violently, and there was an even louder noise. On the lava land. Chang-Chi frowned and looked up. What else entered the cable car? What happened today? He suppressed the thought of completing the ritual in his heart. The silicon-based crystal on his feet faded, the Pioneer gravity shoes started, the ice blue force field bloomed, and the whole person slowly floated into the air. It was also in the previous cable car. An extremely quiet and strange life appeared. It looked like a sculpture mixed with flesh and metal, about 5 meters high, shaped like coiled tree roots, or like clay sculptures by some abstract artists on Earth. The weirdest thing was that its body, that is, those coiled and entangled tree roots, was covered with hundreds of gray eyes. The moment Chang-Chi returned, these eyes all looked at him, and the pupils moved slightly with a tiny amplitude. The first time. Chang-Chi found a badge in the gap between the tree roots, and he could understand the strange symbols in it, which meant 155. Open the V-ring directly and scan the mysterious creature. Gaze at the judge. Function value, 722,000. Chang-Chi paused. Its data is higher than his own at this moment. Then he looked at some of its background information. This creature is a natural killer, born in a mysterious chaotic nebula deep in the universe. The nebula is full of strange energy and distorted space-time structure. It is one of the most mysterious and dangerous areas in the universe. In the core of this nebula, in an ancient and huge chaotic planet, under the power of some chaos, the organism and the strange mineral formed a hybrid, and gradually evolved into this strange and powerful creature in front of him. Its habits are particularly special. Once it locks onto its opponent, it will stare at the opponent quietly for 60 to 80 seconds. During this time, it is actually using a special ability to analyze the opponent's energy fluctuations, body structure, defense mechanism, and other key information. Once the seconds are up, it will launch the fatal attack. And this attack is a fully customized attack. Once released, the success rate of killing is 99.9999%, and it is also its only attack. Before that, the chaotic characteristics of its body will be immune to more than 90% of individual attack methods in the universe. Because of its killing method, which is highly anticipated and reversible, it has been captured many times by the mysterious civilization behind the cosmic arena. Although it is not the strongest war slave, it is very enjoyable to watch and very popular. Another cosmic arena. Highly anticipated and reversible. So, you are observing me? Chang-Chi looked at the hundreds of gray eyes, which were trembling slightly, like some kind of high-frequency camera. You should have judged that my function value is not as good as yours. How much time is left in the countdown to the killing? Maybe only 30 seconds? Chang-Chi's eyes moved to the right, and saw a constant temperature medicine cabinet. Because of the vibration, the cabinet door opened, and rows of small red medicines in test tubes were slightly tilted inside. That was the interesting gadget, temporary mutation potion, prepared by Uncle Fei, and Kexius jokingly called it 3 seconds Zheng Beige. The blue light shone, similar technological creations detected, synthesis successful, temporary mutation potion enhanced version, *200, ESO, *100, blood burning violence potion, *50, super rampage potion, *25. The final product is a small blue pill similar to Viagra, which takes effect in 1 second and then enters a super rampage state for 7 seconds, ignoring the upper limit of endurance. According to the potential of the organism, the full function value is increased by 5 to 12 times, which will have serious consequences, but if you have a strong metabolic rate, you can offset each other. From the 4.1 level crazy civilization, Suicide Squad. It is worth noting that this civilization has become extinct, and they were buried in the endless stream of suicidal technologies. Chang-Chi raised his hand, and the ice blue force field floated, and the blue pill floated over. He hesitated for half a second, divided the pill into 5 portions, and ate 1/5 of them. The next moment, he raised his head to the sky, and a strong airflow blew out of his mouth, and he felt that all the cells in his body seemed to explode. This feeling can only be summed up in one word, that is, very exciting, feeling the potential explosion, hack everything, it doesn't matter, I can blow up a star with one punch. Clang. The sculpture also began to move, and the roots of the whole body suddenly spread out like a hedgehog. Chang-Chi lowered his head, his eyes seemed to be dancing with bursting flames. You like to flip, right? The two figures collided in midair in a state that was almost an afterimage. Crack. First, there was a sound similar to leather tearing. Boom. It was as if a flesh and blood body had exploded violently. Chang-Chi appeared on the other side of the cable car, panting violently, not because of fatigue, but because of excitement. The corners of his mouth were twitching violently. His eyes were like a murderous demon, with blood and a kind of madness that was suppressed with effort. Behind him, the body of Gazing Judge was like a destroyed flower, cracked in the middle, and a large part of it turned into meat paste, splattering several meters away. All these scenes turned into a vortex that kept spinning and shrinking, and finally shrank into one of the eyes of Gazing Judge. This was the chaos it saw. It made a judgment and final analysis. It could not kill the creature in front of it. It also made an action guide. It was ready to bow down to this creature. In view of its own specialness, the other party would definitely take it in, and then look for an opportunity to assassinate it. What a pity. Chang-Chi still swallowed 1/5 of the small blue tablet. At the same time, he wiped the corner of his right eye clean. Go to hell. Crack. Boom. Chapter 419. The body of the Gazing Judge looked like a flower run over by a wheel. Its gray blood spread across the metal floor. Chang-Chi held the two metal medals, 156 and 155, and thought quietly. The function value of the rock prison bone crusher was 519,000, and the function value of the Gazing Judge was 622,000. The two killers had a common information point, which was the universe fighting arena. So this medal should refer to the ranking of the players in the universe fighting arena. 156th and 155th on the list. Then, what is the function value of the first place? 5 million, 10 million? Assuming that the difference between them is 100,000 per level, then the function value of the first place may be around 15 million. Why target me? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes and guessed the whole story. The short-lived, war-song civilization before. Could they be the founders of the fighting field? Their previous reaction seemed to be due to some mechanism, and they chose me. But the process of them choosing me seemed to be a bit accidental. I have some interesting past with them. They realized my identity after a while, so they fled in panic. But they were unwilling to give up. So, they began to test me, and behind the test, there must be malice, such as revenge. According to the thinking logic of the founder of the fighting field. The killers they sent should be similar to my strength. Just like a fight, there is no fun if the gap is too big, so they subconsciously matched them reasonably. So, My individual combat power is about 156th in the universe arena. Then what I will face next will be wave after wave of killers, and they will become stronger and stronger, just like climbing a ladder, and the final enemy will be a tens of millions of functional value existence. At this moment, Chang-Chi didn't know what happened to his brotherly Bolong. In Chang-Chi's cognition, what he encountered should be the trouble left by a certain personality. Hiding will not solve the problem. Moreover, crisis and opportunity coexist. The good thing is that they are obsessed with individual battles, so things become much simpler. So next, I should focus on improving functional value. Chang-Chi's eyes were distant and determined, but suddenly his stomach was beating like a drum, and even in the cable car, it formed waves of echoes. Why am I so hungry? Just now, time was tight, and Chang-Chi did not finish reading all the notes about Super Rampage Potion. After realizing the problem, he checked again. After the 7-second runaway mode ends, the body will enter a deficit state, consuming 900 calories per minute until the body recovers. And 900 calories is enough for a human to run continuously for 1 to 1.5 hours. If it were an ordinary person, with this level of consumption per minute, he would have prepared for his death. Chang-Chi felt that the consumption of these calories seemed to act on his carbon-based body, because his hunger was very, very human, and this feeling was too familiar, and it had accompanied him since he was a child. Moreover, just now, when I was in the silicon-based state, I took the Rampage Potion, and it actually worked. According to common sense, silicon-based creatures cannot digest that form of potion. Even when they upgrade, they take a kind of crystal. Chang-Chi realized a problem. Silicon-based and carbon-based exist in his body at the same time, and they are not completely distinguished. There is also a certain connection between them. If there is a way to strengthen this connection, then the hardness of silicon-based and the speed of carbon-based can be combined into one, which will be a very comprehensive and perfect state. Fortunately, Chang-Chi had been taking the accumulated potion of the immortal race for a long time, and his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary humans. Although the hunger was not pleasant, he could still resist it. Time was limited and needed to be used on important things. Within 7 seconds of the Super Rampage Potion taking effect, Chang-Chi also quickly scanned his function value. In that short period of time, his value soared from 603,000 to 2.412 million, which was increased by 4 times. Assuming that the function value, ranked first in the universe fighting arena, is 15 million, then after the Rampage, the gap is still 12.588 million. Chang-Chi raised his head slightly. This is today's goal. The azure light shone. The Rampage Potion came from the 4.1 level Death Squad civilization, so there should be a chance to synthesize it. Similar technological creations detected, synthesis successful, Super Rampage Potion 2.0 optimized version, *12. The efficacy of this potion can be described as very refreshing, but the way to take it is very primitive and not convenient. So the Death Squad civilization optimized its way of taking it, and then popularized it in the civilization. In the end, because the way of taking it was too convenient, the tribe members wasted their time, resulting in their bodies being hollowed out and the entire civilization being destroyed. So that's how they died? It's just so cool. Chang-Chi was stunned, looking at the new creation. It was no longer a small blue pill, but a series of transparent strips with a width of only a few millimeters, like a plastic fiber, with a row of very tiny bumps on the surface. After continuing to read the annotations, Chang-Chi understood its use. Use your fingertips to stick one of the fibers and stick it in your mouth, on the inside of your teeth. The tip of your tongue gently rubs across it, and you can clearly feel the 5 tiny bumps. You only need to use a slight force with the tip of your tongue, and the film will break, and a specific dose of Super Runaway Potion will flow into your mouth, completing the intake. 5 bumps, 5 doses, can be taken 5 times. You can go on a rampage anytime, anywhere, and have fun anytime, anywhere. It is indeed very convenient. After all, who will give you the opportunity to take a small pill in a real battle? No wonder they died. It's hard to control. I always want to burst the tiny bubbles in my mouth. Chang-Chi's eyes widened, but I have to control it. 2.0 Rampage Potion can no longer be synthesized, mostly because the Suicide Squad civilization exterminated the clan, and there are no other similar blueprints in the 4th to 5th level range. The multiple has been fixed. Chang-Chi looked at the other potion thermostats in the cable car, his expression flickering. It's time to increase the basic value. Potion synthesis. The blue light flickered frequently, and the technological light in this space was infinitely dazzling. First, The information crystal prism walker, synthesized multiple times from the Valente potion. There is actually another synthesis opportunity. God's Crossroads Supernatural Power Enhancement Potion, *381. Chang-Chi looked at the efficacy of the medicine, which was simple and clear, but surprising. Continuously strengthen the supernatural power of intelligent creatures. Side effects. The more you take, the weaker your humanity. Note, this potion comes from a 5.0 level Fishman civilization. What kind of logic is this? The weaker your humanity, the stronger your divinity? Have some 5-level civilizations started to create gods? But in this universe dominated by technological power, are there really gods? Chang-Chi hesitated for a moment, and did not immediately take this, good and evil, potion. The azure light shone. The light of STC covered another set of constant temperature potion cabinets. That was the S-level special enhancement potion, developed by Uncle Fei. He had helped his brother improve before, and after going through multiple stages, he synthesized the S-level Gene Leap expansion potion. Now Chang-Chi no longer kept it, and continued to synthesize it. A large amount of potions, under the influence of blue light, the number is getting smaller and smaller. Finally, the last synthesis came. Similar technological creations detected, synthesis successful, God's Crossroads Supernatural Power Enhancement Potion, *542. What? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. The endpoint of these potions is actually the same creation? Chapter 420. In front of Chang-Chi, there are nearly 1,000 identical potions. Valente's basic potion and S-level potion have been fully utilized. Level 5 civilization creation is already the ceiling at this stage. God's wrong path means a wrong path? Chang-Chi, who is in urgent need of improvement, is thinking. Is this medicine edible or not? Things have two sides. The function of this potion should be very powerful, but its side effects cannot be ignored. If I eat it, will I become an inhuman thing? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, lifted his feet, and stared at the sticky grayed blood of the judge, pulling out silk threads between the soles of his feet and the floor. The STC suddenly lit up automatically. The target of the azure fan-shaped beam was exactly 800, God's wrong paths. Chang-Chi paused slightly, suddenly realized something, and slowly turned around. He saw a huge blue shadow floating behind him. It was a middle-aged man in a tuxedo, with a sly look on his face. He lowered his head slightly, stretched out two fingers elegantly, pinched the brim of his hat politely, and showed an expectant smile. Chang-Chi's eyes opened. Gambler. Once, he appeared in the form of a fragment, and after merging with STC, he brought the Gambler's Paranoia module to STC. This module has a certain probability of being activated, and then it can synthesize technological creations of higher levels. The higher level means that the STC with a maximum level of 5 can synthesize level 6, level 7, and even level 8 civilization creations, just like the Lightwheel flying saucer in the past. However, the probability is ridiculously low. Once the synthesis fails, the raw materials will disappear. It is still a stimulating reminder. Synthesis across levels. Success rate 0.803%. If you are facing a catastrophe, if someone can give you a probability of winning, no matter how low it is, it will be your lucky number. The words of the Gambler echoed in Chang-Chi's ears. He slowly turned his head and looked at the nearly 1,000 God's Crossroads in the cable car. In a dilemma, it is better to take a gamble. Synthesis. Chang-Chi's pupils flashed with strange luster, and his eyes slowly narrowed into a slit. The blue light flashed frequently. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. Nearly 100 potions disappeared. Chang-Chi's heart fell to the bottom. Synthesis failed. God's Right Path Supernatural Power Strengthening Potion, *1. Chang-Chi's pupils trembled slightly, and 0.803% actually appeared between two potions. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. God's Right Path Supernatural Power Strengthening Potion, *1. After everything is over. In front of Chang-Chi, 8 new potions appeared. If calculated, the success rate is indeed less than 1%. But it looks gorgeous and dazzling. In the clear blue liquid, there are many tiny golden crystals floating, like gold dust, sprinkled into the ocean. God's Right Path Supernatural Power Enhancement Potions continuously and significantly enhance the supernatural power of intelligent creatures. No matter how far technology develops, no matter how powerful the space engine is, we still want to use our own technology to create a god. Although he may be destroyed by the Galaxy Destroyer cannon, we just want to see what he looks like. Level 6 Medical Civilization, Godmaker Civilization. The annotation is extremely simple. Compared with the previous wrong path, the creation civilization has completely upgraded its technology level, and the function has been greatly improved. Most importantly, there is no reminder about side effects. Tick. This time there is no hesitation. In the first test tube, the last drop of beautiful medicine dripped into Chang-Chi's mouth. His hand raised in the air trembled again, to ensure that there was no residue. The gene circuit diagram instantly appeared in Chang-Chi's perspective. Super speed, LV10 continuously jumped to LV13, and the maximum speed directly jumped 200 to 2,200 meters per second. The improvement of core capabilities set off a series of reactions, and functions such as simulated sonar, vibration attack, and energy conversion all increased proportionally. Chang-Chi used the V-ring to scan himself. Function value increased from 603,000 to 665,000, multiplied by 4 times the rampage effect, it was 2.66 million, and there was still a gap of 12.34 million with the imaginary enemy's function value of 15 million. Chang-Chi's eyelashes trembled, and he drank another bottle of God's Right Path. Super speed, LV13 jumped continuously to LV16, and the maximum speed jumped 300 to 2,500 meters per second. The gene circuit diagram shone brightly, lighting up a new branch. The vibration penetrated LV1, and then upgraded to LV2. Chang-Chi raised his palm, and it began to vibrate at high speed, as if part of reality was distorted, and the palm became abnormally blurry. Putting his eyes on the medicine cabinet on one side, Chang-Chi's eyes gradually widened as his palm stretched forward at high speed. Subjectively, his palm seemed to penetrate a slightly warm water surface, but in fact, his palm made of flesh and blood penetrated the glass door of the medicine cabinet. Vibration penetration. When the body vibrates at high speed, the interaction between the body molecules and the molecules of the surrounding substances will change. To a certain extent, it is possible for the body to temporarily pass through some relatively loose materials, such as rocks, concrete, thinner metals, etc., and of course, it can also penetrate the flesh and blood. Chang-Chi withdrew his palm and put it in front of his eyes to watch repeatedly. Function value increased to 805,000, multiplied by 4 times the rampage effect, it is 3.22 million, and the gap with the imaginary enemy's function value of 15 million is still 11.78 million. He drank another bottle of God's Right Path. Super speed, LV20, the maximum speed jumped 500, becoming 3,000 meters per second. Vibration penetration, LV5, the penetration range is greatly enhanced. With a loud bang, Chang-Chi took a step and turned into an afterimage, moving at high speed in the cable car, sometimes like sand that gathered and scattered randomly, penetrating scattered medicine cabinets and man-made containers without obstacles. His body finally returned to the original place, and his eyes widened a little. Function value increased to 999,000, 4 times the rampage, and the gap with the imaginary enemy was 11 million. He took another dose of God's Right Path. Super speed, LV23, 3,300 miles per hour, derived abilities, improved accordingly. Energy conversion was improved, promoted to LV8. This was the ability activated when fighting with the higher level by Cien. It can store external energy for a short time through high-speed vibration, and then release it in a concentrated manner. Chang-Chi suddenly felt a slight burning sensation on the back of his hand. The 2 small symbols of plus and minus, which had been silent all along, suddenly flashed with white light. This was a gift from the Energy Master, who had left the energy-sensitive clan gene in Chang-Chi. Because his own energy conversion had reached a certain level, and the two had some essential similarities, this dormant gene began to stir. Chang-Chi was quite surprised, and even vaguely felt some of the energy-sensitive clan's functions, like a passive ability, just like humans can absorb oxygen to maintain their body functions. But this complex process does not need to be controlled by themselves. Chang-Chi looked up. His sight seemed to penetrate the distant sky. On the Dyson Sphere skeleton, another cable car started to move, approaching Chang-Chi's location. Chang-Chi felt that it was very slow, took a step, turned into a stream of light, rushed out of the cable car, and moved at high speed along the huge Dyson Sphere skeleton. During this period, he inadvertently glanced at the planet under his feet. He felt as if he had entered a state of time distortion. After the super speed was greatly improved, the things around them looked more like slow-motion playback, while they themselves could move at normal thinking speed, which gave them more time to think and react, as if time had slowed down around them. He could see every drop of magma splashing out from the cracks under his feet, and even simply predict their falling trajectory, where they would land, whether they would collide, and whether they would break in midair. It was just a moment. Chang-Chi came to another cable car. There were some energy batteries of level 2 civilization piled up here, which were essentially a highly compressed energy source, a product of the Dyson sphere. Chang-Chi stretched out an arm and touched the energy battery. Under the high-speed vibration, energy conversion began to work, and the energy in the battery actually formed a white light mist visible to the naked eye, slowly floating and merging into his body. The plus and minus symbols on the back of his hand became brighter and brighter, as if they were charged. The next second, Chang-Chi verified his guess. He found that the physical deficit caused by taking the Rampage potion was being rapidly replenished, and the very uncomfortable feeling of hunger was quickly subsiding. It was as if he was eating wantonly, wolfing down countless foods rich in nutrition, calories, and fat. Chang-Chi's eyes were wide open, greedily converting energy, and the whole pupil was flashing with a fierce luster. The highly concentrated battery in front of him dimmed in the blink of an eye. Chang-Chi moved his arm and touched the next battery. In less than a minute, the deficit caused by the runaway potion was completely filled. Chang-Chi recalled the way the Energy Master fought. It relied on its own body to absorb a large amount of energy. When fighting, the energy would be released by it, killing people everywhere, and even robbed a level 9 civilization. At this moment, Chang-Chi turned around suddenly, and a white energy suddenly slammed out from his palm. The energy was like a curved lightning, instantly piercing the floor of the cable car. With a loud bang, a 5-meter-high rock on the distant ground collapsed. This was part of the excess energy that Chang-Chi had just absorbed. The energy-sensitive gene could help him control it more accurately and store energy in his body for a long time. In the past, I could control external energy by relying on the energy conversion of the super-speed system, but it was not much stronger than rebound. It was like holding a large bucket that was much heavier than my body. I was swaying and could not hold on for too long. I would fall to the ground at any time. Unfortunately, Chang-Chi is not a pure energy-sensitive person after all. After absorbing half of the concentrated battery again, his body was saturated. There seemed to be a few big words on his forehead. I, Human Beam Cannon. Function value, increased to 1.609 million, per times out of control, and the gap with the imaginary enemy was 8.564 million. Return to the previous cable car. Chang-Chi drank 2 bottles of God's Right Path, again. His ability was fully improved again. At this time, a new derivative function appeared in the gene circuit diagram again, and it was an exclusive and unique function generated by the superposition of all variables. Possible branch, LV1. The time distortion feeling under high-speed movement before has become a concrete ability. After the brain has captured a lot of details through the 5 senses, it has formed a certain predictive effect. On top of this, Chang-Chi has obtained the gene bonus of the energy-sensitive family. The organism and the surrounding space form a system. From this level, the total energy is conserved. The organism completes the hand-raising action through muscle contraction. In this process, the chemical energy stored in the body, such as glycogen, fat and other forms of energy, is transformed, and the adenosine triphosphate in the muscle cells is decomposed to release chemical energy. Part of the chemical energy is converted into mechanical energy to drive the arm bones and joints to move and realize the hand-raising action. The genes of the energy-sensitive tribe can keenly capture everything and even predict the trend of energy changes. All the prediction data are superimposed together to form an amazing result. Chang-Chi can judge the actions of other organisms in the next 4 seconds. This is a note from the gene circuit diagram. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered violently. This is simply an individual combat skill. It would be best if an opponent could be airdropped to facilitate me to complete the test. At this moment, function value increased to 2.89 million, per times the runaway, and the gap with the imaginary enemy was 5.04 million. It won't stop. Chang-Chi urgently needs to drink the remaining God's Right Path. Super speed, LV39, the speed per second has exceeded 4,000. The vibration frequency is higher, the energy conversion efficiency is faster, and more types of objects can be penetrated, including the surrounding level 2 civilization alloy walls. Possibility branch, LV2, the prediction time is increased to 5 seconds. Function value, increased to 3.1 million, per times the runaway, and the gap with the imaginary enemy is 2.6 million. Chang-Chi glanced around and found that there were still 2 unsynthesized potions left. One of them was Uncle Fei's toy, Vision Enhancement Potion. The azure light shone, and Vision Enhancement Potion was directly synthesized into the 4.8 level civilization creation, Falcon Eyes X Potion. After Chang-Chi drank the 4 purple potions, His dynamic vision was enhanced by 140%, which just increased his ability to capture and collect detailed information in the super speed state. Possibility branch was upgraded to LV3, and the time to predict the enemy's actions was advanced to 7 seconds. In addition, there are also most of the defect repair potion on the scene. This is the supporting potion provided by Uncle Fei. At that time, Uncle Fei was determined to help Chang-Chi break through the S level, and he also considered various unexpected situations very carefully. Chang-Chi was not sure about the final effect of this potion, and the blue light shone. Defect repair potion. After 7 rounds of synthesis, these potions just synthesized the only one. Silicon-carbon symbiont taboo experiment potions. This potion comes from an illegal laboratory of Tianjing civilization. The experimenters ignored the ethical code and tried to fuse the tribe's babies with low-level artificial silicon-based creatures, attempting to create a new life form with both silicon-based and carbon-based properties. They succeeded, but the leader of Tianjing civilization was furious because they broke the ethical taboos, executed all the experimenters, and destroyed all the scientific research results. Chang-Chi held this black potion. Memories of the past resurfaced. Gambler once saved Tianjing civilization and made a bet with them about gamma-ray bursts. After losing the bet, Tianjing civilization gave up the star charging plan. The entire civilization left the dying star and continued the fireworks of civilization in other galaxies. Gambler once mentioned casually that Tianjing civilization had experienced thousands of years of development, and they had also achieved an unprecedented breakthrough and created the first artificial silicon-based life. This potion seems to be tailor-made for me. Chang-Chi made a breakthrough today, and the distinction between the silicon-based body and the carbon-based body is the obstacle he has always wanted to break. The notes clearly stated that although the experiment violated the rules, it was successful. The hardness of the silicon-based. The speed of the carbon-based. Can the two be combined? Chang-Chi took a deep breath and drank the only black potion. After waiting quietly for about 3 minutes, Chang-Chi, who existed in a carbon-based state, suddenly felt the sound of fine crystal collisions coming from the surface of his skin. It was as if countless wind chimes were ringing in the microscopic world on the surface of the skin. Then, Chang-Chi, who looked like a human, had a restrained colorful luster under his skin. If you didn't look closely, he was the same as an ordinary human, but there was some slight light distortion around his body, which made people feel a little dizzy. Chang-Chi clenched his fist, with a clear perception in his mind. Under subjective operation, the silicon-based body and the carbon-based body overlap by about 40%. In other words, his carbon-based body has gained 40% of the silicon-based hardness. On the contrary, if the silicon-based body is dominant, it will gain 40% of the speed of the carbon-based body. Chang-Chi's human eyes flashed, and the colorful light flashed. It's not as perfect as I imagined, but it has played a big role. So, is there any superposition in ability? Chang-Chi suddenly rushed out of the cable car and relied on gravity shoes to float above the blazing planet. Raising his hand, the Prism Walker's exclusive ability, Crystal Cone Disintegration, turned into a crystal cone that was 40% smaller in size, appearing in his palm. Combined with the carbon-based energy conversion and the meticulous operation of the energy-sensitive clan, a pure white, crackling, pure energy lingered on the cone crystal. Chang-Chi opened his eyes, and the crystal that had fused energy flew out of his hand. Boom! A magma river in the distance exploded, as if a lithium-ion bomb had been thrown into it. The dark red magma was like a bursting rose, splashing more than 10 meters, and at the center of the explosion, a short-lived pit about 20 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep suddenly appeared. Chang-Chi was in awe. If it was a light-speed weapon, causing such destructive power would not seem to be a big deal. But what if it was a human body that caused such consequences? Then, this technology would be 100% purebred, functional value, and if my silicon-based and carbon-based have a 40% overlap, then can I use more silicon-based properties to store more energy in my body? At this moment, Chang-Chi's whole body was seriously blurred. He was shaking to the extreme, and the carbon-based energy conversion was mobilized to the extreme, and the plus and minus on the back of his hand were also bright and blazing. The magma steaming around, the terrifying heat and radiation energy was disturbed by a pair of invisible hands, and finally twisted into red energy bands, converging from all directions to Chang-Chi's body. The silicon-based planetary furnace ritual that had not been completed before actually began to continue. Chang-Chi closed his eyes and floated in the air, like a god in this world. The 3 genes each performed their duties in him, and the various abilities and effects were superimposed. He was an incredible aggregate, dominating energy, integrating energy, and storing energy. In Chang-Chi's world of consciousness, there are countless white waves surging. That is his excited emotion, or maybe the legendary spiritual power really exists, because the surrounding magnetic field changes violently, and it is boiling. He doesn't know how much time has passed. 40% of the silicon-based genes have set a vague expression. The planetary furnace ritual is completed. In the state of not being completely silicon-based, the Prism Walker has transformed into a complete body. A new silicon-based ability appears, Siliconized Earth. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. His entire body instantly completed 100% siliconization, but with 40% carbonization speed. His body suddenly dived down and crashed into a huge black rock. The next second, the cracked rocks around him completed a siliconization transformation, turning into dazzling crystals inch by inch, with Chang-Chi as the center, blooming like a crystal lotus. And the countless petals were added with unstable explosive energy by the carbon-based ability. Boom! The entire crystal lotus, with countless tiny petals, exploded at the same time. The earth trembled, and the planet, which was already cracking in the crust, was even worse at this time. The sky and the earth seemed to dim for a moment, and then the more violent magma and sea of fire exploded. Chang-Chi stood quietly at the center of everything. The blazing flames, the temperature of thousands of degrees, the splashing gravel, and the rain-like magma could not cause any harm to his body. Function value increased to 4.5 million, and after 4 times the rampage, it was 3 million higher than the imaginary enemy. Chaos, excess, superposition, fusion, cooperation, all abilities are gradually being straightened out. And tacit cooperation is being completed step by step. Chang-Chi could never have imagined that those scattered opportunities and seemingly unrelated abilities could be combined into such an effect today. He knew that he was not a god at all now, but just a very strong person. He didn't know what kind of abilities he had to master, and how many opportunities he had to have in order to really become a god in the universe. Maybe the ultimate of carbon-based is to break through time and space. The ultimate of silicon-based is eternal existence and a defense that no one can break. And the ultimate of energy-sensitive people is to master all the energy in the universe. Only when all the extremes are superimposed together can we touch the high threshold. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly looked up, and a simulated sonar that was strengthened several times discovered a high-energy beam from the depths of the universe, which landed on his cable car, and then in the center of the beam, a shadow wearing samurai armor flashed out like lightning. It's just in time. Chang-Chi bent his legs, and with a loud bang, his whole body rushed into the sky like a cannonball. This time, the opponent's strength was also speed. Its body was 5 meters long, and it was obviously not a human. It held a black long sword, like an ancient armored warrior in human civilization. Although its body was huge, and its armor looked heavy, it was like a cat walking in the dark, silently, leaving a trail of afterimages wherever it passed. The moment Chang-Chi saw it, he intuitively felt how powerful he was. The opponent was as slow as a paralyzed turtle. In front of it, there were 7 shadows, which were its future movements, 1 per second. No matter which direction it was heading, whether it took the left foot first or the right foot first, whether it waved its arms or turned its head, Chang-Chi saw them all in advance. Play with you for a while. Chang-Chi turned directly into a black line, called the maximum speed, and rushed forward, leaving no afterimage. But the next second, Chang-Chi was stunned. Does it still have the ability to hide? Why did its body turn into countless small pieces? Boom! At this moment of daze, the black armored warrior was hit by the high-speed moving Chang-Chi, and the huge force directly tore his body into small pieces. More than 10 meters away, Chang-Chi steadied his steps, looked back, and then suddenly realized. He was looking at the corpses on the ground. Sorry, everyone has a first time. I will pay attention next time. I hope you don't mind. Then, Chang-Chi turned his palm, and the badge he had taken from the man's body just now was on his palm. The symbols were very complicated, but Chang-Chi understood the meaning at a glance. That was the number 2. That's it. Ranked second? I haven't run away yet? No, buddy. What is your function value? Chang-Chi was stunned for a second, and then placed his hope on the V-Vol ring. But the target was a pile of corpses, and it would be a miracle if he could get data. Chapter 421. A ray of sunlight passed through the gap between the railings and shone into the dim cave. On the ground, a yellow light spot like a puzzle was formed. Li Boang gradually woke up and rubbed his temple. He felt that he had just been sucked into a pipe, and then his body was broken into countless tiny particles. He didn't know when he reassembled himself. He squinted his eyes, adapted to the light, and observed the surrounding environment. This was actually a cave dug out of the loess. The entrance of the cave was an arched iron door with a small window on it. The sunlight came in from the window. What happened? Li Bolong looked at his body. He had no injuries. There were only black metal rings on his wrists, ankles, and neck. These black rings did not produce any effect, but his whole body strength was restricted. Li Bolong had undergone numerous professional trainings, and was very familiar with his abilities. He summed up his situation in an instant. He was not much stronger than an ordinary person now. He carefully studied the black rings on his body, and confirmed that he did not have the ability to take them off. At this moment, Li Bolong narrowed his eyes, exhaled slowly, and looked serious. Kidnapped, restricted? Who is dealing with me? What kind of dirty tricks did those dwarfs from Country A use? What kind of place is this? This is the Universe Arena, and you will soon become a gladiator. Li Bolong paused. He slowly turned his head, and looked at the cave behind him. In the darkness, a thin shadow sat. This feeling is very unpleasant. My perception has become so weak, and I am very annoyed. Has that guy always existed? Li Bolong slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and stared at the blurry figure. Cosmic Fighting Arena, gladiators? There should be no such organization in the Milky Way. The thin figure slowly stood up and walked towards the light. Li Bolong opened his eyes slightly. It turned out to be a child. To be precise, it was an alien child. It had a body shaped similar to humans. It had no clothes, but green fish scales covered every inch of its skin. There were 3 symmetrical gills on its neck. Fins grew behind its ears, and its eyes were watery and big. Its size is about the same as a human child of 13 or 14 years old. Li Bolong blinked, a little surprised. The situation was more serious than he expected. On the chest of the fishman child, there was a small purple conch, which was its language translator. When the child spoke, the small conch flashed. The founders of the fighting field are a group of lizards, Bo, who selected the strongest species from various civilizations in the universe, and kidnapped them here. At first, they were detained, and when the competition time came, these people would be forced to fight for life and death. Bo. The fishman child opened his eyes wide, and full of water. My civilization is the rice fish people. They all call me little green fish. Li Bolong's eyes suddenly opened. The amount of information is huge, but it is not difficult to understand. This is not the Milky Way anymore? And you, a fishman doll, are actually my cellmate? Li Bolong observed the strange creature in front of him, and quickly found a suspicious point. Why don't you have a restriction circle on your body? I'm not a gladiator, my father is. The fishman child's mouth moved. I grew up here. I'm very familiar with this place. My body is very soft. I just climbed in from the window. People who come here for the first time will be very scared. I'm here to accompany you. The Bo sound in the child's language seems to be due to its special physiological structure. When they speak, transparent bubbles always emerge in their mouths, and when the words pause, they will burst in their mouths. Li Bolong nodded. I am a human. You can just call me Li Bolong. Bolongbo. Not Bolongbo, it's Li Bolong. Li Bolong Bolong. Okay, whatever you want. The two are of different races. The other meanings of the fishman child can be translated by the little conch, but the name Li Bolong is a strange pronunciation for it, and it will be a little unnatural when it needs to be repeated. But Li Bolong still said it. Let me make it clear to you. If it were in human society, who dared to call me like that, I would throw him into the cesspool in a minute, but you are a child. So we are brothers in distress, and you are so kind, so I won't bother with you. The fishman child nodded. Okay. Little green fish. Li Bolong squatted down and said softly, Can you give me more information? Little green fish raised his webbed hands, and pointed at Li Bolong's waist. Li Bolong then realized that he had a brass badge on his waist. On the surface of the badge, there were 3 crooked vertical lines, as if something had scratched them out with claws. He couldn't understand what it meant. 511. The little green fish said, You are ranked 511th, and you will soon fight with 510th. If you win, you will soon fight with 509th. If you lose, you will die. Oh! Li Bolong's eyes widened. I am only ranked 511th. There are so many powerful characters, so it seems that I will not live long? The little green fish puffed up her cheeks like a goldfish and said nothing. Li Bolong came to the door of the prison, looked out through the fence, and found that he was at the bottom of a huge building. On both sides and opposite sides, there were cells like his own. The windows were dark, and he couldn't see the inside clearly, but he could imagine that there were gladiators like him who would die at any time. He shook the cell door with all his strength, but the feedback he got was futile and meaningless. After a long sigh, Li Bolong returned to the cell, sat on the ground, leaned against the wall, and had a blank expression for a moment, then smiled with relief. To be able to come up with such a kidnapping method, the technology must be amazing. The level of technology must be much higher than that of humans. The ending can't be changed. But I was not afraid of death before. Li Bolong said fearlessly. I am even less afraid now. Xiao Qingyu stood beside him. Why not? I have a family now, although if I die, they will definitely be very sad. But at least someone can build a tombstone for me, and they can come to sweep the tomb every year and give some flowers or something. If you have a girlfriend one day, I'm sure you will bring her to my tombstone and let me help check it out. Hee, it's so interesting to think about it. Li Bolong raised his head and continued, before this, I was always worried that my cemetery would be overgrown with weeds in a few months without anyone taking care of it. That would be sad. The little green fish blinked, family. Li Bolong smiled again. My biggest wish has been fulfilled. It's dead, so what? Then, he looked at the little green fish. You also have an old man. You have lived here for a long time. Your old man must be very powerful. How many ranks does it rank? Daddy? The little green fish took the brass medal from Li Bolong, touched it with his hand, and then covered the first 2 vertical lines with his palm, and handed it to Li Bolong. Li Bolong raised his eyebrows, and stared at the medal in the hands of the fishman child. At this moment, a strange alien language came from outside the prison, and the echoes should be some kind of broadcasting system. The little green fish raised the small conch in his hand. Li Bolong finally understood the language after the translation. Gladiator 516 accepts the challenge. Gladiator 515 is ready. Li Bolong's expression flickered. There are still 5 people. It's my turn. Chapter 422. Squeak. Buzz. Outside the planet with magma, the magnificent level 2 civilization Dyson sphere is still running smoothly. Chang-Chi stood in his cable car. The synthesis of the potion and the great improvement of strength have been completed. Just now, he accidentally knocked the second-ranked player in the cosmic arena to pieces. The first time he used the new ability to fight the enemy, he did not control the strength well, which was only one of the reasons. Another important reason was that Chang-Chi seriously underestimated himself. Without taking the Rampage potion, his function value was 4.5 million. This number is indeed astonishing. But Chang-Chi's knowledge is extraordinary. The owner of the strongest function value in the universe, the warrior nicknamed Big Fishman, has an astonishing data of 4 billion. Chang-Chi's cognitive system and reference method have always been based on 4 billion as the top, and then arranged downward. And his own data of 4.5 million, objectively speaking, should be in the bottom range. Could it be? Chang-Chi thought, the so-called universe fighting arena, even if it is the ceiling, is only a very low in existence, but there is still a first place that has not appeared, and there are still variables. Beep, beep. Chang-Chi's communicator suddenly flashed. In the eyes of outsiders, the other party was just the gatekeeper of Xingyong High School, but his actual identity was the person in charge of Palace of the Gods. Uncle Chi, what's the matter? In the picture, Uncle Chi looked serious. Originally, this is something I need to deal with internally, and it has even been classified as confidential, but Bolong has always treated you as family, so you should have the right to know. Then, Chang-Chi saw a surveillance video. A colorful beam of light shot from the distant starry sky, covering the old brother Li Bolong on the battlefield. Then Li Bolong's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only a burn mark of 2 daggers crossed together. The voice in the picture was also very clear. We are Warsong Civilization. We created Galaxy Fighting Arena. We would not have had any intersection. Chang-Chi's brows gradually tightened. He already understood everything, and even had more information than the Temple of the Gods and his 7th uncle. That beam of light should have some kind of transmission function. We tracked and scanned the residual signal afterwards. Uncle Chi pursed his lips and said, human technology is limited. We can only vaguely determine that its source is at least 1,000,000 light-years away. 1,000,000 light-years is a distance that humans, a level 1.5 civilization, cannot cross even today. Chang-Chi didn't say much, but his face became more and more gloomy. Uncle Chi hesitated and said, Chang-Chi, I know you have a high level of technology, but the other party's long-distance transmission can be said to be appalling. Don't be too blind and need to be careful. Chang-Chi suddenly spoke up, Uncle Chi, if I was kidnapped, would my brother save me even in the face of difficulties and obstacles? Uncle Chi pursed his lips and said nothing. He would. Chang-Chi looked very calm, and pressed the hang-up button with his finger. I know what happened, thank you Uncle Chi. The planet under his feet was boiling with magma, and violent explosions occurred from time to time. Chang-Chi's face was reflected in deep red and dark. His heart was also exploding and boiling. The arrival of the 3 assassins just now must have been through that transmission beam. If you want to find the universe fighting arena, you should be able to use that beam. How can I hijack that beam? Chang-Chi's mind was also boiling. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he slowly raised his arm. The scalpel flew from a distance and hovered in his palm. The original name of the scalpel was the Blade of the Agreement with God. The word protocol refers to the electronic protocol, which means the rules established for data exchange. All human network devices, even a small charger, have related electronic protocols inside, and that kind of transmission beam must be accompanied by precise electronic signals. As long as there is a signal, there must be a protocol. Chang-Chi held the scalpel tightly, and his body soared into the air, completing 100% siliconization, standing at the highest point of the Dyson sphere skeleton. A pair of bright eyes scanned the surrounding starry sky. The derivative ability, sonar simulation, was also released. I need that beam of light. Chang-Chi clenched his teeth slightly. The guy ranked first in Cosmic Arena, you better show up quickly. At this moment, a black stream of light came from far away. Chang-Chi's body tensed, but the next moment, he relaxed slightly. It was a very familiar item, a biological transport box specially used by Mo. The black box flew in front of Chang-Chi, and the hatch slowly opened. One of them was a dull dagger. Mo's recording came at the same time. Maybe my price was too high. The guys at the auction house were surprisingly efficient. Cosmic Fighting Arena. 7 or 8 lizardmen stood on a towering stone platform. A lizardman spit out a forked tongue, 156, 155, and War Slave number 2, the life signals have disappeared. Now there is only one chance, that is to ask number 1. Baron Chloro, are you crazy? Another lizardman in red metal armor said, go and invite it. Although it looks like our War Slave, we all know that it is the king here, the only king. Although we don't know why it wants to be here and is willing to play the role of a gladiator, if it wants, all our technological means are nothing in front of it. It can easily destroy the fighting field, and even easily destroy our civilization. At this time, the lizardman leader slowly stepped forward, regarding the guy on Earth, our former enemy. Now, I ask you to forget it. Leader, what did you say? Several lizardmen were a little surprised. The lizardman leader continued, the ancestors of our civilization left us countless crystallizations of wisdom. Among them, there's a saying that you should have heard. If you can't afford to provoke me, can't you avoid me? If you want to die, you won't die. The lizards felt the baptism of their souls. One of the lizardmen said, the leader is wise. I have decided to give up the plan of pulling out its nails and making a necklace. A female lizardman said, I don't need its egg sacs anymore. It may not have any. On the stone platform, there was harmony. All the lizards felt that their hearts were unprecedentedly broad. At this moment, all the lizardmen suddenly felt their scalps tingling, and the scales on the back of their necks stood up. Their expressions suddenly became extremely terrified, their eyelids kept blinking horizontally, and their pupils trembled. On one side of the stone platform, a 5-meter-tall strong black shadow appeared at some point, with his feet suspended in the air. The figure's wrists, ankles, and neck were all covered with slightly glowing black rings. Its body was like a strong human, but it was different. It could be clearly seen that behind its ears, there was something like a fish fin. The figure slowly spoke, I'm very interested in him. When several lizardmen heard the sound waves coming out of each other's mouths, their physiological structures were instantly traumatized, and their eyeballs were immediately filled with blood. The lizardman leader immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. You, what do you need us to do? Oh, I'm so hungry. Li Bolong lay in the cell, his head resting on his hands. We have a rule over there. Even if you are going to the execution ground, you have to have a full meal, but you have nothing here. Then, Li Bolong kept groping around on his body, hoping to find some food, but he found a small wine pot. Recalling this is the century-old mitai I bought at Emojiashuan yesterday. This stuff is very scarce. After opening the lid, the aroma of wine spread. What is that? The little green fish opened his mouth wide, and bubbles came out of his mouth. This is called white wine. White wine, Bo. Li Bolong said slyly, took a sip, grinned, and looked intoxicated. Give me some, Bo? Baby, I'm telling you, minors are prohibited from drinking. The little green fish stretched out his palm and touched the wine pot. I want to drink some, Bo. Hey kid, be careful or I tell your dad. The little green fish retracted his palm and pursed his lips, feeling a little wronged and greedy. Li Bolong, we can make a deal, and then you give me some white wine, Bo. Li Bolong shook his head and laughed. You little rascal, what kind of deal can we make? The little fish man stretched out his hand and pointed at the small window on the door. Actually, I didn't come in from there, Bo. I have another secret passage, Bo. I take you out, Bo. And no one dares to stop me, Bo. And then you give me white wine, Bo. Ah? Li Bolong was stunned, and then his eyes widened. That's great, Bo. Chapter 423. The starry sky was silent. But the Dyson sphere was too close to Tingzhou at this time, and the gravity was disordered. Even in Tingzhou, the streams were flowing backwards. It seemed that an invisible pressure was brewing. Changqi stood on the Dyson sphere skeleton, and the surface of his skin was flowing with diamond-like brilliance. In his hands were two scalpels. One came from Yasha, and the halo was flowing. One came from Mo's gift, and it was dim. At this time, they gathered, and seemed to indicate some kind of opportunity. Changqi raised his wrist, and the STC flashed a blue light. But the prompt that followed made Changqi stunned. Beyond the scope of synthesis, this creation comes from a technology blueprint above level 5. Changqi took a breath, and the weapon of the dumb killer was indeed not an ordinary existence. He wandered in the universe, and the things left by his side, how could they be the creations of low-level civilizations? Gambler's paranoia did not appear either. The function of this module, just like its name, has a probability of appearing and a probability of winning. And according to the character of Gambler, these probabilities are ridiculously low. Changqi thought about breaking the situation. If you scan Scalpel over and over again, then is the triggering possibility an independent calculation? Maybe one day, you can see the man who pinched the brim of his hat with one hand. Changqi used STC to scan the two scalpels again, and the prompts were the same. This feeling is like you are testing a safe whose password you have forgotten. Every time you turn the knob, you hope to hear a click that represents opening. You can also imagine the precision gears that keep turning inside the combination lock, but the lock spring just doesn't fall into the gap. Buzz, there was a huge tremor in the space above his head, and the space seemed to be disturbed by some advanced technology. Changqi raised his head suddenly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a colorful beam of light shining straight from the distant starry sky, with an unspeakable technological shock, and the landing point of the beam was his Dyson sphere. Number 1, you are finally here. Changqi's brain was working quickly. He remembered that the purpose was not to kill the first place, but to bring his brother back. This teleportation beam was fleeting. If it could not be tracked, the opportunity would also be fleeting. I have thought about Amma's wormhole, but that guy's accuracy. There is no time for trial and error this time. The moment the colored beam came into contact with the Dyson sphere skeleton, it was like a water column, and the colored energy spread around. Changqi rushed towards the light column in an instant. Although the scalpel was not synthesized, it was still powerful because it belonged to the dumb killing. A blue arc-shaped cutting mark bloomed from Changqi's hand and instantly cut into the transmission light column. The cut also solidified in an instant, turning into some kind of ultra-thin blue crystal, like an enlarged snowflake, and the blue light in it was constantly tampering with the transmission light column. The effect Changqi wanted was reversal of teleportation. It was not certain whether a small scalpel could tamper with such a powerful teleportation tool, but there was no time to hesitate. Changqi stepped out of the beam of light. As he imagined, the beam of light looked huge and more impressive than the star-destroying beam, but in fact there was no impact force inside. This beam, Changqi felt a strong lifting force. A less accurate description is that it was as if he had fallen into a super vacuum cleaner. Changqi's body suddenly rose into the air along the pipe. Even with the enhanced high-speed dynamic vision, one can only see the beams of light around him. The experience is similar to the physical body passing through a wormhole, and time and distance are all blurred. It's done. Changqi saw the dawn, and the end of this pipe should be the cosmic fighting arena. In fact, Changqi has already seen a black shadow that will grow larger and larger at the end of the pipe. No, it's a human figure. Boom! The next moment, Changqi suffered a violent collision. The almost crazy feeling was like a rocket taking off into the sky, but it hit a meteorite coming from the opposite direction. The terrifying impact force, or perhaps the conflicting electronic protocol, caused the colored pipe to break instantly. Changqi, who was completely siliconized, even felt dizzy. The body rolled in the void, but this impact force still did not break the silicon-based defense. In the end, Changqi stabilized his body and identified the situation immediately. The surroundings were the empty universe. In the distant distance, there was a not very bright star. In front of the star, there was a planet that was closer, like a solar eclipse, blocking the light. This is actually the middle of the road, an unknown galaxy. Chang-Chi looked in front of him again. A black shadow was suspended in the empty universe. From the outline, it was about 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body. Its hands were hanging naturally, and the lines of its body alone could convey an extremely powerful feeling. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. It seemed that there was no other possibility. He actually collided with the number one in the fighting field halfway. At this moment, the planets in the distance were moving along their predetermined orbits, and the effects of the solar eclipse were fading. Beyond the distant starry sky, the light of the star slowly reached this space. The shadow on the opposite side was still floating quietly, but the change in the environment seemed to make it move from behind the scenes to the front, from darkness to light. It was an extremely strong humanoid body, with strong muscles hidden under pieces of blue fish scales, fingers like claws, webbed fingers, and facial features similar to humans, but a pair of eyes, more than 3 times the size of humans, without pupils and whites, only black. There are symmetrical gills on the neck and sharp fins behind the ears. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank slightly. Fishman, a very large fishman. At the first time, Chang-Chi pressed the V-Store ring in his hand to scan the creature in front. The reason why the V-Store ring can scan the functional value of an individual is not entirely dependent on the database. It also has its own set of identification standards, making an independent judgment from aspects such as body contour, muscle content, biological density, and biological magnetic field fluctuations. In a very short time, the V-Library ring gave feedback. No corresponding record. Its biomagnetic field fluctuations are seriously higher than the upper limit of the algorithm, and the data such as body contours are no longer of reference value. Dear VIP user, please understand, out of humanitarian concern, V-Library recommends that you run away now, immediately, regardless of everything. Chapter 424. How to Escape. In the prison, Li Bolong looked at the little green fish blowing bubbles beside him. This is Jedi Escape. Li Bolong has never played such an exciting game since he was a child. Before, a black silk girl wanted to play blindfolded cat and mouse with him, but he threw her into the cesspool. Because he felt that for a 3-meter-tall man, that kind of play was a bit vulgar. But this is a different time. Now his ability is limited. Not only can he save his life, but he also really thinks it is quite exciting. Li Bolong. Just follow me, Bo. The little green fish walked towards the depths of the prison. It was not a big place to begin with, and it was only 7 or 8 meters away. It was pitch black inside. The little green fish squatted on the ground, scratched the ground with its webbed hands, and then exerted force to lift up a steel plate that was 2 meters long and wide. Li Bolong stepped forward and looked at the dark hole under the steel plate. Although it was a little small, he could still squeeze in. To be honest, I never thought it would be such a simple method. He looked at the little fishman again, and, you are so strong, it's incredible. Walk. Walk. Li Bolong followed the little green fish, and crawled in the underground tunnel. He was originally open-minded and found this kidnapping more interesting. After crawling for a while, he came to the exit of the cave. The little green fish crawled out first, and Li Bolong squeezed out of the cave soon after. Roar. A violent roar, mixed with the smell of blood and a rain of saliva, sprayed on Li Bolong's cheek. Fuck, what's going on? Li Bolong was still halfway inside the cave entrance, looking at a large cell in front of him. On the ground stood a werewolf, at least 8 meters tall, with its claws bent and mouth wide open. Its mouth full of fangs could engulf Li Bolong and the half-ton of soil around him. Be good. The little green fish stood on one side and spoke in a crisp voice. Ah! The werewolf called out weakly twice, then ran to the corner and shrank up, looking at the little fishman with a pair of watery eyes, almost wagging its tail. Li Bolong crawled out of the tunnel and confirmed that this was another cell, because the giant werewolf's hands, feet, and neck were all covered with black circles that restricted its abilities. Li Bolong guessed, is it because of you, the old man, that they are afraid of you? Xiao Qingyu nodded yes, Bo. Li Bolong nodded, what are we doing here? I'm just passing by. But Xiao Qingyu came to the other side of the cell, and opened a new hole again. Li Bolong nodded secretly. So this is the way to do it. Different cells and different tunnels are connected together in the end, and the end point is outside the Colosseum. When the time comes, we can build a starship and leave this hellhole far away. Thinking of this, Li Bolong subconsciously glanced at the little green fish covered in mud. This kid is actually quite pitiful. If we take it away and give it a good life, I don't know if its old man will be willing. This still needs to be said in retrospect. Who knows, one day, the old man of the little green fish will be defeated by someone else. By then, no one will be able to protect this baby. Just thinking about it is a sin. Oh, the two crawled in the secret passage and came to a new transit station cell. In the room, there were two strange creatures, one big and one small, with a high degree of similarity in appearance, looking like a father and son. The two creatures wore robes made of similar white cloth, and their heads were like a large pear without spots, milky white, emitting a faint fluorescence, and at the top of their heads, there was a small green leaf swaying slightly. Li Bolong was nearly 3 meters tall, standing on the ground, tilting his head, and opening his eyes. They are a father and son. The little green fish introduced. They come from a plant civilization. Little Bingo's father is a prophet in the civilization. Prophet? Li Bolong was surprised. Does this kind of prophet really exist in this world? At this moment, little Bingo stood up. His milky white feet moved in his somewhat oversized robe, occasionally showing his toes. It came to Li Bolong and stretched out its palm. The 5 fingers grew together, much like humans wearing cotton gloves in winter, and the skin was also milky white. It stood on tiptoe, stretched out its hand, and touched Li Bolong's waist. The moment its palms touched, it released a soft white light. At this moment, Li Bolong felt a soft breeze blowing into his consciousness. This breeze did not contain any actual information, but made him calm, peaceful, indifferent, and comfortable. At the same time, Li Bolong could clearly feel the kindness of the little guy and his innocence. It was like a little rabbit made of cotton. Li Bolong felt a little pity in his heart. Such a wonderful creature was tied up and used as a gladiator. He looked at Bingo's father, who was obviously an adult, stronger, but also had a black circle on his body that restricted his abilities. Bingo inherited some of his father's prophetic abilities, Bo. They can't foresee everything, but like inspiration, they occasionally see some vague futures, with an accuracy rate of about 96% Bo. The little black fish blinked its big black eyes. Li Bolong Bolong, Bingo said, you will meet your true love in 10 minutes. Oh! Ah? What? Li Bolong was shocked. How is it possible? There are all kinds of alien species here. How can I meet someone I like? Little Bingo, you may have encountered the 4% failure rate. Little Bingo did not speak, but his head was glowing milky white. Bid goodbye to Little Bingo and his son. Li Bolong followed Little Green Fish and crawled in the secret passage. Li Bolong thought for a moment and said as he crawled, Little Green Fish, it's so dangerous here. Why don't you stay with your old man? Dad, Bo. The little green fish's eyes flashed, and he lowered his head and said, it doesn't recognize me anymore, Bo. Li Bolong paused. What happened? Dad, in order to become stronger, took a lot of potions. That's something created by our civilization, called God's Crossroads, Bo. The little green fish was in front, with bulging cheeks. Then, it gradually forgot everything, and lost its emotions, Bo. It won't care about anyone anymore, Bo. Some people say it has become a god, but I think it has lost everything, Bo. There is actually such a potion. Li Bolong was stunned, looking at the fishman doll in front of him, feeling more and more sad. Dad, the only thing he cares about now. The little green fish paused. Whenever he recognizes a powerful existence, he will kill it, thereby demonstrating the majesty of God and making it clear that God cannot be challenged. Li Bolong Bolong, I don't understand. Is God like this? Chapter 425. This is an unknown space in the universe. Remote, secretive, and lonely. Perhaps, no creature has ever passed by or arrived here. At this moment, Chang-Chi only realized one thing, that silicon-based creatures also feel pain. Different from human pain, the essence of human pain is the transmission of signals from pain nerves to the brain, which is then simulated by the brain. After that, the brain will take a series of measures, such as crisis warning, guiding attention to the injured area, and starting the repair process. After the silicon-based biological body was subjected to an unbearable attack, it would clearly feel that the crystals inside the body had undergone some large-scale fractures at the microscopic level. This fracture was not only present in the wound, but also affected the whole body. Every time it was attacked, the fracture would be aggravated. Although Chang-Chi did not seem to have any signs of injury on the surface, or even if he was missing some limbs and organs, his life would not be in danger. Only when the fracture reached its limit would the entire silicon-based body really die, and in an instant, it would completely collapse. In other words, the pain of silicon-based creatures is a kind of death countdown. It is like a scale, constantly telling you how far you are from death. The strong blue scale fishman floated quietly not far away, without expression or words. Just now, Chang-Chi fought it head-on 3 times. The opponent's defense was not broken, and Chang-Chi's defense did not seem to be broken. In Chang-Chi's mind, the silicon-based body seemed to be forever indestructible, but now, this concept has changed. Suddenly, the strong fishman in the distance slowly raised his head, his facial features changed, revealing an arrogant look. It was different from the expression of humans, but a pure overlooking, as if a god was looking at an ant, without hatred and conflict, only a feeling that everything in the world was under his feet. I killed you, and it had nothing to do with anything. But I didn't kill you, but there was no other way to show the gap between you and me. That's all. At this moment, the small conch hanging on the chest of the strong fishman flickered slightly, and it finally spoke its first words, and was translated into human language. The next strike will end the battle. Chang-Chi also raised his head, and for some reason, he smiled. Then I'm serious too. The strong fishman lowered his head slightly, and slowly clenched his fist. There was even a slight blur around his fist. Then go all out. Chang-Chi also narrowed his eyes, and instantly completed the carbonization. If we talk about the previous potion upgrades, the most practical one should be the silicon-carbon symbiosis taboo experiment potions, which resolves 40% of the differences between silicon-based and carbon-based. After being completely carbonized, it can still retain 40% of the overlap of silicon-based characteristics, which allows Chang-Chi to survive in the space environment. Silicon-based creatures do not need to breathe at all, and the low temperature in the universe is at most disliked by them, and will not cause any harm. After all, Chang-Chi now no longer has the protection of Jialu. Among the previous potion upgrades, the most strategically significant one must be Possibility Branch, that is, 7-second prediction, or 7-second future. To use this ability, one needs to be completely carbonized and use it at the maximum speed, which slows down everything relatively, allowing Chang-Chi to observe all details to the maximum extent. At the same time, this child of destiny also has the assistance of the energy-sensitive gene, which can sense all energy changes in the local space. Chang-Chi's whole body instantly became blurred. From his perspective, every subtle movement of the strong fish man was infinitely magnified. Moreover, he unexpectedly discovered a very strong advantage. The strong fishman's body is covered with blue scales. Whenever it moves, the scales always rub regularly. For example, at this moment, the scales on the outside of its right leg are extremely slightly huddled and rubbed. Combined with the release of heat in the muscles, the next step is to use the right leg to move to the left at high speed. But this prediction is far from enough. Chang-Chi judged the next 4 action trajectories of the strong fishman through the superposition of various information elements. In his eyes, these trajectories formed a series of blue phantoms rushing to the left, right, or forward. Everything happened in a flash. 3 crystal cones with violent energy appeared in Chang-Chi's right hand, and he threw them in 3 directions with one move. 3 explosions of fire blocked the 3 assault routes of the strong fishman, leaving only one possibility. At this moment, the strong fishman should be stunned, but there would be no expression on his face. One path is enough to kill the ant in front of him. It rushed forward suddenly, stronger than Chang-Chi in all aspects, except for speed. Chang-Chi is an SS plus gene with full agility value. But the blue scales on the fishman, which had been strengthened countless times, were a defense that Chang-Chi could not break through after the 3 battles just now. Buzz, for no reason, an ice blue halo suddenly lit up on the path in front of the fishman. It was connected from head to tail, and finally closed on the chest of the strong fishman. Although Chang-Chi's pioneer gravitational weapon system was always missing a helmet. But the existing parts also activated multiple set functions. Set function 5 God Ring, that is, through precise control of the gravitational field, constraining the movement trajectory of particles, making them accelerate continuously in the circular orbit, reaching a high energy value, forming a circular particle accelerator, and finally colliding with other particles. Changing the material structure and performance at the microscopic level, which can make stones have the hardness of alloys, and can also make the starship shell made of alloys become as fragile as tofu. Chang-Chi once used this function to help Wushui in the 24 incident. But the essence of this function is a defense-breaking artifact. Although this is a competition about functional value. But no one said that props cannot be used, right? The strong fishman saw that the scales on his chest had lost their color and density, as if they had turned into plastic bubbles that could be easily crushed and used to relieve stress. Chang-Chi had already appeared in front of the strong fishman with the help of super speed. Paw. Chung-Chi used his tongue to squeeze a tiny, raised membrane in his mouth. Super runaway potion, flows into the mouth, takes effect instantly. Function value, *4. Then, Chung-Chi's body is 100% siliconized, and his palm becomes a huge pointed cone crystal, reflecting colorful light. Puff. The sharp crystal with a diameter of 10 centimeters at the end, like a cone-shaped tube commonly used as a roadblock facility in the old times of humans, directly penetrates the chest of the strong fishman. The tip of the crystal pierces from its back, causing a very terrifying penetration wound. The eyes of the strong fishman widened slightly. In the previous 3 collisions, I hardly used any abilities. Because it was a test without much hope, and I subconsciously wanted to leave a way out for myself. But I have confirmed one piece of information. Chung-Chi's voice could not be transmitted in the universe, but the little Kant kept translating his meaning. I thought I had met the big fishman. At that time, I had only one thought, that is, my road was over, and I was even a little unwilling. But then I found out. You are a fishman, and you are also very strong. Your functional value should have reached the tens of millions. But you are not a big fishman. The gap between you and it is too big. You shouldn't block my way. Dark blue blood flowed from the corner of the mouth of the strong fishman. It still looked at Chung-Chi expressionlessly. It suddenly raised its webbed hand and grasped the crystal spike inserted into its chest. At this moment, its dark eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, the black circles on its ankles, wrists, and neck turned into dust. Crack! A crisp sound resounded in Chung-Chi's mind, and his pupils suddenly shrank into a black dot. The sharp claws of the strong fishman directly pierced Chung-Chi's heart, and it still had no expression. Then, it withdrew its palm, and Chung-Chi's heart was shattered like glass, revealing a huge hole. Even through this hole, you can see the endless black space behind Chung-Chi. Crack! The strong fishman crushed the silicon heart in his hand into powder. Looking at the colorful dust slowly drifting in the deep space, Chung-Chi's eyes gradually widened, and his pupils gradually expanded. I am indeed not a big fishman. The strong fishman slowly spoke, but I am its family, so I am also an existence that you cannot contend with. Damn, it seems that I miscalculated. Chung-Chi, who had no heart, opened his eyes wide, and his body fell backwards, falling into the endless deep space. Chapter 426. The universe is vast. Countless civilizations, countless races, and countless bizarre stories. On the chest of the strong fishman, there was a hideous and terrifying wound, which was also a penetrating wound. It must be said that Chung-Chi was the strongest ant it had ever seen. The wound on his body made the strong fishman's movements a little slow, but it would not kill him. He raised his head and looked into the void. A colorful beam of light enveloped his body. His body suddenly rose into the air, as if it had turned into mist, without looking back. Like an unknown corpse, Chung-Chi, who was floating silently, suddenly opened his eyes. His body completed the carbon-based transformation, and at the last moment, he also entered the colorful light column. The road was interrupted, and the first priority was to continue the road. There was no point in getting the head of the strong fishman. Chung-Chi did not have a subconscious head, but he was not without reason. Before the final blow, Chung-Chi had a deeper understanding of silicon-based life. They would not die because of the loss of organs, which was exactly the same as the silicon-based habits that Chung-Chi had seen before. The way they store memories is to break off a piece of their brain, and then submit it to the crystal memory bank. The only way to kill a silicon-based creature is by completely breaking. Chung-Chi's silicon-based heart was crushed by the strong fishman. In fact, silicon-based bodies do not have hearts at all. The inside of their bodies can be understood as a solid glass lump. The part crushed by the big fishman is the same material as the silicon-based feet. It is undeniable that Chung-Chi's silicon-based body is indeed missing, and his body has some indescribable discomfort. But Chung-Chi guessed that if he found a planetary core with high temperature and high radiation and took a good rest, he should be able to complete his silicon-based body. Chung-Chi also discovered the ability of siliconized Earth, obtained by evolving into a prism walker, actually has a reverse operation. That is to soften oneself. This is actually a very important ability in the history of silicon-based evolution. One is to better peel off the memory crystal, and the other is to obtain a good mating experience, which is exactly the opposite of humans. About the fishman with blue scales. Compared to the common people, it is very strong, and its functional value, upper limit should be around 15 million. But compared to Chung-Chi after taking drugs, it is not enough. If it had not been softened, the fishman might not have been able to penetrate Chung-Chi's chest at all. But Chang-Chi was still frightened. Its identity is the family of big fishmen. Are they all the rice fishman civilization in the memory of Gambler? Where is Big Fishman himself? Could it be that he is also in Universe Fighting Arena? Chang-Chi's personality is optimistic, and he cannot be disturbed by these groundless speculations. Chang-Chi in the colorful tunnel vaguely saw the end. The strong fishman was seriously injured and would definitely return to the cosmic arena. The end in front was a small nebula, with various broken celestial bodies and cosmic dust gathered in an elliptical shape, and the middle was extremely bright, looking like a huge eye. Chang-Chi felt something strange. The celestial phenomena here were somewhat irregular. Was there a star in the center of the eye? The brightness was very abnormal. The broken celestial bodies around were so close, but they were not pulled or attracted. But no matter what, we have to go through fire and water. The elder brother must be brought back. I don't know if the elder brother is safe now, or if he is suffering. Little green fish. I want to know the name of this beautiful lady. In a transit cell, Li Bolong was stunned. He had seen countless women, but he had never seen such a beautiful, sexy woman in front of him. A woman who suited his taste, so exciting, and simply dizzy. Xiao Bingo's prediction was right. Bo. Xiao Qingyu blew bubbles from her mouth. Her name is DKG Lan Bo. No Bo, you know Bo. DKG Lan. What a beautiful name. But what's her last name? Li Bolong looked a little excited. Xiao Qingyu, what do you think, if the child of me and her is named Li DK Xiaolong? Xiao Qingyu scratched her cheek and blew bubbles from her mouth. Bo bo bo. At this moment, Li Bolong's face suddenly flushed. He swallowed slightly, and breathed rapidly. In the cell in front, the female figure sitting on the stool slowly stood up, turned her head slightly, and looked at Li Bolong. Her body was also close to 3 meters. If you don't look at the height ratio, she is a beauty in the human definition. Her long black curly hair was scattered on her shoulders. Her facial features were beautiful. Her eyes were narrow and sharp. She wore a tight black vest on her upper body, and a pair of marching pants with a camouflage pattern on her lower body. Her muscles were not very large, but the lines were beautiful, perfectly integrating the sense of strength and the unique beauty of women. But besides her height, she has 2 other abnormalities. First, her skin is a light green. Second, her right shoulder and arm have been transformed into a mechanical body. In summary, she is beautiful, but she is a female Hulk with a mechanical arm. Colorful soap bubbles are flying around, and the air seems to become sweet. Li Bolong even saw a gust of wind blowing, DKG Lan's hair flying, countless petals falling from the sky, countless white doves taking off. She opened her arms and ran towards him. Her sexy little lips were already pouting, and she was about to receive a kiss full of love. Bo, the little green fish spit out a huge bubble, which exploded in front of Li Bolong, pulling him back to reality from the illusion. DKG Lan's mechanical arm stretched out a sharp dagger, cut a fat white worm in front of him into pieces, picked up one of the pieces, put it in his mouth, chewed it, stared at Li Bolong, and green juice flowed from the corner of his lips. Li Bolong smacked his lips. It's so beautiful. The little green fish said, You earthlings, you are so emotional. Oh, it's so easy to meet true love. Oh? Little fish man, you don't know? Li Bolong's eyes sparkled. I was brought up by machines, so I have always had a special feeling for machines. I like pretty girls, but I have never met pretty girls with the same height and body shape as me. I like to be straightforward and can't stand the slightest grievance. Hey, look at her sharp eyes. She seems to be like this too. Look at her. She has all the points I like. I think, even if I travel all over the universe, I can't find another person like her. The little green fish blew bubbles. I still don't understand. Li Bolong stared at the beauty, and touched the little green fish's head. Haha, you are just a little older. You are still very young. You don't know anything about adult matters. The little green fish said, According to your human years, I am now 2,245 years old. What? Li Bolong was shocked and looked back. You are more than 2,000 years old. At this moment, a broadcast from the fighting arena came from outside the cell. Gladiator number 512, ready to fight. Li Bolong paused slightly. Which one is 512? Squeak. It was the cell where everyone was. The huge iron door slowly opened. The ability restriction circle on DKG Lan flashed, and was remotely closed. She moved her mechanical arm, and walked towards the door. The light outside the door shone into the dim cell, outlining her back. She was sexy, but also had a fighting spirit. Li Bolong was stunned. We even have numbers. Roar, roar. A shocking roar came from the fighting arena outside the door. The challenger was a pure black octopus nearly 20 meters tall, with dense scarlet eyes on its body. Its thick tentacles slapped the ground frantically, and also hit the surrounding cells. This fighting arena was built on a kind of loess, and the cells were like caves dug out of the loess. But the firmness of these soils far exceeded human cognition. No matter how the giant octopus hit, there was no sign of collapse, and not even a piece of soil fell. Bang! DKG Lon, who had just left the house, was hit by the huge tentacles of the octopus and flew back into her cell. She hit the wall behind her, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The giant octopus outside the door was completely violent and irrational. Its huge body curled up slightly, and like the characteristics of an octopus, it squeezed part of its body into the cell, trying to make up the last blow. Li Boang had never been a coward, let alone for the most unique and beautiful girl in the universe. Even though his ability was limited, he still rushed forward. Unfortunately, he was just like a strong ordinary person. He was easily thrown away by the octopus's tentacles and hit the loess wall that looked like metal. He felt that at least 3 of his ribs were broken, his internal organs were injured, and his throat was sweet. He was not afraid of death in the first place, let alone being able to die with the girl he loved. It was very comfortable. At this time, a crisp voice came out. "Are you new here? Do you know me?" The giant octopus, only part of its eyes squeezed into the cell, all its scarlet eyes turned together, and even searched for half a second before finding the little thing standing next to it, which was less than 1.5 meters tall. "Little fishman, run quickly, look at that turtle, you can see that it has no head at first glance, it can't recognize you at all, run faster." Li Boang held the wall and tried to stand up, but failed, looking extremely anxious. "You can't hurt Li Boang. I'm going to take him out. We have a deal." The little fishman didn't move, just looked up and spoke quietly. The black octopus let out a violent roar, waved its huge tentacles, and smashed down at the little fishman. Chung Chi, who was in the teleportation beam, was getting closer and closer to the target point. He saw the whole picture of the universe fighting arena from a bird's eye view. It turned out to be a loess building floating in the universe, oval in shape, very much like the Bird's Nest Stadium in the old days. Suddenly, Chung Chi saw a beam of light burst out from a corner of the fighting field and reach the sky. This feeling was very familiar. After accidentally drilling a hole in Amma, Chung Chi came to a strange continent and met a girl from the immortal clan with short white hair. After countless years of accumulation, the girl had gained extraordinary physical strength. At that time, she just raised her hand casually, and the huge power formed had nowhere to vent, causing a columnar space in front of her to collapse physically. How to describe that vision? It was as if a very clean and transparent glass tube was suddenly smashed from one end in midair, and then caused a series of effects. I couldn't understand what kind of power it was, and I didn't even understand what was broken. It was the same scene in front of me. Cosmic fighting arena, there are still strong people, and they are much stronger than the fishmen before, vaguely. Chung Chi also saw a huge black octopus in the fighting arena. Its head was pierced by the glass tube, and it was instantly blown into meat paste. It was undoubtedly dead. Its huge body leaned back and fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 427. The bright sunlight penetrated the thin webs between his fingers. The little green fish stood at the door of the cell, raised one hand, spread his 5 fingers, facing the outside and the sunlight. The giant black octopus was killed instantly, and the roof of the indestructible loess cell was blown off in half. Not far away, Li Boang supported the wall and slowly stood up, staring at the small figure with his eyes wide open. There were a few details that he had always felt were not very natural, but now he finally found the answer. In the first cell he passed by, he encountered a violent werewolf. The moment he saw the little green fish, he showed a strong fear. The werewolf was trembling and extremely afraid. It didn't seem to be afraid of the identity of the little green fish, but more like it was afraid of the little green fish itself. After all, this is a fighting field and a cell. Why can it move around freely? Why doesn't anyone dare to stop it? Is it just because it is a child? Then, there are no rules. Why can little Bingo only stay in his father's cell? The most obvious detail was also exposed in what just happened. The fighting arena was built on a special kind of loess, which was completely different from what humans knew. It was extremely strong, even stronger than top alloys. No matter how the giant octopus slapped it, the seemingly crisp loess cell would not fall even a piece of dirt. The ground of the fighting arena was also loess, and after so many fights, it was still flat, without even a trace of fighting. In other words, in the past years, no gladiator had the ability to destroy this loess. But the little fish man. He was able to dig countless crisscross tunnels in the less, almost under every cell. As a SS gene carrier, Li Bolong has an amazing memory, and recalled the scenes of his interactions with the little fish man. Because of the special physiological structure of this child, his words often carry the pronunciation of bo, but whenever he lies, perhaps because of nervousness, the bo sound will not appear in his words. For the first time, when he said that he squeezed in from the iron window of the cell, there was no bo in this sentence. Because its real path is the tunnel. The second time, Li Bolong asked, "Is the werewolf afraid of you because of your father?" The little green fish answered yes, not yes. It seems to be lying, but in fact it is not very scheming and can be easily seen through, just like a half-grown child. In that fighting arena, the number one gladiator, is it your father or you? Through the previous action of handing over the badge, Li Bolong has already got the answer. His ranking is 511, and there are 3 crooked number lines on the badge, which must be the 3 numbers 5, 1, 1. At that time, I asked Xiao Qingyu, "How many ranks did your old man rank?" Xiao Qingyu took off Li Bolong's badge, covered the first 2 vertical lines with his hands, and then handed it back. 5 and 1 were blocked, and the only one left was 1. Xiao Qingyu turned around. "It's Daddy Bo." Li Bolong frowned. There was a bo sound. Was it telling the truth? Xiao Qingyu blew bubbles from his mouth. "But I have never participated in a fighting competition, oh bo." Li Bolong frowned and exhaled slightly. It just didn't participate, but it doesn't mean it's weak. Maybe it's stronger than its father. There are enough examples of the younger generation pushing the older generation forward. The atmosphere seemed to have changed. Li Bolong narrowed his eyes, and became extremely cautious. "I was thinking about how to take care of you, but I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. What do you want to do?" The little fishman blinked. "When did I hide?" Li Bolong paused. "That's true. The little fish didn't hide anything on purpose. It did what it should do. Most importantly, I didn't ask too many questions." Li Bolong tilted his head and asked tentatively, "Little green fish, is our deal still valid?" The little fish nodded. "Of course, I want to drink some white wine." Li Bolong thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled, fumbled around for a while, and took out 2 identical white wine bottles. He glanced at the DKG lawn on the side, raised his eyebrows, and said, "I can drink a lot. Generally speaking, I always carry 2 wine bottles with me when I go out." The colorful beam of light landed on the stone platform. Several lizardmen suddenly widened their eyes, blinking nervously. A strong figure slowly walked out of the beam of light. It was the strong fishman with blue scales. The lizardmen could not hide their joy, but after seeing the body of the strong fishman, their faces became shocked. The penetrating wound on the body of the strong fishman was clear and terrifying. The strong fishman slowly spoke, "That guy died in my hands." The lizardman's heart was like a roller coaster. "It is Mr. Rice Fishman, so powerful. If you hadn't taken action, we really wouldn't have had a way to deal with it. You are really invincible, and you have such a powerful offspring. It's a pity that I didn't ask you to bring back its body, otherwise, I would use its nails to string it into a necklace. Yes, I originally planned to use its egg sac to cook a pot of soup." The big fishman didn't say another word. His face was as calm as a sculpture. He slowly turned around and walked towards his cell. The sunlight even penetrated the wound on his chest, forming a spot of light on the ground. The lizardmen were still in shock. Even such a powerful being was seriously injured. Fortunately, we did not bring disaster upon ourselves and made the wisest judgment. But then again, the 2 stupid fishmen were really useful. They were powerful but brainless, and they were seriously injured, but they went back to the cell obediently. A group of lizardmen, with their heads held high, overlooking their own property. Our civilization is really lucky. Not only do we have such a great coliseum, but also a long time ago, those 2 fishmen suddenly appeared here, and refused to leave no matter what, and would work for us from time to time, which was really a blessing from this nebula. Chapter 428. Because Cheng-Chi used the scalpel to tamper with the protocol of the transmission beam. So his landing point was different from that of the strong fish man. His body seemed to have undergone some kind of reorganization. When all his senses were restored and his body was free to move, he found himself in a strange cell. It was a cell dug out of the loess, like the nest of some animal. Suddenly, he felt a cold little hand on his back. He turned around like lightning, holding the scalpel in his hand. The sharp cold light suddenly stopped in front of the neck of the dwarf creature. It was an alien child with a head like a glowing pear, wearing a white robe, and its milky white toes were exposed under the robe. Bingo! The alien child made a strange tone with a slight tremor. At this moment, Chang-Chi felt its emotions, and the instantaneous emotional transmission should be the special ability of this child. Chang-Chi felt great fear, worry, and was at a loss. This way of conveying emotions was too intuitive and clear, and could make people resonate instantly, better than thousands of words. Chang-Chi opened his eyes, and knew that the child had no ill intentions. What frightened the child was not Chang-Chi's sudden appearance. Rather, it was his gladiator father who had entered the arena, but the child's prophetic ability appeared. Unlike before, this time, the child foresaw that his father would be defeated and would die in the arena. And the child himself will lose his only support, the father who loves him, and he loves him. On the bald head of the alien child, there are two eyes, like black gemstones. At this moment, it shed extremely pure tears, and the tears dripped on the ground, and actually gave birth to a small tender seedling, but because it could not take root, had no nutrients, and no sunlight, it withered in the blink of an eye. Chang-Chi looked back, and saw through the gap in the bars on the cell door, that an adult creature like the alien child was standing on the fighting field in the distance. It looked serious, and was waiting for its opponent to appear. The alien child's worry, fear, and confusion were like the waves. Chang-Chi slowly squatted down. "What's your name?" Because of the child's unique ability, Chang-Chi believed that it could understand what he said. "Bingo." Chang-Chi nodded. "You're a prophet. Ability should have a certain probability of failure. 4%. The alien child could not speak such language, but a kind of consciousness was transmitted into Chang-Chi's mind. "How about I make a bet with you?" Chang-Chi smiled. "I bet that your prophetic ability this time is wrong." The alien child's black eyes opened, tears still brimming. "If I win?" Chang-Chi smiled softly. "You must cheer up and be optimistic in the future. Even if one day your prophetic ability predicts something bad again, don't be affected by it. You must show 100% fighting spirit to face it." The alien child looked at Chang-Chi with some curiosity, blinked his eyes, but felt inexplicably peaceful. Chang-Chi stood up and touched the child's head. "There was once a guy wearing a top hat who proved one thing to me, that a bet with good intentions, even if the chance of winning is small, can always be won miraculously." Chang-Chi turned around, his body completely siliconized. 40%, super speed, burst out, still like a black line rushing out, with a bang, breaking through the iron door of the cell. On the fighting field, the opponent of the adult prophet was a ferocious species, covered with steel thorns. It just walked out of one side of the field, and was directly smashed into meat paste by Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi stared for a moment, looked at the little alien child in the cell, and pinched the brim of his non-existent hat, as if paying tribute to his ancestors. He smiled and said, "Little Bingo, I won. Remember to fulfill the bet." Then, Chang-Chi looked around. The fighting field under his feet was just one of the countless subfields here. Then, his body turned into a blurred afterimage and disappeared in the distance. Next, find brotherly Bolong. "Hey, little fish man. Why am I so curious? If no one can control you, why do you want to stay here?" Under a wall, Li Bolong, DKG Lan, and Xiao Qingyu were walking quietly. As for DKG Lan, when Li Bolong expressed his intention to take her away, she did not refute, but gritted her teeth and followed Li Bolong without saying a word. As for Li Bolong, he also has his own plan. "Ice Beauty-o, it's okay. As long as I can coax her away, I have plenty of time to slowly influence her. As for the little fishman, add a pot of white wine to the deal, and it will be done directly. I also made a deal with the lizardmen here." The little green fish said slowly, "At that time, little Bingo was seriously ill and dying, and I promised those lizards that I would stay here and occasionally help them drive away some enemies, and then they cured little Bingo." Li Bolong nodded. "Loyal fish doll, will you strictly implement every transaction?" Little green fish pursed her lips, "Yes." Li Bolong was stunned, but did not ask further, and asked casually, "There are some black circles on your body. It's very uncomfortable. I don't know what kind of person can cause these black circles." Little green fish spit bubbles from her mouth. "I can do it." "What? Why didn't you say it earlier?" "Bob, boob, boob." Li Bolong paused. "You kid, you little guy, if I don't ask, you won't say anything." Little green fish said, "I can only use violence to destroy the black circles, but when those circles break, it will cause serious injuries. Can you bear it?" Li Bolong's eyes lit up. "What are you talking about?" "I can definitely bear it." Chang-Chi searched the fighting field at an astonishing speed. Try to be as meticulous as possible, and at the same time try to be as low-key as possible. He seriously suspected that the real, big fish man, was in this fighting field. He had to fight when he should fight, and avoid when he should avoid. Sincerity can move mountains and open rocks. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly saw his elder brother Li Bolong in a corner of a tall lush wall thousands of meters away. Li Bolong also discovered the figure moving at high speed. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The SS gene must have given him the ability to enhance his 5 senses. Hey, it seems to be my brother. Ha ha ha, he's here to pick me up. Kaba, puff, according to the plan agreed upon before, the little green fish rode on Li Bolong's neck and broke the black circle on his neck. And inside the black circle, there were countless thin steel needles that pierced into Li Bolong's flesh. As the black circle broke and the steel needles were pulled out, a huge blood mist burst out from the back of Li Bolong's neck. Even Li Bolong himself did not expect the pain to be so intense. His eyes went black, and he fell to the ground. Brother. Chang-Chi, who was far away, was heartbroken when he saw this scene. From Chang-Chi's perspective, it was a tiny and brutal monster that attacked his brother Li Bolong from behind. The little fishman also felt the fierce rush of Chang-Chi, and could also feel its unique strength. It also stood in front of Li Bolong like teleporting, slowly raised its palm. Are you the new Bolong? You are not allowed to hurt Li Bolong. A stream of energy like a transparent glass tube suddenly appeared, penetrated Chang-Chi's body, and then the glass tube suddenly shattered, causing destructive damage. Chang-Chi's body instantly dissipated into nothingness. And only 1 meter away, Chang-Chi's body reappeared, which was stolen from by Xian Multiple. Just now, the blow was just a hair's breadth away. The so-called hair's breadth may be just a few tenths of a second. Chang-Chi almost died. At this moment, Chang-Chi stood in place, 1,000 meters away, confronting the little green fish. His brows knitted tightly. Rice Fishman Lin, the legendary, Big Fish Man. But I don't care who you are today, I must take you away. Wait a minute. Although the elder brother Li Bolong was lying on the ground and couldn't stand up, his bloody palm stretched out to the sky, and the familiar trump came. Don't make such a bloody plot. You two are not allowed to fight. We are all family. Chapter 429. In the huge lust fighting field. Because the material is solid, there will be no lust falling, and even if the wind blows, there will be no dust and smoke, which is extremely clean. Dozens of lizardmen moved towards the same point at high speed, their thick tails swung left and right, and their bodies moved like snakes with a swing amplitude, as fast as lightning. Soon, they gathered at the edge of the fighting field, their eyelids slightly narrowed horizontally, and a TSK sound came out of their mouths. That guy, why is it not dead? Why is it here? As the creators of the fighting field, they were extremely relaxed after their biggest worry was solved. Then they found some minor abnormalities. After rushing to the scene, they found that their biggest worry was alive and well in their own nest. Chang-Chi turned around and used the veering ring to sweep at the humanoid lizard men. They found that they were some primitive uncivilized creatures, living in a harsh environment and extremely hard-lust planet. They were essentially cave creatures, relying on their own functional value, and using claws comparable to alloys to dig caves that met their survival requirements in an extremely hard environment. Without caves, they can't survive for long. The stronger the cave, the safer it is in their cognition, so they constantly look for the strongest geographical environment. This may be a passive thing, but over the long years, they have evolved strong physical strength. If the data is quantified, these lizardmen have an average, functional value, of 3 million. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. These guys who don't look very smart actually reach this data. As expected, different environments create different species, and humans are not comparable to them at all. They are like the guards here, or the masters. The lizardmen were facing a formidable enemy, and could only fight with their backs against the wall, and kept making a TSK sound from their mouths. The next moment, on the walls around, in the shadow corners, there were even tens of thousands of lizardmen breaking out of the ground, and the figures gathered and appeared in all directions, surrounding Chang-Chi. At the same time, various prison doors in the fighting arena opened, and countless strange-looking gladiators, with black circles flashing on their bodies, were coerced by the lizards, and slowly moved towards Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi's own function value is only 4.5 million. Although the Rampage potion can instantly increase it, it only lasts for 7 seconds. Facing so many surrounding lizardmen and densely packed gladiators, the scene is extremely different. The leading lizardman wearing a red cloak touched the conch on his chest. Little green fish, we have a deal. You have to help us fight against foreign invaders. The little fishman looked a little struggling, opened his mouth slightly, and spit out bubbles, bobobo. Chang-Chi slowly turned sideways, and used the V-Store ring to skin the small black fish. The feedback from the ring was more direct than he had imagined. All the data was a horizontal line, and the ring also made a rare sound effect, sharp and piercing, as if the sky was falling. Beep, beep, beep. Little fish man. Li Bolong lay on the ground, handing over the wine pot with trembling arms. That's my brother, don't hurt him. I'm giving you the white wine as a favor. Change the transaction content. I can stay here. I'm willing to be a gladiator here. No. The lizardman leader looked ferocious. Little green fish, you must execute your deal. That guy today must die here. I want its nails. I want its egg sac. Chang-Chi already understood. My brother must have met the so-called little green fish without knowing it. But that guy who defied heaven seemed to be restricted by something, and everything was inevitable. Chang-Chi suddenly smiled. Although I don't know who I am, I know that I was born on the garbage earth. In the previous 18 years of my life, I have been trapped in a world that looks like a ruin. I survived there by relying on optimism. My biggest wish is to go into the universe and see all kinds of beautiful scenery, different creatures, different planets, and different galaxies. During this period, as I improve myself, I am more and more curious about a thought. When an individual's function value reaches the peak of the universe, what kind of ability will it have? That must be an unimaginable encounter. But for me, it's just like the planets and galaxies in the sky. Look forward to it, don't miss it. Brother, it's okay. Chang-Chi said, glanced at Li Bolong, raised his head, and was calm. Brother Li Bolong's facial muscles were trembling. Chang-Chi's smile disappeared immediately, and he gradually frowned and looked at Xiao Qingyu. Big fishman, function value. For 0.5 billion, right? Let me see it. At this moment, a strange vibration came from the surrounding space. Everything in sight was shaking. Even the huge Luz Colosseum was trembling finely. And this tremor was getting stronger and stronger. All the creatures present had a fear from their biological instinct. They felt their blood pressure rising, their scalps tingling, all the defense mechanisms in their bodies were passively activated, their muscles were tense, and their fists were clenched. Above the fighting field, wisps of thick fog were floating, and at this moment, it seemed to be slowly stirred by a transparent big hand, and lightning struck and exploded in the fog. The lizards were terrified. They had no idea what was going on. The shaking of the earth made them unstable, and their eyes anxiously and terrifiedly searched the sky. Then, all creatures felt the disturbance of gravity and the surge of air pressure. All the changes came not only from the Colosseum, but also from the external space, and even from the small dust belt where it was located. Some incomprehensible and amazing changes occurred. This was not a phenomenon that could be formed by a certain creature, but from the abnormal movement of the universe. On the way here, Chang-Chi observed the whole picture of this cosmic space. This is a strange small nebula, with celestial debris and dust floating irregularly, and it looks like the shape of an eye. At this moment, in the center of the small nebula, the light group that looked like a star suddenly flickered brightly, just like the position of the pupil. The nebula was like an eye, as if it was blinking. In the fighting arena. You've made a mistake, Bo. I'm not. Big fish man, Bo. The little green fish looked at Chang-Chi, opened his mouth, spit out bubbles, stretched out his webbed hands, and pointed to the distant sky. He is there, Bo. Chapter 430. Outside the atmosphere. A huge golden eye slowly floated into the air, looking down on everything. In this world dominated by technology, he had a divine aura. Although the cosmic arena looked like a human gymnasium, its area was extremely large, perhaps tens of millions of square meters, like an island floating in the universe. And that golden eye was several times larger than the arena. His gaze was like the light of the sun, illuminating every inch of land. What is that? Countless lizardmen were extremely shocked. It was obviously unaware that there was such a big eye outside its fighting field. Who was its owner? When did it arrive? Or has it always been here? Chang-Chi was also stunned. Suddenly realized that his understanding of this universe was just the tip of the iceberg. Because the data was too exaggerated, the legendary existence seemed to no longer be a simple organism. My name is Rice Fishman Lin. The mighty voice, with its majestic power, was like a voice, but also like consciousness, entering the minds of every creature seamlessly, skipping the translation step, and all creatures could understand its meaning. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank. Countless lizardmen were stiff, like wooden sculptures. They had created and operated the universe fighting arena for countless years, and this name had been heard countless times. The well-known Rice Fishman Lin, the legendary strongest, functional value, in the universe, almost no one had seen its true face. Usually, it was called Big Fishman, and this nickname made people subconsciously build an image of a strong fishman in their minds. No one has ever thought about it. Its existence is as vast as a galaxy. A long, long time ago. In order to fulfill my long-cherished wish of becoming the strongest warrior in the universe, I ate countless God's crossroads in the mother civilization. Finally one day, I felt that I had reached a certain peak. My body has undergone unimaginable changes. As consciousness and energy continue to merge into the universe, the material structure of my body begins to collapse, and the atoms, molecules, and other microscopic particles in my body seem to have received some kind of instructions, and begin to break free from their original constraints and rearrange themselves according to a certain natural order of the universe. I exploded like a supernova. Under the guidance of some mystery, they slowly gathered and intertwined to form a nebula with a unique structure and shape. I became a part of the universe, and only in the center of the nebula, I opened an eye that could see through everything. The fighting field where you are. It's just a scale that fell off my body, which has lost its nutrition, luster, and strength. Little lizards, you came from afar and built a nest here. My existence has attracted the attention of countless advanced civilizations. But when they came here, they were interfered by the energy field emitted by me. They crashed here and fell here. As low-level creatures, the lizards are not even a civilization, but they picked up the equipment of advanced civilizations and built the cosmic battlefield according to their own nature. Countless lizardmen listened to the vast divine sound, and their own secrets were revealed in an instant. They were infinitely terrified and trembling. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their foreheads touching the ground, and they dared not make any sound again. About you? The huge golden eyeballs turned like a roar and looked at Chang-Chi. At this moment, an invisible force enveloped Chang-Chi's body. Big Fishman is no longer a living organism. It has become this galaxy. The power to subvert the rules has appeared. There is no traceable logic. Chang-Chi's body slowly rose into the air under the consciousness of Big Fishman and disappeared in the clouds. This is an illusion, like standing in the clouds. There is no entity under his feet. He can even see the whole picture of the Colosseum and countless lizardmen who are bowing to the ground, but Chang-Chi can stand steadily. Your technological level and corresponding means are meaningless in front of me. The vast voice came from all directions. The clouds on one side dispersed, and Chang-Chi turned his head to look at the scene. Seeing his spiritual starship at Amma, whose body was decomposed into countless millipedes, circling in a space surrounded by clouds and mist, he was clearly close at hand, but seemed to be lost. This was Chang-Chi's backup plan. Before coming, he and Amma agreed that although Amma's success rate in digging holes was very low, this time Chang-Chi's order to him was to find himself. Chang-Chi's idea is to find the fighting field by tampering with the color transmission channel. Then Amma uses himself as the coordinate, digs through the wormhole, carries Chang-Chi's equipment, and completes the subsequent reinforcement. And Amma only knows one Chang-Chi. Even if Amma's ability is like a conceptual god, after the command is so accurate, there should be no error in theory, and the success rate should be very high. As long as the spirit starship arrives, the fourth wall navigation technology can ensure Chang-Chi's safe return. Moreover, the starship has space mechas, and the most important, volume amplifier, and Solaris can assist in combat power. This is also the courage that Chang-Chi dared to face the Big Fish Man before. However, the existence of the Big Fish Man has overturned all Chang-Chi's predictions, and the cheating failed. Chang-Chi slowly exhaled, but calmly said, I thought that the strong fish man was you before, and then, I thought that the little green fish was you. They are all me, but they are not me. The deep voice was ethereal and vast. I took countless, even wrong path, and as my body transformed, I gradually lost my humanity, and even lost myself. This formed a feeling that everything I did was meaningless. I tried to find myself again. Now I can transform the forms of some substances, for example, inorganic matter into organic matter. For example, turning the cosmic debris without life signs into life. The strong fishman you met was the first life to be transformed. It was a replica of himself, but it only had 2/1000 of my ability. But unfortunately, it still has no humanity, like a walking corpse that has lost itself. A cloud of white mist dissipated at Chang-Chi's feet. Chang-Chi lowered his head, his eyes penetrated the gap in the white mist, and passed through a distance of tens of thousands of meters. He saw the strong fishman with blue scales sitting quietly in his cell. Its face was dull, like a wooden sculpture. The light outside the cell shone on its body, forming a strong shadow on the ground. And on its body, the huge through wound left by the previous battle with Chang-Chi still existed. The sunlight penetrated the wound, forming a light spot on the ground, and its shadow seemed to have a hole in it, and its heart was missing. This was a failed attempt. Then, I created a second self and gave it 0.3% of my ability. I defined it as my childhood self. I made it full of innocence and curiosity. I hope it will start from scratch and grow step by step into a me with rich emotions. Chang-Chi looked at the ground on the other side. In the fighting arena, Xiao Qingyu sat next to his elder brother Li Bolong, holding the wine pot with an innocent face, carefully opened the lid, sniffed it with his nose, and felt very satisfied. Then, it eagerly drank a big mouthful of white wine. Hiss. Ah. The little green fish waved his hands quickly. It's too hard to drink. Bo, Li Bolong, I give it back to you, Bo. A huge voice slowly echoed in Chang-Chi's ears. I still failed. No matter how many years, the young me will never grow up, and its mind seems to be fixed forever. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. So that's it. Now, let's talk about what happened between the two of us. A huge voice slowly floated. You want to see my ability? Then I will satisfy you. I will start a pure function value battle with you. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. I have already felt your greatness and understood your ability. As for fighting, I don't think it is necessary. No, it must be. This is my long-cherished wish. The huge voice slowly floated, becoming deeper. As you said, my function value is 4.5 billion, and you and I have already understood that your function value is exactly 4.5 million, so your chance of winning is less than 0.1%, which is a near zero chance of winning. Chang-Chi nodded in relief. So you just wanted to kill me? No. Haven't you heard that sentence? The voice of Hao-Hin seemed to be lost in memory, and said slowly, when you face catastrophe, if someone can tell you a winning rate, no matter how small it is, you should regard it as your lucky number. Chang-Chi frowned slightly. In front of him, a piece of light and shadow with an old color appeared. In a dim cabin, the man in a tuxedo and an exquisite hat bowed his head slightly, and said to the fishman child sitting on the ground, you seem to be called Rice Fishman Lin, right? The fishman child's tears turned into bubbles, but he nodded subconsciously. Very good, I want to make a bet with you. Your spaceship and 23,000 members are heading to a planet called Green Forest Garden, and are preparing to build a new home there, right? The fishman child nodded, but the captain said that the starship's energy is only 12% left, and the probability of successfully reaching Green Forest Garden is only 0.85%. Oh, that's a pretty good number. The man in the top hat had a sly and excited look in his eyes. Then I bet that your starship will definitely reach Green Forest Garden. If I lose, I can dig out my 2 eyeballs, cut off half of my tongue, and give them all to you. Rice Fishman Lin, if you lose, then you have to cheer up, take on the responsibility of reviving civilization, become the strongest fishman warrior, and become the most outstanding civilization leader. You can sacrifice, but when you enter another world and see your father, mother, and sister, they must be proud of you. No one can refuse the bet invitation of Gambler. Did you hear that? Come on, high five. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. He had seen this scene in Gambler's memory. At that time, the ricefish civilization was displaced by the war, and the remaining people relied on this battleship with insufficient energy to find a new home with difficulty. It was also because of this story that he remembered the name of Ricefish Lin. At this moment, on the other side of Chang-Chi, another light and shadow emerged. The protagonist is himself. What's your name? Bingo. Your prophet ability should have a certain probability of failure. 4%. How about I make a bet with you? I bet that your prophet ability this time is wrong. If I win. Chang-Chi in the picture smiled softly. You must cheer up in the future and be optimistic. Even if one day your prophet ability predicts something bad again, don't be affected by it. You must show 100% fighting spirit to face it. Then, Chang-Chi saw the endings in 2 pictures at the same time. After completing the bet with the fishman child, Gambler entered the cabin of the starship and replenished enough energy for the Ricefish Humanity starship with an incomprehensible advanced technology. And in the other picture, he killed the irrational monster on the opposite side with a crushing, functional value. At this moment, the white fog disturbance around him continued to gather in front of Chang-Chi. Finally, when the white fog dissipated, a chubby-cheeked fishman child appeared on the ground, and its body was between reality and illusion. This image is exactly the childhood of the Ricefish Man Lin. But it suddenly raised its head and uttered a clear childish voice, Mr. Gambler, I have fulfilled the bet with you. Now I am not only the strongest warrior in my race, but also the strongest warrior in the universe. Chang-Chi felt his scalp tingling, and found that the STC on his wrist was shining silently. Then, Chung-Chi slowly turned back. But he saw that behind him, a blue light had appeared at some point. The man in a tuxedo and a top hat showed a bright smile. He nodded gently, pinched the brim of his hat, and then turned into starlight in the sky and slowly dissipated. The little fishman in front of him shed a tear, which turned into bubbles and slowly rose into the air, reflecting the afterglow of Gambler. Silence for a long time. The little fishman looked at Chung-Chi. I had lost my humanity, but when you appeared, some of my emotions revived, and I was able to communicate with you normally. The emotion that revived my humanity is called gratitude. If it weren't for Mr. Gambler, there would be no Big Fishman today, and even the entire rice fishman civilization would no longer exist. Mr. Gambler chose you. Moreover, I also saw the shadow of Mr. Gambler in you. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered slightly. In the years when I lost my humanity, I saw a little bit of the truth of the universe. One of the highest mysteries is called tolerance. Even if the universe is dark and countless races are constantly fighting for their own interests, one of the most original purposes of the universe is still tolerance. In our competition, your chance of winning is almost zero. But I can tell you that kindness is a weapon that makes people invincible. Perhaps, this is one of the rules of conduct of a true supreme god in the universe. So our competition. At this moment, Chung-Chi felt that his body was controlled by the power of some rules again, and began to slowly descend. Finally, Chung-Chi landed steadily on the yellow land of the fighting field. In the sky, the huge voice slowly came. You win. This voice echoed across the land. Li Bolong, shouting you, and even the strong fishman, who looked like a zombie, all looked up. And countless lizardmen suddenly twitched their bodies, their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped, and they felt that they almost couldn't breathe. What? That guy won the Big Fishman?